Invincible from the start, overwhelming, forces decisive, and ruthless summoning heroes of China. Just transmigrated into the body of the crown prince, and my father has already passed away? The empress dowager holds a fake edict. The emperor's uncle draws his sword in the palace, forcing me to abdicate in favor of her 3-year-old son. The entire court is filled with either treacherous officials or cowards. National ruin is imminent. In my despair, the strongest emperor's summoning system activates. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's gift pack. Reward 1. Cao Zhengchun, a peak-level hero of the Great Power Realm. Reward 2. 3,000 Imperial Guards of the Divine Demon Legion. Reward 3. Passive Divine Skill, Emperor's Aura Observation Technique, able to see through loyalty and treachery at a glance. The stronger the nation's fortune, the more powerful the heroes of China I summon. Dian Wei, the Butcher, Bai Qi, the God of Slaughter, Guan Yu, the Martial Saint, Zhuge Liang, the Crouching Dragon. When these heroes of China descend upon this world, the entire continent will tremble before me. Chapter 1. The dragon rides the guests. The enchantress presses the palace. Activation of the Emperor's summoning system, ***. In the winter of the 730th year of the Great Zhou dynasty, the imperial city was draped in white mourning cloth. The mournful tolling of the bells resonated through the swirling snow, echoing in the heavens as a farewell to the deceased sovereign. This somber sound seemed to signal the final elegy for an empire teetering on the brink of collapse. Within the golden lawn hall, flickering candlelight danced amidst curling wisps of incense. The air was saturated with a chilling blend of frost and sandalwood. 16-year-old Qin Hao, clad in heavy and intricate pure white mourning garb, sat upon the icy dragon throne. His complexion was as pale as death, lips devoid of color, and his long lashes cast shadows over his eyes, concealing the turmoil within. He remained motionless, resembling a beautifully crafted marionette devoid of spirit. Only he knew that within this frail shell, which had seldom seen the light of day, resided a soul from the 21st century, paralyzed by fear and anxiety. 3 days had passed since his abrupt transition from a beleaguered office worker, crushed under the weight of endless demands, to the crown prince of a dynasty. Just as he began to grapple with this fortuitous twist of fate, his father, a ruler consumed by his obsession with alchemical elixirs for 3 decades, succumbed to his own reckless pursuits. Thus Qin Hao, the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, was hastily thrust into this dragon throne the previous day. There was no grand coronation, no envoys from distant lands to pay homage, only the predatory gazes of the officials surrounding him. His gaze, peeking through the slits of his lowered eyelids, surveyed the assembly below. The civil and military officials were arrayed on either side, led by the venerable Grand Commandant Zhou Bingde and the Prime Minister Zhou Wenchang, their hair streaked with white and faces etched with worry. Their eyes bore the heavy weight of despair, for they were the final custodians of a crumbling empire, yet helpless to effect change. Opposing them stood the martial faction, spearheaded by the national uncle Li Xian, each warrior exuding a fierce demeanor and palpable strength. They wore expressions of unabashed pride and avarice, their glances darting toward the dragon throne as if surveying a lamb destined for slaughter. These individuals constituted the Empress Party. Qin Hao's gaze ultimately settled upon the center of the hall, where a woman clad in a resplendent phoenix robe approached with measured grace. She appeared to be in her 30s, her figure alluring, and her beauty enhanced by an innate charm that radiated from her every feature. She was the Empress of the Great Zhou, Li Yanran, the biological sister of the current national uncle Li Xian and the mother of Qin Hao's 3-year-old younger brother, Qin Yu. A woman who viewed power as the ultimate pursuit of her life. At this moment, a faint smile graced her lips, and in her hands, she held a scroll of bright yellow imperial edict, her captivating phoenix eyes shimmering with an insatiable hunger for supreme authority. She halted before the throne, gracefully bowing to Qin Hao, her voice soft enough to melt the bones of anyone who heard it. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Qin Hao remained silent, his hands and feet icy, his heart pounding violently within his chest. He understood that the moment of reckoning had arrived. Li Yanran seemed unfazed by his lack of response, slowly rising and unfurling the imperial edict. In a tone imbued with clarity and a hint of sorrow, she publicly declared, "The late emperor's edict states, the crown prince Qin Hao is of weak character and dull intellect, unfit to reign. My third son, Qin Yu, is wise and astute, possessing the qualities of a sage ruler. Thus, the position of Crown Prince Qin Hao is to be abolished, with Qin Yu ascending to the throne. Given Qin Hao's youth, he shall be granted the title of Prince of Anil, and may not enter the capital without summons. However, as the new ruler is young, the Empress Dowager shall govern from behind the curtain, with the national uncle Li Xian serving as regent to assist in the administration. So decreed, boom. This so-called imperial edict detonated like a thunderclap within the silent Golden Lawn Hall, causing an uproar among the officials. Your Majesty, this cannot be. The venerable Grand Commandant Zhou Bingda was the first to charge forward, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before Li Yanran, beseeching her with a blood-curdling bow. The late emperor had already clearly appointed the crown prince during his lifetime, a truth known to all. How can you produce such an absurd edict so soon after the emperor's passing to effect a change in succession? This is a treasonous act that threatens the very foundation of our nation. I implore you, Empress, to reconsider. Impudent. A thunderous rebuke interrupted the old commandant's desperate pleas. The national uncle Li Xian, a man as formidable as an iron tower, stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He emanated an aura of fierce aggression, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the elderly commandant. Zhou Bingda, you old fool, do you wish to defy the late emperor's decree and court death? Li Xian's presence radiated the true essence of martial prowess. As the Grand Marshal of the great Zhou's military, he had reached the pinnacle of cultivation, making him one of the few formidable figures within the imperial city. The oppressive atmosphere caused Zhou Bingda to falter, his face paling in response. Yet he defiantly raised his chin and shouted, as an old minister who has devoted his life to the study of sages, I know only loyalty to the emperor and service to the nation. I do not know how to flatter. The truth of this edict is known to heaven and earth, to you and me. You are usurping the throne, seeking death. Li Xian's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he unhesitatingly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Zhou Bingda's chest. With a resounding thud, the frail old man was propelled backward and crashed heavily onto the cold marble floor of the hall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, losing consciousness. Grand Commandant, a few elderly officials gasped and attempted to rush forward, but were repelled by the national uncle's henchmen wielding their blades. Li Xian, having just incapacitated a key minister, displayed no sign of remorse. Instead, a cruel smile spread across his face as he surveyed the entire assembly. Is there anyone else who dares to contest the late emperor's edict? His icy gaze swept across the room, and all officials lowered their heads, silenced by fear. With the Grand Commandant meeting such a dire fate, who else would dare to speak out? The Golden Lawn Hall fell into a profound silence once more. Only Zhou Bingda lay prostrate on the ground, the faint rise and fall of his chest a testament to his lingering life. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction and turned, striding purposefully toward the throne. Approaching Qin Hao, he looked down upon the young emperor, who was a head shorter than him, with eyes that regarded him as one might a mere insect to be crushed at will. Crown Prince, or rather, you should now be addressed as Prince of Anil. His voice dripped with mockery and menace. Please, surrender the imperial seal and comply with the will of heaven. Otherwise, the blades are merciless, and should you be harmed, it would be most unfortunate. The palpable aura of death bore down upon Qin Hao, piercing him like an icy dagger. His body trembled uncontrollably. This was no mere performance. He was genuinely terrified. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly above him. He found himself ensnared in a predicament. Qin Hao understood that if he relinquished the imperial seal, his best outcome would be a life of confinement until death. The more likely scenario was that he would accidentally die that very night. Yet within the imperial family, there was no concept of familial bonds. What if he refused? Judging by Li Xian's demeanor, he might very well initiate a coup right there, leaving him to bleed upon the floor of the Golden Lawn Hall. This was a deadlock, an inescapable deadlock. It was as if the heavens had crumbled at the very onset. Watching the scene unfold, the Empress Li Yanran finally revealed a victorious smile upon her enchanting face. This was precisely the outcome she had desired. Before the assembly of officials, the small emperor's psychological defenses were utterly dismantled, rendering him submissive, like a dog, as he relinquished his power. Henceforth, the vast realm of the great Zhou would belong entirely to her, the Li family. Despair and infinite despair surged forth, overwhelming Qin Hao's reason like an insurmountable tide. He could sense the waning patience of Li Xian. The mournful cries of his heart echoed in his ears, steeped in hopelessness. Am I to perish in this manner? having traversed realms only to become a prince, yet achieving nothing and facing death. Who could he turn to for justice? As Qin Hao's fingers spasmed in terror, Li Xian's gaze transformed into a palpable malice, while the Empress Dowager's smile grew ever more radiant. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated within Qin Hao's mind without warning. Ding! Detection indicates the host is in a life and death crisis of national extinction and usurpation of imperial power. Conditions met. The Supreme Emperor Summoning System is now officially activated. Chapter 2. The Descent of Deities and Demons, Summoning the Pinnacle of Great Powers, Cao Zhengchun of the Eastern Depot. That voice resounded like a divine light, dispelling all fears and despair in Qin Hao's mind in an instant. The system. It is the system. As a weary worker well-versed in web literature, he immediately comprehended its significance. This was his sole chance for survival, his only lifeline amidst this dire predicament. System, if you had come any later, I would have perished. Qin Hao was nearly moved to tears. His breath caught sharply. The consciousness that had been scattered by fear suddenly sharpened at that moment. Before him, a faint golden virtual panel slowly unfolded, visible only to him. Supreme Emperor Summoning System. Host, Qin Hao. Identity, Emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, to be assumed. National fortune value, 10 points, in turmoil, declining. On the verge of collapse. Passive skill reward. Imperial Qi observation technique, allows one to perceive others' loyalty, fortune, cultivation level, and flaws in their techniques at a glance. System functions. 1. Talent summoning, consumes national fortune to summon civil and military officials, legendary heroes from all realms and mythologies. All summoned individuals will be in peak condition, matching the strength of the fantasy world, and will be 100 loyal to the host. 2. Demon and Divine Legion, can summon and upgrade special military units. 3. Divine Dynasty Infrastructure, consumes national fortune to construct national temples, which can enhance cultivation speed. Connect to the Celestial Tower, and resurrect fallen heroes via the Reincarnation Well. Note, this system is deeply bound to the national fortune. The stronger the national fortune, the more powerful the system functions, and the higher the levels of summoning talents, legions, and divine artifacts. A powerful stream of data surged into Qin Hao's mind, akin to enlightenment, allowing him to grasp all the functions and rules of the system in an instant. National fortune, the very foundation of this dynasty, is his cornerstone for existence. Yet now, he stood on the brink of its collapse. Beep. System activation successful. Beginner's gift package has been dispatched. Detected that the host's imperial authority is about to be usurped. National fortune is facing a risk of depletion. Gift rewards undergo crisis enhancement. The mechanical system prompt sounded remarkably pleasant to his ears at that moment. Qin Hao forcefully suppressed the overwhelming joy within, focusing his thoughts. Open the gift package. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme physique, Emperor's Heavenly Body. Emperor's Heavenly Body. Invulnerable to all forms, resistant to all poisons. Practicing any technique will yield rapid progress, exuding imperial majesty and protected by dragon energy. Boom. A warm current unexpectedly surged from Qin Hao's limbs and bones, enveloping his entire being. He could distinctly sense that his frail body was undergoing a monumental transformation. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, becoming as resilient as jade. His meridians expanded and reshaped, flowing like mighty rivers. The previously feeble vitality surged with vigor. In an instant, he was reborn. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Supreme Eye Technique, Emperor's Resplendent Eyes. Emperor's Resplendent Eyes, able to see through illusions and perceive the essence. Combined with the Imperial Qi Observation Technique, it can reveal people's fortunes, loyalties, and flaws in their techniques. A warmth emanated from Qin Hao's eyes. He instinctively closed them. Upon reopening, the world appeared entirely transformed. He could see wisps of various hues of energy floating above each official's head in the hall. The Chancellor, Zhou Wenchang, wore a mix of white and gray, a sign of his concern for the dynasty, yet helpless in the face of decline. Meanwhile, the national uncle, Li Xian, exhibited a glaring crimson, interspersed with strands of black energy, representing the ominous ambition of a power-hungry minister. His gaze swept over Li Xian, and a virtual data panel materialized before him. Name, Li Xian. Identity, National Uncle of the Great Zhou. Grand Marshal. Cultivation level, 9th layer of Spirit Sea Realm. Loyalty, 100. Archenemy, eager to kill the host. Fortune, crimson and black mixed, a sign of a power-hungry minister. Yet his fortune is nearing its end, a dire omen. Technique, Stormy waves technique, low-grade mystical. Weakness, technique is aggressive, foundation unstable. The third rib on the right side is a point of vulnerability. Everything lay bare. Qin Hao's heart began to thrum powerfully. The once frigid blood within him now boiled with heat. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a talent summoning card X1 for a pinnacle expert. Card description can designate the summoning of a fixed cultivation expert from China at the pinnacle level. This individual will be in peak condition and 100 loyal to the host. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Demon and Divine Legion, 3,000 Imperial Guards, Pinnacle Foundation Establishment Realm. Legion description, 3,000 Imperial Guards at the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment Realm, equipped with flying fish garments, embroidered sabers, and specially crafted crossbow arrows. Their spirit is cohesive, and they will follow the host's commands with absolute loyalty. This was the true trump card. Qin Hao's fingertips trembled slightly. He suppressed the urge to let out a triumphant roar, his gaze returning to the imperious national uncle, Li Xian. Through the system, Qin Hao had learned that in this world, everyone could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refine their bodies, and comprehend the Tao. Moreover, there were distinctions in cultivation levels, from low to high mortal realm 4 stages: body refinement, chi refinement, foundation establishment, spirit sea, mystical realm 3 transformations, divine palace, pinnacle expert, sovereign, holy realm 3 stages, saint realm, preliminary comprehension and application of spatial, temporal, and elemental laws of heaven and earth, blood rebirth, and instantaneous travel over vast distances. A vital anchor for the dynasty. Great sage realm, deep control over the power of laws, capable of creating small areas of law domains. Holy king realm, laws become self-sufficient. Utilized as one's own, every action radiates heavenly might, sufficient to establish an empire. Above these are the legendary divine realms: divine fire realm, true god realm, god king realm, emperor realm, mythical existence, said to be able to rival the Tao of heaven. At this moment, Li Xian remained oblivious to the monstrous presence he was about to confront. Seeing Qin Hao's prolonged silence, he assumed the youth was paralyzed with fear, and his impatience grew more pronounced. Your Majesty, my patience is limited. He lowered his voice, the murderous intent evident. Will you descend gracefully? Or shall I compel you to do so? The Empress Dowager, Li Yanran, also parted her lips, her tone laced with urgency and condescension. My son, do not remain obstinate. Hand over the imperial seal, and I shall ensure you a dignified exit. All eyes in the Golden Luan Hall were fixed on the dragon throne, gazing upon the isolated youth who seemed on the verge of collapse. However, in the next moment, Qin Hao slowly raised his head. This simple action startled Li Xian's heart. What kind of eyes did he see? No longer were they hollow, weak, and fearful. They were deep, cold, akin to an abyss of 9 hells. Within those pupils, 2 faint golden glimmers flickered, as if gazing down upon all beings, regarding the world as mere ants. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, even Li Xian, at the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm, felt an icy dread rising from the depths of his soul. He even experienced an illusion. He was not confronting a 16-year-old boy, but an ancient emperor awakening from slumber. Qin Hao's lips slowly curled into a cold yet playful arc. He disregarded the nearby Li Xian and the Empress Dowager. His gaze seemed to pierce through all, settling upon a vacant corner of the grand hall. He spoke slowly, his voice soft but resonating with undeniable authority that echoed throughout the Golden Luan Hall. Cao Zhengchun, where are you? As the words fell, an overwhelming, chilling aura, vast as an abyss and cold as a prison, inexplicably manifested in the corner of the Golden Luan Hall. The oppressive atmosphere caused every individual within the hall, including the esteemed Li Xian of the Spirit Sea realm, to experience an unsettling sensation, as if they were being scrutinized by an unparalleled beast of terror, leaving their very blood nearly frozen. The crowd gazed in astonishment toward a shadowy corner, where, unbeknownst to them, a pale-faced eunuch clad in a crimson python robe had silently taken his stand. His stooped figure, head slightly bowed, appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous individual had become the epicenter of the hall's tension. Upon hearing Qin Hao's summons, the eunuch gradually lifted his head, revealing a delicate visage. He respectfully bowed toward the direction of the dragon throne, announcing, "This servant is here." With a single step, he glided forth, his form akin to a specter, swiftly traversing dozens of paces to stand beside Qin Hao. An aura of dread surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly locking onto the Duke Li Xian seated upon the imperial throne. Chapter 3. Purging the Empress Dowager's faction. Blood stains the Golden Hall. I am the mandate of heaven. Who dares to intrude upon the Golden Hall? You, the eunuch, begone. Li Xian, feeling the chilling grip of that malevolent presence, was alarmed. Yet, confident in his own peak spirit sea prowess, he shouted with a bravado that masked his trepidation. To him, this was merely a hidden master summoned by Qin Hao, attempting a desperate struggle. How ludicrous! Before the overwhelming power of authority and military might, what could a mere martial artist from the rivers and lakes achieve? However, Qin Hao's subsequent reaction caused Li Xian's pupils to constrict in shock. The youthful emperor upon the dragon throne did not even raise an eyelid. His piercingly profound gaze merely flicked toward Li Xian, followed by the utterance of two words, emotionless yet weighty as a mountain. Kill him. Your command is my will. Cao Zhengchun's voice, laced with a sickly excitement, echoed. Before his words had fully dissipated, he moved. There was no cataclysmic eruption of spiritual energy, no dazzling display of techniques. His form merely left behind a faint afterimage. So swift that Li Xian, a peak spirit sea expert, could not react in time. He felt a fleeting blur before a terror-inducing deathly crisis enveloped him. He yearned to draw his sword, to retreat, to summon his spiritual energy for protection. Yet, all of these thoughts were in vain. A hand, seemingly frail and pale, had eerily seized his throat. That grip was like an iron vice, shattering his once proud protective spiritual energy as though it were mere paper. Li Xian's eyes bulged, his face etched with sheer horror and disbelief. He wished to plead for mercy, to cry for help, but only a strangled sound escaped his throat. He could feel his vitality and strength being ravenously consumed, extinguished by that hand. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing resounded within the deathly silence of the Golden Hall, distinctly jarring. The once mighty Grand Marshal of the Great Zhou, who wielded power over the court and boasted arrogance, could not even emit a cry before his neck was twisted at an unnatural angle by Cao Zhengchun. With a casual flick of his wrist, Li Xian's massive form was discarded like a ragged sack, kicking up a small cloud of dust. His eyes remained wide open in death, still filled with the final vestiges of terror and confusion. He could not comprehend why this seemingly weak youth was accompanied by such a terrifying presence, nor why his demise had come so easily and so devoid of dignity. The entire Golden Hall stood in stunned silence. The sight of this brutal, swift, and ruthless act sent shivers through every observer. Chancellor Zhou Wenchang gaped, trembling all over. The once boastful members of the Duke's faction turned pale, their legs quaking. The Empress Dowager Li Yanran's victorious smile froze, shattering into boundless fear and pallor. This eunuch was undoubtedly a being of terrifying prowess, far beyond the realm of the spirit sea, for he had effortlessly slain Li Xian. How could this be? The great Zhou dynasty's luck had waned, and the most formidable protector in the temple was merely an aged elder of the later stages of the Grandmaster realm. How could a peak Grandmaster appear from thin air? Clop, 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 just as the crowd's spirits shattered. A synchronized sound of armor clashing and footsteps resounded from outside the hall. The sound was heavy, cold, and saturated with a murderous intent. In the next moment, 3,000 soldiers clad in black flying fish attire, armed with narrow embroidered spring knives and wearing black gauze hats, surged into the Golden Hall like a black tide. Their expressions icy. They moved in perfect unison, silently sealing off all exits, enclosing the Golden Hall so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. 3,000 cold gazes and 3,000 concentrated auras of murder converged into a terrifying domain of slaughter, casting a shadow over all the civil and military officials within. The Jinui had arrived. No, impossible. This cannot be. Gazing upon this formidable and menacing army, and the red-robed eunuch standing like a demon beside Qin Hao, Empress Dowager Li Yanran finally succumbed to despair. Her once proud power, her reliance on her brother, and her meticulously crafted schemes all crumbled into a cruel joke in that moment. She pointed at Qin Hao on the dragon throne, her voice turning shrill and trembling with abject fear. Qin Hao, you dare to slay the Duke. You dare to deploy private soldiers in the Golden Hall. Are you plotting treason? She continued to employ her logic, attempting to accuse Qin Hao. Yet, the boy before her was no longer the timid youth she could easily manipulate. Qin Hao rose slowly from the dragon throne, descending step by step, his dragon boots echoing against the cold tiles, ultimately stepping upon the still warm corpse of his nominal duke, Li Xian. Blood stained the soles of his shoes. He approached the Empress Dowager Li Yanran, who had crumpled to the ground in terror, and crouched down. Under her fearful gaze, he took a corner of her resplendent phoenix robe and methodically wiped the blood from his boots, an act steeped in humiliation and disdain. Once this was done, he lifted his head, fixing his cold, heavy gaze upon the once dreaded enchanting visage, and spoke icily. "Mother, the era has changed." Having uttered those words, he turned away, facing the assembly of civil and military officials, who were already paralyzed with fear. He took a deep breath, filled with an unprecedented fervor and murderous intent. The trepidation of his transmigration and the humiliation of being forced to the palace now transformed into supreme majesty. His voice thundered like a celestial storm, resounding in every ear. "From this day forth, I shall personally govern the court. All members of the Empress Dowager Li's faction shall be executed along with their 3 clans. Cao Zhengchun, your servant is here." Cao Zhengchun's figure reappeared like a specter behind him, bowing in acknowledgement. "Jinyue, present." The 3,000 soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, causing the hall to tremble. Qin Hao's gaze swept across the faces of the terrified, sycophantic, and despairing officials before finally uttering the blood-soaked decree that would herald the dawn of a new era. "Cleanse the court for me, by your command." The 2 chilling words became the death knell for all treacherous ministers. Amidst the fearful prostrations of the court and the despairing wails and curses of the Empress Dowager's faction, the Jinyue's embroidered spring knives raised the first splash of crimson. Qin Hao did not look back at the impending bloodbath. His gaze pierced through the doors of the Golden Hall, beyond to the vast and tempestuous world outside. There lay a vast expanse of territory. In a realm where the weight of ages is crushed beneath the might of an unparalleled divine dynasty, the curtain rises today amidst blood and fire. It shall be officially unfurled in the hands of Qin Hao. Chapter 4. My will is the decree of heaven. The Imperial Guards, execute my command. As ordered. The sharp, delicate voice of Cao Zhengchun transformed into a decree of death. Clang. Like a thunderclap, 3,000 embroidered spring blades were simultaneously drawn. The cold gleam of the blades radiated an icy chill. The crisp sounds of metal scraping together converged into a torrent, instantly shattering the stagnant air within the Golden Yuan Hall. The mingled aura of iron and blood surged forth like a tangible wind, assaulting every face filled with horror within the hall. "Qin Hao, you tyrant, slaying the prince, wantonly slaughtering the innocent, may you meet a wretched end." The Minister of War, Li Xian's most devoted sycophant, a martial general nearing the pinnacle of the foundational realm, erupted in a final frenzy under the threat of death. His entire being surged with spiritual energy, enveloped in a crimson glow, as he attempted to make a desperate stand. "We are court officials. How dare you treasonous rebels draw your blades?" Several core civil officials of the prince's faction, their courage waning, screamed in a feeble attempt to leverage their status. Yet, they faced the Imperial Guards, dogs of the emperor who acknowledge only their sovereign, oblivious to any official titles. Almost the instant they roared, the nearest Imperial Guards sprang into action. No furious shouts, no replies. 3 Imperial Guards formed a trio, their figures interweaving with uncanny steps, instantly establishing a simple 3-formation array. Their movements were as swift as lightning, the blades flashing in unison, severing all avenues of escape for the Minister of War. The minister barely had time to raise his arms, conjuring a shield of spiritual energy. Crack! The shield shattered under the combined strike of 3 blades, fragile as an eggshell. In the next moment, 3 gleams of steel sliced through his throat, heart, and dantian from 3 distinctly treacherous angles. Splurt! Blood mist erupted. The once mighty second-rank minister, who had wielded power within the court, fell lifelessly without even uttering a complete scream. His vitality extinguished. The entire process was meticulous, efficient, devoid of any chaos. A censor, struck by terror, lunged towards the Prime Minister, Zhou Wenchang, nearby. Fingers clawed as he attempted to take the seemingly powerless Chancellor hostage. "Prime Minister, beware!" An elderly official exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Qin Hao, seated upon the dragon throne, did not even flinch an eyebrow. Cao Zhengchun, standing beside him, remained unmoved. He merely flicked the sleeve of his crimson robe with a casual flick. Whoosh! A nearly imperceptible gray energy shot forth from his sleeve, arriving first and instantly piercing through the back of the censor's heart. The censor's body stiffened abruptly. His outstretched hand halted midair, his face frozen in a snarl, yet life had already ebbed away. He collapsed limply to the ground, splattering blood. Hiss! The surviving officials gasped in shock. To kill with a mere flick of the sleeve. What terrifying cultivation is this? The gazes of all turned towards Cao Zhengchun, no longer filled with reverence, but rather with the dread akin to gazing upon a deity or demon. This effeminate eunuch's power was likely 100 times more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Qin Hao sat calmly on the dragon throne, indifferent to the massacre unfolding. His imperial eyes had long since opened, combined with the emperor's fortune-gazing technique, revealing the loyalty and fate of all within the hall, making them unable to hide. Above most of the prince's faction, thick black and deathly auras swiftly faded under the blades of the imperial guards. Yet, a few individuals caught his attention. Those officials knelt upon the ground, prostrating themselves as if pounding garlic, fervently proclaiming the emperor's brilliance, displaying a facade of sudden enlightenment and unwavering loyalty. However, in Qin Hao's eyes, their auras were tinged with red amidst the black, and the loyalty column glaringly read, 80, fence-sitters, poised to turn, ready to bite back. Quite the act. Qin Hao chuckled coldly within. He slowly raised his hand, and the cacophony of slaughter and wails fell silent in an instant. All the imperial guards halted their movements, blades stained with blood, standing still, awaiting the emperor's next command. The Golden Lawn Hall was left with only heavy breaths and suppressed sobs. The surviving officials, believing the bloody purge had finally concluded, were about to exhale in relief when Qin Hao's icy voice rang out once more, precisely pointing towards a figure in the crowd. Minister of Revenue, Zhang Qian. A somewhat plump official trembled violently, startled as he raised his head. Qin Hao gazed down at him, his tone flat, yet seemingly in control of his fate. 3 days ago, you secretly conspired with Li Xian at the Li residence, plotting that once he became regent, you would succeed him as Minister of Revenue and transfer 30% of the treasury's silver into the Li family's private coffers. Am I correct? Qin Hao paused, adding, was I, indeed, accurate? Boom. Zhang Qian's mind felt as if struck by a heavenly thunderbolt, instantly blank. He turned pale, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. How could this be possible? This matter was known only to him and Li Xian. How did His Majesty find out? Before he could comprehend, Qin Hao's finger pointed to another individual. Minister of Justice, Lu Feng. 5 years ago, you accepted 100,000 taels of silver from the Li family, framing the loyal general of the West, leading to the execution of his entire family. Am I mistaken? The seemingly righteous Minister of Justice now appeared ashen, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter despair. And you, and you. With each name Qin Hao uttered, each secret he revealed, another soul within the hall was left in terror. Those officials whose names were called had all recently demonstrated the utmost loyalty. They could not fathom it, utterly confounded. How could these deepest secrets they had concealed be laid bare by this 16-year-old boy emperor? Was he not a timid, inept puppet, long confined within the palace, unaware of worldly affairs? What was happening? The surviving officials looked at Qin Hao, a sensation beyond words enveloping them. If the previous bloody massacre instilled fear within them, then this moment, where Qin Hao unveiled everything, gave rise to a tremor that emanated from their very souls. Before this new ruler, they felt as if they stood naked, devoid of any secrets. Cao Zhengchun, at your service. Take these treacherous dogs and drag them out. Qin Hao's voice was devoid of any emotion. Lingqi, as ordered. The imperial guards lunged forth like wolves, dragging those officials who were already petrified, resembling dead dogs, out of the hall. Outside the Golden Lawn Hall, soon echoed wails more terrifying than death itself. Inside, the stench of blood hung thickly, nauseating. The cleansing was complete. The few neutral parties and elder officials, led by Prime Minister Zhou Wenchang, knelt tremblingly on the ground, not daring to breathe. They finally comprehended that the heavens of the great Zhou had changed. This new emperor was not a fierce tiger, nor a vicious dragon. He was an unfathomable abyss. Assist the Grand Minister Zhou to his feet, and give him this healing pill. Qin Hao retrieved a healing elixir rewarded by the system from his bosom and handed it to Cao Zhengchun. Soon, Zhou Bingda, previously knocked unconscious by a kick from Li Xian, awakened slowly under the nurturing powers of the elixir. As he opened his eyes, the first sight to meet him was the gruesome scene of bodies strewn about in blood that seemed almost tangible. What is this? The old Grand Minister felt dizzy, nearly fainting again. Just then, a pair of boots embroidered with golden dragons halted before him. He struggled to lift his head and saw Qin Hao descending from the dragon throne. Grand Minister Zhou, how do you feel? Qin Hao personally assisted him to his feet. His demeanor gentle, a stark contrast to the iron-willed emperor he had just been. Zhou Bingda gazed at the youth before him, then surveyed the grim scene within the hall, his lips trembling. Your Majesty, I am purging the treasonous elements from the state, cleansing the great Zhou of its poison. With Qin Hao supporting him, they approached the front of the hall. These vermin have infested the court, devouring the national treasury and framing the loyal. If they are not eradicated, the great Zhou shall surely perish within 3 months. I understand, the Grand Marshal is loyal to the throne and patriotic, but sometimes, only a thunderous approach reveals a compassionate heart. Zhou Bingda shuddered. He looked into Qin Hao's clear, profound eyes, devoid of the madness of slaughter or the arrogance of wielding power, filled only with calm and determination. Suddenly, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the previous emperor was blind, the wicked empress disrupted the governance, and the uncle wielded power. This dynasty had already rotted to its core. Gentle means had proven impotent. Perhaps this most extreme and tyrannical method was the only path to survival. This once overlooked young emperor possessed a temperament, depth, and cunning far beyond anyone's imagination. As Zhou Bingda beheld the blood-soaked ground, although still shaken, a flicker of hope ignited amidst the ruins. He turned to Qin Hao, slowly and solemnly kneeling. The old minister pays homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor, countless years. Chapter 5. Establishing the Eastern Bureau. Cao Zhengchun, I appoint you as the sharpest blade. Within the Golden Yuan Hall, the bloody cleansing had finally reached a temporary halt. The remaining officials knelt on the ground, trembling as if they were leaves in the wind, not daring to lift their heads. The entire grand hall was steeped in a suffocating silence. The stench of blood thick in the air. Qin Hao's dragon boots pressed through the coagulated blood, step by step approaching the luxurious, limp figure within the hall, Empress Dowager Li Yanran. Her phoenix robe was disheveled, hairpins scattered, and her once enchanting visage now bore a deathly pallor and boundless terror. You cannot kill me. As she saw Qin Hao approach, her body instinctively recoiled, her voice trembling with a sob. I am your mother. I am the Empress Dowager of the Great Zhou. If you kill me, how will the world view you? My family outside. Our former students and acquaintances will never let you go. She desperately clung to her last card, attempting to intimidate the stranger before her. Motherly affection? The power of the Li family? A mocking curve appeared on Qin Hao's face. He crouched down to meet her fearful gaze. Name, Li Yanran. Title, former Empress Dowager of the Great Zhou. Cultivation level, 5th stage of body refinement. Loyalty, 100, archnemesis. Desires to devour your flesh and wear your skin. Fortune, mixed red and black. The phoenix pattern has shattered. Fortune will dissipate. Yet there remains a connection with an external force. Weakness, her son, Qinyu. Items, Phoenix Cry hairpin, low-grade Xian level artifact. Contains a single communication talisman for contacting a specific target. This woman's life was, in fact, more valuable than she could imagine. Killing her would sever the connection to the external forces, while sparing her could lure a great fish. Mother? Qin Hao reached out, gently arranging her disheveled hair. His touch soft, yet his words were colder than the wind and snow outside. From the moment you presented that forged edict, intending to depose me, you ceased to be. Rising slowly, he no longer glanced at her, as if she were an inconsequential object. He turned to the prostrated officials. His voice low, yet each word struck like a blade. I hereby decree, Li Yanran, having forged the late emperor's edict and conspired to usurp the throne, disrupting the court, is guilty beyond redemption. She is to be deposed from her position as Empress Dowager, reduced to a commoner, and confined to the cold palace. Without my decree, she shall never step outside again. Li Yanran stood as if struck by lightning, her final hope shattered. She was seized by 2 expressionless imperial guards, dragged out like a dead dog, her sharp curses fading into the distance. Qin Hao, you ungrateful wretch, you shall not die a good death. After dealing with her, Qin Hao's gaze swept across the remaining officials. Those who had just entertained hope buried their heads deeper. Uncle Li Xian, having formed factions and conspired to usurp the throne. The evidence is undeniable. Yet I believe his accomplices extend beyond those lifeless bodies in this hall. His words sent a chill through the hearts of the surviving officials. Was there to be a reckoning? In order to cleanse the court and secure the long-term stability of the Great Zhou, to ensure those lurking in the shadows have no place to hide, Qin Hao paused, each word striking like a hammer upon their hearts. I shall establish an additional bureau outside the 6 ministries of the court, named the Eastern Bureau of Investigation. At the utterance of these 5 words, the faces of some learned old ministers shifted dramatically. They recognized from ancient texts that such a bureau represented the darkest, most ruthless imperial secret police. The Eastern Bureau was tasked with supervising officials, conducting inspections and arrests. Anyone guilty of corruption, collusion, or rebellion could be apprehended without the need for judicial proceedings, interrogated directly. Their authority was second only to me, and they were accountable solely to me. Boom. Qin Hao's pronouncement shattered the last vestiges of hope among the civil officials. This was no mere establishment of a bureau. It was a sword suspended over the heads of all courtiers. Cao Zhengchun, at your service. A shadowy figure glided forth from behind Qin Hao, bowing in reverence. I appoint you as the chief eunuch of the Eastern Bureau, overseeing its operations. Qin Hao removed a dragon-patterned jade belt symbolizing his imperial status and handed it personally to Cao Zhengchun. Bestow upon you a python robe, whereupon seeing this jade belt, it is as if I am personally present. Cao Zhengchun accepted the belt with both hands, and for the first time, a sickly yet fervent smile graced his face. He caressed the belt, feeling the lingering imperial aura, and his entire demeanor transformed. The cold, ruthless aura, perfectly aligned with the Eastern Bureau, sent shivers through all officials witnessing the scene. The most ferocious hound had finally been granted the sharpest of claws. Your servant thanks His Majesty for the grace. Cao Zhengchun knelt, bowing deeply. I shall not fail your command, and will purge the realm for you. 3,000 imperial guards shall henceforth be placed under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Bureau. Qin Hao continued issuing commands. Cao Zhengchun, your first task is to immediately take control of all defenses in the imperial city, especially the inner court. He emphasized the words inner court, for it was the stronghold Li Yanran had managed for many years. Obeying your command, Cao Zhengchun acknowledged, turning. The bright red python robe drew a vivid arc through the air as he waved his hand. A multitude of imperial guards flowing out of the Golden Luan Hall with terrifying efficiency. Half an hour later, in the inner court, this was the heart of the palace. Typically heavily guarded, a gathering place for eunuchs and palace maids, and the core of the Empress Dowager's power. As Cao Zhengchun and his team of imperial guards stepped into the main hall of the inner court, Chongqing Palace, a series of chilling whistling sounds erupted from the shadows. These were oddly shaped blood-red flying blades, laced with deadly poison, cutting through the air towards Cao Zhengchun and the imperial guard's vital points. Beware, Chief Eunuch. These are the assassins raised by the Empress Dowager, the blood drippers. An imperial guard shouted, raising his sword to block the attack. Clang, clang. Sparks flew as several guards were forced back, their arms numb. The attackers were all at the early stage of the spiritual sea realm. Dozens of eunuchs trained as assassins by Li Yanran. However, Cao Zhengchun merely halted his steps, not even glancing back. His androgynous visage revealed a trace of disdainful cold laughter. Before us, does it even deserve to be called a blood dripper? With a flourish of his grand sleeve, a surge of overwhelming yet exceedingly delicate gray energy erupted from within, akin to a torrent unleashed from a dam. The heavenly gang child technique. The dozens of blood-red flying discs, upon contact with the gray energy, dissolved silently into powder, as if snow melting under the sun. The gray energy continued its relentless advance, sweeping across the entire scene. The numerous hidden eunuchs, sworn assassins, were caught unawares, their cries stifled before they could even escape, their bodies swept away by the energy. Their flesh, as resilient as gold and iron, crumbled like paper before the terrifying power of the peak of the mighty realm. Splatter. A series of horrifying bursts of flesh echoed, and a rain of blood fell upon the courtyard of the Chongqing Palace. In but a single move, utter annihilation. Cao Zhengchun did not even spare a glance at the remnants of flesh, directly entering the palace, where he seized a barely alive leader of the blood drippers from the chaos. His fingers, like hooks, clutched the man's crown, and in a sinister tone, he demanded, "Speak of the Li family's secret strongholds and connections within the capital." The leader's eyes filled with venom, ready to curse, when a scream, more agonizing than the slow slicing of flesh, erupted from his mouth. From Cao Zhengchun's fingertips, strands of gray energy emerged, akin to countless ants burrowing into his brain, gnawing at his very soul. Nearby, the imperial guards felt their scalps tingle. The methods of this director in interrogation were 1,000 times more terrifying than his means of execution. Within the Golden Luan Hall, the scent of blood had been hastily cleared by the palace attendants, yet the essence of dread seemed to have seeped into the beams and tiles. Qin Hao personally assisted Zhou Bingda to a chair beside him. "Minister Zhou, I know today's events have startled you." Qin Hao's demeanor was gentle, a stark contrast to the iron-fisted emperor he had just displayed. "Your Majesty, the reason I do not employ drastic measures is for the preservation of the realm, which I greatly admire," Zhou Bingda replied, struggling to rise and salute. Qin Hao pressed down on his shoulder. "You are the pillar of the nation, and I still require your steadiness in the court. I appoint you as the acting chancellor, to lead the officials, pacify the various departments, and maintain the court's operation. Are you willing to accept this?" Zhou Bingda trembled. What profound trust! After demonstrating the fiercest imperial power, he immediately bestowed the greatest trust and authority upon the old minister. The dual application of grace and intimidation, the emperor's strategies. This 16-year-old new emperor possessed methods, depth, and determination that were unfathomable. Zhou Bingda's initial anxiety, born from the bloodshed, evaporated entirely, replaced by unprecedented excitement and hope. The great Zhou might indeed be saved. With trembling limbs, he slowly exited his seat and offered a solemn bow to Qin Hao. This old minister accepts the decree. Qin Hao helped him rise, his gaze drifting beyond Zhou Bingda's shoulder towards the palace's exterior. The snowstorm seemed to have calmed somewhat. Chapter 6. The nation's fortune soars. The emperor's heavenly Tao body begins to manifest power, cultivation breakthrough. The blood-soaked atmosphere of the Golden Luan Hall was repeatedly washed away by the palace attendants with water and sandalwood. Yet the essence of resentment clung stubbornly to the beams and tiles. Qin Hao sat serenely upon the dragon throne, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Zhou Bingda stood below. This newly appointed temporary chancellor still could not fully straighten his back, the impact of the daytime slaughter lingering within him. At that moment, a faint golden panel unexpectedly unfolded within Qin Hao's consciousness. Ding! Host detected the elimination of the principal villain, instilling awe in the court, successfully preventing the usurpation of imperial power, salvaging the endangered national fortune. Reward calculation in progress. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 national fortune points. Current national fortune points, 60. A wave of warmth arose from the void, not affecting the physical body but directly infusing his destiny. Qin Hao clearly perceived that the faint golden aura of national fortune above his head had grown slightly. Boom. As if a new world had opened. This newly infused national fortune activated his supreme physique for receiving rewards. The emperor's heavenly Tao body, completely activated. In an instant, Qin Hao felt the world transform around him. The previously ethereal spiritual energy, which only cultivators could sense, now appeared as clear as rivers and lakes in his perception. No longer drifting aimlessly. It surged towards his body with an almost eager demeanor. Every pore of his body became a greedy vortex, forcibly tearing apart and consuming the surrounding spiritual energy, flooding into his newly reborn form. His bones vibrated, muscles pulsated, and blood thundered through his veins. Invisible shackles shattered violently. First level of body refinement. Second level of body refinement. The potential of this body, under the dual enhancement of the emperor's heavenly Tao body and national fortune, was elevated without reservation. The ascent in cultivation showed no sign of halting, progressing relentlessly until it broke through the limits of the mortal realm. Pinnacle of body refinement. An unprecedented sense of powerful strength filled Qin Hao's limbs and bones, and he even felt as though he could slay a charging bull with a single punch. Yet this was not enough. System, exchange for techniques. Qin Hao's thoughts plunged into the system mall. A dazzling array of techniques unfolded before him, and without hesitation, he locked onto one that perfectly suited his physique. True Dragon Transformation Technique, an Emperor-exclusive technique, harnessing the essence of the true dragon from the 9 heavens, refining the supreme, transformative body. Practicing this technique can condense dragon energy, imposing dominance over all beings. Required exchange, 10 national fortune points. Exchange, ding, national fortune points, 10. Remaining, 50. True Dragon Transformation Technique has been issued. Does the host wish to learn it immediately? Learn. Boom. An even more overwhelming torrent of information surged into Qin Hao's mind than when his physique was activated. Each character, each incantation was as if imprinted by the heavenly Tao itself, allowing him to comprehend it instantly, as though he had practiced it 1,000 times. He instinctively followed the technique's route, beginning to circulate the immense vital energy within him. The vital energy surged like a dragon, roaring through his meridians. And after just one cycle, a faint golden energy vortex condensed in his dantian. That was spiritual power, the mark of entering the Qi refinement realm. Just as he had reached the pinnacle of body refinement, he broke through once again within half an hour. Initial stage of Qi refinement. Furthermore, that faint golden energy vortex was growing at a terrifying speed, steadily and surely expanding. He opened his eyes, and a barely perceptible golden spark flickered deep within his pupils. Your Majesty? Zhou Bingda sensed something unusual. He lifted his head to gaze at the youthful emperor on the dragon throne, struck dumb as if struck by lightning. It was still the same youthful face, still clad in the black and gold dragon robe, yet the aura emanating from him had undergone a radical transformation. Previously, although Qin Hao had intimidated the court with his thunderous methods, he had still exuded an undeniable weakness and pallor. But now, as he merely sat quietly, an imperceptible pressure radiated from him, profound and oppressive, making it difficult for others to look directly at him. This was no longer merely imperial majesty, but a higher-level suppression of life itself. Minister Zhou, what troubles you? Qin Hao's tone was calm, yet it jolted Zhou Bingda to attention. Your Majesty, Your health? Zhou Bingda's voice trembled as he pointed at Qin Hao, his lips quivering, unable to form a complete sentence. You have cultivated? How could this be possible? In such a short time, from being a mere mortal without the strength to crush a chicken, he had transformed into a cultivator? This utterly overturned Zhou Bingda's understanding of life accumulated over decades. Qin Hao slowly rose from the dragon throne, stepping down from the elevated dais. With each deliberate stride, the aura of imperial authority surrounding him grew increasingly formidable. I have merely reclaimed that which rightfully belongs to me. As he approached Zhou Bingda, an intangible pressure compelled the old official to instinctively bow, as if to kneel. How are matters in the court being handled? Qin Hao deftly shifted the subject. Zhou Bingda, as if awakening from a dream, suppressed the tumult within and quickly bowed to report, Your Majesty, I have drafted a provisional list of officials to fill the positions of those who have been executed, each a man of integrity and virtue. I humbly request your approval. Furthermore, the treasury has been taken over by our people, yet the deficit is substantial and the accounts are in disarray. It may take several days to fully account for everything. Additionally, there appear to be signs of unrest within the capital. Zhou Bingda's words remained unfinished when a figure clad in a crimson robe appeared at the entrance of the grand hall, silently and like a specter. It was Cao Zhengchun. He entered the hall, casting a quick glance at Qin Hao, his delicate features betraying a fleeting look of surprise before he lowered his head to conceal it. He knelt on one knee. Your servant pays his respects to Your Majesty. Speak, Qin Hao commanded succinctly. Your Majesty. Cao Zhengchun's voice was low, laced with a chilling undertone. The Chongqing Palace has been thoroughly cleared. The Empress Dowager's clandestine assassins, the blood droplets, numbering 73, have all been executed on the spot. From the confessions of their leader, we have uncovered 3 secret strongholds of the Li family within the capital, as well as their means of communication with the military outside the city. Upon hearing the term military, Zhou Bingda's complexion paled dramatically. That military comprised 100,000 troops safeguarding the capital. Though nominally under the court's command, they had been firmly controlled by the Li family for many years. Cao Zhengchun continued without pause. The events at the Golden Luan Hall have already been leaked. Zhao Wuji, the commander of the military, is a protege of Li Xian. He has, half an hour ago, under the pretext of purging the court of evildoers, sealed off the 9 gates of the capital and is mobilizing his troops towards the imperial city. Simultaneously, the Li family's private soldiers and retainers within the city have also been deployed, collaborating with the military to sow chaos. Boom. Zhou Bingda felt the world spin, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was over. Within the city, the Li family's soldiers were causing turmoil, while outside, 100,000 troops were closing in. Although Your Majesty commands 3,000 mysterious guards and has the formidable Cao Zhengchun at his side, how can one withstand an army of 100,000 fierce warriors? This is a deadlock. Your Majesty, our only option now is to take the deposed Empress Li hostage and negotiate with Zhao Wuji. Perhaps we can find a glimmer of hope. Zhou Bingda, drenched in sweat, spoke in a trembling voice. However, when he looked up, he found the youthful emperor seated before the throne, his expression devoid of any panic. Not even a hint of gravity graced Qin Hao's countenance. Instead, his face bore a chilling calm, akin to a hunter reveling in the sight of his prey finally ensnared. Negotiate. Qin Hao echoed the words as if amused by a jest. Why should I negotiate with a group of doomed individuals? He turned and ascended the dais once more, reclaiming his seat upon the dragon throne that symbolized supreme power. Qin Hao surveyed the anxious Zhou Bingda and the stoic Cao Zhengchun below. Proclaim my decree. Secure the 4 gates of the imperial city. All imperial guards shall take to the walls in vigilance. I shall await them here. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the throne. I wish to demonstrate to all the ministers and to the world what it truly means to possess the mandate of heaven. Chapter 7. Insurrection outside the palace. 30,000 imperial guards surround the imperial city. Who is loyal and who is a traitor? The lingering scent of blood within the imperial city was overwhelmed by a more potent atmosphere of iron and fire. As dawn broke, a deep, resonant tremor emanated from the earth, as if an ancient beast was bearing down upon the heart of the capital, the imperial palace. Thud, thud, thud. It was the sound of war drums, echoing the martial spirit of the 30,000 imperial guards. Clang, clang. The sound of armor clashing, the breath of 30,000 blades. Upon the Chongtian gate, several imperial guards wore grave expressions, their hands resting upon their sword hilts. Below them, a dark tide surged from all directions, encircling the majestic imperial city with an impenetrable grip. At the forefront, a general rode a magnificent steed, draped in heavy dark iron armor and wielding a golden-tipped spear. He was Zhang Tao, the the commander of the Imperial Guards, a fierce warrior of the mid-spiritual sea realm, and a trusted confidant of Li Xian. Listen up. Zhang Tao reined in his horse at the front of the formation, his spear pointed directly at the palace gates, his voice infused with spiritual energy, booming like thunder. The national uncle has met a tragic end, and the eunuchs are in power. You who assist them in their tyranny, what are your intentions? His voice reverberated across the imperial city. We serve the late emperor's command to protect the capital and safeguard your majesty. Now that your majesty is being deceived by wicked men, I, Zhang Tao, cannot stand idly by. Surrender the eunuch Cao Zhengchun and the old traitor Zhou Bingda. Open the palace gates and allow us to meet with the emperor, to purge the court of evildoers and protect the sacred person. His proclamation was righteous and grandiose. Inside the Golden Luan Hall, the remaining officials, having just endured a bloody purge, went pale upon hearing his shout. It was over. They had just executed the national uncle. And now the imperial guards were at the gates. Zhou Bingda, the temporary chancellor, was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, his face flushed with anxiety. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Your Majesty, Zhang Tao is brave, yet he is a bull-headed oaf. He commands 30,000 imperial guards and controls the city's defenses. We cannot confront him head-on. I am willing to exit the city and explain. If he remains obstinate, I would willingly offer my head to quell the anger of the imperial guards. I implore your Majesty to consider. Several newly appointed elder officials also knelt, pleading, please. Your Majesty, reconsider. They were genuinely terrified. Cao Zhengchun was a formidable power, and the 3,000 imperial guards were elite troops. Yet outside stood 30,000 regular soldiers. The collective spirit of the military could weaken the strength of high-level practitioners, and should conflict arise, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, Zhang Tao had already sealed off the 9 gates of the capital. They were now trapped like fish in a barrel. A palpable atmosphere of despair and trepidation enveloped the grand hall. Only the figure on the dragon throne remained as steadfast as a mountain. Qin Hao paid no heed to the lamentations of the officials below. His imperial gaze had already opened, penetrating the palace's confines and landing upon the dark mass of troops outside. Utilizing the emperor's divination technique, he perceived the world morphing into an ocean of destiny. Above Zhang Tao's head, a thick sanguine pillar of energy surged skyward, intertwined with a dense black mist, a fusion of murderous intent and determination to kill. Name, Zhang Tao. Cultivation, mid-spiritual sea realm. Loyalty, 100 death warriors. Seeking vengeance for their master. Fate, bloodlight ascending, seeking death with purpose. Legion, imperial guards of the capital. Status, morale shaken, 45. Combat while lacking, 30. Loyalty confused, 25. This man was resolutely intent on rebellion. Yet the 30,000 troops behind him exhibited a most peculiar aura. It was a chaotic amalgamation of fog. Some represented loyalty to the great Zhou in crimson, others exhibited fear and confusion in gray, while some displayed a violent red indicative of incitement. And a few wisps of black fog symbolizing greed and ambition lurked within the ranks. The military's morale was disjointed. Furthermore, behind that formation, several deputy commanders exhibited an oscillating, indecisive aura of hesitation. A disorganized rabble. Qin Hao chuckled coldly to himself. He slowly raised his hand. The cries of Zhou Bingda and the others abruptly ceased. Their anxious gazes fixed upon Qin Hao, believing the emperor was finally inclined to heed their counsel. Qin Hao looked down upon Zhou Bingda, his tone flat, yet imbued with an unassailable authority. Zhou Taiwei, your servant is here. Your loyalty has not gone unnoticed, and I, the emperor, have received it. Qin Hao commanded him to rise. Yet your head must remain intact to govern this vast empire, rather than be offered to feed the blades of rebellious traitors. Zhou Bingda was taken aback. Qin Hao stood, his dragon robe billowing without wind, an even more formidable aura spreading throughout the hall. I am the son of heaven of the great Zhou. My authority is forged through bloodshed, not through negotiation. To retreat today is to invite their audacity to invade this golden palace and claim my throne tomorrow. In this very moment, retreat equates to death. With each pronouncement, Zhou Bingda's complexion paled further, yet his spine unconsciously straightened. Indeed, an emperor has no path of retreat. Cao Zhengchun. Qin Hao's voice resonated within the vast hall. At your service. The figure clad in red appeared silently, as if he had been there all along. Qin Hao averted his gaze, turning instead to ascend the steps of the throne once more. Outside, the incessant buzzing of 30,000 flies was exceedingly bothersome. Cao Zhengchun bowed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I shall go and swat them for your majesty. No. Qin Hao's fingers tapped lightly against the armrest of the throne. Some of the imperial guards remain loyal to our great Zhou. They have merely been deceived. I am not one who delights in indiscriminate slaughter. He paused, his icy voice issuing a decree. I require you to accomplish one task. He raised his hand, making a swift downward motion. Decapitation. Cao Zhengchun's body trembled, a feverish zeal surging within him. He understood. His Majesty desired the head of their commander before the gaze of 30,000 troops. This was the most domineering, direct, and fearsome method to instill terror. I shall obey. Cao Zhengchun accepted the command, turning to exit, his crimson robe trailing behind him like a streak of blood. Striding purposefully towards the palace exit, Zhou Bingde and the other officials were left in stunned silence. Would they truly let him go alone? That was an army of 30,000. Alone, Cao Zhengchun traversed the long palace corridor, ultimately standing behind the heavy vermilion gates of the Chengtian men. He could hear the thunderous clamoring from beyond the gates. Surrender the treacherous eunuchs. Purge the court. Protect the holy sovereign. He adjusted his robe, his delicate features devoid of any tension, only a sense of anticipation as if about to indulge in a bloody feast. Creak. The heavy palace doors slowly creaked open. A blinding ray of sunlight, along with 30,000 murderous gazes, flooded in simultaneously. Cao Zhengchun, solitary and bathed in light, stepped forth. Chapter 8. The frantic counterattack of the Li clan's remnants, the royal offerings in different observation. As Cao Zhengchun made his solitary approach towards the Chengtian men, outside the imperial city of Xinjing, a different scene unfolded. Have you heard? The new emperor is a tyrant. He executed the royal uncle and dozens of loyal ministers in the Golden Palace yesterday. Not just that, a neighbor of my cousin's second uncle, who works in the palace, said the blood flowed like rivers, and bodies piled as high as mountains. How could such a good person as the royal uncle have fallen prey to that damned eunuch, Cao Zhengchun's manipulation? Rumors spread like a plague with wings, wildly proliferating through the streets of Xinjing. Shortly thereafter, flames erupted from the granaries in the eastern part of the city, and violent explosions echoed from the armory in the west. Groups of masked figures in dark clothing surged from the shadows, killing anyone in sight and setting homes ablaze. The entire Xinjing was thrown into chaos. Within the Golden Palace, Zhou Bingde's face turned pale, beads of sweat pouring down. Your Majesty, the city is in turmoil. This must be the work of the Li clan's remnants. They aim to collaborate with the outside imperial guards. He knelt, trembling as if he were a leaf in the wind. Your Majesty, we are devoid of supplies within, and outside, there are formidable troops. The hearts of the people are in disarray. This is a harbinger of national ruin. Several elder officials also knelt, wailing in despair. Qin Hao remained seated upon the throne, ignoring their cries. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest, producing a dull thud. At that moment, a young eunuch tumbled in, breathless and panicked. Your Majesty, the three esteemed offerings of the royal temple request an audience. The offerings? Zhou Bingde's head snapped up, a glimmer of mad joy flashing across his desperate face. They were finally willing to act. They were the last trump card of the great Zhou. Mighty beings who had secluded themselves for years, their powers unfathomable. Oh, Qin Hao expressed mild surprise, halting his rhythmic tapping. Moments later, three elderly figures clad in plain gray robes entered the hall with measured steps. The foremost elder, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, emanated a profound aura. He was Elder Wang Chun. Two other offerings followed closely behind him, both exuding a dense and formidable presence. They stepped into the hall, where the scent of blood still lingered, merely frowning slightly before casting their gaze upon Qin Hao seated on the throne. They did not bow but inclined their bodies slightly. We meet your Majesty. Wang Chun's tone was dispassionate, devoid of any emotion. Zhou Bingde rushed forward. Elder Wang, you three have arrived at the perfect moment. Zhang Tao is conspiring with the imperial guards, and the Li clan's remnants are wreaking havoc in the city. We implore you three to intervene and quell the rebellion for our great Zhou. Wang Chun glanced at him as though observing a bothersome insect. He turned his attention back to Qin Hao, speaking slowly. Your Majesty, our duty as offerings is solely to safeguard the royal bloodline's safety. As long as your Majesty resides within the palace, we shall ensure your safety. As for the struggles of the court and military mutinies, such matters are mundane and not within our purview. The offerings have never participated. Upon uttering these words, the ecstatic expression on Zhou Bingde's face instantly froze, transforming into a pallid mask of despair. Not participating? What does this mean? Are we to watch as the great Zhou's empire is upended by the rebels? Qin Hao smiled. His imperial gaze had already seen through the three individuals. Name, Wang Chun. Identity, Elder of the Royal Offerings Hall. Cultivation, Late stage of the great power, loyalty, 65, aligned with the Li clan. Awaiting an opportunity. Fortune, gray tinged with black, connected to the Li clan's fortune. Name, Zhao Qian. Identity, royal offering. Cultivation, mid-stage of the great power, loyalty, 10, indecisive. Seeking personal gain. Name, Sun Li. Identity, royal offering. Cultivation, early stage of the great power, loyalty, 25, slightly biased towards the royal family. Yet fearful of the powerful. What guardians of the royal bloodline? What a refusal to participate. To put it plainly, they were nothing more than ungrateful wolves, observing indifferently, waiting for the right price. Should I triumph, they would proclaim themselves loyal ministers for safeguarding the emperor. Should I falter, they would likely present my head to the new master as a trophy. The three offerings had their own intentions. Qin Hao's voice remained calm as he rose from the throne and descended the steps. In that case, please, do witness the proceedings. He approached Wang Chun. Despite the vast difference in their cultivation levels, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Behold, how I will crush these insignificant clowns one by one. Wang Chun's eyelids twitched. He felt a disquieting pressure emanating from this youthful emperor. Outside the Chengtian men, the heavy palace doors slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow gap under the watchful eyes of 30,000 imperial guards. A figure clad in a resplendent red robe, bathed in sunlight, emerged alone, taking measured steps. Not an army of thousands, nor a multitude of officials and envoys. Just one eunuch. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Then, an uproar of astonishment and fury erupted. It's Cao Zhengchun. That treacherous eunuch dares to show himself. The Imperial Guard commander Zhang Tao, upon catching sight of that delicate visage, his eyes turned bloodshot, resembling a crazed tiger. You dare emerge after slaying the royal uncle and disrupting the court. He abruptly raised the golden spear adorned with a tiger's head, directing it towards the figure beneath the city tower. Archers, prepare. With a swift motion, thousands of bowmen in the front line simultaneously drew their bows. The multitude of arrowheads glinting with a chilling sheen in the morning light, all aimed at Cao Zhengchun. Zhang Tao's spiritual energy surged, his voice echoing throughout the army. Warriors, this man is the treacherous leader of the eunuch faction, the one who has seduced the emperor and slaughtered loyal subjects. Today, we shall uphold justice, cleanse the court, and eradicate this vile minister. If we slay him, we shall see the emperor and restore the great Zhou to its rightful glory. Kill, kill, kill. The incited soldiers raised their weapons, unleashing a roar akin to thunder. Faced with the barrage of thousands of drawn bows and the murderous intent of 30,000 men, Cao Zhengchun merely stood in silence. He lifted his hand, brushing off non-existent dust from his python robe with an elegant, composed gesture. Release. Zhang Tao's furious shout transformed into a decree of death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of crossbow bolts, infused with the soldier's vitality, surged forth like a storm of black death, blotting out the sun as they rained down upon Cao Zhengchun's position. Zhou Bingda, atop the inner city wall, witnessed this scene and was instantly paralyzed with fear. It was over. The three attendants in the worship hall instinctively tensed, for they believed that even a powerful being would not dare to withstand such a concentrated assault. Suddenly, Cao Zhengchun moved. He did not flinch, nor did he summon any defensive artifacts. Instead, he slowly raised his head, a strange and eerie smile blossoming on his delicate face. Opening his mouth, a sharp yet profound voice emanated from him, resonating with the essence of the universe. Silence. A terrifying pressure, indescribable by words, erupted from Cao Zhengchun's body, enveloping the surroundings. It was not mere spiritual power or vitality, but a higher realm, a domain of will belonging to a powerful being. His true energy surged to its zenith, merging the yin and yang within him into the purest force capable of suppressing all. The entire world seemed to be paused. The wind ceased. The soldiers' shouts caught in their throats. The rain of arrows, mere inches from Cao Zhengchun's head, abruptly halted. Thousands of arrows hovered in midair, as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to move. Then crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed, under the gaze of 30,000 horrified eyes. The thousands of steel arrows began to snap from their tips, crumbling into powder and drifting downwards. In an instant, the rain of arrows vanished. Thud, thud, thud. The thousands of imperial guards in the front line, struck by an unseen force, dropped their bows, their faces pale and blood seeping from their orifices as they collapsed to their knees. The weight of the pressure bore down on their souls like mountains. They could not even muster the strength to stand against it. Zhang Tao's once fierce countenance was now replaced by boundless fear and confusion. The steed beneath him, The snow-treading black stallion let out a mournful cry, buckling under the pressure and throwing him to the ground. Cao Zhengchun stepped forward, gently placing one foot ahead. Boom. The pressure intensified. More soldiers in the rear could no longer control their bodies and knelt down. As Cao Zhengchun took another step, the entire army of 30,000, save for a few resilient commanders, succumbed to the ground in submission. The once mighty throng now bowed before him. The vibrant red of Cao Zhengchun's python robe fluttered in the breeze as he surveyed the sea of kneeling soldiers, his soft voice clear in every ear. Now, who is the loyal subject, and who is the traitor? Chapter 9. The terrifying might of Cao Zhengchun before the army. The power of a great being. Outside the Chengtian gate, silence reigned. 30,000 imperial guards knelt in a sea of black, their armor clanging, yet none dared to raise their heads. The overwhelming pressure, emanating from their very souls, loomed like an invisible ancient mountain, suppressing their will, courage, and even their breath. Zhang Tao, toppled to the ground, shook his head violently. Snapping out of his brief stupor, he beheld his once proud elite, now prostrate like wheat before the scythe. He noticed the eunuch clad in a crimson python robe standing with hands clasped behind his back, surveying his 30,000 troops with the detached demeanor of a spectator. Shame. An immeasurable sense of humiliation and rage surged, overpowering his fear. Get up, all of you. Zhang Tao roared, rising with determination. Reclaiming his golden spear as his mid-tier spiritual aura erupted, countering the oppressive force. Stand up. You are soldiers of the great Zhou, not a bunch of cowards. His voice acted as a rallying cry, causing some of the kneeling soldiers to tremble and struggle to rise. He is but one man. Fear not. Zhang Tao's eyes blazed with fervor, resembling a frenzied tiger as he pointed his spear at Cao Zhengchun. This villain must have employed some dark sorcery. His voice brimmed with unyielding madness. Release the arrows. Slay this fiend. Any who retreat shall face military law. The command was forcefully issued. The struggling archers, still marked by lingering fear, found themselves compelled by the overseer's blades to summon their power and lift their bows once more. Kill. Zhang Tao bellowed in a fit of hysteria. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, the arrows blanketed the area before the city gate, forming an indiscriminate curtain of death, leaving no space for evasion. Within the Golden Lawn Hall, Elder Wang Chun of the Worship Hall smirked slightly. The power of the domain was immensely taxing. Facing an army, once entangled, even a great being risked demise. This eunuch was far too overconfident. Yet, beneath the city tower, Cao Zhengchun merely smiled. He refrained from unleashing that oppressive force again. Just as the storm of arrows was about to descend upon him, his figure transformed into a red blur, almost imperceptible to the human eye. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and like a blood-red arrow released from a bowstring, he surged forward, charging directly into the downpour of arrows. He weaved through the barrage, his form elusive and ghostly. Not a single arrow grazed his robe. Surpassing the height of the city wall, he traced a breathtaking arc through the air, then, like a meteor, plummeted towards the very heart of the 30,000-strong army. He lost his mind. A vice commander gasped in shock. He rushing into the midst of 30,000 men. Form ranks. Long spear formation. I will have him slain. Zhang Tao, both astonished and enraged, barked frantically. Boom. Cao Zhengchun's figure crashed down within the ranks. The ground fractured, clouds of dust rising. Dozens of soldiers nearest to him barely comprehended what had transpired before the overwhelming force sent them spiraling backward, blood spurting from their mouths as they fell lifelessly. Kill. The surrounding soldiers, regaining their senses, howled and raised their long spears, thrusting toward the center of the dust cloud from all sides, forming an impenetrable steel cage. Yet, as the dust settled, the cage revealed an empty space within. Where is he? A bewildered soldier looked around. Thud. Without warning, the head of a comrade beside him launched into the air, blood spraying several feet high from his neck. A red shadow flitted past. There. Cao Zhengchun's speed had surpassed the limits of their reflexes. He moved through the dense ranks with the ease of a hellish specter, each strike simple, direct, and brutally efficient. With a mere finger, he pierced through the center of the brow. With a single palm strike, he shattered internal organs. With a sweeping kick, he severed tendons and fractured bones. The cries of agony arose in a cacophony. The once proud military formation of the Imperial Guards became nothing more than a farce before him. Ordinary soldiers could not even catch a glimpse of his silhouette. Their swords and blades could scarcely graze the hem of his garment. In his wake, he left a path paved with corpses and blood, leading directly to the commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhang Tao. Within the Golden Throne Hall, Zhou Bingda sat slumped on the floor, mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. What had he witnessed? One man, shattering legions. The three royal attendants, who had previously observed with detached indifference, now stood in astonishment. Their faces bore no trace of contempt or composure, replaced instead by profound shock and gravity. Such swiftness of movement, such ruthless martial prowess, murmured Zhao Qian, the attendant. He was not engaged in battle. He was executing a massacre. The influence of military spirit and malevolence had minimal impact on him. Sun Li, another attendant, trembled slightly. The leader, Wang Chun, remained silent. Yet his narrowed eyes concealed tumultuous waves of emotion. He questioned whether he too could slay thousands, but surely not with the ease and artistry displayed by this individual. As if strolling through his own garden, this eunuch was undoubtedly a paragon among equals, specializing in the art of killing. He instinctively glanced at the young emperor seated on the dragon throne. Qin Hao remained composed, one hand cradling his chin, the other gently tapping the armrest. He seemed to be enjoying a play whose outcome he already knew. This air of complete mastery was far more unsettling to Wang Chun than the carnage wrought by the eunuch outside the city. On the battlefield, terror spread like wildfire. Zhang Tao's countenance had drained of color. He had never encountered such a formidable foe. Bodyguards! Where are my bodyguards? Stop him! He bellowed in a panic. Swish, swish, swish. Over 100 specially armored bodyguards, all at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, surged forth from behind him, forming a final line of defense. They were Zhang Tao's most elite forces, his source of confidence. Kill! They roared in unison, their vitality intertwined, forming a battle array. A surge of iron-blooded malevolence rising towards that crimson figure. In a flicker of firefly light, Cao Zhengchun's figure abruptly halted before the battle array. For the first time, he raised his hand, fingers poised like a sword, delicately slicing through the malevolent force. A grayish, gossamer barrier of energy flashed and vanished. The iron-blooded aura, which could send chills down the spines of ordinary spirit sea cultivators, was effortlessly cleaved apart upon contact with the gray barrier, as though a hot knife had sliced through butter. In the next instant, Cao Zhengchun's figure disappeared from sight. Thud, thud, thud. A series of flesh-rending sounds erupted. The expressions of the elite bodyguards remained frozen in their moment of rage. The very next moment, their bodies split open from brow to groin, a straight line of crimson marking their demise. Over 100 corpses fell in perfect unison, cleaved in two. In one strike, the bodyguard formation was annihilated. This scene, beyond comprehension, shattered Zhang Tao's last vestige of psychological fortitude. Demon, you are a demon, he shrieked, turning his steed in a desperate bid to flee. But as he turned, a cold hand clasped firmly around his neck. A wave of excessively yin energy surged into his body, sealing all his spiritual power. Before me, where do you think you can escape? The voice, soft yet chilling, whispered in his ear. Zhang Tao's body stiffened, as though all strength had been drained from him. In the next moment, a tremendous force lifted him from the saddle. Before the horrified gaze of 30,000 troops, Cao Zhengchun held their commander by the neck, as one might lift a mere chick, raising him high into the air. Chapter 10. Instantaneous execution of the Imperial Guard commander. Qin Hao, who dares covet my empire? Outside the Chengtian gate, silence reigned. Zhang Tao's body dangled in the air, held aloft by Cao Zhengchun, his face contorted in rage and fear, turning a shade akin to liver. Let me go? He rasped, struggling futilely as his golden spear clattered to the ground. He was a fierce general of the Spirit Sea realm, commander of 30,000 Imperial Guards. Yet at this moment, his spiritual power was completely sealed by an overwhelmingly soft and tyrannical force, rendering him unable to move even a finger. He was but meat on the chopping block. I ask you, who is the loyal minister and who is the traitor? A sinister smile adorned Cao Zhengchun's face as he leaned closer to Zhang Tao's ear, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Zhang Tao's pupils dilated in terror as he beheld the sickly, indulgent expression on Cao Zhengchun's face. Fear consumed him entirely. Yes, I am the traitor. Please spare me, my lord. It was Li Xian. Li Xian forced me. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to serve the emperor like a beast. The smile on Cao Zhengchun's face widened. Too late, he whispered. Crack. The sound of bone shattering echoed throughout the silent battlefield. Under the gaze of 30,000 eyes, Cao Zhengchun's fingers easily crushed Zhang Tao's throat, as if he were cracking a walnut. Zhang Tao's struggles ceased abruptly. His head drooped, eyes still reflecting boundless regret and fear. Cao Zhengchun casually tossed the still warm corpse aside, as if discarding a dead dog, landing it before the formation of the Imperial Guards. Thud! The heavy thud resonated like a hammer striking each soldier's heart. Their commander had fallen, slain publicly as if he were but a chick. After the profound silence came utter collapse. Ah! A terrified scream pierced the air, though it was unclear who uttered it first. The clattering of weapons hitting the ground followed. The frontline soldiers began to retreat uncontrollably, colliding with those behind, throwing the entire formation into chaos. The military spirit they had once prided themselves upon crumbled to dust in the instant their commander was slain. At that moment, atop the Chengtian gate, a figure slowly emerged. Dressed in a black and gold dragon robe, crowned with a flat-topped cap, Qin Hao appeared, bathed in the morning light. As if enveloped in a faint golden aura, he had exchanged his mourning attire for the regalia of the Daizhou emperor, presiding over the city below. Behind him stood hundreds of upright, spring-knife-wielding imperial guards, a silent forest of steel. Qin Hao's presence was like an invisible edict, commanding the chaotic imperial guards below to instinctively quiet. All eyes converged upon that figure. He was their sovereign, the rumored young tyrant who had unleashed carnage within the Golden Throne Hall. Inside the Golden Throne Hall, Zhou Bingde and several elderly ministers had already been assisted to the inner palace walls. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Bingde trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Heaven bless our Dezhou! Heaven bless our Dezhou! In stark contrast, the three royal attendants experienced a different turmoil. Standing in the shadow of the city walls, the composure and indifference that had adorned their faces were replaced with sheer horror. One strike, instantaneous kill. Zhao Qian's voice was hoarse as he regarded the eunuch in the crimson robe below, as if he were gazing upon a monster. Sun Li's body quaked slightly. Recognizing the effortless command over the domain's power, his strength surpassed that of even the early stages of great mastery. Wang Chun, at the forefront, fixed his gaze upon the young figure atop the city wall, internal waves of turmoil surging within him. This eunuch was absurdly powerful. A few days ago, the once timid and ineffectual young emperor was suddenly confronted by a formidable presence of profound cultivation. A wave of trepidation washed over him, for he realized that his earlier demeanor, one of calculated reserve, had likely been seen through by this powerful figure. Below the city walls, Qin Hao surveyed the 30,000 faces filled with fear, confusion, and dread. He refrained from employing the emperor's insight technique, as it had become unnecessary. Instead, he merely channeled his qi, amplifying the innate majesty of his imperial bearing. A vast, overwhelming aura, reminiscent of celestial might, emanated from him. Zhang Tao, the leader of the imperial guards, had conspired and led troops against the city, intending treason, an unforgivable crime. Qin Hao spoke, his voice not loud, yet resonating with clarity like thunder, penetrating the ears of all present. He shall be executed today. These simple words carried an irresistible force of judgment. He paused, his gaze sweeping over each soldier below. I will only punish the chief offender today. You are all my loyal soldiers of the great Zhou. Momentarily deceived by treacherous men, forced into compliance without questioning. Lay down your weapons. Those who kneel and surrender shall be pardoned for past transgressions. Those who resist will share Zhang Tao's fate, and their families shall be obliterated. His dual approach of benevolence and severity extinguished any flicker of hope among them. Just then, a crimson figure soared from the city below and landed firmly behind Qin Hao. It was Cao Zhengchun, holding aloft the severed head of Zhang Tao, wide-eyed and unblinking. This shocking spectacle shattered the last vestige of resistance among the 30,000 imperial guards. Clang! A deputy commander was the first to discard his long blade. Collapsing to his knees, his action signaled a wave of surrender. Clatter! Clatter! Thousands of weapons were tossed aside, the crisp sounds of metal clashing forming a symphony of despair. The 30,000 guards, like a dark cloud, knelt in submission, removing their helmets and striking their foreheads against the cold stone. Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live! The tumultuous roar, born of desperation, surged skyward with a mixture of submission and reverence. A rebellion capable of overturning imperial authority was swiftly quelled in mere moments. The crisis transformed into an exquisite opportunity for Qin Hao to consolidate military power. His expression remained unperturbed, as if all that transpired was destined to occur. He gazed down at the kneeling guards and issued a new decree. Cao Zhengchun, at your service. You are to immediately identify all captains and above within the imperial guards. Those found to be colluding with the Li clan are to be executed on the spot. No need for consultation. Understood. Jinyui. Present. Hundreds of Jinyui responded in unison. In the city, confiscate weapons and take over defenses. Any who resist will be killed without mercy. As commanded, orders were issued succinctly and decisively. At that moment, a voice only he could hear resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has ruthlessly suppressed the rebellion, reclaiming military authority, strengthening imperial prestige. and consolidating national fortune. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 national fortune points. Current national fortune, 80 points. Qin Hao turned away, no longer regarding the kneeling throng below. His gaze transcended the imperial city, seeking distant troubles yet to come. Minister Zhou, your old servant is here. Zhou Bingda hurried forward, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. Qin Hao did not look back. Draft a decree to announce to the world, the country uncle, Li Xian, has conspired against the throne and has been executed by my decree. Chapter 11. Rectifying the imperial guards, employing the emperor's insight to discern loyalty and treachery. Eradicating the Li clan's minions. In the Great Zhou military camp, the training grounds, all 30,000 guards had surrendered their weapons and were being segregated and detained. The air was thick with the scent of rusted metal, sweat, and an inescapable aura of fear. Hundreds of commanders ranked above the level of captain were isolated, gathered in the center of the training grounds, their faces betraying panic and unease. These individuals represented the backbone of the army, deeply infiltrated by the Li clan. Qin Hao's figure appeared atop the high platform of the training grounds. Behind him stood the expressionless Cao Zhengchun and 300 of the most elite Jinyue. Their presence rendered the entire training ground silent. Qin Hao surveyed the crowd below. Activating the emperor's insight technique, the world transformed before his eyes. The auras above the heads of the hundreds of commanders were a chaotic tapestry. A significant portion was shrouded in dense black, entwined with strands of crimson. These were the die-hard loyalists of the Li clan, their fates irrevocably intertwined. Another group bore an uncertain grayish-yellow, their loyalties malleable, like reeds swaying in the wind. A few others flickered as faint white or pale red, representing a dwindling loyalty to the Great Zhou dynasty. Boldly standing before the emperor without kneeling, Cao Zhengchun's voice, though soft, reverberated throughout the training ground. The remaining commanders, sensing the gravity of the moment, promptly knelt. Lu Tong. Qin Hao pronounced the first name. A robust captain trembled, lifting his gaze. Above him swirled a tempest of black. Name, Lu Tong. Cultivation, initial stage of Spirit C. Loyalty, 95, Li clan loyalist, Zhao De. Sun Fong. Li Rue. Qin Hao continued, listing nearly 100 names in one breath. The expressions of those named varied, confusion, fright, and in some cases, a flicker of malice. Their hands instinctively reached for their waists, only to find emptiness. They could not comprehend how the new emperor could pinpoint them with such precision, all of them carefully positioned within the imperial guards by Li Xian. Their communications shrouded in utmost secrecy. Your Majesty, these individuals. A captain with grayish-yellow aura mustered the courage to speak. Qin Hao ignored him, turning instead to Cao Zhengchun. Cao Zhengchun understood and stepped forward, his voice laced with a sickly excitement. Those whose names have been called are traitors of the Li clan, deserving of execution on the spot. With that declaration, the 300 Jinyue surged into action. Like silent hounds, they unsheathed their ornate blades and lunged at the nearly 100 named commanders. No, have mercy, Your Majesty. We are innocent. Tyrant, may you meet a terrible end. Cries for mercy, curses, and screams of agony intermingled in a cacophony. Yet, the end came swiftly. The blades of the Jinyue were merciless. Thud, thud, thud. The glint of steel flashed, severed heads soaring into the air. Blood gushed forth, staining the cold ground of the training grounds in a shocking crimson hue. In mere breaths, nearly 100 high-ranking commanders of the Imperial Guards had met their demise. The remaining 200 commanders knelt in puddles of blood, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, too fearful to raise their heads. The training grounds were enveloped in heavy breaths. Qin Hao descended from the high platform, disregarding those quaking in the bloodied mire, and approached the 30,000 ordinary soldiers held captive. The soldiers were gripped by terror, hastily lowering their heads. As Qin Hao strolled among the ranks, his emperor's insight swept over young and weathered faces alike. These were the true foundation of the army. Most soldiers bore auras of confused gray and faint red, signifying their loyalty to the Great Zhou. They were merely following orders, unaware of the reasons behind their assault on the imperial city. Qin Hao halted before a youthful soldier, still trembling. Though his cultivation was only at the body refinement stage, he stood resolutely upright. Above him shone a pure, brilliant white aura. Name, Wang Tiniu. Cultivation, peak body refinement. Loyalty, 75. Loyal to the Great Zhou royal family. What is your name? Your Majesty, I am called Wang Tiniu. Wang Tiniu was so frightened that he nearly bit his tongue, stammering as he responded. Raising his head, he trembled. Qin Hao pointed at him, declaring, from this moment onward, you shall be a captain of the Imperial Guard, leading a battalion. Wang Tiniu was bewildered. The soldiers beside him were equally stunned. The generals kneeling in the distance were also taken aback. A soldier at the body refining stage was directly promoted to captain? This was utterly against protocol. Qin Hao did not pause. He continued to advance, pointing to another individual. You, what is your name? Zhang Meng, at your service. This man was a squad leader. At the Qi refining stage, with a conspicuous light red aura above his head. Loyalty. 81, patriotic and loyal. Zhang Meng, I appoint you as a lieutenant. Entrusted with the command of a guard. Zhang Meng's body jolted, unable to believe his ears. Qin Hao's footsteps did not falter. You, captain. You, lieutenant. You, acting commander of the left camp. He walked on, promoting one after another. In total, he elevated more than a dozen soldiers and junior officers from humble beginnings. Yet possessing high loyalty, this series of actions struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the existing power structure within the Imperial Guard. The surviving generals felt a burning humiliation on their faces. They finally understood, His Majesty was not jesting. Thud. Wang Tiniu, the first to be named, finally regained his senses. He knelt heavily, his forehead colliding with the ground, producing a dull sound. I, the guilty soldier Wang Tiniu, thank your Majesty for your grace. I am willing to face fire and water for your Majesty, unafraid of 1,000 deaths. His voice trembled with emotion, yet was filled with fervor. One person's enthusiasm ignited a wave. Thank you, your Majesty, for your grace. We are willing to serve you until death. The promoted individuals all bowed deeply, their voices hoarse. Qin Hao returned to the platform, surveying the soldiers below, whose emotions had dramatically shifted. I know that many of you are innocent. Coercion will not be questioned, and past grievances will be forgiven. From this day forth, the Imperial Guard shall be reformed. All loyal and brave individuals shall receive rewards. All who have meritorious service shall be promoted. I only require loyalty to the great Zhou. Long live the Emperor. Long live. Long live. The 30,000 Imperial Guards roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The morale of the army was firmly established. As night fell, within the palace study, Cao Zhengchun silently appeared, bowing as he presented a blood-stained secret letter. Your Majesty, this was found among Zhang Tao's personal belongings. Qin Hao took the letter and unfolded it. It was written by the head of the Li family, Li Yuan, the father of Li Xian, who had long since retired to his hometown. The contents of the letter were shocking. Besides inciting Zhang Tao to rebel and collude with others, the most critical phrase was, once successful. The Prince of Zhendong and the Prince of Ping Nen will surely express their support, and the situation will be settled. The feudal lords. Qin Hao's fingers lightly tapped the table. The turmoil in the capital was merely a prelude, a test move. The real threat lay with the feudal lords at the borders, who held military power. The Li family was merely a pawn planted in the capital, a pretext for inciting internal strife. Should he mishandle the situation and be bogged down by the Imperial Guard, the feudal lords would immediately march into the capital under the banner of purging the corrupt. A brilliant scheme, indeed. However, they had miscalculated one thing. Qin Hao was the destined child, traversing time with a system of his own. How many agents does the Li family have in the capital? Qin Hao asked without looking up. Cao Zhengchun bent lower. Reporting to your Majesty. I have instructed the Jinyui to investigate discreetly. The Li family, including main and collateral branches, former students, and officials and merchants who have secretly allied with them. Totals 173 households and over 3,000 individuals. The list is here. He presented another thick dossier. Very well. Qin Hao stood and walked to the window, gazing at the capital shrouded in night. Cao Zhengchun, at your service. Qin Hao's voice was icy, devoid of warmth. Tonight, I want the capital to remain sleepless. Cao Zhengchun's body trembled, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. He understood. The Emperor was about to take action against those individuals. Convey my secret decree. The Eastern Factory Jinyui shall mobilize in full. According to this list, execute. Qin Hao turned, enunciating each word deliberately. Leave not a single one alive. Cao Zhengchun knelt suddenly, his delicate face filled with fervent loyalty. I obey your command. He bowed, and as he rose, his figure melded into the darkness outside the hall. In the night wind, only a bloody command echoed in the study. Chapter 12. The Empress Dowager's Demise. White silk in the cold palace. I shall leave no future troubles. In the study, the candlelight flickered, elongating Qin Hao's shadow. Having just issued the secret command for a bloodbath in the capital, the air within the entire palace felt as though it had solidified momentarily. A massacre was about to engulf this ancient capital. Yet, within Qin Hao's heart, there remained one final thorn. The deposed Empress Dowager, Li Yinran. Allowing her to live was tantamount to providing the remnants of the Li family and the scheming feudal lords with a manipulable illusion, a banner they could exploit. A perfect excuse. There was no longer a need for bait. Qin Hao prepared to eliminate future threats. Cao Zhengchun, the figure that had just retreated into the shadows, silently reappeared, as if he had never left. At your service. Draft an edict. Go to the cold palace. Qin Hao did not turn, merely gazing out into the heavy night. I want this palace to be utterly clean. Cao Zhengchun slightly bowed, his delicate face betraying no emotion. I understand. He did not need to ask how to proceed. Ensuring cleanliness in the palace was his forte. Once more, he slipped into the darkness, this time carrying with him a murderously intense aura. The cold palace, the most remote and eerie corner of the imperial palace, had not seen the light of day for years, with even the sound of the wind carrying a mournful wail. The deposed Empress Dowager Li Yanran, or rather, Li Yanran, was curled up in a corner of a dusty bed, her hair disheveled. The drastic changes of the day, the bloodshed in the Golden Luan Hall, and Qin Hao's icy visage felt like a nightmare from which she could not awaken. She still could not accept it. This is not real. This is not real. She murmured, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of mad hope. My father will come to rescue me. The Prince of Zhendong is my brother's close friend. And the Prince of Ping Nen has also received great favors from my Li family. They will send troops. They must. Once they purge the corrupt and eliminate that eunuch, everything will return to normal. She clutched her already soiled phoenix robe tightly, as if it were her last lifeline. Just then, the door of the palace, which had not been opened for years, creaked ominously. A beam of light illuminated the dust within the palace. Li Yanran abruptly looked up, her eyes bursting with joy. Is it my father and brothers who have come to save me? However, entering was someone she least wished to see at that moment, Cao Zhengchun. He still wore that glaring red python robe, followed by two young eunuchs carrying a black lacquered tray. On the tray lay 3 items covered with red cloth. Cao Zhengchun. Li Yanran's joy instantly morphed into resentment, and she screamed, You eunuch! What are you doing here? Get out! Cao Zhengchun paid her no mind as he approached her. Waving his hand, the young eunuch stepped forward and swiftly lifted the red cloth from the tray. A strip of white silk, a cup of poison, and a dagger were revealed. Li Yanran's pupils dilated to the size of pinpoints. Cao Zhengchun delicately pinched his fingers and slowly unfurled a bright yellow imperial edict from his bosom. By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims. His voice, soft and sharp, echoed within the empty cold palace. The deposed Empress Dowager of the Li family, colluding with external relatives, disrupting the governance, and plotting treason, is guilty beyond redemption. Yet, considering she once served as the mother of the nation, I, out of compassion, will not inflict blades upon her. I bestow upon her 3 feet of white silk, a pot of poison wine, and a dagger. Preserve her dignity, and she shall depart immediately. Thus decreed. Every word struck Li Yanran's heart like a heavy hammer, transforming her expression from one of resentment to a state of blankness, and ultimately into a grotesque distortion. No, she lunged at Cao Zhengchun like a frenzied lioness. Qin Hao, you beast! I am your mother. Do you dare to kill me? Cao Zhengchun merely sidestepped, causing Li Yanran to miss her target and fall clumsily to the ground. Your Majesty, please, he said, a ghastly smile gracing his lips. Shall we assist you on your journey, or do you prefer to choose? I choose your death. Li Yanran sprang to her feet, appearing utterly deranged. Do you think killing me means victory? The Li family still has trump cards. The armies of the 3 great princes are already en route. They will trample the capital and shred that little beast Qin Hao into pieces. She cursed frantically. You, castrated dog, you will die? You will be dismembered and meet a miserable end. The smile on Cao Zhengchun's face grew even broader. He relished the sight of his prey's struggles in their final moments. Your Majesty, those princes you mentioned are far away, he said, slowly advancing towards her, crouching down to whisper in her ear. But I am right here before you. This whisper became the final straw that broke Li Yanran. The madness in her eyes faded, replaced by an abyss of despair and malice. Suddenly, she laughed, a chilling and eerie sound. Qin Hao, Cao Zhengchun, wait for me. She bit her tongue fiercely, a mouthful of blood erupting and transforming into a bizarre crimson rune in the air. Simultaneously, she tore open her collar, revealing a complex blood-red mark etched on her chest. With the bloodline of the Li family as the guide, ignite my soul as a sacrifice. A subtle yet powerful wave of energy erupted from within her, as if to tear through the void and convey a message to some unknown place. This was Li Yanran's final trump card, a distress signal that only a direct descendant could activate. Once initiated, the head of the Li family, thousands of miles away, would instantly know everything that transpired here. However, just as the blood-red rune was about to take shape, the sickly smile on Cao Zhengchun's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. A mere parlor trick dares to show off before me? He didn't even rise. With a finger poised like a sword, he gently swiped in Li Yanran's direction. There were no earth-shattering sounds, no dazzling brilliance. A grayish aura, as thin as a cicada's wing, flashed by. Uft! The newly formed blood-red rune collapsed like a burst bubble, vanishing without a sound. The energy that threatened to tear the void apart abruptly ceased. Li Yanran's body jolted violently. Her laughter, her curses, and the expressions of malice on her face all froze. She slowly lowered her head to gaze at her chest. There were no scars. Yet she could feel that her heart, her organs, and even her soul had been utterly crushed into dust by an overwhelmingly tyrannical force in that instant. Life was swiftly slipping away. Great power. She squeezed out those final words, her eyes filled with endless terror and unwillingness. She could never have dreamed that this eunuch, whom she had always deemed a castrated dog, was, in fact, a terrifying powerhouse. Thud. Li Yanran's lifeless body collapsed softly to the ground, silent. Cao Zhengchun slowly rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his robe. He approached her corpse, coldly tearing open her clothing. At the center of the blood-red mark lay a black token, neither metal nor jade, engraved with a grotesque, ghostly face. Cao Zhengchun took it, tucked it into his robe, and turned to leave, leaving behind a gradually cooling corpse and a room filled with silence. In the palace study, Qin Hao was poring over a roster of over 3,000 names. Cao Zhengchun's figure appeared once more. Your Majesty, the task is complete. He presented the ghostly token. Qin Hao took the token, feeling its icy chill. He gazed at the strange design, a flicker of intrigue passing through his imperial eyes. It seemed to hint at a deeper secret. However, there was no rush. Meals are to be savored bite by bite, and enemies are to be dealt with one by one. With Li Yanran's demise, the last thread connecting him to the past was severed entirely. From this point onward, he was solely the emperor of the Great Zhou. Qin Hao. Ding. Detected that the host has completely eradicated the core power of the external relatives, further consolidating imperial authority and gathering national fortune. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 20 national fortune points. Current national fortune points, 100. Qin Hao placed the token casually on the table. Issue an order. The Eastern Depot, commence operations. Chapter 13. The Eastern Depot moves, citywide sweep. Tonight, the capital sleeps not. At the hour of the rat, snow fell upon the capital. Flakes as large as goose feathers descended from the dim sky, silently blanketing the vermilion palace walls and the dark streets. The entire city was under curfew, enveloped in silence. Inside the Eastern Depot's office, the lights blazed brightly, yet not a sound was heard. 3,000 imperial guards, clad in flying fish uniforms, their hands resting on embroidered spring blades, stood like statues in the courtyard. Snowflakes landed on their shoulders, but not one stirred. Cao Zhengchun stood on the steps, idly toying with 2 iron balls, and with a gentle wave of his hand, commanded, "Go." A hint of satisfaction graced his sickly face. "Follow the roster and carry out the task. We only require results." "Understood," came the deep, unified response. 3,000 figures transformed into hundreds of small teams, led by the Eastern Depot's agents, merging like phantoms into the wind and snow of the night. A cleansing operation targeting the entire capital had begun. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent, heavy sound of knocking reverberated outside the residence of Wang Zheng, the Minister of Finance. Wang Zheng awoke from the warmth of his beautiful concubine, irritated as he donned his outer garments. Who is it? Is it a funeral at this hour? He opened the courtyard door to find faces obscured by masks, all cold and indifferent. The leading officer of the Imperial Guards slammed a document stamped with the Eastern Depot's seal onto his face. The Eastern Depot is here to take people under orders. Wang Zheng's mind buzzed, the effects of alcohol dissipating in an instant. The Eastern Depot. On what grounds do you arrest me? I am a court official. Why this? The officer wasted no words, directly revealing evidence from the roster, proving Wang Zheng's collusion with the Li family and embezzlement of military funds. Wang Zheng's face turned pale, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. At the residence of the Ministry of Rights Undersecretary, the door was kicked open. As the Imperial Guards rushed into the inner courtyard, the Undersecretary was desperately attempting to toss several letters exchanged with the Li family into the brazier. Hiss! A crossbow bolt accurately pierced his wrist, pinning him to the column. His screams pierced the night, only to be swallowed by the wind and snow. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously in hundreds of corners across the capital. Cries, pleas for mercy, curses, and clashing weapons filled the air. The rising flames cast an eerie orange hue on the falling snowflakes. The rich scent of blood mingled with the frigid air, inducing nausea. At the residence of the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Zhao Ming, this was a tough nut to crack during tonight's operation. "Form up," shouted Zhang Long, the officer of the Imperial Guards, as he observed 3 figures in black standing resolutely in the courtyard. Beneath him lay the bodies of 7 or 8 Imperial Guards. The 3 black-clad figures radiated powerful energy, clearly initial stage Spirit Sea Realm cultivators. "A group of foundation-laying ants dares to surround us?" The leading black-clad figure scoffed. Disdain etched on his face. "Since you seek death, then all shall remain." With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of shadow, charging directly at Zhang Long. The wind of his palm howled, carrying the unique pressure of the Spirit Sea Realm. Zhang Long remained unfazed. "Form up." Celestial and earthly formations, the military soul takes shape. With a single command, the surviving 90-odd Imperial Guards swiftly changed their positions. They stood firm in a mysterious formation. Their vitality and cultivation rapidly interlinked through the invisible patterns beneath their feet. A resonant hum erupted as a formidable bloodlust ascended, coalescing into a blurred apparition of a demonic deity wielding a battle spear. The black-clad figure's palm struck the apparition, creating merely a ripple, as if a stone had been cast into the sea. "What is this?" the black-clad man exclaimed in shock, feeling as though he faced not 90 cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, but a reawakened ancient beast. "Attack!" Zhang Long pointed his fingers like a blade and gestured forward. The apparition, born of military spirit and bloodlust, mirrored his movement, swinging its spear in unison. There were no extravagant maneuvers, only the raw, unadulterated ferocity of a downward strike. "Be careful, elder brother." The other 2 black-clad figures sensed impending doom and simultaneously launched their attacks, 2 streaks of sharp sword light slicing toward the apparition. Clang, clang. The clash of metal resonated painfully in their ears. The sword lights shattered, while the apparition merely swayed slightly. Cursed be this wretched formation. The leading black-clad man barely dodged the spear's strike, yet felt a deep wound cut into his arm, exposing bone. His internal spiritual power showed signs of dissipating upon contact with the malevolent energy. "Let us join forces. We must break this apparition." The 3 exchanged glances, abandoning their arrogance, channeling their spiritual power to its utmost, launching 3 overwhelming assaults from different angles toward the apparition. Zhang Long's complexion paled slightly. Maintaining the formation drained him immensely. Yet he and the over 90 Imperial Guards behind him showed no signs of retreat. They poured their entire cultivation into the grand array without reservation. The Imperial Guards advanced without retreat. Zhang Long roared, forcing a drop of his blood into the array's core. Boom! The apparition's radiance intensified, its form swelling several folds. It forfeited all defenses, allowing the 3 attacks to strike, but its spear, in a gesture of mutual destruction, locked onto the leading black-clad man and swept outward. No. The black-clad figure felt the threat of death and attempted to retreat, but found the surrounding air solidified by the malevolent energy. Thud! The spear swept through, cleaving the spiritual barrier of the sea of spirit cultivator in half. Blood and entrails splattered the ground. The remaining 2 black-clad figures were utterly paralyzed with fear. "Madmen! You are all lunatics." They turned to flee. Yet the apparition's other hand had transformed into a colossal palm, crashing down upon them. Boom! The ground caved in, leaving behind a massive palm imprint. Within the imprint lay only 2 indistinct pools of flesh and blood. The battle concluded. The apparition gradually dissipated, and all over 90 Imperial Guards appeared pale, many collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Long leaned on his weapon, surveying the chaos around him, and then turned to the trembling Vice Minister Zhao Ming in the distance. He stepped forward, declaring, "Now, it is your turn." In the palace, atop the star observation tower, Qin Hao donned a black and gold dragon robe, standing with hands clasped behind his back, allowing the wind and snow to whip around him. To his eyes, the entire capital city appeared as a different spectacle. A vast golden net woven from countless strands of fate enveloped the city, representing the national fortune of the great Zhou. Yet, within this net lurked over 100 clusters of black and gray luck, resembling tumors affixed to a healthy body, exuding a stench of decay and rebellion. The largest cluster of black energy loomed in the direction of the Duke's residence, almost taking on a tangible form, vaguely resembling a malevolent serpent. At that moment, as flames ignited throughout the city, the smaller clusters of black luck were ruthlessly torn apart and devoured by swift currents of red energy infused with iron-blooded malevolence. With each dissipating cluster of black energy, the encompassing golden net brightened further. Qin Hao could even sense the nearly dissipated golden dragon of national fortune hovering above the palace emit a joyous roar. As the black energy dissipated, the golden dragon ascended. This is the task of an emperor. Within the capital, countless unaffected officials, noble families, and commoners were roused from their slumber in their residences. They listened to the faint cries of despair outside and gazed at the distant flames reaching for the sky, each one terrified beyond comprehension. They knew not what had transpired, only that the heavens of the capital had irrevocably changed this night. The once silent young emperor, after 16 years, finally revealed his fearsome fangs. As the night deepened, completed Imperial Guard squads converged from all directions toward a singular target, the Duke's residence, the Li family's stronghold in the capital. The area was ablaze with light, and within, hundreds of guards stood prepared, clearly informed of the impending assault. 3,000 Imperial Guards, having eliminated the pawns on the periphery, now surrounded this most virulent tumor, sealing off all avenues of escape. Cao Zhengchun emerged at the forefront of the ranks, surveying the heavily fortified residence with a cruel smile gracing his pale face. He raised his hand slowly. By order of His Majesty, the Li clan of the Duke's residence shall be annihilated without exception. Kill. Chapter 14. Bloodbath at the Duke's residence. Extermination of the clan, the Imperial Guard Spring Embroidery Blade. Outside the Duke's residence, the snowfall intensified. The wind and snow cut like blades against the cold visors of the Imperial Guards. 3,000 figures encircled the 100-acre estate, blocking all routes to the outside. Cao Zhengchun stood directly before the estate's entrance, two iron balls slowly rotating in his hands, emitting faint clicks. Inside, the residence was brightly lit, filled with the bustling presence of people, an atmosphere of impending doom. Li Yuan, the head of the Li family, with his hair tightly bound in a crown, donned armor and wielded a long sword. During the day, he had received the tragic news from the palace. His only son, Duke Li Xian, had perished. Listen well. Li Yuan's voice echoed in the courtyard, tinged with sorrow and indignation. The tyrant is devoid of virtue, slaughtering the loyal. My son Li Xian, the current duke, sacrificed for the nation, but our Li family has not yet lost. He pointed to 5 composed black-clad figures behind him. We have 5 cultivators at the Sea of Spirit stage and 300 loyal warriors. If we can hold this residence until dawn, the King of the East and the King of Pingnan will receive the news. When the reinforcements arrive, it will spell the end for that young emperor. The 300 guards and family warriors within the estate were stirred by his words, their blood surging with fervor. To the death. Protect the Li family. However, the 5 Sea of Spirit cultivators bore no semblance of ease. They sensed the palpable iron-blooded malevolence outside, like a colossal beast poised to devour them from the darkness. Just then, a tremendous roar erupted. The crimson door of the Duke's residence, wide enough to accommodate 8 horses side by side, along with the massive stones bracing it, exploded into a shower of wooden splinters. Hundreds of figures clad in flying fish attire surged in like a tidal wave. Cao Zhengchun leisurely entered the courtyard, not even glancing at the guards braced for battle. He raised his hand, flicking off the snow that had settled on his shoulder. By order of His Majesty, the Li clan is guilty of treason, unforgivable in nature. A chilling smile spread across his sickly countenance. Not a single one shall remain. Kill, shouted an Imperial Guard captain, drawing his blade with a furious roar. Kill. 3,000 Imperial Guards responded in unison, the sound of blades unsheathing merging into a symphony of death. The bloodbath erupted instantaneously. Although the Li family's guards fought valiantly, they faced the disciplined and cohesive Imperial Guards, whose military spirit was unwavering. In a single encounter, the frontline guards were cleaved apart by the synchronized blades. Blood gushed forth, staining the pristine white snow a shocking crimson. Slay them. The 5 Sea of Spirit cultivators of the Li family finally sprang into action. They surged into the ranks of the Imperial Guards like 5 spectral phantoms. Spiritual energy surged, and sword aura crisscrossed the air. One of the cultivators struck with a palm, unleashing a torrent of spiritual force that shattered the bones of 3 Imperial Guards, sending them flying. Another cultivator swept his sword, and the sharp sword light cleaved a bloody path through the crowd. A swarm of foundation-building ants dared to act recklessly. The leading cultivator laughed heartily, unleashing the oppressive aura of the mid-spiritual sea realm without restraint. The charge of the Imperial Guards was forcefully stifled by the 5 of them. Li Yuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy upon witnessing this. Excellent. Annihilate these eunuch lackeys. Cao Zhengchun stood in the rear, observing everything quietly, his smile unwavering. He moved. One moment he was in place, and the next he appeared behind the laughing cultivator. The The cultivator's laughter abruptly ceased as he felt a cold hand gently grasp his neck. In that instant, the spiritual energy within him was frozen, unable to be summoned. He could only utter a single word. Crack. Cao Zhengchun exerted force with his 5 fingers, effortlessly snapping the neck of the mid-spiritual sea realm powerhouse. He casually tossed the corpse aside, letting it fall softly onto the snow. Only then did the other 4 cultivators react. Elder brother. What they saw was Cao Zhengchun's smiling face, mere inches away from them. It's your turn now. Cao Zhengchun's figure transformed into a blurred red shadow. Darting between the 4. One cultivator desperately swung his sword, but the sword light passed through Cao Zhengchun's afterimage. He felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, a pale hand had pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. In that hand, it held a still beating heart. Thud. Cao Zhengchun withdrew his hand, crushing the heart effortlessly. The remaining 3 cultivators were utterly shattered. What they faced was not merely a human, but a reaper from the depths of the underworld. Run. They instinctively chose to flee. Yet Cao Zhengchun merely stamped his foot lightly. An invisible force of domain spread out. The bodies of the 3 cultivators seemed to sink into a quagmire, their movements becoming excruciatingly slow. With his fingers poised like a sword, Cao Zhengchun traced 3 gentle lines in the air. 3 nearly imperceptible gray streams of energy flashed by. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 struggling spiritual sea realm powerhouses froze simultaneously, and a fine line of blood appeared on their foreheads. The next second, 3 heads rolled. In less than 10 breaths, the Li family's trump card, 5 spiritual sea realm cultivators, was utterly obliterated. In the courtyard, the once fierce cries of battle momentarily halted. All the Li family guards witnessed this horrifying scene. Their morale crumbled in that instant. Li Yuan's body trembled uncontrollably, his face drained of color. Quickly, activate the defense formation. Grasping at a last straw of hope, he scrambled toward the rockery in the center of the courtyard. He bit his fingertip, pressing a drop of blood onto an inconspicuous stone. This was the defensive formation crafted at great expense by the Li family. Once activated, it could withstand an hour of assault from a king realm powerhouse. However, he waited for a breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The brilliant light curtain he anticipated did not appear. The rockery remained unresponsive. He looked incredulously at the stone, only to find that its back had been inscribed with a small flame mark of the Eastern Depot. That mark had destroyed the core patterns of the formation. No. Despair engulfed Li Yuan's eyes. He abruptly turned, recklessly rushing toward a woodshed in the backyard. There lay a secret passage leading outside the city. He kicked open the door of the woodshed, tumbling inside, and groped in the corner to open the entrance to the underground passage. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness, but ahead, there was light. That was the exit. Li Yuan expended all his strength to run forward. The light grew nearer. He burst forth from the tunnel, inhaling the cold air outside. However, what awaited him was not freedom, but a pair of black boots embroidered with python patterns. Cao Zhengchun stood at the tunnel's mouth, hands clasped behind his back, watching him leisurely. Li family head, where are you rushing off to? Thud. Li Yuan's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Cao Gong, spare me. Spare me. He frantically knocked his head against the ground, blood quickly oozing from his forehead. I'm guilty, but my family is innocent. I beg you to spare the women and children of the Li family. Cao Zhengchun crouched down, gripping his chin, forcing him to raise his head. We ask, you answer. What is the relationship between your Li family and the Eastern Town King? Li Yuan's body trembled. I don't know. Crack. Cao Zhengchun's fingers gently crushed one of his finger bones. Li Yuan let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Speak. I'll tell you. Tears streamed down Li Yuan's face as he completely broke down. The Eastern Town King contacted my Li family voluntarily. He said that come spring next year, he would move south under the pretext of clearing the court. He also promised that once successful, he would crown my son as king. A satisfied smile spread across Cao Zhengchun's face. Very good. He released his grip. Li Yuan thought he might survive. A glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Gong. Cao Zhengchun stood up, stepping down with force. Crack. Li Yuan's head burst like a crushed watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Cao Zhengchun pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously wiping his shoes. He turned and walked out of the alley. The slaughter within the Duke's residence was nearing its end. A captain of the Imperial Guards hurried forward, kneeling on one knee. Supervisor. All the resistors within the residence have been exterminated. Cao Zhengchun nodded, his voice devoid of any emotion. Count the treasury. All valuables, techniques, and elixirs must be catalogued meticulously. Not a single coin should be missing. Additionally, The evidence of Li Yuan colluding with the enemy must be presented to the palace immediately for His Majesty's review. Understood. Chapter 15. The shockwaves through the court. The iron-fisted grip of the new monarch commands the submission of all officials. As dawn broke, the night's violent snow ceased abruptly. The capital seemed enveloped in a layer of pure white mourning garments, concealing all the sins and bloodshed of the previous night. Yet, the mingled scent of rust and death lingered in the air, impervious to the howling cold winds. Ding! The host has successfully eradicated the Li family's external relatives in the capital, eliminating the greatest internal threat to the city and consolidating national fortune. The imperial authority is temporarily stabilized. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of national fortune. Current national fortune, 200 points. National fortune feedback. The host's cultivation level has risen to the mid-Qi refining realm. A warm current surged within Qin Hao, circulating along the route of the true dragon transformation technique, causing the cyclone in his dantian to accelerate sharply and become more solid. He could distinctly perceive that his sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the world had sharpened further. In the Golden Luan Hall, the morning court session commenced. Officials filed in, the sound of their footsteps echoing sharply in the vast hall. The bloodstains within had long been scrubbed clean, the white marble floor gleaming anew. Yet everyone felt that the invisible stench of blood had seeped into every crack of the stones. The number of people in the hall had decreased by nearly a third. The surviving officials stood at their posts, each bowing their heads, intentionally slowing their breaths, fearful of making any superfluous sound. Grand Counselor Zhou Bingda stood at the forefront of the civil officials, his figure hunched, appearing as if he had aged a decade overnight. He gazed at the vacant positions, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Last night, he had not slept, contemplating throughout the night. Compassion would not save this storm-tossed great Zhou. Perhaps only with such iron can one sever the malignant growth that clings to the bone, thus winning a glimmer of hope. Clad in a black and gold dragon robe, Qin Hao strode into the grand hall, making his way directly to the exalted dragon throne. He did not deliberately project an aura of authority, yet all officials felt as if a mountain's weight bore down upon their hearts, and they knelt in unison. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! As Qin Hao took his seat and raised a hand, he commanded, "Be at ease." The officials rose, none daring to meet his gaze. The figure of Cao Zhengchun appeared like a specter beneath the crimson steps, cradling a thick memorial in his hands. "Your Majesty, the Eastern Bureau has been ordered to investigate the remnants of the Li clan, 173 households, and the inventory is complete." He unfurled the memorial, his soft voice echoing in the stillness of the hall. "In total, we have seized 3 million taels of gold, 12 million taels of silver, 13,000 acres of fertile land, over 700 shops across various locales, 200,000 stones of grain, 1,300 bottles of various elixirs, and over 300 volumes of martial arts techniques." Each astonishing figure uttered by Cao Zhengchun weighed heavily on the hearts of the officials. They could scarcely fathom that a single Li family had depleted so much wealth from the great Zhou. Upon finishing, Cao Zhengchun held the memorial aloft. Qin Hao lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. "All shall be deposited into the national treasury." These 5 words, casually spoken, resonated with authority. At this declaration, many officials trembled slightly. According to tradition, the emperor would typically retain at least half of such confiscated wealth for personal use. Yet this new sovereign claimed none for himself. A flicker of light shone in Zhou Bingda's murky eyes. He finally moved, stepping out of the ranks to the center of the hall, lifting his official robes and kneeling heavily. "Your Majesty is wise. This is a blessing for the state and a fortune for the people." He raised his head, a resolute expression gracing his aged face for the first time. "Until yesterday, I was a fool, unable to fathom your Majesty's profound intentions, deserving of death 1,000 times over. Only today do I realize that without decisive measures, peace cannot reign. I am wholeheartedly devoted. I shall serve your Majesty with my life, regardless of the cost." He bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground. "Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live!" This kneel, this bow, was more sincere than any prior. The hall erupted as the officials were ignited by Zhou Bingda's actions. "We are willing to serve your Majesty unto death. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live!" The thunderous voices dispersed the gloom within the hall. This time, it was true submission. Qin Hao gazed down upon the officials, kneeling in unison, his countenance betraying no emotion. What he sought was not their heartfelt allegiance, but their absolute obedience. The crimes of the Li clan extended beyond treason. Qin Hao's voice reverberated once more, instantly cooling the fervent atmosphere. It also pertains to collusion with the enemy. Cao Zhengchun immediately comprehended, retrieving another document from his bosom, a classified report extracted from Li Yuan. The Eastern King has pledged that come spring, he shall march southward under the pretense of purging the court, and upon success, he will crown Li Xian as the Eastern King. Those 3 words struck like thunder in the ears of all the officials. They finally understood why the emperor resorted to such severe measures. The turmoil in the capital was merely the beginning. A greater catastrophe loomed at the borders. Qin Hao did not afford them time to digest this earth-shattering news. There remained one final matter to address. Only then would the capital be thoroughly cleansed. Proclaim. The royal sacrificial hall, Wang Chun, Zhao Qian, Sun Li, ascend to the hall. The officials were taken aback once more. The royal sacrificial hall was the protective sanctuary of the great Zhou royal family, where each member was a legendary figure of immense power, elusive as a dragon. Rumor had it that an elder in the later stages of power had long since entered seclusion. What could be the purpose of calling them forth at this moment? A moment later, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the grand hall. The leading elder, draped in a brocade robe, emanated a profound aura. It was Wang Chun, a late-stage practitioner. Behind him stood Zhao Qian and Sun Li, practitioners in the mid and early stages, respectively. As the 3 approached the throne, they merely inclined their hands in a gesture of respect. We have come to pay our respects, Your Majesty. Such a posture suggested not a meeting between sovereign and subject, but rather a senior addressing a junior. Qin Hao, with his celestial insight, had seen through them completely. Above Wang Chun hovered a dark aura connected to the Li clan. With a loyalty rating of 65, Zhao Qian and Sun Li displayed unstable shades of gray, with loyalty ratings of 10 and 25, respectively. During the recent rebellion, while the Imperial Guards attacked the city, where were you 3? Qin Hao's tone was flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. Wang Chun stroked his long beard, adopting an air of nonchalance. Our duty is to preserve the bloodline of the royal family. We only protect Your Majesty's safety and do not intervene in courtly disputes. What a claim of non-intervention in courtly disputes. Qin Hao echoed, a smirk playing upon his lips. You accepted the Millennium Ginseng gifted by the Li clan without qualm. While I nearly faced disgrace in the court, you remained comfortably ensconced in the sacrificial hall. For the first time, Wang Chun's expression shifted. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? You 3 consume vast resources from the national treasury each year, living off the people's support, yet in my time of peril, you merely stood by and even colluded with the rebels. Qin Hao rose slowly, looking down upon them. I ask you, what purpose does your existence serve? Zhao Qian and Sun Li sensed the shift in atmosphere and instinctively took a half-step back. Yet Wang Chun's face contorted with a hint of anger. Your Majesty, we are the sacrifices appointed by the late emperor. Even if we err, it is not for a mere child like you to question us. His late-stage power surged forth unabashedly, pressing toward the throne. He intended to teach this inexperienced new emperor a lesson. However, that oppressive force halted 3 feet from Qin Hao, blocked by an invisible power that rendered it impotent. Cao Zhengchun. Qin Hao did not spare him a glance. At your service. Cao Zhengchun appeared at Qin Hao's side. The royal family nurtures neither waste nor traitors. Qin Hao's voice was icy and piercing. Seize him. Wang Chun scoffed, pivoting to deliver a strike toward Cao Zhengchun, exclaiming, You, a mere eunuch, dare to lay hands on me. Begone. His anger-fueled strike whistled through the air, powerful enough to shatter stone. Yet Cao Zhengchun did not evade. He merely raised his hand, using his delicate fingers to meet the force gently. When their hands collided, there was no resounding crash. Wang Chun's body seemed to lose all its bones, collapsing in disbelief. You, a peak practitioner. The words left his lips uncompleted as life slipped away. Cao Zhengchun casually flicked his wrist, discarding Wang Chun's lifeless form to the ground like refuse. Zhao Qian and Sun Li were left trembling in terror. A peak practitioner. This peculiar eunuch was indeed a powerful peak practitioner. Spare me. Your Majesty, spare me. The 2 lost all semblance of strength and immediately knelt, frantically banging their heads on the ground. Cao Zhengchun's figure flickered. There were 2 soft sounds. Zhao Qian and Sun Li's heads soared into the air, tracing a line of blood before rolling to a stop at Zhou Bingda's feet. Blood once again stained the golden hall. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping audible. Every official felt as though their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand. Qin Hao descended from the steps, walking past the 3 corpses to the center of the hall. From this day forth, the sacrificial hall shall be abolished. The realm of Great Zhou requires not such indecisive turncoats to safeguard it. He surveyed the trembling officials. Li Jianji, Deputy Minister of Personnel. A seemingly inconspicuous middle-aged official shivered, and stepped forward. I am here. From this day forth, you shall serve as the Minister of Personnel. Minister of Revenue, Li Jia. I am here. Promoted to the position of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, he collaborated with the newly appointed minister, immediately ordering the granaries to be opened and distributing food to alleviate the suffering of the city's disaster-stricken populace. In the Ministry of Works, Qin Hao swiftly elevated more than a dozen middle and lower-ranking officials, whom he had previously assessed with his keen insight, promptly filling the vacancies in the court. Ultimately, Qin Hao announced a significant decree. In 1 month, the imperial examinations would resume, embracing diversity and talent selection for the nation. After the court session concluded, he did not cast a glance at anyone, turning instead to stride back to the inner palace, leaving behind an unassailable silhouette that demanded respect from all present. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Qin Hao's mind. Ding! The host has implemented benevolent governance with resolute measures, pacifying the hearts of the people. The citizens of the capital are returning to loyalty, and the national fortune has seen a slight increase. National fortune value gained, 10. Current national fortune value, 210 points. Chapter 16. News spreads across the land, the shock and schemes of the three great princes. Though the snowstorm in the capital had ceased, the chilling aura of the monumental upheaval swept across the entire territory of the Great Zhou with a swiftness surpassing that of the tempest. In the eastern domain, at the Prince of Eastern Town's residence, a priceless glazed lamp was violently smashed to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The Prince of Eastern Town, Qin Yi, a man with blood ties to the Duke Li Yuan, wore a grim expression, his chest heaving violently. Incompetent fools, a pack of useless scoundrels. Before him knelt a trembling messenger, his forehead pressed firmly against the cold floor. The news the messenger bore struck him like a series of slaps, leaving him dizzy. The Li family had been slaughtered, the Duke's residence awash in blood. Over 3,000 officials affiliated with the Li family lost their heads in a single night. Even the 3 formidable cultivators in the Imperial Worship Hall had been slain by the current regime. Qin Hao, Qin Hao, Qin Yi gritted his teeth, every word forced through clenched jaws. He had believed the young emperor to be a mere puppet, a cowardly and inept boy. But this was no puppet. It was clearly a ferocious beast awakened from slumber, ready to devour at the first opportunity. The Li family's intricate web in the capital was the culmination of decades of his efforts. Now, in a single night, it had turned to naught. No, this cannot stand. A glint of malice gradually replaced the rage in Qin Yi's eyes. His original plan had been to pressure the Li family in court, forcing Qin Hao to abdicate without bloodshed, seizing the capital seamlessly. Now, with his pawns gone, he had no choice but to upend the board. He approached a massive military sand table, his gaze fixed firmly on the central position of the capital, summoned the 3 princes' council, simultaneously, in the northern and southern borders. Within the residence of the Prince of Northern Town, an elderly man clad in a heavy bear fur cloak was meticulously polishing an ancient long sword before a coal fire. This was the Prince of Northern Town, Qin Tua. A personal guard entered swiftly, kneeling on one knee to present a piece of intelligence received through highly confidential channels. Qin Tua opened the document, and a flicker of discernible light passed through his murky eyes. The grand massacre of the capital by the powerful eunuchs was a bold move. He tossed the document into the coal fire, watching as it turned to ash. Interesting. In the southern region, at the residence of the Prince of Southern Town, the burly and fierce Qin Mang had just torn apart a spirit sea realm beast that had come to provoke him. He received the intelligence, and, after a cursory glance, a cruel smile spread across his face. This young emperor possesses far more courage than his deceased father. Well done. I have long found those Li family members to be insufferable. As he wiped the beast's blood from his hands, a glint of mischief appeared in his eyes. However, the court was in disarray, and its foundation unstable. This was an opportune moment. Just then, before the 3 of them, a light illuminated the void, coalescing into an ancient bronze mirror. The council of the 3 princes was initiated. The mirror first reflected the distorted face of the enraged Qin Yi. Gentlemen, you must have heard the news. Qin Yi's voice trembled with barely contained fury. That young emperor is a madman. He has turned the capital into a slaughterhouse. My plans in the capital, enough. The cold voice of Qin Tua interrupted him. This is not the time for your laments. Let us discuss matters of importance. Qin Yi's expression faltered as he suppressed his anger. Fine. The matter at hand is that we can no longer wait. The young emperor has just cleansed the court. This is the moment when the hearts of the people are unsettled, and the internal structure is at its weakest. We must mobilize our troops immediately, under the pretext of purging the eunuchs and restoring our rightful ruler, to seize the capital in one fell swoop. On the other side of the mirror, Qin Mang stroked his beard thoughtfully. Mobilized directly? Qin Yi, have you lost your senses in your fury? He scoffed. We know nothing of the powerful eunuch surrounding that young emperor. Who is he? What is his background? Are there other hidden powers behind him? Charging in without understanding the situation is tantamount to seeking death. Qin Yi retorted, what of it? My Eastern town army is strong, and we have the support of our sex. Are we to fear a mere eunuch? Finally, the silent Qin Tuo spoke. Impulsiveness is a path to destruction. He slowly raised his head, his murky eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of the soul. Our understanding of the new emperor is woefully insufficient. He has endured for 16 years. Now, having erupted with such ruthless measures and resolute disposition, he is no ordinary youth. He must have something to rely upon, and that reliance is certainly not limited to a single powerful eunuch. Qin Tuo's words left the other two in silence. Though Qin Yi was furious, he was not a fool. He recognized the wisdom in Qin Tuo's cunning words. Then what do you propose? Qin Yi asked reluctantly. A scheming smile crept across Qin Tuo's face. Patience is key. With the late emperor's passing and his ascension to the throne, as princes, we are obliged, both morally and logically, to send envoys to the capital to pay our respects to the late emperor and congratulate our good nephew on his ascension. Congratulate. Qin Mang furrowed his brow. Indeed, Qin Tuo continued, the three of us shall jointly dispatch a delegation, ostensibly to mourn the late emperor and congratulate the new monarch on his ascent. Firstly, this will allow us to probe the situation, assessing the stability of his court and the strength of his supporters. Secondly, we can gauge his attitude. If he treats us with respect, it indicates his insecurity, that he dares not confront us openly. If he neglects us, it provides the perfect excuse for us to take action. Brilliant. Qin Yi's eyes lit up, his anger dissipating significantly. This strategy is akin to casting a stone to test the waters. Why did I not think of it? Qin Mang chuckled, adding, cunning old fox. Your scheme is indeed clever, but it lacks a touch of savagery. He extended a stout finger to tap on the mirror's surface. We should employ a two-pronged approach. The delegation is for the public eye. Behind the scenes, we shall each dispatch a top-tier assassination squad to infiltrate the capital. No matter how formidable the young emperor may be, he is but at the qi refining stage. Given the opportunity, we can deliver a fatal blow. At that point, with the leaderless chaos in the capital, our armies can march in, and what a splendid scenario it would be. A glimmer of approval flashed in the eyes of both Qin Tuo and Qin Yi. A combination of soft and hard tactics, integrating both overt and covert strategies. This is indeed the most prudent course of action. Excellent. Qin Yi slammed his thigh in agreement. Let us proceed with this plan. I shall immediately summon the top assassins from Wuxing Tower. My southern region's poison masters should also stretch their legs. Qin Mang cackled ominously. Qin Tuo nodded, delivering a final summation. Then let us each prepare. Remember, until we ascertain the young emperor's true capabilities, no one is permitted to act rashly. The three mirrors dimmed, their radiance fading into the void. A grand conspiracy against the new emperor was silently woven in the shadows. They believed their plans to be flawless. They thought that the young emperor, far away in the capital, was currently in a state of disarray, desperately seeking to stabilize his court. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Hao had already laid an even larger net for them. In the palace, within the study, Qin Hao set aside the memorial in his hand, which detailed the preparations for the reopening of the imperial examinations scheduled for the following month. He lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the steam. Have all arrangements been made? A shadow silently emerged from the dimness of the study. It was Cao Zhengchun, who had changed into a dark robe, appearing less effeminate and more imposing. Your Majesty, the Eastern Bureau's covert operatives have been preliminarily deployed to the territories of the three major princes, Cao Zhengchun reported, bowing deeply with his voice barely above a whisper. Just half an hour ago, the three princes had communicated through secretive means and reached an agreement. Oh, Qin Hao took a sip of tea, his demeanor unchanged. They intend to send envoys to the capital, ostensibly to express condolences, but in reality, to test the waters. Meanwhile, the Prince of East has contacted Wuxing Tower, and the Prince of Pingnan has enlisted the services of southern sorcerers, both preparing to dispatch elite assassins into the capital, targeting. Cao Zhengchun hesitated. My head, Qin Hao interjected calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was the familiar script he knew all too well. With internal instability and external threats looming, he would be disappointed if these three princes were too intimidated to act. If they remained passive, how could he find justification to absorb them and seize that vast national fortune? Cao Zhengchun bowed even lower. Your Majesty, Should I take action now to eliminate those assassins before they reach the borders? Qin Hao set down his teacup. No need. He rose and approached the window, gazing at the invisible golden dragon of national fortune that was slowly growing above the palace. The bait had been cast. It was time to wait for the fish to bite. Chapter 17. The national fortune soars again, activating the second divine level summoning. In the imperial palace, the Yangxin Hall was warm with high-quality silver silk charcoal burning. Qin Hao laid down a military report concerning the restructuring of the imperial guards. Cao Zhengchun stood in the shadow of the desk, resembling a lifeless statue. How is the restructuring of the imperial guards progressing? Qin Hao's voice was calm. Your Majesty. Cao Zhengchun stepped out from the shadows and bowed. All remnants of the Li family and those with ulterior motives have been purged. The current 30,000 imperial guards are usable, yet he did not finish his sentence. Qin Hao lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Not fully capable, am I correct? Cao Zhengchun lowered his head further. Indeed, they are merely ordinary soldiers, suitable for garrison duty. Yet if engaged in a field battle against the elite troops of the princes, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Qin Hao stood and walked to the enormous sand table in the hall. In the center lay the capital, surrounded by 3 formidable royal flags to the east, north, and south. The 3 princes claimed armies of 1,000,000. The forces at my disposal, upon ascending the throne, are sparse. The 30,000 imperial guards combined with the capital's 3 main camps of 150,000 troops are still insufficient to contest them. We do not even know how many of those in the 3 camps are aligned with them. Qin Hao was not inquiring. He was stating a cold, hard fact. Cao Zhengchun remained silent for a moment before raising his head. Your Majesty, should the princes invade, I am willing to serve as the vanguard, leading 3,000 imperial guards to directly strike down the enemy commander. His words were filled with determination. He held confidence in his abilities as a peak-level adept. Taking the head of a general amidst 1,000,000 soldiers was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet Qin Hao shook his head. If they dare to come, they must be fully prepared. His hand pressed heavily upon the sand table, signifying the territory of the great Zhou. Moreover, what I desire is not intimidation or coercion. I wish for a righteous and overwhelming force to crush them. I want the world to see that anyone daring to challenge imperial authority will face only one fate, utter annihilation. Cao Zhengchun trembled slightly. For the first time, he sensed a dominance and ambition from this youthful emperor that transcended his years. This was the true heart of an emperor. I understand, Your Majesty. On the front lines, we lack a commander capable of leading a multitude into battle. Cao Zhengchun pinpointed the core issue. The imperial guards are sharp blades and covert arrows, but they are not the heavy shields and long spears that can bear the brunt of a frontal assault. Qin Hao turned around and returned to the dragon throne. We will find such a general. He waved his hand. You may leave now. I need some solitude. As you command. Cao Zhengchun's figure melted back into the shadows, vanishing without a sound. In the grand hall, only Qin Hao remained. His consciousness sank deep within his mind. Supreme Emperor Summoning System. Host. Qin Hao. Cultivation level. Mid-stage Qi refinement. Cultivation method. True Dragon Transformation Technique. National Fortune Value. 210 points. Summon Talents. Cao Zhengchun. Peak Adept. Currently commanding Legion. 3,000 Imperial Guards. Peak Foundation Establishment. With only 210 points of national fortune. This was the capital he had obtained at the cost of the Li family's entire clan and the lives of over 100 officials. It was also the foundation that emboldened him to confront the 3 major princes directly. The envoys and assassins from the 3 princes were en route. Time was short. He must forge a sharper, more formidable blade before their knives fell. Qin Hao focused on the talent summoning function. Lines of information materialized automatically. Talent summoning. Consuming national fortune to summon civil and military talents from the vast history of China and even mythological legends. Current national fortune level allows for first-rate talent summoning. First-rate talent summoning consumes 100 points of national fortune. Can summon talents of peak adept level, with a very low probability of summoning a king-level talent, depending on the talent's own potential. 100 points of national fortune for a single summoning. This was a gamble. What he lacked most now was not an intelligence chief like Cao Zhengchun, nor a strategist like Zhuge Liang. What he needed most was a valiant general, capable of commanding thousands. A war machine that could traverse the battlefield as if it were an unoccupied territory. A peerless warrior who could carve through any enemy formation with the weapon in his hand. System. Qin Hao's intent transformed into an irrefutable command. Consume 100 points of national fortune for talent summoning. Before his eyes, a massive vortex composed of countless golden threads seemed to materialize. Ding. National fortune value deducted. Remaining national fortune value, 110 points. Please confirm summoning direction, commander, strategist, valiant general, assassin. Summon for me a peerless warrior, unmatched throughout history. Qin Hao made his choice without hesitation. Summoning direction confirmed, valiant general. The system is searching for matching talents from the vast history of China. Buzz. The air in the Yangxin Hall trembled violently. A brilliant golden light appeared before Qin Hao, coalescing into an ancient and mysterious formation. Countless runes swirled upon the formation, emanating a grand and overwhelming aura. An indescribable will began to awaken from the vortex at the center of the formation. It was not the cold, venomous killing intent of Cao Zhengchun, but a purer, more primal ferocity, wild, overbearing, with a fierce resolve of being shattered like jade rather than remaining intact like tiles. As if a primordial beast, long asleep for a millennium, was awakening, its bloodthirsty gaze now opened. The intensity of this aura was so overwhelming that even the true dragon transformation technique within Qin Hao began to operate autonomously, the imperial dragon energy surging forth, barely managing to withstand the oncoming pressure. Even Cao Zhengchun, who had just retreated outside the hall, abruptly halted his steps, turning around in shock to gaze back at the Yangxin Hall. What a terrifying aura! This aura is 100-fold more ferocious than any demonic master he has ever encountered. What on earth is the Emperor doing? The light is resplendent. The vortex at the center of the formation spins to an extreme. Boom. A figure steps forth from the radiance, heavily landing upon the solid tiles of the Golden Luan Hall. With a dull thud, the entire hall seems to tremble. The brilliance gradually dissipates, revealing a towering figure before Qin Hao. He stands 9 feet tall, with a physique as robust as a bear, exuding an explosive sense of power. His dark countenance, fierce yet dignified, harbors eyes that flicker with intensity, as if 2 flames are igniting within. Most striking of all are the colossal twin iron halberds he wields. Each halberd stands taller than a man, their blades glinting with a chilling light under the flickering candle flames in the hall. Merely standing there, he fills the entire space with an overwhelming and unparalleled ferocity. As he surveys his surroundings, all the ferocity and wildness in his eyes transforms into utmost reverence and fervor upon meeting Qin Hao's gaze. He discards the twin halberds, the combined weight of several hundred pounds crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. Subsequently, this magnificent warrior kneels on one knee before Qin Hao, bowing his proud head deeply. His voice resonates like a thunderclap, deep and powerful, brimming with boundless loyalty. This humble servant, Dian Wei, pays homage to the sovereign. Chapter 18. The emergence of the mighty general. The ancient evil comes. The butcher, Dian Wei, arrives. Dian Wei, the ancient evil. Qin Hao's heart raced. He gazed at the kneeling figure before him, a titan-like presence. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. The one who has come is none other than the unparalleled warrior who defends the sovereign, fighting to the last man. Ding. Detection of the summoning of the hero Dian Wei successful, generating hero information panel. Qin Hao's focus sharpened instantly. Hero, Dian Wei. Origin, late Han Dynasty. 3 kingdoms. Alias, the ancient evil. Cultivation, pinnacle of great power. Characteristic 1, unmatched in close combat. When Dian Wei's feet are firmly planted on the ground, his close combat prowess increases by 30, growing more valiant with each battle. Characteristic 2, death-defending protector. When the host is in peril, Dian Wei can unleash his potential, temporarily manifesting strength exceeding his own by 1 great realm. The greater the danger to the host, the stronger his combat power becomes. Characteristic 3, body of the evil. His physique is harder than refined steel, possessing formidable resistance to physical damage and malevolent attacks. Loyalty, 100, unwavering. Pinnacle of great power. 3 ferocious combat characteristics. Qin Hao could hardly contain his laughter. Cao Zhengchun is at the pinnacle of great power, but his strength lies in cunning, assassination, and torture to extract information. In contrast, Dian Wei's strength is pure, domineering, capable of leading armies and crushing all in his path. One operates in the shadows, the other in the light. One as a minion, the other as a shield. Excellent! 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 Qin Hao exclaimed thrice, rising from his dragon throne and personally descending the steps. He approached Dian Wei, extending his hand to support the broad shoulders of the warrior. My loyal minister, rise. Feeling the strength in Qin Hao's hand, Dian Wei stood up, his towering frame imposing a significant pressure on Qin Hao. Yet, on his fierce visage, only reverence and admiration were evident. Sovereign. His voice boomed like a bell, shaking the dust from the hall's ceiling. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction and turned to the 2 massive halberds on the ground. Do these halberds have a name? In response to the sovereign, these are my tools of trade, nameless, Dianwei replied in a deep voice. Since they serve to slay enemies for me, they shall have a name. From this day forth, they shall be called the Butcher, the Butcher's twin halberds. Upon hearing this, Dianwei's eyes ignited with fierce brilliance, and he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, sovereign, for the bestowed name. He gazed at the twin iron halberds as if witnessing his rebirth. Qin Hao's gaze shifted to Cao Zhengchun, who had been standing silently in the shadows. Cao Zhengchun, at your service. Cao Zhengchun stepped forward from the shadows, positioning himself beside Dianwei. Observing Dianwei, a faint professional smile graced his pallid face. Yet only he knew the palpable aura of menace radiating from the warrior made his own vital energy feel sluggish. This is a monster, a being born solely for battle and slaughter. Dianwei, from this day forth, I appoint you as the commander of the Imperial Guard, responsible for overseeing the newly formed 30,000 elite troops, and concurrently serving as my personal bodyguard. The defense of the capital and my safety will rest entirely in your hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Dianwei knelt once more, his voice resounding throughout the universe. This humble servant accepts the command. As long as I draw breath, no one shall harm a single hair on the sovereign. This appointment places the most critical armed forces of the capital into Dianwei's hands. Cao Zhengchun, you shall oversee the Eastern Depot, monitoring both internal and external affairs. Dianwei, you shall command the elite troops, safeguarding the capital. Qin Hao regarded the contrasting figures before him, one soft and one fierce, with great satisfaction. You two shall serve as my right and left hands. Ensure to collaborate with utmost sincerity. Your servant complies, Cao Zhengchun responded, bowing. Dianwei merely nodded heavily in acknowledgement, signaling a greeting. He bore no fondness for the eunuch exuding an icy aura, yet he would unconditionally execute the sovereign's orders. Qin Hao observed all of this without revealing any insights. The emperor's strategy is inherently one of balance. Dianwei, here is your identity token and military insignia. Qin Hao handed over the prepared items. Now, proceed to the elite troop camp and take command of your forces. This humble servant obeys. Dianwei accepted the token and insignia, turning to grasp the butcher's twin halberds from the ground, striding purposefully out of the Yanshin Hall. With each step, the ground of the Grand Hall quivered slightly. In the capital's elite troop camp, recently purged of its ranks, the 30,000 elite soldiers appeared somewhat lethargic. Officers had been executed, comrades slain, and the newly appointed leaders lacked the prestige to command this group of proud and fierce warriors. In the training grounds, scattered soldiers congregated, basking in the sun rather than training. Have you heard? The Duke's residence was raided, and blood flowed like a river. Not only that, but even the 3 divine figures from the royal sacrificial hall had their heads severed. The new emperor's methods are indeed ruthless. At that moment, a terrifying pressure emanated from the entrance of the camp. Everyone felt as if a massive stone were pressing against their chests, making it difficult to breathe. They instinctively turned their gaze toward the entrance. A towering figure, akin to an iron tower, strode in, shouldering 2 halberds taller than a man. As he passed, the soldiers automatically parted, creating a path for him. Dianwei marched directly to the central podium of the training grounds. He effortlessly plunged the several hundred-pound butcher's twin halberds into the ground. Boom! The hard bluestone surface yielded as if it were tofu, with the halberd blades embedding deeply. The entire podium cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. All the elite soldiers stood in stunned silence. I am Dianwei, the newly appointed commander of the Imperial Guard. His voice, devoid of any magical enhancement, resonated throughout every corner of the military camp. From this day forth, I am your sky, I am your law. Below the platform, a former officer, self-assured and emboldened by his seniority, shouted, Commander, we, the elite troops, only heed the Emperor's orders, not just anyone by virtue of their strength. He aimed to challenge the newly appointed brash warrior. Upon hearing this, Dianwei's dark face remained expressionless. He neither retorted nor reprimanded. He merely extended his large hand, reminiscent of a fan, directing attention towards a massive boulder, towering half a man's height, designated for testing strength. In the next instant, he sprang into action. Leaping down from the command platform, he quickly approached the stone. Under the astonished gazes of all present, he raised his iron halberd. There were no extravagant maneuvers, no shimmering ethereal power, only the most pure, primal force. With a thunderous shout, the halberd sliced through the air with a piercing roar, descending with ferocity. With a resounding crack, the seemingly indestructible boulder was effortlessly cleaved in 2 beneath the blade of the weapon, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The mouths of all soldiers gaped wide enough to fit an egg. The previously boisterous lieutenant nearly collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. Dianwei slowly retracted the halberd, resting it upon his shoulder as he surveyed the crowd. Who dares to defy? No one responded. Every face was etched with awe and fear. Excellent. Dianwei grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, which appeared particularly menacing. Everyone, heed my command. Full armor, with an additional 20 pounds, run 20 laps around the camp. Those who fail to complete it before sunset shall roll out of the Imperial Guard camp. Only those who finish shall be deemed worthy of dinner. At this decree, an uproar ensued. Such a training method could be lethal. Yet this time, no one dared to voice dissent. Before absolute power, all defiance becomes mere folly. The soldiers scrambled to don their armor, the Imperial Guard camp for the first time exhibiting a semblance of discipline. Within the Hall of Tranquility, Qin Hao heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Special attribute of the exceptional Dianwei, the Overlord Training Method, has been activated. Overlord Training Method. By pushing soldiers to their limits, it eliminates the weak and retains the strong, rapidly enhancing the overall combat effectiveness and cohesion of the Legion, significantly accelerating the formation of the military spirit. A delightful surprise. A satisfied smile spread across Qin Hao's face, with Dianwei overseeing the military and guarding, employing the most direct form of violence to forge an invincible army for him, while Cao Zhengchun managed intelligence and oversight, employing the most straightforward methods to eradicate any potential threats. One bright, one dark, one firm, one gentle. This ensemble was nothing short of perfection. Just then, another notification echoed. Ding. The arrival of the exceptional Dianwei has invigorated the national fortune, causing the host's cultivation to begin ascending. A torrent of energy, more potent and pure than any previous surge, flowed directly into Qin Hao's body, shattering the bottleneck of his mid-level qi refinement stage. His cultivation soared, advancing directly to the late qi refinement stage. Qin Hao slowly clenched his fists, feeling the ceaseless surge of spiritual power within him. Chapter 19. Appointing Dianwei to command the Imperial Guard. Zhou Bingde takes office. Initial establishment of court order 3 days later, during the Second Grand Court Assembly. The atmosphere within the Golden Luan Hall was palpably different. If 3 days prior had been marked by the bloody aftermath of silence and fear, today exuded a tense yet orderly ambience. The officials stood in neat rows, the vacant positions filled by newcomers, each standing upright, not daring to show the slightest sign of laxity. A towering figure stood silently beside the dragon throne. Dianwei. He wore no armor, merely a standard military robe. Yet he exuded a presence more formidable than any armor. His arms crossed over his chest. The two fearsome twin halberds leaned against the imperial seat, their ominous blades reflecting the candlelight of the hall, sending a chill through the hearts of those present. He stood there in silence, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the room. The officials bowed their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. Taiwei Zhou Bingde stood at the forefront of the civil officials, his posture notably straighter than 3 days prior. Stealing a glance at Dianwei, the last remnants of his doubt evaporated. One civil, one military, one dark, one light. Cao Zhengchun, like a blade, concealed within its sheath, silently deadly, yet capable of severing throats. Dianwei, like a halberd, stood at the forefront, undeniably dominant, capable of shattering cities. The new emperor's methods were beyond his comprehension. Qin Hao entered the grand hall, his black and gold dragon robe swaying slightly with his movements. Greetings, your majesty. Long live the emperor. The chorus rang out, synchronized and thunderous. Be seated. Qin Hao took his place without a word of unnecessary pleasantries, diving directly into the matter at hand. In the past 3 days, I have reviewed the previous dynasty's records and discovered that national governance is mired in stagnation, plagued by numerous issues, the root cause being unclear authority and multiple channels of governance. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the hall. From today forth, I abolish the position of prime minister. Boom. A stone cast into 1,000 ripples. The declaration stunned all present, especially Zhou Bingde, who stood at the forefront of the civil officials. His body trembled violently, his aged face etched with confusion and shock. Abolishing the prime minister? This had been the foundational system of the great Zhou for 700 years. He stepped out of line, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, the prime minister oversees national affairs, a pillar of the state. How shall governance be effective without a prime minister? I beseech your Majesty to reconsider. Zhou Aiqing, I understand your concerns. Qin Hao raised his hand, signaling for him to remain calm. The abolition of the prime minister is not to centralize power, but to decentralize it. Decentralization? The term left all officials momentarily dumbfounded. I intend to establish a cabinet. Qin Hao's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the throne. The cabinet's role is to deliberate. All memorials shall first be presented to the cabinet, where the cabinet scholars will jointly discuss, draft handling opinions, and attach them to the memorial before presenting them to me. Ultimately, I shall give my approval before they take effect. At this proclamation, even seasoned officials like Zhou Bingde felt their murky eyes brighten. This was an unprecedented concept, completely separating the authority to deliberate from the authority to decide. Cabinet scholars could offer professional opinions, preventing the emperor from unilateral biases. Yet, the ultimate decision-making power remained firmly in the emperor's hands, eliminating the potential for powerful ministers to dominate. This was nothing short of a stroke of genius. The cabinet shall consist of one head minister, one deputy minister, and several scholars. Qin Hao's gaze fell upon Zhou Bingde. Taiwei Zhou Bingde, loyal to the emperor and adept in statecraft. I appoint you as the head minister of the cabinet. Zhou Bingde's mind went blank. He had assumed that the emperor's abolition of the prime minister was aimed at centralizing power, yet unexpectedly, he was granted the position of head minister of the cabinet. The trust and reliance implicit in this appointment far surpassed anything before. His lips trembled as he knelt deeply once more, this time genuinely humbled. This old official accepts the decree with gratitude. I shall serve your majesty and the great Zhou with utmost dedication, until my last breath. Zhou Wenchang, you shall be the deputy minister of the cabinet. Zhang Jianji, minister of personnel, and the minister of revenue shall enter the cabinet as scholars. Qin Hao completed the appointments in one breath. He then announced another significant piece of news. Furthermore, I shall reform the court assembly procedure. From today onwards, it shall be held every 3 days. You, my dear officials, are not made of iron. You deserve rest. Provisionally, every 5 days, there shall be 1 day off. Important festivals such as the Spring Festival and Winter Solstice shall be given separate holidays. During the rest periods, the cabinet and the 6 ministries will take turns to maintain order, ensuring that state affairs do not falter. The entire court was left utterly baffled. Granting officials time off? A 5-day workweek? What unprecedented operation was this? What on earth was in the mind of this new emperor? After the initial shock, a wave of warmth surged through them. For the first time, they felt that this iron-willed monarch seemed to possess a compassionate side for his subordinates. Your Majesty is wise. It was unclear who first exclaimed. But soon, praises erupted in waves. Qin Hao paid no heed to their flattery and continued to advance his agenda. Before my ascension, the great Zhou was long plagued by issues. Land annexation, rampant aristocracy, an empty treasury, and the people suffering. Qin Hao's voice turned cold, causing the court, which had just begun to warm, to freeze once more. I intend to implement new policies. First, to investigate all lands within the vast territories of the great Zhou. Regardless of royal lineage, noble families, or officials, all lands under their names must be remeasured, registered, and taxed accordingly. Should anyone dare to conceal or resist this decree, they shall be punished as if guilty of treason. As soon as these words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the court. Many newly appointed officials turned pale. This edict was aimed directly at the very heart of the privileged class. Zhou Bingde felt his heart leap to his throat. Was the emperor's stride too bold? Your Majesty, could this matter be approached with more caution? It may incite unrest among the provinces. Unrest? Qin Hao sneered. Is it not a fear of severing certain individuals' financial lifelines? Rising from his seat, he strode to the center of the hall. I ask you, is this realm mine, or that of the entrenched noble families? I further inquire, why does the court struggle to collect taxes? Why does the treasury fail to provide sufficient funds for the border armies? It is precisely due to the ambiguity of land ownership and the inequities of the tax system. The wealthy possess vast fields, yet only pay a trifling tax. The impoverished, lacking even a foothold, bear the burden of excessive levies. Such injustice, how can the nation not weaken? How can the people not rebel? Each word from Qin Hao struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. Zhou Bingde was rendered speechless. He had never fathomed that a mere 16-year-old boy could perceive the maladies of the great Zhou with such clarity and audacity. This was not youthful bravado. This was genuine governance. The elder felt a sense of shame. Bowing once more, he declared, Your Majesty is wise. I am wholly convinced. The investigation of land ownership benefits the nation and the people. I support this initiative. We all support it. With Zhou Bingde leading the charge, all officials knelt in unison. Only then did Qin Hao return to his throne, aware that this was merely the first step. Secondly, I decree that the 3 million taels of gold and 12 million taels of silver confiscated from the Li family shall be entirely deposited into the national treasury. Half shall be allocated to reinforce the defenses of the capital and prepare the military. The other half shall be used in the capital region to develop irrigation, open granaries, and provide relief to the displaced. Upon this announcement, the hall erupted in applause. To utilize confiscated wealth entirely for the state demonstrated an extraordinary magnanimity. Zhou Bingde and the other elders looked at the young sovereign on the dragon throne, their doubts dispelled. Decisive action is taken to eliminate treachery. Institutional reforms are aimed at ensuring long-lasting peace. The relinquishing of wealth is for the welfare of the common people. This 16-year-old monarch, with his astute political acumen and profound governance philosophy, seemed almost beyond mortal comprehension. Your Majesty, I have one more matter to present. The Minister of Revenue stepped forward, stating that the reinforcement of city defenses and military preparation requires a substantial number of craftsmen and materials. I was just about to address this matter. Qin Hao interrupted. I will establish a separate bureau named the Institute of Heavenly Crafts. We shall recruit skilled artisans from across the realm, regardless of their backgrounds or qualifications. As long as they possess a particular skill, the Institute of Heavenly Crafts shall not fall under the jurisdiction of the 6 ministries, but will be directly overseen by me. Its function will be to research and improve plows, water wheels, weapons, armor, and even fortification equipment. I want the soldiers of the great Zhou to don the sturdiest armor and wield the sharpest blades. I desire the city walls of the great Zhou to be as impregnable as a fortress, instilling fear in any adversaries. We shall ascend the tree of technology. This was one of his true aspirations. While the fantastical world still clung to the belief in individual might, he aimed to employ mass production techniques to create standardized artifacts and formidable siege weapons, demonstrating to them the true essence of warfare. The officials were left bewildered, yet they understood the final sentiment. This sovereign intends to forge an invincible army. Ding. The host has initially established the court's agenda, gaining the loyalty of the officials, stabilizing the hearts of the capital as citizens, and ensuring the continued growth of national fortune. National fortune value acquired, 50. Current national fortune value, 160 points. As the court meeting progressed, everything unfolded perfectly according to Qin Hao's design. The atmosphere within the court had transformed from initial tension to one of enthusiasm and anticipation. Everyone sensed that a new, powerful great Zhou was about to rise under the guidance of this youthful emperor. Qin Hao felt satisfied. He was preparing to announce the conclusion of the court session when suddenly, a court attendant rushed in, kneeling before him. Your Majesty, what has caused this alarm? Qin Hao's brow furrowed slightly. The attendant's voice trembled, betraying his anxiety. Urgent news from outside the city. The envoys of the eastern, northern, and southern kings have arrived within 10 miles of the capital. Chapter 20. The envoys of the feudal kings enter the capital. An open provocation in the court. The news of the 3 kings' envoy entering the capital struck like a boulder into the recently tranquil waters. The gates of the capital swung wide open, facing no hindrance. Yet, all felt the palpable air of tension. What approached was not merely a delegation, but a military force. The 3 leading envoys rode upon tall steeds, followed by a formidable retinue of 500 elite guards. Each of these individuals donned standard black armor, their presence imposing, their steps synchronized, each radiating the aura of foundational cultivators. The 500 guards, composed of foundational cultivators, escorted the 3 envoys through Zhuke Street. The populace fell silent, retreating in fear. This was no mere condolence visit. It was an armed demonstration. Cao Zhengchun and Dian Wei stood at the palace gate, observing the procession. What a grand display, Dian Wei remarked, his hand instinctively caressing the cold handle of his dual-bladed weapon. Cao Zhengchun remained silent, his narrowed eyes resembling a dangerous slit. Qin Hao had already commanded that the delegation be received with due courtesy, inviting them to the guest house. He understood that the true confrontation lay not outside the city, but within the court itself. The following day, at the Grand Court meeting, in the Golden Lawn Hall, all officials stood solemnly. The atmosphere was even more tense than in previous days. The air seemed to have solidified. Dian Wei stood like an iron tower beside the dragon throne, but today he did not cross his arms. His hands were poised, ready to spring into action. Announcing the arrival of the 3 kings' delegation, the attendant's voice echoed throughout the hall. 3 envoys, clad in the garb of feudal kings, strode confidently into the Golden Lawn Hall. The foremost envoy, from the Eastern King, was tall and slender, bearing an arrogant demeanor. The second, from the Northern King, was robust and imposing, his countenance adorned with layers of muscle. The last, representing the southern king, had a sinister gaze, exuding the damp chill distinctive to the southern regions. Upon reaching the center of the hall, facing Qin Hao on the dragon throne, none of them knelt. They merely offered a slight bow, which they deemed sufficient. How audacious! An official immediately stepped forward to rebuke them, exclaiming, "Why do you not kneel before the emperor?" The envoy from the Eastern King merely glanced at the official, then raised his head to meet Qin Hao's gaze directly. "We come at the behest of the three lords to pay our respects to the late emperor. Burdened with grief and unable to kneel. We hope your majesty can understand." This dismissive statement was delivered lightly, yet it brimmed with contempt. The expressions of all present, civil and military alike, darkened instantaneously. Zhou Bingda trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. This was no mere test. It was a blatant humiliation. Qin Hao, seated upon the dragon throne, remained impassive, betraying no emotion. He simply raised his hand slightly. "No matter, since you are here to mourn the late emperor. You may connect with the Ministry of Rites after the court session. Do the three royal uncles have any messages to convey to me?" Seeing that Qin Hao did not pursue the matter further, the three envoys exchanged glances, and the envoy from the Eastern King stepped forward, his voice suddenly rising. "Your Majesty, the Eastern King has sent me to inquire. How could the royal relative Li Yuan, a member of the imperial family and the late empress's brother, be subjected to such slaughter? Furthermore, while the empress may have had her transgressions, she remains your elder. Why was she given poison to drink? And what of the 3,000 officials, all pillars of our great Zhou, who perished in a single night?" His words were sharp and forceful, each syllable striking like a hammer. "Your Majesty has condoned the eunuch faction, slaughtered the loyal, and committed regicide. Such actions are intolerable by heaven's decree." The Eastern King implored His Majesty to immediately issue a self-criticism edict to announce to the world and pacify the hearts of the people. The mere mention of the edict sent shockwaves through the Golden Luan Hall. To demand such an edict from the sovereign was akin to forcefully rubbing the dignity of imperial authority into the dirt. Before Zhou Bingda and others could voice their objections, the envoy from the Northern King stepped forth. He surveyed the room with a cold scoff. "Our northern soldiers have long engaged in fierce battles against the Celestial Wolf Palace to protect our homeland. Yet now, your Majesty intends to implement a policy of land reclamation. This initiative, once enacted, will instill fear in the hearts of all noble families across the realm, and the local gentry will be filled with grievances. Such an act is tantamount to self-sabotage, undermining the very foundation of the nation. The Northern King has declared that this vile policy must be abolished immediately. Otherwise, our soldiers will bleed on the front lines while their families are pillaged from behind. How can we continue this war?" His words directly targeted the core of Qin Hao's new policy, presenting a blatant military threat. In silence, the envoy from the Southern King stepped forward. His gaze, piercing through the crowd, landed upon Cao Zhengchun. The Southern King cared not for the new or old policies, but only for one individual. He extended a finger, pointing at Cao Zhengchun. "This man, named Cao Zhengchun, committed a heinous massacre in our southern border a decade ago, and has been a fugitive in the 100 territories for 10 years. The Southern King commands that he be returned to the southern border for public execution, to honor the souls of the tragically slain. I beseech your Majesty to surrender this scoundrel immediately." Accusations, fabricated charges. The three great princes each demanded Qin Hao confess, abolish his policies, and hand over a man. Each demand was lethal, tightening the noose of pressure. Arrogance, tyranny. The officials were utterly intimidated by the audacity of these three. There was not a hint of reverence for the emperor among them. It was a flagrant disdain for the court. Utter nonsense. Zhou Bingda could no longer contain himself. His aged body surged with unexpected strength as he stepped out of line. These princes, claiming to be subjects of the great Zhou, enjoying the bounty of the kingdom, dare to come here to distort the truth and roar in the court. Do you not regard His Majesty? Do you not respect the law of the land? The Minister of Personnel, Zhang Jianji, also rebuked fiercely. "Prince envoys, how dare you frame the emperor's closest ministers? This is utterly disrespectful to the sovereign. Such hearts are worthy of punishment." Yet, the envoy from the Eastern King merely cast them a cold glance. A formidable aura erupted from within him. The Spirit Sea Realm, Zhou Bingda and Zhang Jianji, mere mortals, suddenly felt a crushing weight in their chests, struggling to breathe, unable to utter another word. The other two envoys also unleashed their own Spirit Sea Realm pressures. Three powerful presences intertwined like an invisible mountain, pressing down upon the hearts of all civil officials. The court fell into a deathly silence, with none but Dian Wei and Cao Zhengchun able to maintain their composure under such pressure. All eyes converged upon the figure seated majestically upon the dragon throne. To retreat would mean the obliteration of imperial authority, reducing it to a laughingstock. To advance would provide the three kings with the perfect excuse to rebel. It was a deadlock. Qin Hao remained motionless, not a single tremor betraying his calm. Unbeknownst to others, the world within his sight had already transformed. Emperor's aura reading technique activated. The three envoys before him emanated various colors of fortune. Character: Zhao Exine. Faction: Eastern King's Court. Cultivation: Mid-Spirit Sea Realm. Loyalty: 80, Deadly Enemy. Fate: Deep Red, Impending Doom. Weaknesses: Character: Qian Biao. Faction: Northern King's Court. Cultivation: Early Spirit Sea Realm. Loyalty: 75, Deadly Enemy. Fate: Crimson Red, Blood Disaster. Character: Sun Miao. Faction: Southern King's Court. Cultivation: Mid-Spirit Sea Realm. Loyalty: 90, Deadly Enemy. Fate: Black and Red Intermixed, Impending Doom. Misfortune: Note: this individual bears an assassination contract mark from the Wuxing Tower. Qin Hao's fingertips gently tapped the armrest of the dragon throne. Chapter 21, Undercurrents Flowing. Assassins of the Monarch Realm infiltrate. A perilous atmosphere. The action of Qin Hao's fingertips ceasing upon the armrest of the dragon throne. Within the vision of the Emperor's aura reading technique, the fortunes above the heads of the three envoys turned crimson and black, all bearing the mark of death. They were merely discarded pawns placed forth by the three great princes. Qin Hao's gaze shifted past the clamorous Zhao Exine, directing his attention toward the few guards standing behind him. These guards stood with hands at their sides, their auras restrained to the utmost, their fortunes unremarkable. Their cultivation indeed at the foundation establishment realm. However, two among them were different. Those two stood inconspicuously in the corner of the guards, heads bowed. Their auras suppressed to the extreme, indistinguishable from the surrounding soldiers. Yet under the Emperor's aura reading technique, their disguises were rendered utterly ineffective. Qin Hao's focus zeroed in on these two individuals. Character: Shadow Assassin, disguised as Eastern King's Personal Guard. Faction: Wuxing Tower. Cultivation: Early Monarch Realm. Loyalty: 100, Deadly Enemy. Fate: Ashen White, Deathly Assassin, No Fortune. Weaknesses: Proficient in Shadow Escape and Instant Kill, extremely weak in physical defense, fears utmost Yang energy. Character: Ghost Curse, disguised as Southern King's Personal Guard. Faction: Southern Border Shaman Temple. Cultivation: Early Monarch Realm. Loyalty: 100, Deadly Enemy. Fate: Ashen White. Weaknesses: the main body hides within a puppet. As long as the puppet exists, the main body cannot perish. Weakness located at the 3rd inch of the forehead. Monarch Realm. 2 complete Monarch Realm powerhouses. Qin Hao's heart tightened in an instant. This was an absolute powerhouse, transcending the Spirit Sea Realm and reaching the realm of the mighty. Though Cao Zhengchun and Jianwei stood at the pinnacle of the mighty realm, they were merely a step away from the Monarch Realm, yet this step was akin to a chasm. To engage in battle across such a great divide, especially 2 against 2, the odds were bleak. The princes, in their desire to eliminate him, had spared no expense in deploying such trump cards. This was the true lethal move. The raucous demands of the 3 envoys were but a smokescreen to divert everyone's attention. Once he was provoked to the point of ordering the execution of the envoys, the ensuing chaos in the court would provide the perfect opportunity for these 2 Monarch Realm assassins to strike with devastating force. What a clever scheme. The true dragon transformation technique within Qin Hao began to operate on its own, a chilling intent to kill spreading within his heart. He remained outwardly calm. Yet a single thought silently transmitted to Cao Zhengchun and Jianwei's minds. Cao Zhengchun, left guard team, 1st row, 6th position. Jianwei, right guard team, 5th row, 2nd position. Monarch Realm. The target is me. A few succinct words carried explosive significance. Both men felt a jolt of shock. Jianwei, standing to the right of the dragon throne, stiffened abruptly. He did not turn, but the blood within him began to boil. The innate characteristics of his fierce form suddenly ignited, muscles tensing and veins bulging. He silently shifted half a step to fully shield Qin Hao behind him. As long as he, Jianwei, stood, no one could reach their sovereign, even if they were Monarch Realm warriors. On the other side, Cao Zhengchun's pale visage remained unchanged. Yet, the fingers hidden within his wide sleeves began to move in an uncanny rhythm. The true energy of the Tiangang youth skill surged chaotically within his meridians. They had long sensed 2 exceptionally concealed auras among the guards that sent shivers down their spines. Little did they expect them to be Monarch Realm experts. To battle across such a great divide was a perilous endeavor. But within their hearts, there was no trace of retreat. Only an intensifying fervor for battle and intent to kill. The atmosphere within the court had solidified to a freezing point. The three envoys, seeing Qin Hao remain silent, and Zhou Bingde and other civil officials further intimidated by their pressure, grew even bolder. Zhao Xian, the envoy from the Eastern King, stepped forward, narrowing the distance as he fixed his gaze upon the throne. Your Majesty, why do you remain silent? Could it be that the heinous crimes of slaughtering loyal subjects and harming kin have been tacitly accepted? If so, Your Majesty should immediately issue an edict of self-condemnation. Qian Biao, the envoy of the Northern King, sneered and interjected. If the new policies are not abolished, the northern borders will surely remain unsettled. Zhou Bingde, consumed by anger, struggled to step forward and refute, but was firmly held down by the oppressive aura of the Spirit Sea realm, a sweet taste filling his throat as he nearly spat blood. At that moment, it seemed as though the dignity of the entire great Zhou dynasty was being trampled beneath the feet of these three men. Qin Hao slowly rose from the dragon throne. He gazed down upon the three arrogant faces in the hall, as well as the two kings concealed within the crowd, who believed their plans to be flawless. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet imbued with an icy chill. You vassal kings, neglecting your duty to serve the nation, dare to send envoys to threaten the Son of Heaven? Do you truly believe my sword is dulled? His words sent a shiver through the Golden Luan Hall, the temperature plummeting. Zhao Xian, the envoy of the Eastern King, was momentarily stunned. He had envisaged Qin Hao in a fit of rage, or perhaps compromising and yielding. But he never anticipated that this 16-year-old emperor would stand so resolutely against the combined pressure of the three vassal kings. After all, Qin Hao had just ascended to the throne, wielding little real power, yet he dared to act so defiantly. Was this ignorance or arrogance? After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Xian's embarrassment turned into fury. As a powerful figure in the Spirit Sea realm and a trusted confidant of the vassal kings, he had never been treated with such disdain. Taking a bold step forward, he nearly pointed his finger at the altar, directly accusing Qin Hao. Foolish ruler, you act against the heavens and slaughter the loyal. If you do not provide the three lords with an explanation today, you shall answer to the world. Silence. Qin Hao coldly interrupted, not even sparing Zhao Xian a glance, merely tilting his head slightly to address Dian Wei. Dian Wei, here, Your Majesty. Dian Wei stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. Take these three rebellious envoys, who roar in the court and show no respect for the emperor, and drag them out. Qin Hao's tone was calm, yet his determination was unwavering. Execute them publicly. Prepare their heads, preserved in lime, and return them to their masters. Boom. This declaration detonated like a thunderclap within the Golden Luan Hall. All the officials were rendered speechless. In warfare, even envoys are not slain, let alone this joint delegation from the three vassal kings. To execute them would be tantamount to declaring war on the three kings simultaneously, tearing apart any chance for reconciliation. Zhou Bingde trembled violently. Your Majesty, no, absolutely not. He disregarded the pressure of the Spirit Sea realm and struggled to step forward, attempting to advise against such a drastic action. Killing the envoys would grant our adversaries leverage. Qin Hao remained seated upon the dragon throne, unmoving. He did not respond to Zhou Bingde, instead fixing him with a resolute gaze that silenced the elders' continued counsel. The emperor's heart was as deep as an abyss, and his will was resolved. Zhou Bingde gazed at the young yet imposing countenance, his remaining words caught in his throat. He realized that this new emperor's resolve surpassed his expectations. I shall obey, Dian Wei declared without hesitation. The emperor's command was his sole principle of action. With a thunderous shout, Dian Wei's robust figure leaped down from the altar, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. He charged toward the three envoys. Zhao Xian and his companions' expressions changed dramatically. They had never anticipated that Qin Hao would truly dare to order their execution. You dare? Outrageous. Zhao Xian, Qian Biao, and Sun Miao erupted simultaneously. They unleashed their mid-tier Spirit Sea powers. Three beams of spiritual energy soaring into the sky in an attempt to resist Dian Wei. Confident in their combined strength, they believed they could contend with an ordinary early-stage powerhouse, especially with two kings backing them. However, they were unaware that they had already become pawns discarded by the three vassal kings. Dian Wei, facing their resistance, revealed a sinister smile upon his dark countenance. He did not evade or retreat, allowing their three beams of spiritual energy to strike him. The power of the Spirit Sea realm collided against his body, yet it merely produced a sound akin to metal clashing, leaving his flesh unscathed. Wei extended his arms, his hands like giant fans piercing through their spiritual barriers. He seized Zhao Xian by the throat with his left hand, while his right hand locked onto Qin Biao's throat. With a kick, he sent Sun Miao tumbling to the ground beneath his foot. With overwhelming force, the three envoys, who appeared formidable in the eyes of the officials, were subdued like chicks before Wei. Their inner spiritual power could not be summoned under the oppressive might he exerted. The disparity was insurmountable. Wei turned to drag the three of them out of the hall for execution. At that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Two figures, previously motionless in the rear like statues among the guard, suddenly sprang into action. Without warning or sound, they had been waiting for this moment, awaiting Wei's strike, focusing on the three envoys, and turning their backs to the dragon throne at this instant. Boom! Two terrifying auras, far surpassing the Spirit Sea realm and even the pinnacle of the Great Power realm, erupted within the Golden Yuan Hall. The oppressive presence of the kingly realm spread forth. The air in the entire hall seemed to be instantly drained. The violent pressure descended like a mountain, causing all officials, including Zhou Bingda, to tremble in their souls. Some weaker officials were even forced to the ground, blood seeping from their mouths and noses. It was overwhelming. This was the true lethal strike of the vassal kings. To the left, a shadow nearly blended into the folds of space, silently bypassing Cao Zhengchun's defenses. No life tower, shadow assassination. The dagger in his hand glimmered with a chilling blue light, aimed directly at the throat of Qin Hao on the dragon throne. To the right, a nauseating, murky green mist appeared out of nowhere, instantly enveloping half the altar. Southern wilderness witch temple, ghost poison. Within the mist, countless tiny poison insects emitted a nauseating buzzing sound as they swarmed toward Qin Hao's face. Two early-stage assassins of the kingly realm joined forces to assassinate a young emperor of the Qi refinement realm. In their eyes, this was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. They were confident that before Wei could return to defend, and under the interception of Cao Zhengchun, they had ample time to eliminate their target 10 times over. Within the Golden Yuan Hall, the pressure was suffocating. Two terrifying auras, far beyond the Great Power realm, erupted like two awakening volcanoes. This was the true lethal strike of the vassal kings. Several loyal Jinui, undeterred by death, formed a human wall in front of the dragon throne. However, the shadowy assassin merely waved his hand casually. No spiritual light, no earth-shattering sound. Puff, puff, puff. The several Jinui blocking his path had no time to let out a cry before their bodies burst apart into clouds of blood mist. As if crushed by an invisible force, flesh and bones turned to mush, blood staining the golden steps. A single blow from a kingly realm expert was indeed terrifying. Protect His Majesty, Cao Zhengchun shrieked, his figure transforming into a specter, advancing rather than retreating, confronting another kingly realm figure releasing toxic mist. A sickly flush appeared on his pale face as he pushed the Tiangang, Tongzi Gong, to an unprecedented peak. A blazing pure yang energy coalesced in his palm, resembling a small sun, as he forcefully collided with the green poisonous mist. He understood that he was no match for a kingly realm expert. But he had to stop one. Overestimating yourself. The hoarse voice of the ghost poison emerged from the mist. A hand as dry as a chicken's claw reaching out to clash with Cao Zhengchun's pure yang energy. Boom. The small sun in Cao Zhengchun's palm extinguished instantly. A cold, tyrannical force ruthlessly shattered his protective, true energy. He was struck as if by lightning, spewing a mouthful of blood. His body hurtling backwards and crashing heavily against the coiling dragon pillar within the hall. With just a single move, Cao Zhengchun, at the pinnacle of the great ability realm, was defeated. Meanwhile, the shadow assassin faced no further obstacles. His figure appeared before Qin Hao, silent and ghostly, mere 3 feet away. The poison dagger, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, was poised at Qin Hao's throat. The cultivation of the Qi refinement realm was utterly insignificant against the lethal strike of the monarch realm. Zhou Bingda and the other civil officials were filled with despair, their hearts shattered. It was over. Yet, there was no trace of fear on Qin Hao's face. He remained unnaturally calm. The emperor's heavy pupil, activate. In his vision, the shadow assassin's movements were infinitely slowed. The seemingly inescapable lethal strike revealing the trajectory of its spiritual energy and its weak points clearly visible. But that alone was insufficient. Even with understanding, evasion remained elusive. With a thought, Qin Hao summoned a power only he could perceive. In the name of the emperor, gather the national fortune, condense the dragon energy, protect my true self. Ding. The host mobilizes the national fortune dragon energy, forming a temporary defense. A faint golden light shield materialized instantly around Qin Hao. Upon the shield, subtle dragon scale patterns flowed, emanating a regal authority. The dagger's tip struck precisely against the golden defense shield, contrary to expectations of flesh being pierced. A resilient repulsive force emerged instead. The dagger was momentarily halted. The shadow assassin's pupils constricted. The national fortune protects the body. How could the emperor of a newly ascended, weakened mortal dynasty mobilize the national fortune to such an extent? He was taken aback. It was this brief moment of delay that afforded time for the distant Dianwei. My lord, do not be alarmed. I am here. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the grand hall. Dianwei's eyes widened with fury as he beheld the dagger, nearly touching Qin Hao's neck, his blood igniting with fervor. There was no time to defend, but his dual halberds could. Get away from him. Dianwei exerted his waist, transforming his dual halberds, weighing hundreds of pounds, into thrown projectiles, hurling them towards the direction of the shadow assassin with all his might. Two pitch-black iron halberds tore through the air, producing a sharp whistle. Resembling two black dragons emerging from the abyss, aimed directly for the shadow assassin's back. The shadow assassin sensed the terrifying force threatening his life from behind. He had no choice but to abandon the lethal strike. Damn it! He roared in frustration, abruptly turning, his dagger carving a peculiar arc, striking accurately against the two flying halberds. Clash! Clash! The sound of impact echoed as the formidable force sent the halberds flying, embedding them deep into the walls of the hall. The monarch realm assassin staggered back several steps from the violent shockwave. Dianwei, akin to a lion unleashed from its cage, caused cracks to spread across the stone tiles beneath him, transforming into a blur as he charged forward with bare fists. He did not retrieve his weapons, for his body was the mightiest weapon, fighting to protect the Lord, activated. Ding! Detecting the host in a life-threatening situation. The talents of the extraordinary Dianwei surge, temporarily enhancing his strength. Boom! Dianwei's momentum soared, seemingly transcending the boundaries of the great ability realm, a fierce, untamed, and overwhelmingly dominating aura erupting from within. His eyes glowed with crimson like blood, muscles coiling with vigor, veins writhing beneath his skin like serpents. Those who harm my lord shall die. He unleashed a punch, devoid of technique, only pure, unadulterated strength. The shadow assassin's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated this brute could unleash such power. In haste, he raised his arm to block. Their limbs collided. Crack! The sharp sound of bone shattering resonated throughout the silent Golden Luan Hall. Chapter 23, Dianwei's Fury. A great ability versus monarch realm, an indomitable courage. The sound of bones cracking was deafening. The shadow assassin's left arm twisted unnaturally. He could hardly believe that a martial artist of the great ability realm could shatter his monarch realm's protective spiritual energy with mere hands and break his bones. You seek death. The shadow assassin gritted his teeth against the pain, his form suddenly phasing, attempting to create distance. The speed of the monarch realm activated, intending to toy with this brute. But Dianwei offered him no opportunity. In his state of desperate combat, Dianwei abandoned all defense. He stomped the ground fiercely, the blue bricks exploding, his massive form crashing into the shadow assassin's intangible shadow like a battering ram. He did not care which was the true body. His sole focus was on the attack. His fists roared like thunder, tearing through the air. The shadow assassin was forced to reveal himself to block. He realized that his speed advantage was rendered useless against Dianwei's tempestuous assault. Each of Dianwei's punches bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. A savage trade of injury for injury, life for life. The shadow assassin's dagger sliced through Dianwei's skin multiple times, but Dianwei's formidable physique only ignited his ferocity. Madman! A chill crept into the shadow assassin's heart. He had never encountered such a reckless great ability realm fighter. On the other side, the battle remained equally intense. Cao Zhengchun spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, sliding down from the coiling dragon pillar. Though severely injured by the ghost goose strike, he had not lost his combat prowess. A mere eunuch dares to block my path. The ghost goo manipulated the goo mist, attempting to bypass Cao Zhengchun and directly reach Qin Hao. Cao Zhengchun swayed, activating the celestial boy technique to its utmost, transforming his figure into multiple afterimages. Swiftly encircling the ghost goo, he flicked his fingers, sending dozens of fine silver needles shooting into the goo mist. A trivial trick. The goo mist churned, corroding the silver needles completely. However, Cao Zhengchun's intention was not to kill, but to restrain. Like a persistent parasite, he clung to the ghost goo, preventing him from aiding the shadow assassin or attacking Qin Hao. In the center of the Golden Luan Hall, Dianwei's assault grew increasingly ferocious. The shadow assassin was forced to retreat step by step, knowing he could not prolong the battle. This brute state was evidently abnormal. The longer it dragged on, the greater the uncertainty. He decided to end it swiftly. The shadow assassin suddenly bit his tongue, a mouthful of vital blood splattering onto his dagger. Shadow kill technique, absolute. His body vanished instantaneously, even his presence merging completely into the void. In the next moment, he appeared behind Dian Wei, the dagger thrusting straight for Dian Wei's back. This strike condensed all his power of the monarch realm. Dian Wei sensed the imminent lethal threat. He could evade, but he chose the most brutal method. Dian Wei did not retreat but advanced, allowing the poisoned dagger to pierce his back. Thud! The dagger sank half an inch into flesh. Yet Dian Wei's coiled muscles held it firmly in place. Aya! Dian Wei let out a primal roar, suddenly turning, catching the shadow assassin off guard. His arms encircling him like iron bands. Die! In a fight to protect his lord, his power surged. Dian Wei's muscles swelled, veins bulging, his arms tightening with ferocity. Crack! The shadow assassin's protective spiritual energy shattered under this raw, unyielding strength, breaking apart like glass. No! The shadow assassin let out a desperate scream, thrashing wildly, summoning the power of the monarch realm to shake off Dian Wei. But Dian Wei's grip only tightened further. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the silent hall. Ribs, sternum, and finally, the spine. A dull thud resonated. The shadow assassin's body stiffened abruptly, then slumped down lifelessly. Black blood flowed from his orifices, his spine crushed by Dian Wei's relentless grip. A monarch realm initial stage powerhouse was mercilessly strangled to death by the peak of the great ability realm, Dian Wei, in the most primal and savage manner. The entire hall fell into silence. Zhou Bingda and the other civil officials lay prostrate on the ground, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Could one truly traverse such a vast chasm to slay foes? Was this still human? With a resounding thud, Dian Wei released his grip, and the corpse of the shadow assassin crumpled to the ground like a mass of clay. He swayed slightly, the dagger embedded in his back still oozing blood. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. The shadow assassin. On the other side, Gu was shaken to his core upon witnessing the tragic demise of his comrade. Having collaborated with the shadow assassin for many years, he was acutely aware of his prowess. How could he have been slain by a martial artist of a higher realm? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Cao Zhengchun seized the opportunity. With a flicker of motion, he closed the distance, driving 3 silver needles, steeped in black blood, into the vital points of Gu's chest. Gu felt his internal spiritual energy stagnate, his circulation obstructed. Next, Dian Wei turned, his chest caved in. The dagger still lodged in his back, drenched in blood, yet he resembled a demon returning from the depths of hell, locking his gaze on Gu. He advanced, leaving bloody footprints with each step. Gu was utterly panicked. The mission had failed, his companion lay dead, and he found himself ensnared. Escape. He violently swept his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of dark green insects that surged towards Dian Wei and Cao Zhengchun, attempting to momentarily impede their advance. He himself retreated, crashing against the tightly shut doors of the Golden Luan Hall. From the Dragon Throne, Qin Hao witnessed Dian Wei's desperate struggle. His hands gripped the armrests of the throne, leaving 5 indentations. At that moment, seeing Gu attempt to flee, Qin Hao coldly commanded, "Close the hall doors. Fire the arrows." The 3,000 Imperial Guards, already poised outside the hall, sprang into action. Hundreds of guards surged in, wielding specially designed crossbows. Clack, clack. Simultaneously, the heavy doors of the hall were securely locked, severing Gu's escape route. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of a barrage of crossbow bolts filled the air. These bolts were entirely black, their tips triangular, inscribed with intricate runes. Spirit-breaking arrows, specifically crafted to pierce the protective spiritual energy of cultivators. Just as Gu turned, he was met with a rain of arrows. "Break for me," he roared, unleashing the pressure of his kingly realm in a desperate attempt to shatter the incoming projectiles. Yet the penetrating power of the spirit-breaking arrows exceeded his wildest imagination. Thud, thud. Several arrows pierced through his protective spiritual energy, embedding themselves in his shoulder and thigh. Gu shrieked in agony. Taking advantage of the moment, Cao Zhengchun's silver needles activated, throwing his internal spiritual energy into complete disarray. At that instant, Dian Wei lunged forth like a feral lion. He unleashed a powerful punch, striking Gu squarely in the chest. Gu was sent flying, and before he could hit the ground, dozens more spirit-breaking arrows flew towards him. With Cao Zhengchun's constraint, Dian Wei's heavy assault, and the coordinated fire of the Imperial Guards. The kingly Gu master had no means of evasion. Thud! He was pinned against the spiral dragon pillar of the Golden Luan Hall by a multitude of crossbow bolts. Blood trickled down the dragon-patterned pillar. Within the hall, the stench of blood reached a suffocating intensity. Qin Hao rose from the dragon throne and approached the edge of the platform, looking down upon the scene below. Dian Wei, on the verge of collapse, struggled to maintain his stance, kneeling on one knee. This humble general has not disgraced my mission. Cao Zhengchun's face was ashen, clutching his chest, also kneeling. Zhou Bingda and the other civil officials gazed at the two corpses of the kingly realm assassins, their minds blank. Victory. The two exalted beings had been vanquished by two formidable warriors. Chapter 24. The Awe of the Court. Qin Hao's hidden cards instilled fear. Within the Golden Luan Hall, the scent of blood thickened, nearly suffocating. The corpse of Gu, pierced by dozens of spirit-breaking arrows, hung from the spiral pillar, blood trailing down the dragon pattern. The shadow assassin's body lay twisted on the ground, his spine shattered, a gruesome sight. Dian Wei knelt, the dagger still dripping blood from his back. His robust form swayed precariously, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Cao Zhengchun, clutching his chest, appeared as pale as a ghost, barely managing to stand to the side. In Qin Hao's mind, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, your remarkable subordinates have achieved an extraordinary feat by slaying two early kingly realm warriors, foiling the assassination plot by the feudal lords. National fortune is the foundation of a nation, and strong warriors are its claws and fangs. This battle has instilled awe throughout the court and bolstered our national prestige. Reward of national fortune points, 80 points. Current national fortune points, 240 points. Qin Hao descended from the platform. He approached Dian Wei, extending a hand to steady his faltering form. Well done, fierce one. Qin Hao offered no further words. With a mere thought, he commanded the system, spend national fortune to heal Dian Wei. Ding. Consumed 5 national fortune points, commencing healing for the remarkable Dian Wei. A faint golden light, visible only to Qin Hao, descended swiftly, enveloping Dian Wei. The essence of national fortune transformed into the purest life force, flooding into Dian Wei's body. The wounds torn by the kingly realms might began to mend at a visible pace. The poisoned dagger clattered as it was expelled, dropping onto the golden bricks. Broken bones rejoined, and the caved-in chest gradually restored. In just a few breaths, Dian Wei's breath steadied from a feeble state to a stable one. He suddenly opened his eyes, moving his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. Thank you, my lord. Dian Wei knelt again, his voice booming. Beside him, Cao Zhengchun had consumed a medicinal pill and regulated his breath. Witnessing Dian Wei's instantaneous recovery, he felt an ever-deepening respect for his lord's capabilities. Below, Zhou Bingda and the assembly of civil and military officials were already dumbstruck. They lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at the two kingly realm corpses, their minds blank. Kingly realm. To the average person, they were deities to be revered, formidable enough to establish their own sections. Yet, two had perished. Moreover, they were slain by the powerful Dian Wei and Cao Zhengchun, who had fought tooth and nail. This transcended their understanding of the hierarchy of power. The emperor's subordinates were indeed terrifying. Zhou Bingda trembled as he struggled to rise. His gaze towards the dragon throne was no longer that of observing a youthful sovereign, but one of gazing upon an inscrutable emperor with far-reaching capabilities. Qin Hao's hidden cards were far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. This new emperor not only exhibited decisiveness and bloodshed, but also possessed the depth to counter extraordinary powers. Awe burgeoned within the hearts of every court official, sinking deep into their bones. Qin Hao turned, resuming his seat upon the dragon throne. His gaze fell upon the 3 feudal lords' envoys, subdued and terrified, trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Xian, Qian Biao, and Sun Miao were ghostly pale. They had arrived with arrogance, believing that their identities and the backing of the kingly assassins would suffice to intimidate this new ruler. Yet now, their prideful trump cards, the 2 kingly realm assassins, lay cold and lifeless. Your Majesty, spare us. This was all orchestrated by the feudal lords. We had no part in it. Zhao Xian stammered, his previous arrogance utterly vanished. Qin Hao's expression was frigid, as if the earlier assassination attempt had been a mere farce. Imperial guards, where are you? Here. Several fierce imperial guards stepped forward. I do not wish to repeat myself. Qin Hao raised his hand, pointing at the 3 envoys. Drag them out and behead them. He then pointed to the corpses of the shadow assassin and Gu. Prepare these 5 heads, marinate them in lime, and send them to my 3 esteemed uncles. Hang the 2 corpses at the southern gate of the capital for 3 days, exposing them to the world. Those who defy my imperial authority shall face retribution, no matter how far they flee. His voice echoed through the blood-soaked hall, imbued with an undeniable imperial majesty. As you command, the imperial guards advanced, dragging the limp envoys from the hall like dead dogs. Their desperate wails faded into the distance. Soon, 3 dull thuds echoed from outside, followed by silence. The stench of blood thickened. Zhou Bingde maintained his composure, knowing that all was beyond redemption. He approached the base of the platform, bowing deeply, his voice hoarse. Your Majesty, the execution of the 3 royal envoys and the slaying of 2 formidable kings signifies a declaration of war against the 3 great vassal kings. They will undoubtedly seize this as a pretext to raise their armies. We must prepare ourselves accordingly. Qin Hao leaned against the dragon throne, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Zhou Aiqing, I am here, Your Majesty. Do you believe that by retreating today, bowing my head in acknowledgement, and handing over Cao Zhengchun, they will refrain from retaliation? Zhou Bingde remained silent, aware of the long-standing arrogance of the 3 kings and their evident treachery. Since the moment I annihilated the Li clan and regained imperial authority, this war has been inevitable. Qin Hao stood, his imperial robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. If they desire war, then let it be war. My execution of the envoy today is to proclaim to the world, I do not fear battle. My great Zhou shall not be treated as a soft persimmon to be manipulated. Proclaim my edict. The capital shall immediately enter a state of war, and the entire city shall be under martial law. Dianwei, I am here. Dianwei stepped forward. I command you to take charge of the capital's defenses and reorganize the city guard. Cao Zhengchun, I am here. Disperse all personnel of the Eastern Factory and the Imperial Guards to meticulously monitor all movements within and beyond the capital, particularly the spies of the 3 vassal kings in the city. Eliminate them all. I wish to see who will be the first to fall to my blade. The events unfolding in the Golden Luan Hall of the capital were swiftly disseminated like a tempest throughout the realm, sending shockwaves across the land. In the Eastern Domain, at the Zhendong Mansion, the luxurious hall was filled with a tense anticipation as Zhendong Wangqin toyed with a jade ring, seemingly awaiting favorable news. Suddenly, a scout burst in, tumbling in fear. My lord, urgent report. News from the capital. Lord Zhao Xian has been executed and displayed for all to see. Qin paused, unsurprised. If that young emperor dared not even slay an envoy, he would not be worthy of being my opponent. What of the shadow assassin? Has he succeeded? The scout trembled, and no. The shadow assassin, along with the ghost Gu master invited by the Pingnan Wang, both perished in the Golden Luan Hall. Reports indicate that only 2 formidable beings remain by the great Zhou's side, who barely achieved victory through a desperate fight. What? Qin leapt to his feet, the jade ring slipping from his grip and shattering upon the floor. Both of the formidable beings are dead, slain by those of a lower tier. His face contorted with disbelief and rage. He had expended great resources to summon the shadow assassin from Wusheng Tower, only for him to die at the hands of a mere inexperienced emperor? How could that useless nephew command such powerful subordinates? Yet, this fury soon morphed into a chilling exhilaration. Instead of raging, Qin threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha! Excellent! Excellent! He reveled in the knowledge that he had gleaned the reality of Qin Hao's circle, and the death of the 2 royal assassins was not in vain. As for the 2 formidable beings, he hardly regarded them. They were insignificant before an army of 1,000,000. The death of the envoy was precisely the result he had yearned for. He had personally been provided with the excuse to commence war, the righteous justification handed to him with the utmost respect. Qin approached the massive map hanging on the wall and slammed his palm upon the table. Proclaim my command. Gather the 3 armies, don armor, and wear mourning attire. Immediately issue a declaration to the world. Chapter 25. The Alliance of the 3 Kings. The decree to cleanse the court is issued, and 1,000,000 troops are mobilized. In the northern border, at Feihu Pass, a critical juncture between the territories of the 3 vassal kings, a secret underground stone hall was filled with a blazing charcoal fire that could not dispel the chilling air. Zhenbei Wangqin Tua, Zhendong Wangqin Yi, and Pingnan Wangqin Mang, the 3 most powerful vassal kings of the Great Zhou dynasty, held a clandestine alliance here. On the stone table lay urgent reports hastily sent from the capital, alongside 5 heads of envoys preserved in lime. Bang! Pingnan Wangqin Mang slammed his fist upon the stone table, sending shards flying. This insolent child has gone too far. He has not only executed our envoys, but also slain 2 formidable kings. This is a slap in the face to the 3 of us. Zhendong Wangqin Yi's expression darkened. He had lost the shadow assassin, a prized asset for which he had paid dearly. This young emperor is more ruthless and deeply rooted than we anticipated. A formidable being engaging a royal king. He possesses death warriors. Zhenbei Wangqin Tua, who had been silently polishing his long blade, finally spoke, his voice hoarse. My dear brothers, we can no longer dwell on our losses. Qin Hao's execution of the envoy is tantamount to declaring war against us. If we do not respond, what face will we have left? How will our soldiers perceive us? A fierce glimmer flashed in Qin Yi's eyes. This nephew of mine is forcing us to revolt. He is not forcing, he is pleading. Qin Tua sheathed his long blade with a crisp sound. He is unstable, yet eager to diminish our power and implement new policies. He requires a war to cleanse the court and establish his prestige. However, he has overestimated himself and underestimated us. Qin Mang rose, his towering figure casting a significant shadow. Then let us fight. My southern warriors have long desired to experience the taste of Central Plains women. Indeed, we must strike swiftly and decisively, determining the outcome in one fell swoop. Qin Tua turned to the others. I have already reached an agreement with the Northern Wolf King's court. I will cede 3 iron mines outside Yanmen Pass, and they guarantee not to invade during my southern advance. Both Qin Yi and Qin Mang were taken aback. The Zhenbei Wang is willing to sacrifice resources to foreign tribes? Brother, you cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Once we capture the capital, the entire Great Zhou will be ours. Those 3 iron mines can be reclaimed later. Qin Tuo's voice was cold. I have no worries behind me, and can commit the 30,000 iron cavalry of the northern border to move south at full speed. Qin Yi nodded. I will dispatch 30,000 troops from the eastern domain's naval forces and infantry to blockade the canals, pressing directly toward the capital. Qin Mang grinned sinisterly. I will send forth 40,000 elite troops from the southern regions. With our 3-pronged encirclement, a 1,000,000-strong army, I shall see what Qin Hao uses to defend himself. Then let us swear blood oaths as allies. Qin Tua drew a short dagger, slicing open his palm and letting his blood drip into a wine bowl. Qin Yi and Qin Mang followed suit. The 3 raised their bowls and drank in unison. Proclaim the morning immediately. The 3 armies shall wear white. Qin Tua smashed the bowl forcefully, declaring in the name of cleansing the court and restoring the nation. Issuing a decree to eliminate the treacherous Cao Zhengchun and the tyrant Dian Wei, restoring clarity to the Great Zhou. 3 days later, in the capital, within the Golden Luan Hall, the atmosphere was as oppressive as lead. A vehement and bloodthirsty decree against the rebellion was presented before the imperial desk. The new emperor, Qin Hao, deceived by the eunuchs, slaughtered loyal subjects and harmed his kin. As imperial uncles, we are deeply pained and thus mobilize 1,000,000 troops to cleanse the court and restore the nation. The decree circulated among the officials, and the court fell into a profound silence. 1,000,000 troops. This figure loomed like a mountain over every heart. In the 7 centuries of the Great Zhou's establishment, such a scale of civil war had never been witnessed. Your Majesty, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Li Jie, stepped forward, his voice trembling. According to urgent reports from the Ministry of War, the vanguard of the 3 vassal kings has already set forth. In particular, the Zhenbei Wang's iron cavalry is moving with remarkable speed and will soon reach the Yellow River crossing. The 3 garrisons of the capital barely totaled 150,000. General Dian Wei's newly trained forbidden army of 30,000 had yet to form a fighting force. The stationed troops across various regions were too far to provide timely assistance, even if they were summoned to the aid of the throne. The Deputy Minister of War's face turned pale. 18,000 against 100 million. This panic swiftly spread throughout the court. The head of the cabinet, Zhou Bingda, an elder minister of 2 dynasties, also appeared deeply concerned. He trembled as he approached the red dais, kneeling and lifting his robes. Your Majesty, the capital lies in a flat plain, defenseless. With 1,000,000 rebel troops pressing upon us, this solitary city cannot withstand the onslaught. Zhou Bingda bowed his head to the ground, tears streaming down his face. For the sake of your health, Your Majesty, and to preserve the Great Zhou's state, I humbly implore you, please relocate the capital. Please, Your Majesty, relocate the capital. Dozens of civil officials knelt in unison, echoing his plea. In their view, retreating to the capital and utilizing the vast strategic depth of the Great Zhou was the only path to survival. On the dragon throne, Qin Hao slowly finished reading the proclamation and casually tossed it onto the ground. He gazed down at the ministers kneeling before him, devoid of anger. Relocation? Flight. If he were to leave, the nascent national fortune and the people's support would collapse in an instant. The system was intertwined with the nation's destiny, should the latter falter. What would he have left to summon great talents and to confront formidable foes? Zhou Aiqing, Qin Hao spoke. The old minister responded, I am here. Do you know what it means to be the son of heaven? Zhou Bingde was taken aback. Qin Hao rose and approached the edge of the vermilion dais, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I often read in history books that the son of heaven guards the nation's gates, and a monarch dies for his realm. His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder throughout the hall. As long as the capital stands, I stand. Should the capital fall, I fall with it. I shall not retreat, even a single step. Zhou Bingde suddenly looked up, struck by the sight of the young yet imposing figure, his heart trembling. At that moment, the imperial majesty radiating from Qin Hao rendered the seasoned minister unable to meet his gaze. Your Majesty is wise. Dian Wei stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. I am willing to lead the imperial guard and share the fate of the capital. Qin Hao turned to the side and looked at Cao Zhengchun. Cao Zhengchun, he called. At your service. Cao Zhengchun bowed. With 1,000,000 troops approaching, I do not wish to hear any distractions within the capital. Qin Hao's tone was icy. The hidden agents of the princes within the capital, those who betray us from within, I give you 3 days. Remove them all, leave not a single one. Before the great battle, we must secure our home. A cruel smile appeared on Cao Zhengchun's pale face. He had awaited this command for a long time. This old servant obeys. The Eastern Depot and the Jinhui will not disappoint your Majesty. That afternoon, the capital was filled with an ominous air. The Eastern Depot and Jinhui launched a full-scale operation. This time, they did not investigate in the shadows, but openly arrested suspects. Open the door. Eastern Depot is conducting an investigation. In a seemingly ordinary rice shop in the western city, the Jinhui stormed in like wolves, overpowering the shopkeeper and assistants. This is an injustice. We are merely ordinary merchants. The shopkeeper cried out. Clad in a dragon robe, Cao Zhengchun stepped in, glanced at the shop's ledger, and tossed it to the ground. Ordinary merchants? Dare you claim such when this is a military supply point for the Northern Defender? He waved his hand. Search. Soon. The Jinhui uncovered a plethora of weapons and correspondence from a hidden compartment beneath the rice shop. Take them away, send them to the imperial prison. The same scene unfolded across the capital. The residences of the Ministry of Rights officials, the largest tavern in the southern city. Even temples outside the city, the Eastern Depot showcased a terrifying capacity for intelligence infiltration. Many deeply embedded agents, previously unnoticed even during the Li family's rule, were unearthed. The Eastern Depot's imperial prison overflowed with prisoners. In the dimly lit dungeon, Cao Zhengchun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, listening to the anguished cries emanating from the torture chamber. An Eastern Depot officer hurried over, presenting a confession. Director, we have extracted information. This is the supply hideout of the Pingnan King in the capital, along with their logistics route. Cao Zhengchun accepted the confession, which bore fresh bloodstains. Continue the interrogation. I want to know every detail about their 1,000,000-man army. Cao Zhengchun exited the imperial prison and looked up at the overcast sky. A storm was brewing. Chapter 26. All is prepared for the coronation ceremony. The iron-blooded emperor's renown spreads. The Eastern Depot's imperial prison was thick with the stench of blood. Clad in a dragon robe, Cao Zhengchun stood before the torture rack, with several mangled corpses at his feet. Director, all 327 hidden agents in the capital have been eliminated. An Eastern Depot officer reported, but during the interrogation, unexpected findings emerged. The officer handed over a bloodstained confession. Cao Zhengchun's expression shifted as he swiftly departed the imperial prison, heading straight for the emperor's study. Your Majesty, he announced, presenting the confession. The infiltration of the 3 princes within the court is deeper than anticipated. Qin Hao took the confession and glanced at the names inscribed upon it. Li Bu Shilang, Lu He, Gong Bu Zhu Shi, Wang Qian. These 2 were newly appointed officials, promoted personally by Qin Hao to fill the gaps following the purge of the Li faction. When had they conspired with the princes? Returning to your Majesty. Lu He was a pawn planted by the Eastern King a decade ago, while Wang Qian is affiliated with the Pingnan King. They were deeply hidden. Had it not been for the use of torture to pry information from several core agents, we would not have discovered this. Cao Zhengchun paused. These 2 currently hold significant positions in the 6 ministries. If they turn against us in times of war, the consequences would be dire. Qin Hao's fingers drummed against the imperial desk. The art of divination had already been activated. He recalled the ambiguous fortunes associated with these 2 during court sessions. He had thought it merely a lack of ability, not realizing their treachery. No need for further interrogation. Qin Hao rose. Cao Zhengchun, take the Jinhui and visit their residences. Old servant obeys. Execute their entire households, leave no one alive. Hang their bodies at the marketplace, alongside the 5 envoys. Qin Hao's command was cold. He required no irrefutable evidence. In these tumultuous times, it was better to err on the side of caution than to let traitors slip away. Cao Zhengchun accepted the order. Half an hour later, two Jinui squads stormed into the Liu and Wang residences. The screams and cries lasted only a moment before silence reigned. Blood flowed down the steps of the grand doors and into the streets. The news of they were equipped with the newly crafted horizontal sabers and Mingguang armor produced by the Celestial Craft Institute. The blades were sharp, and the armor was sturdy. Although their numbers were far inferior to those of the rebels, their spirits were high, and the essence of military morale was beginning to take shape. Everything was in readiness. The next day, during the morning court, the scent of blood in the Golden Throne Hall had yet to dissipate completely. The officials stood in rows. The atmosphere heavy with tension, all awaiting Qin Hao to announce the latest military orders. Qin Hao sat upon the dragon throne, surveying his ministers. He commanded the Ministry of Rites and the Astronomical Bureau to immediately prepare for the coronation ceremony. In 3 days, I shall worship the ancestral temple and officially assume the throne as the rightful sovereign. Upon hearing this proclamation, the court was taken aback. A coronation ceremony? At this critical juncture? The Prime Minister, Zhou Bingda, quickly stepped forward, disregarding formalities, his voice urgent. Your Majesty, this is absolutely unwise. With 1 million rebels approaching in mere days, the capital is in imminent peril. We must focus all our efforts on preparing for battle. How can we afford to distract ourselves and squander resources on a grand ceremony? Please, Your Majesty, reconsider your decree, prioritize the nation. Behind Zhou Bingda, many officials stepped forward in agreement. Qin Hao looked down at Zhou Bingda. My dear Minister, do you believe that my ascension at this moment is a waste of resources? I do not presume to say so, Your Majesty. But with the enemy at our gates, this is truly not an opportune time. Zhou Bingda was interrupted by Qin Hao. The closer the enemy draws, the more imperative it is for me to ascend the throne. The rebels, under the guise of purging the corrupt, merely take advantage of my youth and the uncertainty of my legitimacy. If I were to shy away from battle now, hastily conduct myself, would it not play into their hands? Would the world then believe I am afraid? Rising from his seat, the golden dragon embroidered on his robe seemed to come alive. I shall proclaim with the most solemn of ceremonies, to appease heaven and earth, to declare to all people that I am the one true son of heaven of the great Zhou. I wish to let the soldiers on the front lines know that they are backed by a rightful king. I must make those 3 traitorous rebels aware that they are challenging the true master of this land. Qin Hao's words echoed throughout the hall. This was the mind of an emperor. War involves more than just soldiers and supplies. It is a battle for hearts and the destiny of the nation. The more dire the situation, the more vital it is to assert legitimacy and unify national fortune. Zhou Bingda stood stunned. He gazed at Qin Hao, suddenly realizing that the vision and courage of this youthful emperor surpassed his expectations. He lifted his robe and knelt. Your Majesty, your foresight is profound, and I am enlightened. News of Qin Hao's execution of the envoy, his battles against the king-level assassins, and his iron-fisted cleansing of the capital spread rapidly across the Tianxian continent. An image of a decisive and formidable emperor began to take root in the minds of neighboring powers. In the north, the Tianlang royal court. Great Khan, the great Zhou is in turmoil, with 3 kings raising armies of millions. This is our greatest opportunity to advance south and graze the central plains. One general excitedly urged for battle. However, the Tianlang Khan shook his head. Patience. The king of the north, Qin Tuo, has already ceded 3 iron mines to us. Let us observe as they tear each other apart. We shall strike when they are mutually weakened. In the western regions, the Great Light Temple, the high priest, clad in crimson, examined the intelligence in his hands. The fortunes of the great Zhou were waning, and he had expected its imminent collapse. Yet, the ascension of a new ruler seemed to herald signs of revival. It appeared that plans would need to be adjusted. In the eastern wilderness, at the Taishu sword sect, a mere emperor of a mundane dynasty possesses guards capable of slaying those of kingly realm? Intriguing. Indeed, it seems the disciples should venture forth from the mountain. In the imperial palace, at the stargazing platform, Qin Hao sensed an invisible force coalescing from all corners of the great Zhou, flowing into his being. Ding. Host's iron-fisted authority, commanding respect and eliminating internal strife, enhances the cohesion of the great Zhou's fortunes. Ding. Host's renown spreads far and wide, instilling fear in neighboring enemy states, deterring them from rash actions, leading to an increase in national fortune. Current national fortune value, 300 points. The national fortune value reached its peak. A surge of power coursed through Qin Hao's body. The true dragon transformation technique operated autonomously within him, the emperor's heavenly body resonating with dragon-like roars. Boom. Qin Hao's meridians expanded. The spiritual energy within his dantian began to liquefy. and the barriers of the refining qi realm crumbled under the onslaught of national fortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation has broken through to the initial stage of the foundation establishment realm. Qin Hao clenched his fist, feeling that he could now strike down a peak refining qi practitioner with a single blow. With a national fortune value of 300 points, this was his greatest trump card. With 1,000,000 troops at the gates, relying solely on the prowess of Dian Wei and Cao Zhengchun was far from sufficient. He required an army capable of creating miracles on the battlefield. System, open the summoning list for the Divine Demon Legion. 3 days later, in the capital, the continuous gloom and snow miraculously ceased. A ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the golden glazed tiles of the imperial city. The coronation ceremony was about to commence. Qin Hao, adorned in the 12-patterned ceremonial robe and crowned with the 12-crest crown, walked slowly toward the ancestral temple. Flanked by a multitude of officials, his steps were steady, as though each one resonated with the pulse of the entire Great Zhou. Outside the ancestral temple, bells and drums resounded. The music was solemn, yet could not suppress the pervasive aura of impending conflict. The entire capital was under martial law. 30,000 new imperial guards, resplendent in armor, stood in formation along the imperial road, their halberds resembling a forest. Dian Wei, wielding the dual blades of a butcher, stood like an iron tower at the main entrance of the ancestral temple, flanked by 500 of the most elite imperial guards. Cao Zhengchun led the eastern factory agents and the brocade-clothed guards, mingling amongst the observing citizens and the families of officials. Any unusual movement would not escape their watchful eyes. At the auspicious hour, the officials of the Ministry of Rites began to sing. Qin Hao appeared, dressed in a black ceremonial robe embroidered with golden dragons against a dark background. His 12-crest crown adorned his head, with a beaded curtain cascading down to obscure his visage, leaving only an air of solemn majesty. He advanced steadily, stepping onto the white jade stairs leading to the ancestral temple. Qin Hao's pace was unhurried, yet exceptionally stable, as if each step were taken on the very destiny of the Great Zhou. Zhou Bingde led the cabinet and officials closely behind. Inside the ancestral temple, the fragrance of incense wafted. Before the tablets of the past emperors of the Great Zhou, Qin Hao personally lit incense and knelt in reverence. After paying his respects, the procession turned towards the central altar of the imperial city. This was the most significant segment of the coronation ceremony, to worship heaven and earth and proclaim legitimacy. The altar stood tall at 9 zhang and 9 cun, symbolizing the supreme authority. Qin Hao ascended the steps, the fierce wind causing his dragon robe to flutter. He stood at the pinnacle of the altar, overlooking the entire capital. Below, the officials knelt in accordance with their ranks. Further away, the representatives of the permitted citizens were kneeling in droves along the long street. The cries of reverence echoed, the resonance reaching the heavens. Qin Hao unfurled the decree for the heavenly worship, channeling spiritual energy as his voice reverberated throughout the city. Heaven above, earth below. I, Qin Hao, by the bloodline of the great ancestor, inherit the fortune of the Great Zhou. Internal strife and external threats loom, with treachery rampant. I shall cleanse the universe and recreate the realm, safeguarding the 10,000 citizens of the Great Zhou and ushering in an era of peace. Today, by heaven's command, I assume the throne as the rightful sovereign. Upon concluding the decree, Qin Hao placed it upon the altar to be incinerated. At the moment the azure smoke began to rise, an extraordinary event transpired. The once sparse clouds in the sky suddenly roiled, forming a colossal vortex. A resounding dragon's roar pierced the heavens, echoing throughout the land. A colossal golden beam of light descended from the ninth heaven, striking directly upon Qin Hao. The manifestation of national fortune, dragon energy infused. The golden dragon energy, thick to the point of tangibility, radiated from Qin Hao's center, instantly expanding and forming a massive golden shield that enveloped the entire capital. The citizens within the city felt a comforting warmth, their lingering panic replaced by an inexplicable sense of stability. The officials were equally shaken. Zhou Bingde raised his head, gazing at the magnificent golden dragon aura that pierced the heavens and the earth, his body trembling with excitement. Heaven bless the Great Zhou. This is a portent of the nation's resurgence. On the heavenly altar, Qin Hao was bathed in golden light. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the coronation ceremony. Rightful and just, winning the hearts of the people. The national fortune of the Great Zhou has significantly coalesced. National fortune value increased by 100 points. Current national fortune value, 400 points. Host gains the effect of national fortune enhancement. Within the capital, all attributes increased by 50. able to mobilize national fortune to suppress enemies. A surging power coursed through Qin Hao's body. The true dragon transformation technique operated wildly, and having just broken through to the initial stage of foundation establishment, it ascended once more, stabilizing at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Qin Hao clenched his fist. He could distinctly feel that as long as he remained within the capital, under this shroud of national fortune, he even had the confidence to contend with formidable opponents of the divine palace realm. This, indeed, was the privilege of an emperor, the might of national fortune. Half an hour later, the coronation ceremony reached its climax. The ministers were invigorated. If they had previously followed Qin Hao due to his iron-fisted methods and necessity, now, the spectacle of the dragon aura soaring into the sky instilled in them a genuine hope for the great Zhou. Zhou Bingda adjusted his attire, preparing to step forward and offer his congratulations. Your Majesty, having received the mandate of heaven, the great Zhou shall surely, before he could complete his words. A hurried and chaotic sound of hooves thundered from afar. The noise was as jarring as a torrential downpour striking a drum. Urgent, and filled with a palpable sense of haste. At the end of the long street, a swift steed raced toward them. The rider bore 3 red command flags. His body caked in dust and urgency. Emergency report from 800 Li. Urgent military situation. The rider's voice was hoarse, and the Imperial Guards, upon seeing the command flags, dared not obstruct him, hastily clearing a path. Dian Wei furrowed his brow, stepping forward to block the entrance of the heavenly altar. Who dares to make a commotion during the ceremony? There is an urgent military situation. The scout, utterly exhausted, tumbled from his horse and scrambled toward the heavenly altar. Disregarding Dian Wei's obstruction, he collapsed at the foot of the altar, expending his last ounce of strength to emit a heart-wrenching shout. Report, Your Majesty. An urgent military report from 800 Li. This voice drowned out the solemn ceremonies, instantly freezing the festive atmosphere. Zhou Bingda's complexion changed dramatically, a wave of intense unease surging within him. The ability to mobilize an 800 Li emergency report and to rush directly to the coronation ceremony must indicate a calamity of monumental proportions. On the heavenly altar, Qin Hao turned. The pearl curtain of his crown swayed slightly. Speak. The scout abruptly looked up, his face etched with seriousness and urgency. Your Majesty, the Tiger Lock Pass has fallen. Boom. These 4 words struck like thunder, reverberating over the heads of every courtier. The Tiger Lock Pass, the last bastion of the capital, the foremost stronghold of the realm, had actually been breached. Zhou Bingda staggered, nearly losing his balance. What did you say? The Tiger Lock Pass is garrisoned by 100,000 elite soldiers. How could it possibly fall? It was the Canglong cavalry of the Northern King. They traveled day and night, circumventing several passes to launch a surprise attack from the rear of the Tiger Lock Pass. The scout cried. The defending general, General Yang, fought valiantly and perished for his country. The main forces of the 3 vassal kings have already crossed the Tiger Lock Pass. The Eastern King's navy has blockaded the Grand Canal, and the vanguard troops of the Southern King are advancing north at full speed. The 30,000 iron cavalry of the Northern King are now less than 100 Li from the capital. A 1,000,000-strong army will soon descend upon the city. Silence. An overwhelming stillness engulfed the heavenly altar. The officials, who had just been basking in the hope of resurgence, suddenly felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Less than 100 Li. For cavalry, that was merely a matter of hours. The 1,000,000-strong army of the 3 vassal kings would soon be at their gates. Panic spread like a plague, and several civil officials, unable to bear the tremendous shock, collapsed to the ground. Zhou Bingda was filled with anxiety. What should be done? 18,000 against 100,000. How could the capital withstand this? He trembled as he looked toward the figure on the heavenly altar. Qin Hao stood there, the golden dragon aura still swirling around him. He suddenly raised his head, tearing away the pearl curtain from his crown. The majesty of the emperor unveiled without restraint. The spirit of battle surged within him. Convey my decree. Chapter 28. Summoned the Assault Legion. The will of the Assault Legion is to fight to the death. On the heavenly altar, the golden dragon aura had yet to fully dissipate. Qin Hao tore away the pearl curtain that obscured his vision and casually discarded it. His youthful yet stern visage was now fully exposed to all. Panic and despair spread like a contagion among the officials. Your Majesty, with the fall of the Tiger Lock Pass, the capital has no more defenses. Please promptly recall 15,000 troops from the capital garrison. Yes, Your Majesty. The defenses at the southern gate are weak. We cannot withstand the charge of 30,000 iron cavalry. The Minister of War's complexion turned pale, and he struggled to maintain his composure, nearly collapsing once more. Yet Qin Hao remained indifferent. His voice, though not loud, clearly pierced through the chaos and panic. Convey my first decree. Command the 15,000 troops of the capital garrison to hold their positions and refrain from any rash actions. They are to remain ready to support the capital, but without my command, they are not to approach the city walls. What? The officials erupted in an uproar. Faced with imminent danger, he commanded the troops to remain idle instead of fortifying the city? What was the meaning of this? Your Majesty, you must not. The Minister of War urged, this is akin to severing our own arms. Qin Hao disregarded him and continued issuing orders. Convey my second decree. Immediately close the 9 gates of the capital and activate the city defense array. The entire city is to enter the highest state of military readiness. This command was standard procedure, providing a momentary sense of relief to the officials, but before they could catch their breath, Qin Hao's third decree fell like a shard of ice. Dianwei, here. Dianwei stepped forward, his dual halberds clanking with authority. I command you to immediately lead 30,000 newly formed imperial guards to take full control of the southern gate's defenses. Cao Zhengchun, here. Cao Zhengchun silently appeared behind Qin Hao. I demand that within the capital, not a single whisper be heard. Mobilize all of the eastern bureaus Jinyue. Any who dare to sow discord or undermine the morale of the troops, regardless of their official rank or status, are to be executed on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, another swift horse galloped in, and the scout tumbled off his mount. Report. The vanguard of the Northern King, 30,000 Songlong cavalry, has crossed the Weishui Bridge and is racing toward the southern gate. They are expected to arrive in less than 2 hours. 2 hours. This time frame struck like a heavy hammer upon everyone's hearts. It was over. The thought echoed in every mind. How could 30,000 imperial guards withstand 30,000 of the notoriously fierce Songlong Iron Cavalry? Those were the most elite troops under the Northern King's command. Your Majesty, please reconsider. This is sending General Dianwei and 30,000 soldiers to their deaths. A civil official cried out in desperation. Qin Hao cast a cold glance at him. Cao Zhengchun's figure flickered and appeared behind the official, a slender embroidered spring knife now in his hand. His Majesty's will cannot be questioned. The official, frightened to the core, collapsed to the ground. Qin Hao no longer regarded the gathered ministers, turning to descend from the heavenly altar. Dismissed. My esteemed ministers, attend to your duties. I shall await the rebel forces on the city tower. He calmly left behind a single statement, the dragon robe sweeping past as he strode toward the imperial study. Within the imperial study, Qin Hao dismissed all attendants. He stood by the window, gazing toward the southern city gate, where dust and smoke had already begun to rise. While Dianwei was valiant, 30,000 imperial guards facing 30,000 seasoned cavalry in direct confrontation had slim chances of victory. Individual bravery would be rendered ineffective against a truly ironclad military formation. He needed an army capable of creating miracles on the battlefield. Qin Hao closed his eyes, his spirit delving into the system. System, open the list for summoning the Divine and Demon Legion. Beep. The Divine and Demon Legion list has been activated. A golden scroll, visible only to him, unfurled in his mind, with illustrious names flowing upon it. Snow Dragon Cavalry, elite forces of the North Liang. Swift as the wind, unmatched in combat prowess, summoning requirement, 1,500 national fortune points. Xuanjiao Army, the Iron Army of the Tang Dynasty, armored horsemen, unyielding and indomitable. Summoning requirement, 1,200 national fortune points. Beihai Army, the elite of the Yu family army, renowned for their unwavering loyalty and fearlessness in battle, summoning requirement, 1,000 national fortune points. Too expensive. His gaze continued downward. At last, one name caused him to pause. Formation of the Trapped Legion. Source, Late Han Dynasty. 3 Kingdoms. Commander, Gao Shun. Characteristics, invincible in attack and undefeated in battle. No city they have targeted has ever resisted their siege. To summon the commander Gao Shun, peak of the Great Ability Realm, and 800 soldiers of the Trapped Legion, all at the peak of the Spirit Sea Realm. A consumption of 380 national fortune points is required. This is it. The King of Infantry, the Trapped Legion, possesses a natural counter against cavalry. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao commanded, System, confirm the summoning of Trapped Legion. Beep. Consuming 380 national fortune points, summoning initiated. In the palace's grand training grounds, Qin Hao's figure materialized out of thin air. The next moment, the very fabric of the training ground began to distort. An overwhelming aura of iron and blood surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. 800 soldiers clad in black heavy armor, wielding large shields and long halberds, emerged step by step from the void, like living statues. They were as silent as mountains, their gazes steadfast, resembling a mobile fortress forged of steel and will. At the forefront stood a man of average height, with a resolute visage, lips pressed tightly, his eyes devoid of any turbulence. He approached Qin Hao, knelt on one knee, and spoke with a voice as steady as iron. This humble one, Gao Shun, pays respects to the sovereign, paying respects to the sovereign. Behind him, the 800 soldiers of the trapped legion mirrored his action, kneeling in unison. The sound of their movement resonated like a singular thunderclap, causing the very earth to tremble. In Qin Hao's mind, the detailed attributes of the trapped legion materialized. Legion, trapped legion, number, 800 soldiers. Cultivation, all at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. Commander, Gao Shun, peak of the Great Ability realm. Characteristic 1, will of the trapped legion, as long as Commander Gao Shun remains alive. The spirit of the trapped legion endures. All members receive a defense boost of 100. And injured soldiers can rapidly recover part of their combat strength through the power of their spirit, ignoring any effects of fear and intimidation. Characteristic 2, breaking the formation, all members of the trapped legion deal an additional 50 damage to enemy cavalry and various military formations. A perfect war machine. Qin Hao gazed at the remaining 20 national fortune points. System, allocate all remaining 20 national fortune points to enhance the armor of the trapped legion. Beep. Enhancement successful. The armor and weapons of the 800 soldiers shimmered with a faint golden glow before fading away. The armor grew sturdier and the blade sharper. Qin Hao stepped forward to assist Gao Shun to his feet. Gao Shun, this humble one is present. The enemy's vanguard of 30,000 iron cavalry approaches the southern gate. Gao Shun raised his head, his eyes unflinching, filled solely with pure combat fervor. Those of the trapped legion are willing to guard the nation's gates for the sovereign. Qin Hao shook his head. No, he enunciated clearly. I do not require you to defend the city. Suddenly turning, he pointed towards the southern gate of the imperial city, his voice rising with an imperious authority that brooked no opposition. I command you to lead the 800 trapped legion out of the city to engage in battle. Gao Shun was momentarily taken aback. Qin Hao's gaze pierced through him like a blade, compelling him to comply. I demand that you, beneath the city of Shindu, before the arrival of 1,000,000 rebel troops, breach their lines in full view of the world. Gao Shun's eyes ignited with fervor, a blaze born from discovering his lifelong purpose, the will of the trapped legion. With every ounce of strength, he bellowed, to the death. Chapter 29. Gao Shun meets the enemy outside the city. 800 trapped legion against 30,000 iron cavalry. In Shindu, at the southern gate, the wind and snow had just begun to cease, and the sky was as dark as iron. The earth trembled slightly, initially like distant thunder, gradually growing clearer and more intense, as if countless colossal beasts were thundering towards them. On the horizon, a black line expanded rapidly, kicking up clouds of dust that obscured the rising winter sun. They are coming. The Minister of War pointed into the distance, his hand trembling. It is the Songlong cavalry, the vanguard of the Northern King. Upon the city tower, officials who had just regained their confidence during the coronation ceremony now appeared pallid and fearful. The oppressive aura brought by that black line was far more palpable and terrifying than any written proclamation. 30,000 elite iron cavalry, largely at the peak of the body refinement realm, clad in heavy armor, could trample a small mountain underfoot. And they had but a solitary city. Zhobingda, the chief minister, leaned against the battlements, feeling dizzy. How could they arrive so swiftly? The military report indicated we had 2 more hours. The speed of cavalry cannot be measured by common standards. A marshal general remarked gravely. They have galloped at full speed, resting not a moment, aiming to catch us off guard. It's over. The troops from the capital camp are still 30 miles away and cannot arrive in time for support. Can General Dian Wei's 30,000 new troops hold them off? The atmosphere of despair was far more piercing than the cold wind outside the city. Standing atop the highest point of the city tower, Qin Hao, clad in a deep black dragon robe, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the advancing tide of steel. He remained silent, merely observing. He absorbed the panic of the officials and the fear of the generals, feeling the national fortune golden dragon that had coalesced from the coronation ceremony swirling above him, emitting a silent roar that countered the oppressive aura brought by the enemy. Your Majesty, the Minister of War rushed forward. Please issue an order for General Dian Wei to defend the city gates and activate the city defense array. We must not engage them in open battle. Indeed, Your Majesty, the Songlong cavalry is unmatched in their offensive prowess. We can only rely on the city walls for a glimmer of hope. Qin Hao slowly turned. He did not regard the advising officials, but instead raised his hand towards the messenger officer beside him. Convey my order. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. Open the city gates. These two words, light as a feather, struck like heavy hammers upon every heart. Silence fell upon the city tower in an instant. Zhou Bingde assumed he had misheard and stepped forward. Your Majesty, what did you say? Open the city gates, Qin Hao repeated, his tone unchanged. Your Majesty, that is absolutely unthinkable. A civil official, unable to withstand the immense shock, blurted out. Cao Zhengchun's figure flashed, appearing behind him, a cold hand pressing against his throat, forcing him to swallow the remainder of his words. What is His Majesty planning? Once the gates opened and the cavalry surged in, Chengdu would be doomed. The officials were horrified, unable to comprehend. To them, this was akin to suicide. Yet the messenger officer dared not defy the command, trembling. He raised his flag and with all his might, signaled downwards. By imperial decree, open the city gates. With a creaking sound, the heavy gates, pulled by the winch, began to slowly open. The gaping maw of the entrance resembled the jaws of a monstrous beast ready to devour. Outside the city, the Zhanglong cavalry, poised to form ranks, stood momentarily stunned. The leading general, a trusted officer of the northern king named Huyan Zhua, at the peak of the king's realm, gazed at the slowly opening gates of Chengdu, initially taken aback, then erupting into a thunderous laugh. Ha! I thought that little emperor possessed some remarkable strategy. But it turns out he is merely a coward. The gates are open. Does he intend to kneel and beg for mercy? His deputy joined in the laughter. General, it seems we can forego the siege and directly enter to capture the emperor. Huyan Zhua raised his wolf-toothed club, pointing towards the gates. Brothers, that little emperor has been frightened into submission. He intends to open the gates and surrender the city to us. Relay my command, and prepare the entire army for a charge. The first to breach the capital shall be rewarded with a fortune and granted nobility. A howl erupted from the 30,000 Zhanglong cavalry, their spirits soaring to new heights. Just then, a synchronized and thunderous sound of footsteps emanated from within the city gates. Thud, thud, thud. It was not the sound of chaotic retreat nor disordered flight. Each step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of every onlooker. Under the gaze of countless eyes, filled with shock, disdain, and confusion, a contingent of soldiers emerged from the gates. They were few in number, merely 800. They were silent, a profound stillness enveloping them. Clad in pitch-black heavy armor, they were entirely encased, revealing only their cold and resolute eyes. In their left hands, they bore massive shields that could shield half their bodies. In their right hands, they wielded long, sharp polearms extending for a yard. At the forefront stood the commander, Gao Shun. He did not ride a horse, but, like his soldiers, marched on foot. The 800 stepped out of the gates and halted on the open plain outside, turning their backs to the city and facing the 30,000 iron cavalry. Those on the city tower were left in stunned silence. Infantry, 800 infantry, to confront 30,000 heavily armored cavalry on level ground? An experienced general rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the spectacle before him. This was a death sentence for the soldiers, a complete act of suicide. The last shred of dignity for the great Zhou was about to be lost by these 800. Even Dian Wei tightened his grip on his dual polearms. Outside the city, the laughter of the Zhanglong cavalry commander, Huyan Zhua, grew louder. Ha! I have traversed the northern territories for 20 years and have never witnessed such foolish tactics. He pointed his mace at the distant formation of soldiers, as if gazing upon a group of corpses. To think that 800-foot soldiers could withstand the charge of my 30,000 Zhanglong cavalry? Has that little emperor's mind been struck by a donkey? Very well. Huyan Zhua's smile turned feral. Let these 800 heads serve as the appetizer for breaching the capital. Charge! With a single command. The ground trembled violently as the steel torrent of 30,000 cavalry began to accelerate. The sound of hooves converged into a thunderous roar of destruction. The overwhelming momentum caused the officials on the city walls to weaken at the knees, some collapsing to the ground. Faced with this tide capable of flattening all in its path, Gao Shun's expression remained as calm as a still lake. Slowly, he drew the sword from his waist and pointed it forward. His voice, though soft, cut through the thundering hooves with clarity. To the death, no retreat. Behind him, the 800 soldiers of the vanguard unleashed their first battle cry with all their might. Form up. Gao Shun swung his sword down. Clang. 800 heavy shields slammed into the ground, interlocking to form an impenetrable circular iron wall. Whoosh. 800 polearms thrust in unison from the gaps between the shields, creating a terrifying thicket of steel. In mere moments, the 800 had transformed into an indomitable fortress of iron. They stood silently on the plain, awaiting the onslaught of the tidal wave of death. No one faltered, no one wavered. The next moment, the cavalry wave arrived. The foremost Zhanglong cavalry, faces twisted in bloodthirsty grins, raised their curved blades high. They envisioned the absurd fortress being easily crushed beneath them. The occupants turned to pulp beneath their hooves. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as the cavalry surged violently against the black fortress. The anticipated shattering did not occur. The expected slaughter did not unfold. The foremost hundreds of cavalrymen, horses and riders alike, collided with an invisible ancient mountain. The cries of horses in agony, the sound of bones shattering, and the clanging of broken weapons merged into a cacophony. The sabers of the leading cavalrymen struck the heavy shields of the vanguard, only producing a shower of sparks and leaving faint white marks. Meanwhile, their steeds were easily pierced by the steel thicket, with sharp polearms even impaling both horse and rider together. Blood gushed forth. The cavalry wave was violently torn open, yet the formation of those 800 remained steadfast. A nail driven into the earth, impervious to the raging tide. The battle, upon contact, descended into a horrifying meat grinder. On the city tower, all mockery, doubt, and panic froze upon the faces of the officials. Zhou Bingda's jaw dropped, wide enough to fit an egg. The veteran who had declared it a suicide stood rigid, immobile. He gazed at the black fortress below, which relentlessly consumed the lives of the cavalry, murmuring to himself, "What kind of army is that?" Chapter 30. The Might of the Vanguard. A mythical victory, soaring national fortune. The walls of the city fell into an eerie silence. Meat grinder. These three words lingered in the hearts of every official witnessing the battle below. The fortress, composed of 800 men, was not merely a formation but a precise, cold, tireless machine of slaughter. Thwack! A polearm thrust through a gap in the shield, accurately piercing a horse's neck, its momentum unyielding, pinning the rider to the ground. The next instant, the polearm retracted, the shield remained as steadfast as a mountain. The Songlong cavalry's curved blade struck against the black shield, only resulting in a shower of sparks, failing to leave even a proper scratch. Each of their charges resulted in chaos, with bodies and blood strewn everywhere. How could this be? The Minister of War murmured, having devoted his life to the study of military strategy, yet he had never encountered such an enigmatic army. Look, that soldier with the blade in his chest. A marshal general pointed into the formation, his voice trembling. The crowd turned to see a soldier of the vanguard struck by a stray blade, the tremendous force causing him to stagger back half a step. Yet, his comrades immediately surged forward, dragging him back into the formation. In less than 10 breaths, that soldier stood once more, replacing another injured comrade, as if the previous wound were but an illusion. The military spirit, the power of their military soul, is healing them. The Minister of War recalled ancient texts, but such tales were mere legends. How could this be possible? What kind of elite army could materialize such a potent military soul? This had transcended their understanding of warfare. This was not combat. It was a one-sided massacre. They did not see 800 soldiers, but a colossal iron beast with 800 limbs and hearts, sharing one soul. It was tireless, unafraid of casualties, each breath consuming the lives of the Songlong cavalry. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. In the distance, Huyen's eyes nearly bulged with rage. His earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by shock and disbelief. In the span of a single incense stick, his elite 30,000 cavalry had already lost nearly 5,000 men. Meanwhile, the enemy's formation remained unbroken, their morale intact, with no visible casualties. General, this infantry is too strange. Our brothers cannot breach their defenses. A peak commander from the Divine Palace galloped over, his face filled with terror. Their armor is too sturdy. Our blades strike them as if against an iron mountain. Huyen pushed him aside. Relay my command. Increase fire support on the flanks. Concentrate all remaining forces to attack directly ahead. He pointed his mace toward Cao Zhengchun's position. I refuse to believe they are made of iron. Even if it costs lives, we shall tear that gap open. Yes, the Songlong cavalry altered their tactics, surging forward like relentless waves, launching a frenzied assault on the forefront of the formation. The pressure intensified abruptly. Upon the city walls, Qin Hao remained poised with his hands clasped behind his back. Cao Zhengchun keenly discerned the intentions of the enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, he temporarily delegated command to his deputy, brandishing his sword and leading the remaining 100 reserve troops into the fray himself. The commander had personally entered the battlefield. The seasoned veterans atop the walls gasped in astonishment. What was he attempting? Had he lost his mind? Cao Zhengchun's figure was like a steadfast nail, firmly embedding itself in the most brutal section of the front line. His peak power erupted at this moment without reservation. The sword in his hand transformed from mere iron into a divine weapon infused with spiritual energy. In a flash of blinding light, the three foremost Songlong cavalrymen were cleaved in two, horse and rider alike. Blood and viscera stained his dark armor. With nothing but his sword, he carved out a vacuum amidst the throng of soldiers. Seeking death, Hu Yinjua's gaze turned murderous upon witnessing this scene. Capture the leader first. If he could slay that commander, this enigmatic army would surely collapse. He urged his steed, a creature of demonic lineage, with a fierce squeeze of his legs, unleashing a piercing whinny as it transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging directly at Cao Zhengchun. The terrifying aura of a Peak King pressed down like a mountain. General, be careful. Protect the general. The soldiers of the formation attempted to intervene, but the oppressive aura of the king immobilized them. Your Majesty, on the city walls, Dian Wei could no longer contain himself, kneeling on one knee, his voice resonating like thunder. I beseech you to let me take on that scoundrel. Qin Hao turned his head, gazing at him calmly. This battle would mark the rise of the formation. He neither agreed nor disagreed, merely stating a fact. Dian Wei was momentarily taken aback, instantly understanding Qin Hao's intent. This was the strategy of a sovereign. What the emperor desired was not merely victory, but a legendary tale capable of shaking the world. And the protagonists of this myth must be the formation and Cao Zhengchun. Clenching his dual halberds, Dian Wei ultimately bowed his head. I shall obey your command. In the heart of the battlefield, Cao Zhengchun faced the charging Hu Yinjua without the slightest retreat. He sensed the power capable of crushing him, yet the 800 wills behind him surged through the military spirit, continuously flowing into his being. The military spirit roared, bestowing an intangible strength upon Cao Zhengchun, enabling him to withstand the pressures of the king's domain. Interesting, Hu Yinjua remarked, somewhat surprised. But his wolf-toothed club showed no signs of slowing, descending with a whistle that tore through the air. Clang! Cao Zhengchun intercepted with his sword. A tremendous sound echoed. Sparks flying. The ground beneath him cracked, and he was forced back 3 steps, each one leaving a deep imprint. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Even with the military spirit's aid, the chasm between the mighty realm and the king's domain remained daunting. Ha! Let us see how many of my strikes you can withstand. Having landed a successful blow, Hu Yinjua's ferocity escalated, his wolf-toothed club swirling like a dark tempest, enveloping Cao Zhengchun completely. Cao Zhengchun faltered, his armor beginning to crack, wounds multiplying. Yet, the sword in his hand remained steady. He was waiting for an opportunity, a decisive chance to strike. Hu Yinjua grew increasingly alarmed. He found his opponent akin to a piece of resilient taffy, entirely on the defensive, yet managing to dissipate his force at critical moments, exhibiting formidable tenacity. Losing patience after failing to break through, Hu Yinjua abandoned all defenses, channeling all his spiritual energy into the wolf-toothed club, unleashing his most potent strike. Now, a flash of brilliance ignited in Cao Zhengchun's eyes. He likewise relinquished all defenses, allowing the lethal club to crash into his left shoulder. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. Cao Zhengchun's left arm was instantly rendered useless. But at the cost of this grievous injury, he seized the fleeting moment when Hu Yinjua's defenses were down. Formation, converge. He bellowed with every ounce of strength he possessed. The 100 soldiers of the formation swiftly altered their formation. 100 long halberds thrusting from various angles toward Hu Yinjua. Hu Yinjua's pupils constricted. He sought to defend himself, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Cao Zhengchun's long sword, which had remained dormant, transformed into a beam of lethal light. Thud! The sword pierced through Hu Yinjua's throat. The 100 halberds struck him and his horse, turning him into a sieve. The malevolent expression on Hu Yinjua's face froze as disbelief washed over him. Watching Cao Zhengchun as life rapidly ebbed from his body, he never comprehended how a peak mighty realm warrior could perish at the hands of a mere mighty realm fighter. The commander has fallen. The 30,000 Songlong cavalry witnessed their general's corpse hoisted high. All their ferocity and valor crumbled into dust at that moment. The commander is dead. Run. Panic spread like wildfire. These cavalrymen, most of whom barely possessed body-refining cultivation, shattered completely. They turned their horses to flee. Cao Zhengchun, enduring excruciating pain, cast aside Hu Yinjua's lifeless body and raised his sword high. For the formation, he roared, to death or glory. Kill. In that instant, the 800 soldiers of the formation transformed from an impregnable fortress into a relentless machine of pursuit. Their peak spiritual prowess enabled them to run faster than the very steeds they rode. On the city walls, all went mad. What were they witnessing? 800 infantrymen. On the plains, pursued 30,000 iron cavalry, slashing away. This was a mythic tableau capable of overturning everyone's understanding. Zhou Bingda staggered, and Zhang Jianji quickly steadied him. Am I dreaming? Have we won? We won. An unprecedented victory. The veteran who had previously declared this a suicidal endeavor was now flushed with excitement. Abruptly turning to Qin Hao, kneeling and lifting his robe. Your Majesty's divine might. This kneel was akin to toppling the first domino. All officials, regardless of prior thoughts, knelt in reverence, overwhelmed with emotion. Long live your Majesty. Long live. Long live. A thunderous chorus resounded through the heavens. Qin Hao stood there, accepting the homage of his ministers, his dark dragon robe billowing in the wind. Beep. Your legion has achieved an epic victory, overcoming the odds, instilling fear in the enemy. National fortune value, 320. Beep. National fortune replenished. Cultivation breaks through to the later stage of foundation establishment. Qin Hao slowly raised his hand, feeling the surging power within him and the soaring national fortune value of 320 points. A smile graced his lips. Chapter 31. A million-strong army surrounds the city. The three kings gather. Urgency in the capital. The city gates swung wide. Gao Shun, drenched in blood, his left arm hastily bandaged, stood tall with unwavering resolve. Behind him, the 800 soldiers of the formation bore armor marked with scars, their murderous aura palpable, yet none had fallen. They marched in unison, dragging their spoils and escorting the few captives, returning to the capital with disciplined steps. We have won. We have triumphed. On the city walls, a brief silence erupted into a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Zhou Bingda, tears streaming down his face, leaned against the wall, overwhelmed with emotion. The entire court, gazing at the army that had returned from the abyss, was left with nothing but awe. Qin Hao stood at the highest point of the city walls, his dark dragon robe fluttering in the wind. Beep. Casualties have been detected in the formation. Would you like to expend national fortune to replenish and heal? The fallen soldiers are to be replenished and the severely injured warriors healed, requiring a total of 50 points of national fortune. Confirmed. With a mere thought, a subtle golden light flowed from Qin Hao, enveloping the troops below the city. Gao Shun felt a warm current surge into his left arm, and the shattered bones began to mend at a visible pace, alleviating the excruciating pain. The wounds of other injured soldiers also healed rapidly. The vacant positions left by the fallen were filled by identical figures emerging from the void. The 800 troops were restored to their full strength. Gao Shun suddenly looked up towards the figure on the city tower, kneeling on one knee, his voice resonating like thunder. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. 800 men knelt in unison, their voices reverberating across the land. This miraculous scene plunged the officials, who had just calmed down, into profound shock once more. However, the brief elation was soon replaced by a more oppressive tremor. A rumbling echoed as the earth groaned. This time, it was not the 30,000 iron cavalry, but an endless black tide emerging from the horizon. It was the coalition of 3 grand princely armies, comprised of 1,000,000 soldiers. Banners fluttered like a forest, obscuring the sky. Weapons glimmered menacingly, casting a cold light. The once jubilant capital was instantly shrouded in a deathly silence. On the city tower, a civil official's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. The 3 grand princes have arrived. Outside the capital, 10 miles away, a colossal military encampment composed of countless tents rose from the ground. Inside the central tent, the atmosphere was so tense it could be cut with a knife. The burly king of Pingnan, Qin Mang, kicked over a table in front of him. A great humiliation. His eyes burned red, resembling a furious lion. The 30,000 Songlong cavalry couldn't even touch a single city wall before being annihilated by 800 infantry. What a waste, Hu Yinzhua. Is this the elite under your command, King of Zhenbei? Beside him, the rugged-faced king of Zhenbei, Qin Tuo, was slowly polishing an ancient long knife in front of a charcoal fire, ignoring Qin Mang's roar. In another corner, the king of Zhendong, Qin Yi, scoffed. Mang, what good is this talk now? Our million-strong army is already at the gates. We should assault the city directly. Qin Yi stood up and walked to the map, slamming his fist down on the position of the capital. How many troops can that little emperor muster now? The 150,000 troops at the capital are useless. Indeed, Qin Mang roared. Even if we have to sacrifice lives, we must flatten the capital. I want to personally twist off that little emperor's head. Fools. Finally speaking up, Qin Tuo slowly raised his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his otherwise calm eyes. Do you two possess brains or merely muscle? The expressions on Qin Mang and Qin Yi's faces changed simultaneously. Qin Tuo approached the map, pointing at the marker for the annihilated Songlong cavalry. Do you think Hu Yinzhua fell due to underestimating the enemy? No. He shook his head. He perished due to that mysterious army, falling victim to that little emperor's schemes. After this battle, the morale in the capital is soaring. A direct assault now would play right into his hands, leading only to increased casualties. Qin Yi's brow furrowed. What do you mean, brother? Surround the city. Qin Tuo uttered 2 words. Though the capital is vast, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians within consume supplies at an astronomical rate daily. Our million-strong army will encircle it so tightly that not a drop of water can pass through. He traced a line on the map. Cut off their supply lines and sever their water sources. Within half a month, chaos will ensue within the city. An impatient expression crossed Qin Meng's face. Half a month? That's too long. I can't wait that long. He let out a cold laugh, a cruel delight creeping onto his face. Brother, have you forgotten what I brought from the southern frontier? Qin Tuo and Qin Yi turned to look at him. Qin Meng clapped his hands. And a withered old man dressed in black robes, his face adorned with strange symbols, emerged from the shadows of the tent like a specter. Why use blades and weapons to assault the city? Qin Meng's smile turned sinister. Prepare to have the sorcerers release the corpse plague into the city moat outside the capital, and have the spies within the city drop it into their wells. Corpse plague? Even the king of Zhendong, Qin Yi, changed his expression upon hearing this name. Qin Meng laughed triumphantly. This plague is colorless and tasteless. Once it enters the human body, it will manifest within half a day to 3 days. High fever, vomiting, and a gruesome death ensue. Moreover, it is contagious. He licked his lips. I shall turn the capital into a plague city, a dead city. I want that little emperor to watch helplessly as his subjects and soldiers rot away before his eyes. Night fell. In the capital, the joy ignited by their recent victory was quietly replaced by an invisible terror. At the southern city gate, a patrolling soldier of the Imperial Guard suddenly felt a chill, collapsing to the ground. He was burning hot, continuously vomiting foul substances. Soon, similar scenes unfolded across various barracks and residences throughout the city. Within 3 days, the shadow of the plague enveloped the entire capital. In the imperial study, illuminated by bright lights, Qin Hao gazed at the urgent reports piling up on his desk, his expression growing increasingly grave. Your Majesty, 300 soldiers have shown symptoms in the southern city. Over 100 laborers in the western civilian camp have also collapsed. The Minister of War's voice quivered. The imperial physicians from the royal hospital are at a loss. They claim this is not a common cold. It is sorcery. A chilling voice echoed, and Cao Zhengchun appeared silently in the study. He tossed a half-dead man in black clothing onto the ground. The old servant's subordinates captured this man by a well in the western district. He has confessed. Cao Zhengchun's face revealed unmasked intent to kill. He is a sorcerer from the southern frontier under King Pingnan Qin Meng. They have released the corpse plague into the city's water sources. Corpse plague. Qin Hao's fists clenched tightly. He had ultimately underestimated the cruelty of this world. Beyond swords and bows, there were these insidious methods that could not be defended against. The morale of the military and the people, which had just unified, was now collapsing at an alarming rate in the face of this sudden plague. He must eradicate the plague. Immediately, without delay. System. Qin Hao closed his eyes, his mind sinking into his consciousness. Open the list for summoning heroes. He was in urgent need of someone capable of resolving the plague. A divine physician. Current national fortune points, 270. Qin Hao's heart sank. This amount of national fortune was insufficient to summon anyone. He quickly scrolled through the golden summoning scroll. Familiar names flickered by. Divine physician Bian Ke, ancestor of traditional Chinese medicine, a general practitioner, well-versed in various medical arts, skilled in pulse diagnosis. Summoning requirement, 500 points of national fortune. Medicine King Sun Simiao, author of prescriptions worth 1,000 gold, well-versed in herbs, adept at refining elixirs. Summoning requirement, 480 points of national fortune. Medical sage Zhang Zhongjing, author of treatise on febrile diseases, a revered figure in medicine throughout the ages. Summoning requirement, 450 points of national fortune. Not enough. None were sufficient. Qin Hao's heart sank deeper. Was heaven truly intent on destroying the Dezhou? He continued to search, his fingers almost tearing the scroll. At the very end of the list, a name he nearly overlooked caused him to pause. Chapter 32, The Divine Physician Descends. Summoning Hua Tuo to break the sorcery. Qin Hao's heart sank further. His remaining 270 points of national fortune seemed utterly insignificant in the face of these legendary names. Was there truly no way out? His consciousness continued to scroll downward, nearly reaching the end of the list. In that dim region, one name made him stop. Divine Physician Hua Tuo, rescuer of the dying. Adept in surgical procedures and plague prevention. Summoning national luck value, 260 points. Very well, it shall be him. An expert in plague prevention. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Hao commanded the system to confirm the summoning of remarkable person, Hua Tuo. Ding. Consumed 260 points of national luck. Commencing the summoning. Remarkable person, Hua Tuo. Cultivation, Divine Palace Realm, Mastery of Medicine. Trait 1. Qing Nong Jisher, able to resolve all strange poisons. Possesses formidable abilities to counter and dispel negative states caused by plagues and toxins. Trait 2. Ma Fei San, can concoct miraculous anesthetics, combined with his surgical skills, enabling rapid healing of injuries and significantly reducing the rate of disability among soldiers. Trait 3. Wu Qinshi, can create and teach methods for physical enhancement. Long-term practice can improve the overall physique and resistance of the army. Loyalty, 100, utterly loyal. In the next instant, a gentle fragrance of herbs filled the study, dispelling the previous anxiety and unease. An elderly man, clad in a blue long robe, with slightly white hair and a kind face, appeared in the hall. There was no trace of hostility about him, yet his divine palace cultivation exuded an air of otherworldly grace. Commoner Hua Tuo, pays respects to your majesty. Hua Tuo slightly bowed before Qin Hao. Please, no need for such formalities. Qin Hao swiftly rose from his dragon throne and approached him earnestly, without any superfluous words. In the capital city, a plague is raging, truly caused by the southern region's toxins, with thousands of soldiers and civilians infected. I implore you, sir, to intervene and save the people of the Great Zhou. Hua Tuo asked no further questions and simply nodded. Please take me to see the patients. In a courtyard temporarily converted into a quarantine camp, groans of suffering echoed. Hua Tuo entered the tent, disregarding the overwhelming stench, and approached a soldier burning with fever, whose skin was marred with black spots. Instead of checking his pulse, he pointed his fingers as if wielding a sword, and a gentle azure-green light emanated from his fingertips, delicately touching the soldier's forehead. After a brief moment, Hua Tuo withdrew his fingers, his brow furrowed. Indeed, it is the corpse plague toxin, crafted from the mingling of death energy and resentment, combined with 72 kinds of poisonous insects through witchcraft, exceedingly sinister. He turned to Qin Hao and bowed. Your Majesty, though this toxin is troublesome, it is not without a remedy. I require 3 items. Speak, whatever is needed, I shall procure. Firstly, I need a vast quantity of medicinal herbs. A list is here. Hua Tuo handed over a piece of cloth filled with names of herbs. The more, the better. All soldiers and civilians in the city need medicine. Secondly, I require absolute authority to mobilize personnel, brew potions, isolate patients, and burn contaminated materials, ensuring compliance without error. Lastly, Hua Tuo's expression turned serious. The primary ingredient for the antidote must be concocted in a place rich in spiritual energy, catalyzed by pure yang power, to counteract the sinister energy of the toxin. The medicinal herbs, you may take from my treasury, Qin Hao declared without hesitation. For authority, I command Cao Zhengchun to lead the Eastern Factory's Jinyui to assist you fully. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be executed first and reported later. He paused, looking at Hua Tuo. As for the location rich in spiritual energy, what do you think of the dragon vein within my palace? Hua Tuo's eyes widened, sparkling with unprecedented brilliance. He sensed a vast, magnificent energy residing deep within the palace. The dragon energy formed from the nation's fortune. Wonderful, truly marvelous. Hua Tuo clapped his hands in laughter, the tension on his face dissipating. The dragon energy is the nemesis of all evils, the purest yang power in the world. If we use the dragon energy as a catalyst for the antidote, the results will be multiplied. He immediately began to make arrangements. Your Majesty, I shall draft the prescription at once. Additionally, based on the principles of the Wu Qinshi, I have developed a simple guiding technique that, when combined with the potion, can accelerate the expulsion of toxins from the patient's bodies. Excellent. Qin Hao turned to Cao Zhengchun. Convey my decree. The Eastern Factory and all Jinyui shall mobilize, sealing off the entire city, distributing medication according to the prescription of divine physician Hua, and supervising all soldiers and civilians in practicing the guiding technique. Those who dare to disobey or hoard supplies shall be treated as traitors. As you command. Cao Zhengchun's figure instantly vanished from the spot. A thunderous operation commenced, racing against death throughout the capital city. The Jinyui broke down closed doors, pouring hot medicine into the mouths of the patients. The agents of the Eastern Factory monitored the streets, ensuring that everyone, regardless of age or gender, engaged in the practice of peculiar movements: tiger, deer, bear, ape, bird. Initially, there was resistance, but when the first patient consumed the medicine and practiced the guiding technique, their high fever subsided within half an hour, transforming panic into hope. However, while inspecting a medicinal warehouse in the western part of the city, an unexpected incident occurred. Supervisor, an agent from the eastern factory, rushed over. Kneeling before the commanding Cao Zhengchun, the Wang, Sun, and Zhao families refused to surrender their medicinal supplies and have colluded to raise prices, demanding 10 times the amount. Cao Zhengchun's expression darkened. Moreover, the agent produced a sealed letter. We discovered this on the steward of the Wang family. They are secretly in contact with the rebels outside the city, attempting to create further chaos from within. Cao Zhengchun took the letter, glanced at it, and a murderous intent surged within him. He turned and headed straight for the palace. In the study, Qin Hao listened to Cao Zhengchun's report, his face betraying no emotion. He calmly placed the wolf hair brush down on the inkstone. In times of national crisis, profiting from disaster, and even colluding with the enemy, these parasites must be eradicated. Dian Wei, I am here. Dian Wei, wielding twin halberds, strode in from outside the hall. I command you to personally lead 3,000 imperial guards to confiscate the properties of the Wang, Sun, and Zhao families. Qin Hao's voice was as cold as ice. All assets shall be seized for the fight against the plague. All core family members shall be imprisoned in the dungeon, awaiting judgment. He raised his head, adding the final words. Anyone who dares to resist shall be executed without exception. I will obey. Dian Wei hefted his halberds and turned to leave. The sound of armor clanking behind him. That day, blood flowed once more in the capital city. As the citizens witnessed carts filled with confiscated herbs and food being transported to the military camps and plague zones, their reverence for the new ruler reached unprecedented heights. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the capital, the shadow of the plague that had enveloped the city finally dissipated. No new cases emerged, and existing patients began to recover rapidly. The name of divine physician Hua Tuo spread to every corner. The hearts of the people, once stirred by the plague, were now completely at peace. Qin Hao stood atop the palace, distinctly feeling the golden dragon of national fortune above him roar with joy, its form more substantial than ever before. Ding! You have successfully resolved the plague crisis in the capital, winning the hearts of the people, and the national fortune has surged. National luck value, 150. Current national luck value, 160 points. As Qin Hao gazed at the remaining 10 points of national luck, which had now become abundant, his hand slowly clenched into a fist. Chapter 33, The Siege Begins. Extraordinary equipment, national luck suppression. In the rebel camp, within the central tent. Useless. The Prince of Pingnan, Qin Mang, kicked over a brazier, scattering embers everywhere. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the incredulous black-robed sorcerers in the tent. You assured me at the outset. You claimed your corpse plague toxin was unsolvable. You even proclaimed that within 3 days, the capital would become a dead city. And now? The emaciated sorcerer fell to his knees, trembling like a leaf. Your Highness, please calm your anger. This is not what we expected. The corpse plague toxin is a secret art of our southern regions, unless there is a master of medicine, and it must be assisted by pure yang power. Can it be unraveled? A master of medicine? The Prince of Zhendong, Qin Yi, snorted coldly, polishing his sword. The wastrels of the Imperial Medical Institute dare to call themselves masters? The Prince of Zhenbei, Qin Tuo, who had remained silent, slowly sheathed his cleaned ancient blade. Not from the Imperial Medical Institute. His voice was soft, yet it rendered the tent utterly silent. Qin Tuo rose from his seat and approached the map, his finger first resting upon the mark of the annihilated Songlong cavalry, then shifting to the capital city, Shanjing, with merely 800 foot soldiers. They had managed to decimate my 30,000 iron cavalry, and in a single night, unravel the peculiar sorcery of the southern frontier. He turned to his 2 younger brothers, a grave expression on his face. Have you not yet realized? The emperor seated within Shanjing is no longer the malleable puppet we once manipulated. He possesses formidable allies. His tone bore no emotion, yet it sent a chill through Qin Mang and Qin Yi. And so what? Qin Mang retorted, his voice rising in anger. Brother, we command 1,000,000 strong. Are we to fear a single expert? Indeed. Qin Yi echoed, let us storm the city. I refuse to believe he can conjure up 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers. Then it is settled, Qin Tuo declared, not waiting for their response. Relay my orders. The entire army shall prepare for the siege. The sound of war drums thundered like a tempest. The black tide of 1,000,000 soldiers began to advance slowly toward Shanjing. This time, leading the charge were not cavalry but rather dozens of towering siege engines, resembling moving hills, exuding an oppressive aura. Following these siege engines were hundreds of uniquely designed colossal crossbows, forged from black iron and inscribed with intricate runes that shimmered with an eerie blue light. These were the breakthrough crossbows crafted by the Eastern Wilderness sect. On the city walls, an experienced veteran gasped in astonishment. The King of the East. He has actually purchased breakthrough crossbows from the sect. The breakthrough crossbow, powered by spirit stones, fires specially crafted giant arrows designed to penetrate protective barriers and defense formations. A potent tool for assaulting fortified gates. Now, they were unleashed upon Shanjing. Fire! With a command from the rebel ranks. A deafening roar erupted as hundreds of breakthrough crossbows discharged simultaneously, the air vibrating violently. A multitude of 3-meter-long runic arrows, trailing long blue flames, tore through the sky like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks, crashing against the invisible protective barrier surrounding Shanjing. A tremendous boom resonated, causing the entire city to tremble. The luminous barrier flickered violently, rippling visibly where it had been struck, its radiance dimming considerably. The defending soldiers were staggered by the shockwave, and some of the less seasoned troops bled from their mouths and noses, collapsing in unconsciousness. Archers, counterattack! Dian Wei bellowed, wielding his twin halberds, rallying the troops. A sparse rain of arrows descended, yet they could not even reach the rebel vanguard, intercepted by the defensive artifacts at the enemy's front. Boom, boom. 2 more volleys followed. The glow of the protective barrier dimmed further, even showing signs of cracking. A sense of helplessness enveloped the defenders once more. At that moment, a figure clad in a black and gold dragon robe appeared on the city ramparts. Qin Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the relentless army outside, observing the continuous bombardment of the protective barrier by the breakthrough crossbows. Your Majesty, the Minister of War hurried forward. Urgency etched on his face. The protective barrier can scarcely withstand much longer. Please, Your Majesty, take refuge. Qin Hao paid him no heed. In the depths of his pupils, 2 golden glimmers flashed. The Emperor's in sight. Within his vision, the million-strong army outside, though menacing, bore a chaotic, grimy hue of luck above their heads, replete with violence and ominousness. This was the aura of the rebels, akin to a tree without roots or water without a source. In stark contrast, above Shanjing, the golden dragon of national fortune, solidified by the recent pacification of the plague, coiled and roared. Though it had been battered, its core remained pure gold. Qin Hao snorted coldly. He slowly raised his right hand, making a gesture towards the outside. In my capital, dare you act with impunity? With a mere thought. He summoned the overwhelming power of national fortune above Shanjing. National fortune suppression. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, resonating within the very souls of all present. The golden dragon of national fortune hovering above Shanjing suddenly opened its eyes, unleashing an invisible yet heavy pressure, akin to an ancient mountain, engulfing the battlefield within a 10-mile radius of the city. Outside the city, among the rebel ranks, a soldier straining to operate the crossbow's winch suddenly felt an overwhelming weight, as if a mountain had been placed upon him, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. What is happening? My body. A commanding officer waving a flag felt the flow of his spiritual energy turn sluggish, like rusted gears, making it laborious to even raise his arm. My spiritual power is suppressed. I can't stand. Soldiers whose cultivation was beneath the foundational level crumpled in droves, while those of slightly higher cultivation felt their bodies weighed down, their combat effectiveness diminished by over 30%. The once formidable siege army descended into disarray, their momentum halted. In stark contrast, on the walls of Shanjing, I feel lighter. My arrows fly farther. My strength is greater. A soldier of the Imperial Guard exclaimed in delight, noticing that the heavy sensation weighing upon him had vanished, replaced by a warm flow coursing through his limbs. Bathed in the golden light of national fortune, their morale surged, and their combat prowess soared. In this shift of fortune, the tide of battle turned abruptly. Before the central command tent, atop a high platform, the expression on Qin Tuo's face shifted for the first time. He stared intently at the increasingly vivid golden dragon of national fortune above Shanjing, his body rigid. National fortune suppression, he intoned, each word deliberate and dry. How can this be? He struggled to comprehend how a dynasty recently marred by internal strife, having executed numerous officials, could not only retain its national fortune but solidify it to such an extent. It defied logic. Brother, what is happening? Qin Meng and Qin Yi, sensing the change, rushed over. Qin Tuo did not respond. He observed the soldiers before him, their heads bowed in defeat, witnessed the escalating counterattacks from the city walls, and slowly closed his eyes. To continue the assault would merely mean sending soldiers to their deaths. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, forcing a single word through clenched teeth. Withdraw. Chapter 34. Dian Wei leads a night raid. The tyrant trains his soldiers, revealing their edge. The The sound of the retreat signal echoed through the rebel ranks. Like a receding tide of black water, the million-strong army abandoned the countless comrades who had perished beneath the city walls, their movements hampered by the suppression of national fortune. Retreating in disarray to their camp 10 miles away. Within the central command tent, the atmosphere was as tense as iron. Prince Qin Mang of Pingnan smashed a bronze wine vessel onto the ground, shards scattering. Brother, what sorcery is this? His eyes bloodshot. He resembled a cornered beast. My men can hardly even stand, as if burdened by a mountain. How are we to fight? The expression on Prince Qin of the East was equally grim, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword. Some of the sect's honored guests have told me that this is national fortune suppression, within the bounds of Shanjing. That young emperor is akin to the heavens. Unless our strength can instantaneously shatter his national fortune, it matters not how many we send. They will merely become weakened targets. Then we shall attack again. I refuse to believe his national fortune is infinite. Qin Mang roared. Fool. The previously silent Qin Tuo finally spoke. He slowly sheathed his ancient sword and stood upright. To expend the lives of 1,000,000 men to wear down the national fortune of a dynasty that has endured for 7 centuries? We cannot afford such a cost. Qin Mang and Qin Yi gasped, their breaths caught in their throats. Qin Tuo's finger traced the schematic of Shanjing's walls. The national fortune can protect the formation, safeguard the hearts of the people, but it cannot fortify the very foundations of the walls. He turned, a glimmer of ruthless determination shining in his calm eyes. Tomorrow, there is no need for the entire army to mobilize. Prepare for the monks of the offering hall to advance. Their sole objective is to circumvent the front line of the Great Formation, employing earth evasion techniques to stealthily reach beneath the city walls and directly employ spells to dismantle the foundation of the walls. Once the foundation is destroyed, the grand defensive array will collapse without further assault. At that moment, the suppressive effect of national fortune will significantly diminish. I wish for that young emperor to witness firsthand how the walls he takes pride in crumble from within. In the imperial study, candlelight flickered, casting elongated shadows of Qin Hao. Your Majesty, although we have repelled the rebel forces today, the consumption of national fortune is tremendous. The Minister of War bears a grave expression, his voice trembling. The spirit stones in the treasury can only sustain the grand formation for another 5 days. If the rebels disregard casualties and continue their siege, the capital is in peril. Qin Hao remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the sand table before him. The suppression of national fortune is not all-powerful. It resembles a colossal shield. With each attack, energy is depleted. A 1,000,000-strong army, even when standing idle, continuously erodes national fortune with their chaotic military aura. Defense cannot hold. The only path to survival is to sever the outstretched fists. Cao Zhengchun, this old servant is here. In the shadows, Cao Zhengchun's figure emerged silently. Where are the siege weapons and provisions of the rebels? Cao Zhengchun presented a defense map, reporting to your Majesty. They are all stationed at the eastern camp, guarded by the main forces of Prince Pingnan, Qin Mang. The defenses there are formidable, with several sovereign-level generals stationed. Qin Hao's fingers lightly tapped the table. He required the sharpest of blades, one capable of slicing through the enemy's encampment. Dian Wei, this subordinate, is here. The palace doors swung open, revealing Dian Wei, wielding his twin bloodthirsty halberds, striding and clad in armor, exuding a menacing aura. I command you to conduct a night raid outside the city this evening. Upon hearing this, bloodthirsty combat fervor erupted on Dian Wei's face. He knelt on one knee, his voice booming. Your Majesty, this subordinate is willing to claim the heads of the 3 kings for you. To take their lives is no simple task. Qin Hao stood, approaching him with a calm voice that held an undeniable gravity. Tonight, your objective is destruction, not to fight to the death. Dian Wei was taken aback. Remember, you have but one chance. If you become entangled with their sovereign-level experts, retreat immediately. Preserving your life is paramount. The Emperor's strategy is to master the art of commanding generals. It is crucial to teach the fierce warriors when to advance and when to withdraw. Dian Wei lowered his head, forcibly suppressing his boiling battle spirit, transforming it into absolute obedience. This subordinate obeys. Go, select 5,000 from the Imperial Guards. Let a great fire serve as my gift to them. The night was as dark as ink. Dian Wei stood on the training grounds, surveying the 5,000 Imperial Guards before him. These soldiers, though still at the foundation establishment level, now seemed imbued with the essence of ferocious beasts. This was the outcome of the Overlord's training method. It activated every ounce of their potential, expelling weakness and fear from their souls, leaving only obedience and ferocity. Tonight, follow me out of the city to kill and set fire. Dian Wei had no superfluous words, merely uttering this command. Kill, kill, kill. The 5,000 roared in unison, their voices threatening to overturn the night sky. At the hour of the rat, in the southern part of the capital, an abandoned underground waterway exit. Rusted iron bars were silently moved aside. Dian Wei was the first to emerge, followed by 5,000 imperial guards who flowed into the night like a tide of darkness. They did not charge directly into the heavily fortified eastern camp, but, guided by the map provided by Cao Zhengchun, took a wide detour. Like a dagger aimed at the weakest rear of the rebel camp. There, siege weapons and giant siege towers were stored. Inside the camp, several soldiers under Prince Ping and were gathered around a bonfire, yawning. None noticed the looming figure, akin to a demon, slowly standing upright in the shadows. Dian Wei's feet planted firmly on the ground. Characteristic 1, unmatched in foot combat, activate. A visible blood-red aura surged from his body. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Dian Wei surged forward. His massive form unleashed a speed incongruent with its size, akin to a cannonball, crashing into the camp. Enemy. A sentinel barely managed to utter a word before being smashed into a puddle of flesh and bone by a whistling halberd. Chaos erupted in an instant. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm echoed through the night. Dian Wei ignored the ordinary soldiers fleeing in disarray. His bloodthirsty halberd transformed into a whirlwind of death, charging directly toward the largest tents in the center of the camp, where the local generals were stationed, seeking death. A furious roar erupted as 3 sovereign-level generals burst from the tents, forming a triangular formation to encircle Dian Wei. However, they were facing a peak expert of the Great Power Realm, who had activated the unmatched in foot combat characteristic. Dian Wei did not flinch. He let a long blade strike his shoulder armor, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. He did not retreat an inch. With a sweeping motion, he retaliated with his halberd. Uft! The general who had attempted to ambush him was cleaved in half, along with his weapon. Blood and entrails splattered across the faces of the other 2 generals, who were left trembling in fear, turning to flee. But the other halberd, like a venomous serpent, followed swiftly, skewering both of them. He alone drew all attention. While the 5,000 imperial guards, instead of regrouping for a charge, dispersed in teams of 10, like phantoms infiltrating the vast camp. They did not linger to fight or kill. Clutched in their hands were pre-prepared flammable oils. Their singular goal, destruction. An Imperial Guard soldier smashed a flask of oil onto a massive siege crossbow, and then tossed a fire starter. Boom. Flames erupted skyward. Another team reached a siege tower, frantically hacking at its wheels and axle with specially designed blades. Firelight and smoke filled the air, throwing the entire eastern camp into utter chaos. What is happening? In the central command tent, Prince Pingnan, Qin Mang, was jolted awake. Grabbing a robe, he rushed outside. Upon seeing the towering flames to the east, he was struck dumb. My siege crossbow! My siege tower! His anguished roar echoed. Someone, crush those damned rats for me. 2 sovereign-level cultivators shot forth from the shadows behind him, transforming into streaks of light, racing toward the most intense flames. Dian Wei sensed the powerful auras rapidly closing in. The mission was accomplished. He discarded the last body in his grasp and let out a long howl, signaling the gathering for retreat. The scattered teams of Imperial Guards, upon hearing the howl, immediately abandoned their current targets and swiftly regrouped towards Dian Wei's direction, executing orders with instinctual precision. Trying to escape? The 2 sovereign-level experts had arrived close, one on each side, sealing off all escape routes for Dian Wei. He flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. He did not flee, but instead crossed his halberds to guard his vital points, withstanding the combined strike of the 2 sovereigns. Boom! A tremendous shockwave shattered the ground beneath him into a spiderweb of cracks. Dian Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, swaying slightly, yet remained standing tall. He had bought precious time for the 5,000 soldiers behind him to retreat. The 5,000 Imperial Guards, like a black dragon, gracefully withdrew into the darkness along the path they came from. Chapter 35. The end of the road reveals the dagger. The final cards of the 3 great princely houses. The Peak of Sovereigns makes its appearance. Dian Wei, dragging his bloodied twin halberds, returned to the capital. Behind him, 5,000 elite soldiers, though all bearing wounds, had suffered no fatalities. Their eyes brimmed with an indomitable spirit that seemed almost tangible. The atmosphere, previously stifled by the siege of 1,000,000 troops, was ignited by the resounding victory. We have won. We have incinerated their supplies and siege engines. General Dian Wei stands majestic. The defenders erupted in thunderous cheers, their gazes towards Dian Wei and the 5,000 elite soldiers filled with awe and fervor. Qin Hao stood at the highest point of the city wall, observing the morale-boosted army below, then glancing at the distant flames of the rebel camp. Ding! You have successfully launched a night raid on the enemy camp, demoralizing them and invigorating your troops. National fortune rises. National fortune value, 80. Current national fortune value, 350 points. Qin Hao regarded the replenished national fortune value with a slight smile. In the rebel camp, within the central tent, the atmosphere was more somber and frigid than ever. The roar of King Qin Mang threatened to tear the tent apart. Dianwei. Once again, it is Dianwei. He slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the sturdy ironwood surface. How could he come and go freely among the tens of thousands of troops and several commanders in our eastern camp, burning all our siege equipment? This is a disgrace. King Qin's face turned a shade of iron, his long sword vibrating with a faint hum in his grip. How could Dianwei, merely a formidable warrior, withstand a strike from two of my initial stage kings and emerge unscathed? What sort of monsters are surrounding that little emperor? Enough. The usually silent King Qin Tuo spoke slowly, his expression devoid of anger, only a numbing coldness. At this juncture, roaring is futile. Qin Tuo rose, casting a glance at his two brothers. We have no time to dawdle. To avoid prolonged troubles, that little emperor has an array of unpredictable schemes. We must settle this with a decisive battle. Qin Mang and Qin Yi looked at him simultaneously. Brother, what do you mean? The truth will soon be revealed. Qin Tuo stepped outside the tent, gazing at the brightly lit city walls of the capital. Go, summon the two esteemed elders. Moments later, two figures appeared silently behind Qin Tuo. One was clad in a gray robe, his visage aged, bearing an ancient long sword on his back. His aura restrained, yet reminiscent of a volcano ready to erupt. The other was a lean old man, dressed in tattered frontier armor, his face marred with scars, resembling a blood-soaked blade. Elder Zhang, General Li. King Qin Yi bowed respectfully to the gray-robed elder. This was Zhang Xian, an outer elder he had brought from the Taishu sword sect at great expense, a peak formidable warrior. The other was Li Mu, an old general from King Qin Tuo's command, who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, also at the peak of formidable status. This was their true hidden strength. The national fortune suppression against armies is effective, but its impact on individual prowess is limited. Qin Tuo's voice was devoid of emotion. Tomorrow, the entire army will feign an assault, disregarding casualties, to attract the attention of everyone in the city. He turned to Zhang Xian and Li Mu. Your task, esteemed elders, is to take advantage of the chaos, penetrate the city wall as swiftly as possible, and eliminate Qin Hao. Once Qin Hao falls, the national fortune dragon shall dissipate, and the capital will crumble without a fight. The following day, before dawn's light, the thunderous drums of war resounded once more, fiercer than ever. The rebels had gone mad. They seemed to forget the national fortune suppression of the previous day, surging like a black tide, unrelentingly assaulting the city walls of the capital. Arrows fell like locusts, and the brilliance of spells accompanied explosive sounds that echoed through the heavens. The city's protective formation flickered under the intense bombardment, teetering on the brink of collapse. Hold firm. All of you hold firm. Dianwei stood atop the city, wielding his twin halberds, shattering a massive stone that soared toward him. Yet, it was evident to all that this was merely a futile struggle, as the defenders' attention was wholly captivated by the rebels' frenzied assault. Two figures surged forth from the rear of the rebel ranks like arrows released from a bow. Their speed was astonishing, swiftly covering hundreds of feet and breaching the precarious protective formation. A terrifying pressure descended upon the city walls, akin to two towering mountains. Two at the peak of formidable status. On the city wall, all civil and military officials turned pale under this pressure. Those of lower cultivation collapsed to the ground, trembling. The Minister of War's face drained of color, his body swaying perilously. It is over. The thought echoed in everyone's minds. The assault formation. Form ranks. Gao Shun reacted instantly, roaring as he attempted to lead the assault formation forward to intercept. Ants. Elder Zhang Xian of the Taishu sword sect did not even spare them a glance. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, an invisible field of power spread out, and the newly assembled assault formation was struck as if by an unseen giant hand. 800 men spitting blood and flying backward, their formation shattered in an instant. Protect His Majesty. A piercing shriek rang out. Cao Zhengchun transformed into a ghostly shadow, charging forward rather than retreating, facing Elder Zhang Xian. A pair of dark, bifurcated daggers materialized in his hands, the aura of a peak formidable warrior erupting without reservation. Overreaching. Zhang Xian's expression remained unchanged. He pointed his fingers like swords, casually slashing forward. A dazzling beam of sword light flickered and vanished. Puff! Cao Zhengchun's figure halted midair. A burst of blood mist exploding from his chest. He crashed violently against the rear city wall, shattering the hard stone. One strike. In but a single blow, the peak formidable warrior Cao Zhengchun was grievously wounded. Cao Zhengchun. Qin Hao's pupils constricted. Seeking death. A furious roar erupted. Dian Wei's eyes turned crimson, resembling a madman. He abandoned defense, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the other peak formidable warrior, the veteran General Li Mu. With a body of malevolence, he crossed his bloody halberds before his chest, bracing himself to meet Li Mu's unadorned yet deadly punch. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. The bricks beneath Dian Wei shattered. Blood gushed from his mouth, and the armor on his arms exploded, revealing charred muscle. He did not retreat a single step, using his body to firmly hold back Li Mu. Yet, he could only stall one. Elder Zhang Xian, after sending Cao Zhengchun flying, showed no signs of pause. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Qin Hao. The icy tip of his sword was now less than 3 feet from Qin Hao's brow. Little Emperor, it is over. Chapter 36. A desperate breakthrough to the peak of formidable status. The national fortune bestowed, Dian Wei ascends. The coldness of the sword's tip pricked Qin Hao's brow. Elder Zhang Xian bore a mocking expression akin to a cat toying with a mouse. In his eyes, this 16-year-old emperor was already a corpse. The aura of 2 peak formidable warriors pressed down like invisible mountains, pinning Qin Hao in place, making even the slightest movement a distant dream. The effect of national fortune suppression was diminished to its utmost before such individual might. This is the essence of sects, the power that transcends imperial authority. Little Emperor, it is over. Zhang Xian thrust his sword forward. Just as the situation appeared utterly dire, within Qin Hao's imperial eyes, there was no despair, only a frenzied resolve. Consuming 10 national fortune points, activating the national fortune shield. A layer of nearly imperceptible light, a pale golden membrane, flickered momentarily around Qin Hao's form. Sizzle! The tip of the sword pierced the luminous membrane, producing a faint sound of shattering. The membrane shattered in response. However, Zhang Xian's lethal strike was momentarily hindered by this force. A roar, not resembling that of a human, erupted. Dian Wei, the figure who should have been ensnared by Li Mu, forcefully collided with Li Mu's fist using his own chest, propelling himself several zhongs, standing resolutely before Qin Hao. Zhang Xian's sword, though momentarily obstructed, still carried residual force. The sword energy pierced through, leaving a grotesque wound in Dian Wei's back. His massive body trembled violently. A torrent of hot blood gushing forth, splattering Qin Hao's black gold dragon robe. He stood like a collapsing wall, steadfastly protecting Qin Hao. Beast! Qin Hao steadied Dian Wei's swaying form, feeling the warmth and stickiness of his blood. Meanwhile, the veteran General Li Mu had advanced, forming a pincer with Zhang Xian. His eyes filled with murderous intent. It was merely a futile struggle. Li Mu's voice, as parched and lethal as his demeanor, echoed, "They will not be granted another opportunity. The next attack will be of thunderous ferocity. Protect His Majesty." All the officials present, both civil and military, were red-eyed, shouting loudly, yet most of them, being at the Foundation establishment stage, were pinned down by the overwhelming aura of the peak monarch. At that moment, Qin Hao's mind was astonishingly clear. His consciousness delved into the system, and the screen before him flickered rapidly. Hero summoning list, names radiating sovereign brilliance flashed before his eyes. Yet each required vast amounts of national fortune, filled with uncertainty. He could not afford to gamble. He needed a definitive trump card that could instantaneously alter the tide of battle. System, can national fortune be consumed to directly elevate a hero's cultivation? Ding. Consuming national fortune can initiate a breakthrough for summoned heroes, forcibly overcoming cultivation bottlenecks. Qin Hao's eyes instantly gleamed. Elevate Dian Wei to the monarch realm. How much national fortune is required? Target, Dian Wei, peak of great ability. Promotion, early monarch realm. Required national fortune, 250 points. Current remaining national fortune, 350 points. That is sufficient. Confirm the elevation. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao extended his blood-stained hand and pressed firmly against Dian Wei's broad back. Precisely where the sword energy had pierced, he could sense the flickering life force within Dian Wei, on the verge of extinguishment. Beast! Qin Hao's voice, imbued with imperial authority, resonated deep within Dian Wei's soul. Break through for me. Confirmation. Consuming 250 national fortune points. A vast golden torrent surged forth from Qin Hao's palm, wildly pouring into Dian Wei's body. This was the accumulated national fortune of the great Zhou dynasty. It was the power forged from quelling internal strife, eliminating traitors, dispelling plagues, and uniting the hearts of the populace. A howl erupted from Dian Wei, a blend of agony and ferocity. His veins, bones, and flesh shattered under the overwhelming national fortune, only to reassemble in an instant. The wound in his back began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, the newly formed flesh pushing through the shattered armor, radiating a jade-like luster. His once exhausted body felt as if it had been cast into a volcano, erupting with a ferocity 100-fold greater than before. What? Both Zhang Xian and Li Mu, poised to attack, halted in disbelief. Is this a breakthrough in the midst of battle? Zhang Xian stammered. No. His aura. He is forcefully breaking through. Interrupt him. Li Mu's battle instincts were sharper. He reacted instantly. Without hesitation, they struck simultaneously. Zhang Xian's sword light cascaded like a waterfall, while Li Mu's iron fist resembled a mountain. The two peak monarch forces locked onto the metamorphosing Dian Wei, intent on reducing him and Qin Hao to dust. Yet at that moment, the heavens transformed. Above the capital city, the winds and clouds spiraled, the once clear sky shrouded in endless dark clouds. A colossal vortex of thunderclouds converged directly above the city walls. Purple lightning snakes surged through the clouds, emitting a disquieting roar. The monarch's thunder tribulation. Dian Wei's breakthrough had summoned the heavens' trial. Madmen. All of them. Zhang Xian could not comprehend the unfolding events. A forced breakthrough amidst battle was akin to suicide. But Qin Hao was even more deranged. He raised his head, staring at the swirling thunderclouds pregnant with destructive power. Within my capital. Will the heavens dare to test my fierce general? The heavens must seek my permission first. He suddenly raised his hand towards the sky, grasping into the void. National fortune. Come. Roaring. The slumbering golden dragon of national fortune, coiled above the capital, suddenly opened its eyes. It unleashed a roar that resonated through the heavens, its massive form transforming into a pure golden stream, soaring skyward, forming an immense golden canopy above Dian Wei and Qin Hao. Privilege of the sovereign, national fortune protection. Boom. Zhang Xian's sword light and Li Mu's fist struck violently against the golden canopy. The canopy trembled violently, creating ripples, its brilliance dimming slightly, yet it remained unbroken. At that precise moment, crack! A bolt of purple divine lightning, as thick as a barrel, tore through the sky, descending with the power to annihilate all. The thunder tribulation had arrived. But when this divine lightning struck the golden canopy, it melted away more than half of its power, as if it were snow under the blazing sun. The remaining lightning penetrated the canopy and struck Dian Wei, merely causing his massive form to sway slightly, the surface crackling with electricity, which was entirely absorbed by his formidable physique. The thunder tribulation seemed to become nourishment for his breakthrough. The thundercloud vortex above appeared enraged by this provocation, but soon after, the second and third bolts of thunder tribulation were successively weakened by the national fortune canopy, all transformed into sustenance for Dian Wei. In mere moments, the thunderclouds dissipated, and the sky cleared once more, as if the cataclysmic scene had never occurred. Dian Wei had successfully advanced to the early monarch realm. He slowly straightened his form. His aura was more robust and domineering than that of an ordinary early monarch, imbued with a savage, primal terror. This was the strength uniquely his, forged through the infusion of national fortune and tempered by the thunder tribulation. He opened his eyes, and within those once fierce orbs flickered two golden flames. His gaze traversed past the astonished Zhang Xian, locking onto the veteran General Li Mu in the distance. He grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, as the dual halberds in his hands hummed with excitement. Now it is my turn. Chapter 37. The Battle of Monarchs. The ferocity of Dian Wei emerges, tearing apart a monarch. Dian Wei slowly straightened, his eyes shimmering with golden flames, firmly locking onto Li Mu. He grinned, exposing his gleaming white teeth, and the dual halberds he wielded buzzed with anticipation. It is now my turn. Li Mu's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Having fought throughout his life, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he had witnessed more life and death than anyone. Yet, the newly ascended figure before him instilled a primal fear deep within him. Stop with the theatrics. Li Mu forcibly suppressed the unease swelling within him, unleashing a thunderous roar as the aura of the peak monarch enveloped the area without reservation. To have just entered the monarch realm, yet dare to act brazenly before me. Kill. Buzz. A blood-red, invisible domain erupted from Li Mu, centered around him, instantly enveloping the city walls within 100 zhang radius. Within the realm, the air thickened, saturated with the sense of rust and blood, as countless vengeful souls roared, frantically tearing at the hearts and spirits of their foes. This was the domain of a king, forged from the struggles of millions in life and death, utterly tyrannical. Yet, Dianwei merely shook his head, finding the cacophony unbearable. The anguished wails that could unnerve an ordinary king felt like mere bothersome insects to him. His formidable physique possessed a natural immunity to such malevolent energies. Li Mu's countenance shifted dramatically. How could this be? His domain of slaughter instilled trepidation even among kings of the same tier. Why was it ineffective against this man? Without further contemplation, Li Mu sprang into action, transforming into a streak of crimson shadow, his battle blade drenched in blood, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Dianwei's face. On the other side, Zhang Xian, an elder of the Taishu sword sect, witnessed Li Mu's attack with a glint of ferocity in his eyes. He refrained from assisting Li Mu, believing that a peak king could easily handle a mere brute who had just ascended. His true target remained singular. Qin Hao, little emperor. No one can save you this time. Zhang Xian morphed into a sword-like figure, circumventing Dianwei's battle zone, and surged toward Qin Hao. Trying to pass? A sharp voice rang out as Cao Zhengchun's ghostly figure obstructed his path. Despite the terrifying injury on his chest and his pallid complexion, his grip on the feng shui spike was as steady as a mountain. Step over the corpses of the miscellaneous. Zhang Xian's face contorted with disdain. How dare a crippled eunuch block his way? Just then, a unified battle cry erupted. To the death, we charge. Gao Shan led the 800 elite troops, reassembling into formation, resembling an iron wall of darkness that firmly obstructed Zhang Xian's advance. Each soldier bore wounds, blood trickling from their lips. Yet their indomitable spirit coalesced into a pitch-black military essence, hovering above the formation. Form ranks, Gao Shan commanded. The collective energy and vitality of the 800 soldiers surged through the formation, converging upon Gao Shan alone. His aura ascended, faintly rivaling the might of a king. A swarm of ants. Zhang Xian was thoroughly incensed, feeling humiliated by the persistent provocations of what he deemed mere mortal warriors. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Brilliant sword light erupted once more. Boom. On the opposite end of the city wall, a thunderous clash resounded. Dianwei and Li Mu collided violently. The twin blades of the butcher and the battle knife sparked with blinding flames and terrifying shockwaves, pulverizing the bricks beneath their feet. Dianwei's combat style lacked any finesse. It was a brutal clash of strength. With sheer force, he stood firm atop the city wall. Characteristic 1, unmatched in combat. Activating. A primal, domineering aura surged from within him. His strength, bolstered by the nation's fortunes, soared with each engagement, growing ever more formidable. What manner of beast is this? Li Mu's apprehension intensified with each exchange. The opponent's power was unfathomable. As a peak king, he found himself soundly suppressed in a contest of raw strength by an early-stage king. Each clash of their weapons threatened to shatter his hands, his blood and energy churning violently. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Li Mu bellowed, channeling the full force of his domain, his battle knife igniting in a crimson blaze. Blood Butcher's Tri-Slash. He expended his remaining energy to unleash 3 strikes. 3 blood-red arcs of blade energy, each spanning dozens of feet, sealed off all of Dianwei's escape routes. Yet, Dianwei advanced instead of retreating, entirely forsaking defense. He allowed the first arc to cleave into his left shoulder. Clang! The resounding clash echoed. His shoulder guard shattered, revealing a gaping wound that bled profusely. Yet, Dianwei did not flinch. Absorbing the impact, he surged forward, his massive frame akin to a meteor, crashing into Li Mu's embrace. The remaining 2 strikes from Li Mu missed entirely. Madman! Li Mu was struck with terror. He had never witnessed such a reckless approach. He sought to retreat, but it was too late. Dianwei's twin blades, slicing through the air with a terrifying howl, crossed in a devastating arc break for me. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering resonated. Li Mu's once proud domain, under the force of Dianwei's relentless strike, shattered like glass struck by a hammer. Uffed! As the domain collapsed, Li Mu felt as if struck by lightning, violently expelling a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning instantaneously. At that moment, Dianwei performed an incomprehensible action, releasing his grip. The 2 heavy twin blades clanged against the ground with a resounding thud. Li Mu froze, a flicker of joy at his reprieve flashing across his eyes. He believed Dianwei had exhausted himself, but in the next heartbeat, his elation morphed into unfathomable dread. Dianwei's hands, several times the size of an ordinary man's, shot out like lightning, gripping his arms with ironclad ferocity. What are you doing? Li Mu shrieked in horror, struggling desperately. Even with the explosive strength of a peak king, he could not budge those vice-like hands. Dianwei grinned, revealing teeth stained crimson with blood, his smile more monstrous than that of a demon. He offered no response, merely flexing his brawny arms, veins bulging like snakes. He unleashed a roar that reverberated through the heavens. A sudden surge of power erupted. No, Li Mu's scream was a chilling wail, almost unrecognizable as human. On the city walls, all the defending soldiers, the countless rebels outside, and an array of eyes in the sky bore witness to the grisly scene. Rip! The sound of flesh being rent apart echoed, blood gushing skyward like a fountain. A genuine peak king, the strongest anchor of the North King, veteran General Li Mu, was gruesomely torn in half by Dianwei. Blood rained down, mingled with shattered entrails, drenching Dianwei. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on the figure bathed in blood rain, clutching a severed corpse. Akin to a demonic entity emerging from the depths of hell. That was a peak king, 3 realms above Dianwei. Yet, he had been so brutally torn apart. The visual shock, the cognitive upheaval, surpassed any battlefield victory. Gulp! King Qin Mang of pinged and swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry and his body turn cold. King Qin E of the East gripped his sword hilt, trembling uncontrollably. The ever-composed North King Qin Tua displayed the first signs of fear on his previously impassive face. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian, entangled with Cao Zhengchun and Gao Shan, halted abruptly. Upon witnessing Li Mu's twitching remains, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. As a high-ranking elder of a sect, his understanding of combat revolved around law versus law, domain versus domain, elegant yet lethal swordsmanship. He had never witnessed such brutal, bloody, and irrational slaughter. Dianwei casually discarded the severed corpse, slowly turning around. His eyes, ablaze with golden flames, scanned the chaotic battlefield, locking onto the stiff figure of Zhang Xian. Chapter 38. The Slaughter of the Sword Sect Elder. National fortune surge, sect's fury. The pair of eyes, ablaze with golden flames, pierced through the chaotic battlefield, fixing upon the motionless Zhang Xian. In that instant, Zhang Xian felt as though he were being targeted by a primordial beast. As an esteemed elder of a prominent sect, his understanding of combat revolved around the clash of principles, the confrontation of realms, and the elegant yet lethal art of swordplay. Never had he witnessed such barbaric, bloody, and senseless slaughter. Li Mu, a peer at the pinnacle of kingship and a seasoned veteran of countless battles, had been torn apart before his very eyes. A chill surged from the soles of Zhang Xian's feet to the crown of his head. Escape. This was the sole thought racing through his mind. The sect's missions, the promises of wealth and glory from the feudal lords, all became mere jokes in the face of death. Zhang Xian's heart, once aflame with the desire to fight, was now consumed by the instinct to flee. With a flicker, he transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring heavenward to escape the suffocating city of demons. Attempting to flee? The cold voice of Qin Hao echoed from the city walls. Have you consulted me? He raised a hand toward the sky, closing it gently. Formation, he commanded. Boom. The invisible city defense array above the imperial capital erupted in a blaze of light, and a massive golden barrier descended like an inverted sky, sealing off the entire expanse of air. Bang! Zhang Xian's sword light collided violently with the barrier, producing a dull thud that sent him hurtling backward, his vital energy roiling within him. Kill him. Qin Hao's voice rang out once more, akin to a death sentence. Roar. Dianwei, receiving the command, launched forward with immense force, the bricks beneath his feet shattering, his massive form resembling a cannonball aimed directly at Zhang Xian. I shall assist you, Cao Zhengchun screeched, ignoring his grievous injuries, his figure transforming into a shadow as he flanked from the side, his water-splitting spear aimed at Zhang Xian's vital points with impeccable precision. Surround and kill, Gao Shun bellowed, leading 800 soldiers of the ambush battalion to form a military formation, resembling a vast black net that sealed off every possible avenue for Zhang Xian to evade. In an instant, Zhang Xian found himself in dire straits. Before him stood Dianwei, who had just torn a king asunder. To his side lurked the elusive and deadly Cao Zhengchun. Surrounding him were an ironclad army, enveloped in military spirit, unafraid of death. Above loomed the net of imperial fortune. Do you dare to kill me? Zhang Xian landed, his face pale, and roared fiercely. I am an elder of the Eastern Wilderness Taishu Sword Sect. If you kill me, the great Zhou dynasty shall face the wrath of our sect. He tried to leverage the sect's name for a sliver of hope. In response, Dianwei unleashed a more frenzied attack. Your sect means nothing to me. The emperor commands my blade, and thus you shall perish. Clang. Zhang Xian raised his sword to block, his grip trembling as he was pushed back by the tremendous force. Uft. A water-splitting spear silently pierced through his side, and Cao Zhengchun, having struck true, immediately retreated. Zhang Xian winced as his spiritual energy faltered momentarily. In that fleeting moment, the long spears of the ambush battalion thrust in from all directions, unable to breach his protective energy, but forcing him into a frantic and desperate state. Under the weight of imperial fortune, his power had already been reduced by 30%. Now, besieged by 3 opponents, even a peak king was left utterly restrained, unable to retaliate. I cannot afford to delay any longer. A glint of madness flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes. You leave me no choice. He bit down on his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood and swiftly formed hand seals. Taishu transformation into a rainbow. Blood escape secret technique. A terrifying aura, far surpassing anything he had previously summoned, erupted from within him. His body began to shimmer, as though he would transform into a crimson rainbow, forcefully escaping this place. This was a life-saving secret technique bestowed by the sect. Once invoked, it would cause a regression of one entire realm, yet allow for an instantaneous escape of thousands of miles. But just as he was about to push the technique to its utmost limit, Qin Hao's imperial gaze shone with golden light, celestial insight. Within his vision, Zhang Xian's tumultuous spiritual energy was laid bare. Yet, amidst the seemingly flawless secret technique, there lay a fatal flaw at its core. Dian Wei, a voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz, precisely reached Dian Wei's ears. 3 inches beneath the left rib, that is the weakness in his energy flow, piercing it. Dian Wei, in the midst of his assault, halted abruptly, doubtless. He abandoned his frontal attack, twisting his massive form at an odd angle, merging his twin halberds into a single ebony spear, aiming directly at the flaw Qin Hao had indicated. Fool, how dare you abandon defense? Seeing this, Zhang Xian's heart surged with joy, believing Dian Wei to have exposed a weakness. But in the next instant, that joy turned into profound terror. Dian Wei's target was not his head, nor his heart, but precisely the point where he had unleashed his technique, where his energy was at its most unstable. How could he know? Uft. The twin halberds pierced through Zhang Xian's left rib with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! Zhang Xian let out a blood-curdling scream. The rapidly circulating secret technique was brutally interrupted by this lethal strike. The vast spiritual energy he had prepared to escape spiraled out of control, flooding through his meridians like a burst dam. Boom! A cloud of blood mist erupted from within him. Zhang Xian felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, the backlash from the technique inflicting unimaginable harm upon him. Now, Gao Shun seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ambush battalion. Formed the Butcher King's formation. 800 soldiers roared in unison. The formation shifting once more, transforming into a steel cage that ensnared the gravely wounded Zhang Xian at its center. No, please. Zhang Xian, sensing death's approach, let out a desperate wail. Dian Wei descended from the air, his massive shadow engulfing Zhang Xian. It is over. The twin halberds rose high, infused with the ferocity to obliterate all, and came crashing down with full force. Uft. The peak elder of the Taishu sword sect was cleaved in 2 by a single strike. His corpse collapsed to the ground, blood flowing like a river. Ping. Slain 2 peak kings, shocking 1,000,000 enemy troops. The great Zhou's prestige soars. Reward, for 100 points of national fortune. Current national fortune, 500 points. Within Qin Hao's mind, the system notification sounded. Outside the city, in the rebel camp, King Qin Yi of the East stared intently at the water mirror, fixated on the events unfolding atop the city walls. When he witnessed Zhang Xian being slain by Dian Wei, the bronze goblet in his hand fell to the ground with a shatter. He is dead. The elder he had summoned at great cost, even promising half of his kingdom, was just gone. How was he to report this to the Taishu sword sect? A chilling dread surged from the depths of his heart. Beside him, King Qin Mang of Pingnan had turned pale, trembling like a leaf. Even the usually composed King Qin Tuo of the north showed signs of shock upon his otherwise impassive face. The morale of the 3 feudal lords and their 1,000,000 troops plummeted to an all-time low at that moment. They gazed at the blood-soaked demon atop the city walls, their fighting spirit extinguished. King Qin Yi of the East felt his legs give way, collapsing into his chair. Chapter 39. The Collapse of the Coalition. The defeat as a mountain falls, 3 kings in disarray. The bodies of 2 peak kings still radiated warmth, lying atop the city walls of the imperial capital. Time seemed to freeze in the wake of this bloody scene. Outside the city, the so-called 1,000,000-strong rebel coalition fell into a deathly silence. Each soldier gazed blankly at the water mirror, where Dian Wei, resembling a demon, had torn apart a Peak King. He was no ordinary commander. He was the legendary Peak King, the embodiment of invincibility in their hearts. Now, that symbol lay in ruins. As their final vestiges of combat spirit shattered, chaos spread silently through the vast military formation like a plague. On the city tower, Qin Hao observed the unfolding scene, casting a glance at the system panel. Current national fortune value, 500 points. Without a moment's hesitation, he decreed, consume 20 points of national fortune to restore the Jinyui, heal the casualties of the vanguard camp, and mend the wounds of Cao Zhengchun and Gao Shan. A soft golden light cascaded down like delicate raindrops. The horrific wound on Cao Zhengchun's chest healed at a visibly rapid pace, while the injuries sustained by Gao Shan and the soldiers of the vanguard camp were instantly restored. They stood tall once more, as if the brutal massacre that had just transpired had never occurred. Drawing the emperor's sword from his waist, he pointed its tip toward the wavering tide of black outside the city. Open the city gates. His voice cut through the cacophony of the battlefield, resonating clearly in the ears of every soldier on guard. Counterattack. The opportunity for battle is fleeting. He seized it. Where is the vanguard camp? Here, at your command. Gao Shun knelt on one knee, his voice booming. I command you to be the vanguard and breach the enemy lines. As you command. The orders were relayed to the 150,000 soldiers of the capital garrison. Below the city, the morale of the 150,000 defenders surged to a boiling point as they roared in unison. To the left and right flanks, follow the vanguard camp and crush them for me. Kill, kill, kill. Amidst the deafening battle cries, the heavy city gates creaked open slowly. In the rebel camp's central tent, the atmosphere had plummeted to a freezing point. Retreat. We must withdraw immediately. That Jian Wei is a demon, a madman. King Qin Mang of Pingnan had lost all semblance of his former arrogance. His face was pale and trembling. His sorcerers were all annihilated, siege engines set ablaze, and seeing their king torn apart had shattered his courage completely. Retreat? To where? King Qin Yi of Zhendong sat despondently in his chair, his bronze goblet having fallen to the ground. Elder Zhang is dead. How will I explain this to the Taishu Sword sect? It's over. Everything is over. His support had vanished, and his mind was filled with terrifying visions of the sect's wrath. Enough of this. The previously silent King Qin Tuo of Jinbei slammed his hand on the table with a thunderous sound. His face bore no fear, only grim seriousness. In the capital, there are monsters capable of slaying peak kings. Our army's morale has collapsed. If we continue, it will be the annihilation of our entire force. Qin Mang grasped at a glimmer of hope. Yes, brother is right. Let us retreat quickly. Back to the southern frontier. I will never return to this cursed place. Qin Tuo shot him a cold glance, fully aware that the tide had turned against them. The outcome was sealed. The focus now was not on how to win, but on how to survive and preserve as much strength as possible. At that moment, a personal guard tumbled into the tent. Report, my lord. The city gates have opened. The emperor is leading the defenders out. What? Qin Yi and Qin Mang both leaped to their feet in shock. Qin Tuo's pupils contracted sharply. He stepped outside the tent and gazed into the distance, where a black flag of the vanguard camp surged forward like the sharpest dagger, unhesitatingly piercing toward the core of their allied formation. Following it were the 150,000 defenders of the capital, rushing in like a tidal wave. A counterattack. That little emperor dares to strike back. Qin Tuo's heart sank completely. He no longer glanced at his two flustered brothers. Turning to his deputy, he issued a command in a tone devoid of emotion. Relay the order. The entire army, turn north and advance immediately. He did not even use the word retreat, instead opting for advance. He was preparing to abandon his two brothers, using their forces to delay Qin Hao's counterattack and buy time for his 300,000 northern cavalry to escape. Brother, you. King Qin Mang of Pingnan stared at him in disbelief. However, Qin Tuo paid him no mind. With a wave of the command flag, the 300,000 northern cavalry on the left flank turned without hesitation, resembling a swirling black tempest, racing away from the main battlefield toward the northern horizon. This move utterly shattered the already fragile allied line. Qin Tuo, you treacherous scoundrel. Qin Mang cursed furiously, but he reacted quickly. He immediately roared at his troops, Southern Frontier Army. Retreat. Follow the northern army's direction, quickly. The southern frontier troops on the right flank instantly fell into disarray, discarding their weapons as they fled in panic. The defeat was as swift as an avalanche. Only the tens of thousands of troops led by King Qin Yi of Zhendong remained isolated at the forefront. His forces, primarily infantry and navy, were the slowest to act. The sudden flight of their allied forces engulfed his soldiers in overwhelming panic. Their formation collapsed in an instant. "No, do not panic. Steady. Hold the line," Qin Yi shouted hoarsely, but his voice sounded feeble amidst the chaos of a million panicked souls. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted. The 800 soldiers of the vanguard camp, led by Gao Shun, surged into the turmoil like a searing iron brand into melting butter. This recently rejuvenated army displayed unparalleled ferocity. With shields in their left hands and halberds in their right, they formed a moving fortress of steel, leaving carnage in their wake. Any rebel attempting to obstruct them was mercilessly crushed. The rout escalated into a massacre. Meanwhile, a more ferocious figure burst forth from the flank of the vanguard camp. Dianwei. He paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers, unleashing the aura of a king without reserve. Charging like a human meteor straight toward the wavering banner of King Qin Yi of Zhendong. On the city tower, Qin Hao's imperial gaze absorbed every detail of the unfolding drama. He witnessed Qin Tuo's decisiveness and Qin Mang's panic. They could not be allowed to escape. One prince must be captured today. The life of a prince would decisively secure victory in this war. However, the northern cavalry moved like the wind. And while the vanguard camp was formidable in battle, they could not keep pace. Qin Hao recognized the necessity of a powerful force capable of executing the pursuit. Chapter 40, Summoning Again. The Snow Dragon Riders. The swiftest hunt across the realm. On the city tower, Qin Hao's black and gold dragon robe billowed in the wind. His imperial eyes took in the spectacle of chaos on the battlefield. King Qin Tuo of Jinbei, resolute as ever, realized the situation was untenable and immediately severed ties. Using his allies as bait to carve out an opportunity for his escape. His 300,000 northern cavalry had transformed into a dark line on the distant horizon. Retreating ever further, King Qin Mang of Pingnan, though panicked, instinctively followed closely, his southern frontier army discarding helmets and armor as they desperately fled northward. "Your Majesty, do not pursue a desperate enemy." The voice of the chief minister, Zhou Bingda, echoed behind him, tinged with concern. "Our forces are primarily infantry and ill-equipped to chase down cavalry. The enemy is in full retreat. We must simply hold the capital, and it would be a monumental victory." Qin Hao did not look back. Victory? That was insufficient. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would bring endless troubles. What he sought was not mere defeat, but annihilation. He desired the head of a prince to extinguish the flames of rebellion throughout the realm. Yet Zhou Bingda spoke truthfully. The 150,000 soldiers of the capital garrison, though buoyed by high spirits, could not outrun the four-legged cavalry. The vanguard camp was heavily armored infantry. Invincible in siege, but not adept at pursuit. Would he simply watch as Qin Tuo and Qin Mang escaped unscathed? Qin Hao's consciousness sank into his mind, and the light curtain unfolded before him. Current national fortune value, 1,500 points. This is the entirety of his wealth earned by slaying 2 peak-level kings and instilling fear in 1,000,000 enemies. His gaze swiftly scanned the Demon and God Legion list. Xian Armor Army. The Iron Army of the Great Tang, clad in armor, indomitable. Summoning requirement, 1,200 national fortune points. No, the Xian Armor Army is heavy cavalry, unparalleled in charge, yet their speed in long-distance pursuits is not exceptional. Beiwei Army, the elite of the Yu family army. Unmatched in loyalty and courage, fearless in battle. Summoning requirement, 1,000 national fortune points. Also not suitable, as the Beiwei Army, while formidable, does not excel in sheer speed. He needed a cavalry unit, a force possessing extraordinary speed, capable of traversing any terrain, executing long-distance pursuit missions, the Phantom Cavalry. His finger glided over the list, ultimately resting on a single name, Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Source, Snow in the Knife. Description, the world's premier light cavalry, swift as the wind, capable of rapid incursions over 1,000 miles. Wherever the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry goes, the world becomes the realm of Baoyang. Summoning requirement, 1,500 national fortune points. Not a point more, not a point less. Exactly what he possessed. All in. This was a gamble, exhausting all resources for a chance to secure a decisive victory. "Your Majesty?" Zhou Bingda noted Qin Hao's prolonged silence and spoke again. A cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Hao's lips. He relished the sensation of wielding his own destiny. System. His voice resonated deep within his consciousness. Summoned the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Confirmation. Consuming 1,500 national fortune points. Summoning the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry for you. Number, 10,000 men. Rank, all at the peak of the Divine Palace realm. Commander, Yuan Zhuozong, peak of the King realm. Characteristic 1. Rapid charge, can ignore most terrain obstacles. Speed increased by 50 during long-distance charges. Characteristic 2. Snow treading, upon charging, can summon the chill of the heavens, freezing and delaying enemy movements with frost beneath their hooves. Loyalty, 100, loyal to death. In an instant, his national fortune points vanished. At that moment, the fleeing Pingnan king, Qin Mang, suddenly felt a piercing cold at the back of his neck. Instinctively, he glanced back. This single glance drained the color from his face. Behind them, the plains outside the capital twisted ominously. A massive spatial rift opened slowly, resembling an enormous celestial eye. A chilling wind howled forth from the rift. Despite it being autumn, snowflakes the size of goose feathers began to fall from the sky. What was that? A commander of the southern Jiang army pointed at the rift, his voice trembling. In the next moment, their questions were answered. Boom. Accompanied by the synchronized sound of hooves, a silver torrent surged forth from the spatial rift. 10,000 cavalrymen, clad in shimmering silver armor, their steeds pure white with a single horn, flames of pale blue chilling energy danced upon their hooves. Each rider donned a fearsome mask, revealing only their indifferent eyes, devoid of fear of death. The moment they appeared, the temperature within a 10-mile radius plummeted. A chilling, murderous aura enveloped the battlefield, exuding an overwhelming terror. This army seemed not of this world, but rather like death's emissaries bursting forth from the icy abyss of the underworld. On the city walls, Zhou Bingda and the assembled officials were utterly stunned. Where had this sudden silver-armored cavalry come from? At that moment, a figure silently appeared beside Qin Hao. Clad in silver armor, his demeanor austere, with a slender battle knife resting in his left hand, he knelt on one knee, his head bowed. Subordinate Yuan Zhuozong, commanding the great snow dragon cavalry of 10,000, pays respects to your majesty. His voice was as cold and hard as iron. At ease, Qin Hao gestured toward the chaotic Qin banner in the distance. Pingnan King Qin Mang, I want him dead. Yuan Zhuozong rose slowly, uttering no superfluous words. As you command. He bowed deeply to Qin Hao, then turned, leaping effortlessly to the edge of the city wall, landing precisely on his war steed. He drew his waist knife, pointing its blade toward the retreating southern Jiang army. Great snow dragon cavalry. Forward. The roar of 10,000 voices united into one, shaking the very clouds of the sky. Follow me, charge. Boom. Thunderous hooves sounded as the great snow dragon cavalry surged forward. They did not merely charge. They glided forward with an elegance that defied the very laws of motion. The silver torrent of cavalry, akin to a streak of lightning cleaving the earth, instantly surpassed the pursuing forces of the capital guards, leaving behind fleeting silver afterimages on the ground. In a desperate flight, Pingnan King Qin Mang felt the cold behind him intensifying. Turning once more, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. The silver demonic cavalry was now less than 500 paces away from his rear guard. How could this be possible? How long had it been since their appearance? 10 breaths. 20. Run. Hurry. Stop them. Block them for me. Qin Mang screamed hysterically. His loyal guards obeyed the command. Thousands of southern Jiang soldiers turned to form a defensive line. Yet, against the great snow dragon cavalry, all was in vain. Snow tread. Yuan Zhuozong commanded. Buzz. Beneath the hooves of 10,000 extraordinary war steeds, blue flames of cold energy surged forth, instantly coating the earth in a thick layer of frost. The frost spread faster than the cavalry's charge. The southern Jiang soldiers attempting to pivot and defend slipped beneath them, tumbling into chaos. The great snow dragon cavalry sliced through their ranks like a hot knife through butter. Those who stood in their path were obliterated upon contact, transforming into a mist of blood. This was a complete massacre. Qin Mang watched helplessly as the silver torrent of death penetrated his entire army, driving straight toward his central banner. He could even discern the cold indifference on the face of the silver-armored commander leading the charge. It's over. Only these two words echoed in Qin Mang's mind. He attempted to turn his horse, but his steed was frozen in place by a thick layer of ice. A chilling voice whispered near his ear. Pingnan King. Qin Mang stiffly turned his head. Yuan Zhuozong had appeared at his side, the slender blade resting against his neck. Your Majesty, please embrace your death. Chapter 41. The decisive execution of Pingnan King Qin Mang. The Eastern King captured. A resounding victory. The icy voice bore no hint of emotion. Pingnan King Qin Mang turned stiffly, the blade now pressed against his throat, its cold touch sending shivers down his spine. He yearned to plead for mercy, to curse, to promise anything. Yet, under Yuan Zhuozong's indifferent gaze, he could utter not a word. Only a hoarse sound escaped his throat, akin to a strangled chicken. PFF. A silver flash cut through the air, as effortless as a ripple on a tranquil lake. Qin Meng's hefty head, etched with disbelief and terror, soared into the air. Blood gushed forth, staining the silver armor of Yuan Zhuozong, yet he remained unfazed. He extended his hand, deftly catching the descending head and casually hung it upon his saddle. With a swift motion, he severed the blood-soaked banner of the Qin general. The entire sequence was executed with such fluidity, devoid of any superfluous movement. The great snow dragon riders. Yuan Zhuozong raised his bloody blade, resolutely continuing the pursuit of the remnants of the southern frontier, leaving none behind. 1,000 silver torrents surged forth, undeterred, bypassing the headless corpse of Qin Meng, relentlessly chasing after the fleeing tide to the north. Upon the city tower, Qin Hao witnessed all of this with satisfaction. The expenditure of 1,500 national fortune points proved exceedingly worthwhile. He then delved into his mind, summoning Yuan Zhuozong's attribute panel. Hero, Yuan Zhuozong. Source, a heroic tale in the snow. Cultivation, pinnacle of the monarch stage. Characteristic 1, Northern Liang blade technique, swift and fierce, inflicting an additional 30 damage to light armored units. Characteristic 2, Commander of the Death Warriors. When leading the great snow dragon riders, the legion's execution and stealth significantly enhance, all members disregarding the fear of death. Characteristic 3, 1,000-mile pursuit. When commanding the great snow dragon riders in a chase, can unleash potential, temporarily increasing speed by 30 and reducing stamina consumption by 50. Loyalty, 100, unwavering, excellent. Speed, decapitation, pursuit. This formidable contingent of great snow dragon riders perfectly compensated for the current shortfall in his army's mobility. Qin Hao dismissed the panel, redirecting his gaze to the main battlefield beneath the capital. There, the conflict was nearing its conclusion. The hundreds of thousands of troops under King Qin Yi of the East had already collapsed, as both flanks were shattered by retreating allies, and the rear was brutally pierced by the vanguard's sharp blade. What once constituted a military formation had devolved into mere chaos. Soldiers discarded their weapons, lamenting that their parents had not bestowed upon them 2 additional legs, as they cried out and fled in all directions. Led by Gao Shan, the vanguard operated like a merciless meat grinder, coldly harvesting lives. The 150,000 defending troops of the capital formed a vast net, capturing these retreating soldiers one by one, promising clemency to those who surrendered. Amidst the tumult, King Qin Yi of the East donned the armor of a common soldier, riding a gaunt horse, desperately attempting to escape among the fleeing ranks. His heart was utterly chilled. A pinnacle monarch had been slain, an elder of his sect executed, and the banner of King Qin Meng of Pingnan had fallen. His only thought now was to survive. If only he could escape this cursed domain. Return to the eastern wilderness, there would still be hope. Boom. A colossal shadow descended from the heavens, crashing down before him and kicking up a cloud of dust. The earth cracked, revealing a deep pit several feet wide. The gaunt horse beneath him let out a mournful cry. Its legs buckled, and it was frightfully killed, throwing him to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, looking up. Emerging from the pit, Dian Wei slowly straightened, his eyes ablaze with golden flames, surveying him with keen interest. King Qin Yi of the East? Dian Wei grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. Qin Yi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. This face, this grin reminiscent of a malevolent spirit, had become his most profound nightmare. He had witnessed this man tear the pinnacle monarch Li Mu in half. No, I am not. Qin Yi frantically shook his head, attempting to deny it. I can smell your scent. Dian Wei, wielding the twin halberds of slaughter, stepped forth from the pit. It bears some resemblance to my lord's, but yours is foul and putrid, far from it. Each step felt like a stomp upon Qin Yi's heart. In that moment, his psychological defenses shattered completely. He discarded his sword, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. Spare me. I am of royal blood, General. Have mercy. He wept bitterly, fervently bowing before Dian Wei. I surrender. I am willing to offer all my fiefs in the eastern wilderness, all my wealth. Just grant me my life. Dian Wei loomed over him, casting a vast shadow. Your life belongs to His Majesty. He extended a hand, gripping Qin Yi's neck as if lifting a chick, raising him effortlessly. However, His Majesty did not specify death. He desires you alive. Dian Wei stroked his chin, seemingly in deep contemplation. I believe breaking your limbs would be more prudent. No, please no. Qin Yi screamed in terror. Crack, crack. The sound of bones snapping echoed. Dian Wei rendered Qin Yi's limbs useless and casually discarded him to the ground, as one would a tattered sack. Thus, the coalition of 3 kings faced 1 death and 1 capture. Only the first to flee, King Qin Tuo of the north, led his elite cavalry into the northern horizon, disappearing from sight. The defense of the capital concluded in a manner beyond anyone's imagination, heralding a comprehensive victory. Standing atop the city tower, the emperor's gaze swept over the mass of surrendering soldiers below. Divination of the emperor. In his sight, the fortune and loyalty of each individual became vividly apparent. Those with murky fortunes and negative loyalty, evidently the trusted generals of Qin, were marked with an invisible red seal above their heads. Cao Zhengchun, at your service. Relay my decree. All those I have marked, regardless of surrender or not, are to be executed on the spot. Qin Hao's voice was cold and merciless. He intended to eliminate all potential threats in their infancy. As you command. Cao Zhengchun's figure dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke. Soon, anguished cries and chaos erupted among the surrendered soldiers, but it was swiftly quelled. Minister of War, where are you? Here, my lord. The Minister of War approached, visibly excited, his body trembling slightly, both from exhilaration and the awe of Qin Hao's thunderous methods. Convey my orders. Qin Hao's voice bore no hint of emotion. Incorporate the surrendered soldiers. Cleanse the battlefield. Hang the traitor Qin Mang, along with the corpses of Li Mu and Zhang Xian, at the gates of the capital for 3 days. As a warning to others. As you command. Once all was completed, Qin Hao finally exhaled. The day-long bloodbath had finally drawn to a close. At that moment, the system's alert chimed in synchrony. Ding. Slain the pinnacle monarch Qin Mang of Pingnan. Plundered his royal fortune. Ding. Captured the monarch Qin Yi of the East. Plundered his princely fortune. Ding. The defense of the capital achieved resounding victory. Annihilated over 100,000 enemies. Captured over 200,000. The might of the great Zhou has surged. Reward. 5,000 national fortune points. Current national fortune points. 5,000. In Qin Hao's mind, the system alerts rang in succession. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming torrent of warmth, unimaginable in its magnitude, surging from the void, flooding into his being from every inch of the great Zhou's territory. This was the national fortune swelling in the aftermath of victory. The national fortune nourished. Boom. The true dragon transformation technique within him surged wildly, shattering the bottleneck of the late foundation stage like gossamer, instantly breaking through. Initial stage of the spiritual sea. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The mighty force of national fortune continued to pour in ceaselessly. His cultivation soared like a rocket. Pinnacle of the initial stage of the spiritual sea. Mid-stage of the spiritual sea. Until the mid-stage of the spiritual sea was firmly established, the influx of power gradually subsided. Qin Hao slowly clenched his fist. He could sense that the expanse of spiritual energy within his dantian had expanded tenfold. An unprecedented strength coursed through his limbs and body. Chapter 42. Post-war reconstruction. Summoning new cabinet ministers and implementing new policies. With the war concluded, the scent of blood still lingered in the air of the capital. The following day, outside the Meridian Gate, a throng of people gathered in overwhelming numbers. The execution ground had long been prepared. The Eastern King, Qin Yi, once a formidable warlord commanding hundreds of thousands, now found himself dragged onto the execution platform like a lifeless dog. His splendid robes had been stripped away, replaced by prison garments, and his limbs lay grotesquely twisted, shattered by the hands of the executioner, Dian Wei, rendering him utterly immobile in the center of the platform. The onlookers whispered among themselves, their faces a blend of fear and curiosity. Qin Hao, adorned in a black and gold dragon robe, appeared atop the city gate. He offered no lengthy speeches, merely gazing down with cold indifference upon his former royal uncle. The charges against the Eastern King Qin Yi were grave. Hoarding military power and forming factions, a crime in itself, colluding with sects and inviting danger, a second offense, and disregarding the emperor's grace to incite rebellion, leading to untold suffering and bloodshed, a third sin. With each accusation, Qin Hao's voice grew more frigid. Below, Qin Yi felt the chilling intent of death wash over him, and he completely crumbled. Raising his bloodied face, he summoned every ounce of strength to scream, "Your Majesty, Howard, I am your royal uncle. Spare my life. I am willing to give up all my wealth." But Qin Hao remained deaf to his pleas. Seeing that his supplications bore no fruit, Qin Yi's expression twisted into a snarl. "Qin Hao, you cannot kill me. I have the Tai Su sword sect behind me. You have already offended the sect by executing Elder Zhang. If you kill me, the wrath of the Tai Su sword sect will be catastrophic for the already beleaguered Great Zhou." He clung to the sect as his last hope. On the city gate, the court officials, including Zhou Bingda, instinctively paled. The sect loomed like a sword over the heads of all dynasties. Yet, Qin Hao merely laughed, a sound filled with scorn and disdain. The sect? He uttered dismissively. Dianwei. Here. Dianwei stepped forward, wielding his dual halberds with the air of a grim reaper. Execute him. The command was simple yet profound, plunging the entire plaza into a suffocating silence. In that moment, Qin's pupils dilated in disbelief. No, you dare, Dianwei grinned, and the massive halberds descended. There was no scream, for the execution was swift. Blood stained the platform as the once mighty Eastern king was cleaved in two. Qin Hao did not spare a glance at the gruesome scene, turning to descend from the gate. Issue an edict. Tomorrow, a grand court assembly. His cold voice left behind a throng of speechless officials. The following day, within the Golden Luan Hall, the atmosphere was stifling. All officials bowed their heads, afraid to meet the gaze of the young figure upon the dragon throne. The relentless cleansing of the court had shattered their psychological defenses. Your Majesty, though the crisis in the capital has eased, the chief of the cabinet, Zhou Bingda, tremblingly stepped forward. We have captured over 200,000 rebel troops. How to manage their settlement is a significant dilemma. The capital's supplies were already strained due to the siege, and now we are in dire straits. As soon as he finished, the Minister of War echoed his concerns. Your Majesty, in the southern and eastern frontiers, the princes have been eliminated, creating a vacuum of local power. Reports indicate that foreign tribes along the borders are beginning to stir. If we do not promptly deploy troops and officials to take charge, we may face further upheaval. Moreover, the northern king, Qin Tuo, has led 30,000 cavalry back to the northern regions. He is a grave internal threat we must be cautious of. With each statement, the expressions of the officials grew graver. These were issues capable of overwhelming any dynasty. Qin Hao sat impassively upon the throne, listening intently. Once the reports concluded, he spoke slowly. What you say is indeed true. However, I have made my decision. We shall approach matters one by one. Rising, he surveyed the assembled officials. Proclaim my edict to the world. The three rebel princes are guilty beyond redemption. From this day forth, all lands in the southern, eastern, and northern territories shall be reclaimed by the great Zhou dynasty. Gao Shun, where are you? Here. Gao Shun stepped forward from the ranks of generals, kneeling on one knee. I appoint you as the general of the southern expedition. Lead the vanguard and select 10,000 elite soldiers from the 20,000 defectors to form the southern army. Depart immediately to restore order in the south. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy. Understood. Gao Shun's voice rang with conviction. Yuan Zuozong, where are you? Here. A silver-clad figure appeared silently, kneeling in the hall. I appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Expedition. Lead the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and 10,000 soldiers from the capital to the east. Take charge of all defensive matters in the eastern regions. And if any sects or local powers dare to interfere, crush them beneath your feet. Understood. Yuan Zuozong's voice was as cold as ice. These two appointments struck the hearts of all present like heavy hammers. With the force of thunder, local issues would be resolved. Qin Hao returned to his throne, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. As for the settlement of supplies and defectors, his gaze swept over the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of War, who both flinched at once. Confiscate the treasury of the three royal houses. The funds acquired will suffice to alleviate our immediate crisis. As for the remaining 10,000 defectors, they shall initially be incorporated into the capital's army, under the unified command of Dianwei for training. The court assembly concluded. Alone, Qin Hao returned to the Yangxin Hall, still deep in thought. Zhou Bingda, though loyal, was overly conservative, always prioritizing stability. The deputy, Zhou Wenchang, merely followed in Bingda's footsteps. With this cabinet, the reforms he had previously proposed, including land audits and the establishment of the Tiangong Institute, seemed a distant dream. He needed a sharp blade, a powerful figure capable of shattering the old order and establishing a new world. Qin Hao's consciousness delved deep within his mind. Current national fortune value, 5,000 points. This time, he intended to make a significant move. His gaze fixed upon the special category of renowned figures within the heroic summon system. Filter out the most formidable reformers, craftsmen, and strategists for me. Filtering complete. Reformer Wang Engshi. Master craftsman Lu Ban. Strategist Lu Bowen. Without hesitation, Qin Hao commanded, summon. Ding. Consumed 400 national fortune points. Successfully summoned Wang Engshi. Ding. Consumed 500 national fortune points. Successfully summoned Lu Ban. Ding. Consumed 450 national fortune points. Successfully summoned Lu Bowen. Renowned figure. Wang Engshi. Cultivation, Divine Palace Realm. Characteristic 1. Fearless in change, when implementing new policies. Unwavering resolve allows him to disregard most political opposition, increasing policy implementation efficiency by 50. Characteristic 2. Prosperous nation, strong army. His economic and military policies effectively enhance national revenue, accelerate the restoration of national fortune, and shorten the training time for new troops. Characteristic 3. Unyielding. Once a goal is set, he will not retreat, vowing not to rest until the objective is achieved. Loyalty. 100. Unwaveringly loyal. As he gazed at these attributes, a smile crept upon Qin Hao's lips. Was this not a reform pioneer tailor-made for him? With 3,650 points of national fortune remaining, he turned his attention to the heroic enhancement. To elevate Dian Wei from the early stage of the monarch realm to its pinnacle would require a staggering 5,000 points, far too expensive. His gaze then shifted to Cao Zhengchun and Gao Shan. Both were at the peak of the mighty realm, just a step away from the monarch realm, making them ideal candidates. To elevate the prowess of the renowned figure Gao Shan from the peak of the mighty realm to the early stage of the monarch realm, 1,000 national fortune points are required. To elevate the prowess of the renowned figure Cao Zhengchun from the peak of the mighty realm to the early stage of the monarch realm, 1,000 national fortune points are required. The price was steep, but undoubtedly worthwhile. A monarch to lead the vanguard and another to command the eastern factory. The emergence of these two individuals significantly enhanced his control. Come forth. Summon Gao Shan and Cao Zhengchun to present themselves. Chapter 43. Dian Wei smiles. The capital changes color. As the slaughtering knife fell, all officials and noblemen knelt in submission. Within the Yanshin Hall, Gao Shan and Cao Zhengchun stood solemnly with hands at their sides. The air in the hall thick with tension. Qin Hao's thoughts descended upon the system panel. Enhance. Confirmation. Consuming 2,000 national fortune points to elevate the abilities of the exceptional individuals Gao Shan and Cao Zhengchun to the initial stage of the King's realm. With a hum, an invisible force surged into Gao Shan and Cao Zhengchun, causing their bodies to tremble violently. Two distinct yet equally magnificent auras erupted explosively from within them. Gao Shan's physique turned crimson, every sinew and bone resonating with the sound of metal being forged. The ethereal shadows of the elite soldiers surrounded him, embodying an iron-blooded will that was unstoppable and merciless, now transforming into a torrent that would break through all barriers. With a roar, Gao Shan's inner palace shattered, releasing pure spiritual power that boldly opened a new realm within his dantian. There, a kingly will unique to Gao Shan began to coalesce. On the other side, Cao Zhengchun exuded an aura that was soft yet sinister. Beneath his feet lay a realm of darkness, silently spreading, with countless phantom souls wailing in silence. These were the lingering resentments and fears of all those who had perished by his hand since the establishment of the Eastern Factory, now serving as the fuel for his ascension. The initially contorted features on his feminine face were replaced with an overwhelming ecstasy. Crack! An invisible shackle within both of them was simultaneously shattered. The King's realm. Two genuine King's realm powerhouses were born within the Grand Hall. Your servant thanks your majesty for the heavenly grace. Gao Shan knelt on one knee, his voice steady as a mountain. Your servant offers congratulations to his majesty. Cao Zhengchun prostrated himself, his humility reaching the dust, yet the uncontrollable pressure of his kingly aura caused the temperature in the Grand Hall to plummet. Excellent. Qin Hao was very pleased with this outcome. He then inquired of the system, why did this enhancement require 1,000 national fortune points per person? I recall that enhancing Dian Wei only cost 250 points. To answer the host, the exceptional individual Dian Wei was already on the verge of the King's realm, requiring only a slight push, thus necessitating fewer national fortune points for his breakthrough. Exceptional individuals Gao Shan and Cao Zhengchun, though possessing substantial foundations, still stood at the threshold of the King's realm, hence requiring more national fortune points. I see. National fortune, while not omnipotent, served as the finest catalyst. Qin Hao dismissed the two, allowing them to stabilize their realms. His attention then shifted to the other two exceptional individuals he had just summoned. Master Craftsman Liu Ban, Realm, Pinnacle of the Divine Palace, Artistry Transcended. Characteristic 1. Divine Craftsmanship. The strength and intricacy of his constructions and designs are enhanced by 100. And construction time for any project is reduced by 50. Characteristic 2. Mechanisms of Heaven. Mastery of various mechanisms and puppetry. Capable of creating war puppets and siege instruments comparable to cultivators. Characteristic 3. Ingenious creations, possessing design concepts that transcend time, capable of improving existing tools, weapons, and devices, significantly enhancing their efficacy. Loyalty, 100. Unwavering. Master strategist Liu Bowen, realm, pinnacle of the divine palace, strategy celestial. Characteristic 1. Unfailing strategies, insightful into human hearts and adept at planning. His strategies have a 30 success rate increase and can foresee most potential risks. Characteristic 2. Divine calculation, expert in divination, formations, and strategy. Capable of locating dragon veins and assisting the host in establishing the foundation of an unparalleled divine dynasty. Characteristic 3. Unity of the realm, when planning for the host's grand strategy. His vision and perspective are greatly enhanced, allowing him to see through the trajectory of fortune for the next century. Loyalty. 100. Unwavering. Having reviewed the attributes of the two, Qin Hao felt a profound sense of reassurance. Liu Ban was the perfect steward of the Heavenly Craft Institute, while Liu Bowen was destined to be the chief architect of his future divine dynasty. The next day, during the Grand Court Assembly, in the Golden Luan Hall, all officials stood in solemnity, the atmosphere heavier than ever before. Qin Hao's gaze swept across the assembly before he spoke directly. Cabinet Chief Zhou Bingda and Deputy Chief Zhou Wenchang, having reached advanced age, I cannot bear to keep you. So I grant you both permission to return home and enjoy your twilight years. I bestow upon you a reward of 10,000 taels of silver and 1,000 bolts of brocade. At these words, the court was taken aback. All officials instinctively tensed their bodies. The former cabinet chief Zhou Bingda and deputy chief Zhou Wenchang exchanged glances, each reflecting the bitterness and relief in the other's eyes. Their era had passed. Su, Liu Bowen, Wang Engshi enter the hall. Two figures emerged from outside the hall. One, clad in a blue robe, exuded calmness and insight into the world, while the other, steadfast with sharp features, bore an undeniable tenacity. I appoint Liu Bowen as the cabinet chief, overseeing national affairs. I appoint Wang Engshi as the deputy chief, with full authority to implement new policies and investigate land holdings across the realm. This matter is settled, and there is no room for discussion. Qin Hao's gaze scanned the faces of every minister, his voice devoid of warmth. Zhou Bingda and Zhou Wenchang trembled as they stepped forward, kneeling on the ground. The old ministers thank your majesty for your profound grace. The loss was genuine. Yet to emerge unscathed from this storm was a fortune in itself. Moreover, the Heavenly Craft Institute is hereby established, independent from the 6 ministries, directly under my jurisdiction. I appoint Liu Ban as the head of the institute, overseeing its operations. A series of appointments struck like thunder, leaving the entire court in a state of confusion. This was a total upheaval. In the Northern Territory, at the Prince of Jinbei's residence, Qin Tua crushed the secret report in his hand, his expression shrouded in dark clouds. 2 royal kin, 1 dead and 1 captured. The million-strong allied forces had been utterly annihilated. That nephew he had never regarded highly had proven to be ruthlessly cunning. With trump cards emerging one after another, he felt a chilling dread, a fear unlike any he had ever known. Bring forth someone. Your Highness. Prepare lavish gifts and immediately send envoys to the Tianlang royal court. Inform the Khan of Tianlang that I, Qin Tua, am willing to offer the 3 states of the Northern Territory, seeking an alliance to jointly conquer the Great Zhou. A glimmer of madness flashed in Qin Tuo's eyes. He was unwilling to accept defeat. Since Qin Hao left him no path to survival, he would plunge into chaos, stirring the entire realm. In the capital, at the cabinet offices, the newly appointed Wang Engshi wasted no time. His first decree upon taking office was to investigate land holdings, targeting the hard-nosed aristocracy of the capital region. Within the territories of the Great Zhou, regardless of royal family, aristocracy, or officials, all lands under their names must be remeasured, registered, and tax amounts verified. Those who dare to conceal or resist shall be treated as conspirators. The cold decree plastered the streets and alleys of the capital. Wang Engshi's fearless nature caused him to disregard the subtle warnings of his colleagues, directly aiming his efforts at the deeply entrenched aristocratic families. Cao Zhengchun's eastern factory transformed into countless watchful eyes in the night, continuously delivering reports regarding the hidden lands of various families to Wang Engshi's desk. The investigation of land holdings struck at the very core of the interests of the capital's most powerful factions. These aristocrats, having enjoyed privileges for centuries, had long made tax evasion a norm. The Zhao family, among others, quickly conspired in secret, feigning compliance. They not only expelled the officials sent to measure their lands, but even allowed their servants to physically assault a minor official from the Ministry of Revenue, breaking his legs. They were testing the waters, probing the new emperor's limits. However, what awaited them was not compromise but suppression. At the Zhao residence, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Qian, was dining with several other aristocratic leaders. Wang Engshi is merely a scholar. What can he do to me? His new policies do not target just my family, but all of the capital's noble families. Zhao Qian raised his cup with an air of arrogance. Zhao Xian stated that as long as we unite in resistance, his new policy would be rendered null and void. At that moment, the gates of the residence shattered with a thunderous explosion. A terrified servant stumbled in, trembling as he spoke. Master, it's terrible. Dian Wei has led his troops in. The wine cup in Zhao Qian's hand clattered to the ground. He rushed outside, only to find his estate surrounded by armored soldiers. At the forefront stood the obstinate Wang Engshi, flanked by a colossal man wielding dual halberds, exuding an aura akin to a ferocious beast. Dian Wei, Lord Wang, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Qian demanded, attempting to maintain his composure. Wang Engshi, expressionless, produced a document. The Zhao family has concealed 37,000 acres of land and evaded taxes amounting to 120,000 taels of silver, injuring a court official in the process. Each charge is substantiated with irrefutable evidence. By the emperor's decree, we have come to investigate. Zhao Qian's face turned ashen. Investigate? It seems you intend to confiscate my estate. Wang Engshi, do not push me too far. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of armed retainers surged forth from within the house, including several practitioners of Qi refinement and foundation establishment. I must see the emperor and report to you. Wang Engshi remained unmoved. Dian Wei merely grinned and took a step forward. Boom. The pressure of the sovereign realm was not an ethereal presence, but transformed into a tangible gravitational force, crashing down. The hundreds of retainers could not even scream before the force crushed their bones, blood gushing from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground. Instantly stripped of all combat capability, Zhao Qian and several other noble heads sank to their knees, their legs giving way under them, urine soaking their pants. Dian Wei approached Zhao Qian, bending down to speak in a voice only the two could hear. I do not like you. At that moment, an official from the Eastern Depot unfurled a decree, reading in a shrill voice, by the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, the Zhao clan has resisted the new policy, akin to treason. Thus, their entire family shall be executed, and their possessions confiscated as a warning to others. Thus it is decreed. Zhao Qian's pupils dilated in shock. Wang Engshi coldly observed it all, turning to the officials behind him to issue orders. Enter the estate, inventory and register every blade of grass. All shall be returned to the national treasury. The downfall of the Zhao family struck like a blood-red thunderbolt, awakening all the noble families in the capital with a jolt. Fear eclipsed greed. The following day, countless families hurriedly surrendered their land deeds to the authorities. The investigation of the fields faced no further obstacles. In the Yangxin Hall, Qin Hao listened to the report from Cao Zhengchun, a smile gracing his lips. Ding! The implementation of the new policy has begun to show results. The national treasury is replenished, the tax base expanded. National fortune value increased by 450 points. Current national fortune value, 2,000 points. Chapter 44, A Miracle Unveiled. The barren land's dragon vein flows with spiritual springs, yielding 10 stones per mu, astonishing the officials. In the Yangxin Hall, candlelight flickered quietly. The table before Qin Hao was piled high with memorials, each chronicling the stormy aftermath of the new policy's implementation. Wang Engshi's land reform, marked by the blood of the Zhao clan, surged through the capital like a tidal wave. The lands once tightly grasped by the aristocracy were now gradually returning to the state, and the treasury's silver mountains rose higher each day. However, Qin Hao's brow remained furrowed. He understood that military victories and the sudden wealth from confiscated estates were merely temporary. A dynasty that allows its subjects to go hungry, no matter how powerful its army, is like a castle built on sand, destined to collapse with the slightest gust. The Greyjoy's century-long weakness stemmed from issues of land and grain. The nobility monopolized 80% of the land, exploiting loopholes to evade taxes. Frequent natural disasters left the populace destitute. Now, the investigation of fields merely addressed the issue of land available for cultivation, but the problems of calamity and grain still loomed overhead. Qin Hao's consciousness delved into his mind. Current national fortune value, 2,000 points. System, filter and select the most outstanding talents related to agriculture and water conservancy. The screen flickered, and two names emerged clearly. Water Conservancy Expert Li Bing. Agricultural Master Jia Sixi. They are the ones. Ding. Consumed 260 points of national fortune. Successfully summoned Li Bing. Ding. Consumed 280 points of national fortune. Successfully summoned Jia Sixi. The national fortune value plummeted by 540 points, yet Qin Hao remained unfazed. This investment would yield returns 1,000-fold in the future. He swiftly examined their attribute panels. Hero, Li Bing, cultivation level, pinnacle of divine palace realm, mastery of technique. Trait, water management. Hero, Jia Sixi, cultivation level, pinnacle of divine palace realm, mastery of technique. Trait, Qiming Yaoshu, ability to identify soil quality. Improve crops, cultivate high-yield spiritual grains, significantly enhancing both yield and quality. Water management and soil improvement, along with crop breeding and yield enhancement. This is a dream team perfectly tailored for the great Zhou's infrastructure. Qin Hao rose, an unprecedented sense of control surging within him. Summoned Liu Bowen and Wang Engshi to the court. Moments later, the new chief and deputy of the cabinet arrived together. Your Majesty, at ease. Qin Hao got straight to the point. I wish to establish a Ministry of Agriculture, independent of the 6 ministries, to oversee the nation's fields and water conservancy. Liu Bowen and Wang Engshi exchanged glances, both perceiving the other's confusion. Wang Engshi stepped forward first, his stubborn nature prompting him to speak candidly. Your Majesty, agriculture is the foundation of the nation. However, it is complex and involves the livelihoods of countless people. It cannot be accomplished overnight. The land reform policy has just been initiated and has already consumed immense energy from the court. If we establish a new ministry and expand such a vast undertaking, it may overwhelm our human and material resources. I urge Your Majesty to reconsider. Liu Bowen, more diplomatic, bowed. Your Majesty is wise. May I ask if there is a candidate for the head of this Ministry of Agriculture? This position is crucial for the nation's lifeblood. Without a talent of exceptional caliber, it may hinder the new policy. His implication was clear. The role was too significant for an ordinary person to handle, and incompetence could derail the reforms. Qin Hao attentively noted both their reactions, as he desired such skepticism. Without profound doubt, how could the miracle of his methods be highlighted? Announced Li Bing and Jia Sixi to the court. As the eunuch called for them, 2 figures entered the hall. One was tall and lean, with dark skin, hands calloused from labor, yet eyes sharp as an eagle. The other resembled an ordinary rural farmer, exuding a humble aura, entering the opulent hall with no hint of discomfort. Liu Bowen and Wang Engshi's brows furrowed deeper. Is this truly the exceptional talent His Majesty sought? I am Li Bing, greeting Your Majesty. Commoner Jia Sixi, greeting Your Majesty. You may rise. Qin Hao raised his hand, his voice steady and powerful. From today, Li Bing shall be the Minister of Agriculture, overseeing water conservancy. Jia Sixi shall be the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, overseeing farming. I have a task for you. Qin Hao leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing, imbued with an undeniable authority. Within 1 year, I want the capital and its surrounding 100 miles to be free from hunger. Within 3 years, I want the great Zhou's granaries to overflow, with every household having surplus grain. Whatever personnel or materials you require, speak directly to me. Upon hearing this, even Liu Bowen and Wang Engshi felt this young emperor's ideals were overly ambitious. To fill the great Zhou's granaries in 3 years? This was no longer a policy but a myth. Yet, Li Bing and Jia Sixi simultaneously knelt, their voices resolute. We shall obey. 3 days later, in the western outskirts of the capital, a vast tract of land abandoned due to years of drought stretched before them. Several officials from the Ministry of Works followed Li Bing, their faces marked with worry. Lordly, the land's veins have dried up, and we can no longer find a water source. Should we consider a different location? To expend manpower here may be fruitless. Li Bing, unfazed, strolled over the cracked earth, eyes half closed as if listening to the pulsations deep within the land. Suddenly, he halted, stamping his right foot with force. A hum resonated. An invisible wave emanated from him, spreading outward in all directions. The officials present felt as if the very ground beneath their feet had come alive, gently trembling for an instant. Li Bing opened his eyes, gesturing towards several seemingly unrelated points. Here, dig 3 zhang down. There, 5 zhang. And over there, 7 zhang. The officials exchanged bewildered glances, suspecting him to be a madman. How could one casually explore for water sources in such a manner? Yet, under the imperial mandate, they had no choice but to instruct the laborers to commence digging. An hour later, water gushed forth. My lord, water truly emerged. A voice of disbelief echoed from the first pit. Soon after, several other pits also erupted with springs. What astonished the officials even more was the clarity of the flowing water, imbued with a faint, ethereal aura. Li Bing observed all of this, his expression as serene as a still pond. The water was not on the surface, but beneath the dragon vein. Drawing upon the essence of the dragon vein, it transformed into a spiritual spring, the foundation of fertile land. He surveyed his surroundings and commanded the astonished onlookers. According to my method, Excavate ditches to connect all the spiritual springs and irrigate this vast expanse of barren land. 3 days later, as the 10,000 acres of wasteland were thoroughly soaked by the spiritual springs, Cao Zhengchun appeared with a group of farmers. He grasped a handful of moist soil and inhaled its fragrance, his eyes lighting up with admiration. Excellent soil, fine water. From his pocket, he produced a bag filled with plump rice seeds that shimmered with a faint glow. He scattered these spiritual grains. An experienced old farmer hesitated to speak. "My lord Jia, this is not the season for sowing." Cao Zhengchun smiled, pressing a handful of seeds into his hand. With this spiritual soil and water nourishing it, there are no seasonal constraints. Plant with confidence. In 1 month, the grains will ripen, yielding 10 shur per mu. 10 shur per mu. A collective shock blanketed the farmers' minds, thinking they had misheard. In the most fertile fields of the Great Zhou, during a year of favorable weather, the yield barely reached 2 shur per mu. This was a 5-fold difference. How could it be possible? Meanwhile, in the southern part of the capital, within the newly established Tiangong Institute, a wave of heat surged. Luban stood before a towering furnace, his eyes sparkling with near-fervent zeal. The furnace granted by His Majesty for steel refining was nothing short of divine craftsmanship. He bellowed at the hundreds of skilled craftsmen beside him. Increase the airflow. The furnace temperature is still insufficient. Higher. With the industrial knowledge acquired by Qin Hao from the system, the technology at the Tiangong Institute was undergoing a qualitative leap. The first batch of spiritually infused dark iron was about to be produced. Weapons and armor forged from this dark iron would elevate the combat prowess of the Great Zhou army to new heights. Within the Yangxin Hall, Qin Hao sat cross-legged, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. He could distinctly feel a gentle and harmonious force of national fortune converging from all corners of the capital, continuously nourishing his body and soul. This was not the violent plundering that followed a victory over formidable foes, but a positive feedback stemming from the populace's loyalty and the nation's growth. Ding. The improvement of livelihoods, the people's loyalty, the national fortune value increases by 10 points daily. Ding. Breakthroughs in Tiangong Institute technology, national strength enhancement, the national fortune value increases by 5 points daily. This power flowed like a gentle spring breeze, cleansing the meridians within him. The bottleneck of the mid-stage spirit sea realm quietly dissipated before this vast and gentle force. Boom. The sea of spiritual power within his dantian suddenly expanded. Late-stage spirit sea realm. Qin Hao slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering and vanishing. He rose and approached the window, gazing down at the capital, which was rapidly revitalizing under his command, a surge of ambition swelling in his chest. Just then, a young eunuch burst into the hall, rolling and crawling, his voice sharp and filled with terror. Chapter 45. Smoke of War Rising in the North. The Celestial Wolf King court marches south. Qin Tua surrenders to the Guide King. Within the Yangxin Hall, the gathering national fortune flowed like a stream, nourishing Qin Hao's imperial essence. The ancient war machine of the Great Zhou was being dismantled, reassembled, and lubricated under his will, revitalizing it with new life. Chief Minister Liu Bowen calculated every detail, orchestrating the overall strategy, ensuring the edicts were effectively communicated. Deputy Minister Wang Engshi wielded the blade of new reforms, beginning to purge the toxic remnants from the capital region. Minister of Agriculture Li Bing, grounded and resolute, summoned the waters of the Dragon Vein to transform 10,000 acres of wasteland into fertile fields. At the southern front stood Gao Shan, while to the east was Yuan Zhuazong, two great monarchs commanding their armies, reclaiming the former rebellious territories under the crown's dominion. Everything was progressing towards a brighter future. The Great Zhou flourished like never before. Yet, the only blemish was that one elusive fish. Qin Tua. Qin Hao's finger traced lightly over the map of the northern region. This uncle who had fled back to the north was the final discordant piece in his quest to unify the Great Zhou territory. As he contemplated who to dispatch to remove this thorn, suddenly a palace attendant rushed in with urgency. "Your Majesty, an urgent message from the north, 800 li." A messenger tumbled into the hall, armor stained with dried blood and frost, his voice hoarse. "Proclaim." Qin Hao's demeanor remained unchanged. Moments later, within the Golden Luan Hall, all officials gathered. The messenger knelt in the hall, summoning the last of his strength to raise the blood-stained secret report high. "Your Majesty, the northern front has fallen. The northern prairie overlord, the Celestial Wolf King Court, has amassed 500,000 wolf riders, and 3 days ago, brazenly tore up the treaty and invaded southward." The moment those words were uttered, the court erupted in shock. What? The Celestial Wolf King Court? Have they gone mad? After 30 years of peace, Why the sudden invasion? The Minister of War turned pale, stepping forward to seize the secret report from the attendant. After a mere glance, he trembled violently. No, it's worse than that. He lifted his head, despair etched across his face. The traitor Qin Tuo. He has led 30,000 northern troops to surrender to the Celestial Wolf King court. Boom. This revelation was more shocking than the advance of 500,000 wolf riders. The Golden Luan Hall erupted into chaos. Qin Tuo. How dare he? Inviting wolves into the fold. He aims to sever the roots of the great Zhou. Shameless. Despicable. Such a national traitor deserves to be flayed alive. A cacophony of outraged shouts and gasps filled the air. The Minister of War's voice trembled with sorrow as he continued. The Khan of the Celestial Wolf King Court has conferred upon Qin Tuo the title of Guide King. With Qin Tuo leading the way, our northern defense line is rendered ineffective. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry has already breached the 3 cities of Yuzhou, Shuzhou, and Daizhou. Their forces marched directly toward the heartland of the Central Plains. Silence fell. A silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. If earlier there was shock and anger, now only fear remained etched on the faces of all officials. 800,000 troops, and among them, 500,000 swift prairie wolf riders, alongside 30,000 traitors most familiar with the northern terrain. This force could easily tear the weakened great Zhou into shreds. Your Majesty, Chief Minister Lu Bowen stepped forward, his expression more serious than ever. Qin Tuo's treason is punishable by death. He is familiar with all the passes, supply routes, and troop deployments of our northern region. With him leading the way, the Celestial Wolf Cavalry would traverse unimpeded. We must prepare for action. Wang Engxi's usually resolute face also bore signs of anger and worry. Your Majesty, General Gao Shun's Southern Expedition Army is currently purging the remnants of the southern barbarians. Marshal Yuan Zhuozong's Snow Dragon Cavalry is striking fear into the eastern wilderness sections. The 2 main forces are far away, over 1,000 li distant, unable to return in time to assist the northern front. Distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire. What shall we do? Shall we negotiate with the Celestial Wolf King Court? The Deputy Minister of Revenue, Li Jia, spoke tremulously. Negotiate? With what to negotiate? They are ravenous wolves. They will only tear away more of our flesh and blood. The situation was dire, as the garrison in the capital, combined with the forces of the central camp, numbered barely over 200,000. How could they possibly withstand an army of 800,000 fierce warriors? The court was in disarray, with voices clamoring for territorial concessions and others advocating for a relocation of the capital to the south. Some stood in silence, their faces ashen, seemingly resigned to the catastrophic fate of their nation. They instinctively cast their gaze toward the young emperor seated upon the dragon throne, only to find that Qin Hao displayed no signs of panic. His posture remained unchanged as he listened quietly, appearing detached as if the tumultuous debates were merely concerns of others, irrelevant to him. This calmness stirred something within Lu Bowen. Could it be that His Majesty held a hidden card? Meanwhile, Qin Hao's consciousness had already delved deep into the system. Current national luck value, 3,000 points. This modest amount was accumulated through recent reforms that improved the populace's welfare and strengthened the nation's power. It was not much, but it should suffice. The Tianlang Royal Court? Qin Tuo? To him, they were merely another opportunity for a grand gift of national fortune. Yet, this gift came with its own set of challenges. He waved his hand, signaling exhaustion. Dismissed, he uttered, and the court fell into a stunned silence. Your Majesty? The officials were taken aback. This matter is for me to decide. Qin Hao rose, striding out of the Golden Luan Hall, leaving behind a bewildered assembly of ministers. Upon returning to the Yangxin Palace, he dismissed all attendants. System. His voice echoed in the vast hall. A duel between cavalry and cavalry is the fairest of contests. Yet, I do not favor fairness. A cold smile crept across Qin Hao's face. Now that his national luck value was sufficient, he preferred to crush his enemies. He required an army, an invincible force capable of overwhelming the cavalry of the Tianlang Royal Court across the expansive northern plains. He also needed a commander of unparalleled prowess, one who could decisively dictate the outcome of battles, instilling terror in the hearts of foes merely by the mention of his name. Qin Hao opened the hero recruitment list, familiar names flashing before his eyes. Han Xian, a military genius. Yet dealing with these lawless nomads required a more primal approach to slaughter and intimidation. Yu Fei, loyal and valiant. His troops were formidable in defense, but better suited for protection than for carnage. To confront these self-important prairie wolves, he needed a beast more ferocious, more ruthless, and more unhinged. Qin Hao had a vision. He sought a living embodiment of slaughter. His gaze finally settled on a name. the one that had once made an era tremble, turning millions into mere bones. His blood seemed to boil at that moment. System, summon him. Chapter 46. The Emergence of the God of Slaughter. Summon the Butcher by Qi. 100,000 elite Qin soldiers. Inside the Yangqing Palace, silence reigned. Qin Hao dismissed all the eunuchs and stood alone before the vast map of the realm. He felt no anxiety, for he was a man of the system. System, commenced the summoning. Beep. Consumed 1,000 national luck points. Confirming the summoning of the God of Slaughter by Qi. At that instant, the temperature in the Yangqing Palace plummeted. No light. No phenomena. Only an overwhelming aura of pure killing intent surged like an invisible tide from the void, cold and piercing, saturated with the scent of blood, as if dragging the entire hall into a realm of carnage. Even the dragon-carved throne seemed to emit a silent lament. A figure coalesced silently in the center of the hall, clad in ancient black armor, scarred by countless battles, each mark telling tales of fierce confrontations. His expression was as cold as his gaze, devoid of emotion, as deep as a millennia-old frozen pool. Simply standing there transformed the imperial palace into a chilling abyss. Even Qin Hao, the emperor endowed with celestial authority, felt a flicker of trepidation. Your servant, Bai Qi, pays homage to your majesty. The black-armored general knelt on one knee, his voice steady and unyielding. Qin Hao, with a thought, summoned Bai Qi's attribute panel. Hero, Bai Qi. Cultivation, pinnacle of the saint realm. Characteristic 1. Domain of the God of Slaughter, automatically forms a domain on the battlefield. Within this domain, enemy morale continuously declines, panic ensues, and their combat strength is reduced by 30. Allied soldiers grow increasingly courageous in battle. Characteristic 2. Massacre on the battlefield. For every 10,000 enemies slain, all attributes of the Allied forces increase by 1, up to a maximum of 100. Bai Qi's own combat strength will also rise accordingly. Characteristic 3. Military path of slaughter, when commanding an army of over 100,000, gains insight into the battlefield, enhancing the execution, mobility, and cooperative combat abilities of the entire army by 30. Loyalty, 100, unwavering. Pinnacle of the saint realm. Each characteristic more terrifying than the last. A true butcher born for war. Truly deserving of the title of butcher, this expenditure of 1,000 points of national luck was well worth it. Qin Hao marveled inwardly. Then inquired, Bai Qi, if provided with an army, do you have confidence in defeating the 800,000 fierce warriors of the north? Your Majesty. Bai Qi raised his head, maintaining his stoic demeanor. I know not what the tiger and wolf army is. I only know that those who stand in the way of your Majesty's unification shall become mere bones. A commendable response. Qin Hao was quite pleased. System. Summoned Bai Qi's exclusive army. Hero Bai Qi's exclusive divine military unit, the elite Qin soldiers, has been unlocked. The army possesses 4 tiers. Please choose host. Basic version. Summon 100,000 elite Qin soldiers. Soldiers cultivation, peak foundation establishment realm. Equipped with 2 deputy generals, peak monarch realm. And 10 military lords, peak grandmaster realm. National luck points required, 2,000. Upgraded version. Summon 300,000 elite Qin soldiers. Soldiers cultivation, peak spiritual sea realm. Equipped with 3 deputy generals, peak monarch realm. And 30 military lords, peak grandmaster realm. National luck points required, 30,000. Luxury version. Summon 500,000 elite Qin soldiers. Soldiers cultivation, early divine palace realm. Equipped with 5 deputy generals, peak monarch realm. And 50 military lords, peak grandmaster realm. National luck points required, 100,000. Top tier version. Summon 1 million elite Qin soldiers. Soldiers cultivation, peak divine palace realm. Equipped with 2 deputy generals, late saint realm. 10 vice generals, peak monarch realm. And 100 military lords, peak grandmaster realm. National luck points required, 200,000. Looking at the long list of zeros, Qin Hao couldn't help but lament. With the current 200,000 national luck points, he couldn't even scrape together a fraction of the cost. National luck points, he needed more. War, indeed, was a voracious beast. The remaining 2,000 national luck points were just enough. System, summon the basic version, 100,000 elite Qin soldiers. Beep. Consumed 2,000 national luck points. Successfully summoned 100,000 elite Qin soldiers. Basic version. They have been automatically transported to the western camp of the capital under the command of Hero Bai Qi. At the same time, Dian Wei, who was training soldiers in the Imperial Guard camp, suddenly paused. He lifted his head, gazing toward the palace. A terrifying aura that sent chills down his spine flickered and vanished. It was not the pressure of a strong opponent, but a feeling akin to facing a natural enemy. as if a fierce tiger had caught the scent of an ancient tyrant. Dian Wei grinned, his fear replaced with resolve as he gripped his dual halberds tighter, his fighting spirit soaring. An interesting adversary, I will not yield to you. The next day, during the Grand Court Assembly in the Golden Luan Hall, the atmosphere had descended to a freezing point. All officials wore troubled expressions, sleepless through the night, awaiting the emperor's final decree. Should they cede territory and pay reparations, or relocate the capital to the south? Clad in dragon robes, Qin Hao ascended the crimson steps and settled into the dragon throne. His countenance bore no trace of worry, exhibiting a disquieting tranquility. Liu Bowen and Wang Engshi exchanged glances, having already reached a conclusion in their minds. Qin Hao's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the throne, producing a rhythmic sound. My esteemed ministers, do you possess strategies to repel the enemy? Silence enveloped the hall. After a prolonged pause, the Minister of War hesitantly stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Tianling royal court is formidable, and with the traitorous king guiding them, our forces might be better suited to temporarily retreat from their might. Before he could finish, he sensed an icy killing intent locking onto him from the emperor atop the throne. Temporarily retreat? Qin Hao echoed, his tone flat, yet sending cold sweat cascading down the minister's back. Were it not for the inadequacy of national fortunes, Qin Hao would have been inclined to replace the Minister of War on the spot. He displayed none of the gravitas expected of a military leader. In my great Zhou, there are only soldiers who die in battle, not those who flee. Beneath my feet lies the divine capital, and behind me are millions of citizens. There is no retreat. He rose slowly, surveying the officials below. Summoned by Qi to the court, the officials were taken aback. By Qi? Who was this figure? When had such a person appeared in the court? Moments later, a silhouette clad in black armor entered the Golden Luan Hall. He made no sound as he stepped. Yet a palpable pressure enveloped the entire chamber upon his arrival. The aura of slaughter, forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, left the civil officials gasping for breath, while some military generals instinctively grasped their swords at their waists, as if facing a formidable foe. Liu Bowen and Wang Engshi's pupils contracted. They sensed that this man was extraordinarily powerful, beyond measure. Proclaim the edict. From this day forth, appoint Bai Qi as the Grand Marshal for the Northern Campaign. Qin Hao's voice echoed within the silent hall. He was to lead the 10,000 elite soldiers of the Qin, commanding all troops in the northern border, to march northward and confront the traitor Qin Tua, clashing with the Tianling royal court. I grant you but one command. Qin Hao paused, speaking each word deliberately. Kill without mercy. Bai Qi accepted the imperial edict, along with the marshal's seal and military symbols presented by the eunuch, kneeling once more. I shall obey the edict. With that, he stood and turned to leave, his movements decisive and unhesitating. Throughout, he had not glanced at any of the officials in the hall. In his worldview, there existed only two types of beings, the emperor and the dead. Observing the solitary, cold figure, the entire court remained in profound shock. 10,000 elite soldiers of Qin? Where had this army come from? It was only after the black-armored figure vanished beyond the hall that the ministers reacted, erupting into fervent discussion. Chapter 47. The Battle at Yanmen Pass. Bai Qi, the god of slaughter, annihilates 800,000 enemy troops. The north wind, sharp as a blade, swept across the walls of Yanmen Pass, stirring a tempest of sand and snow. After 3 days of relentless marching, the 10,000 elite soldiers of Qin surged forth like a black sword, piercing the northern borders of the Zhou. The commanding officer at Yanmen Pass, Li Chuan, a battle-hardened middle-aged general, stood atop the ramparts, his expression grave as he gazed upon the boundless sea of enemy tents beyond the walls. Black wolf flags mingled with the Qin royal banner, stretching for dozens of miles, resembling a vast ocean of darkness. 500,000 Tianling cavalry and 300,000 northern rebels composed a formidable force, pressing down upon Yanmen Pass, making the very walls tremble. Beside him, the newly appointed Grand Marshal for the Northern Campaign stood silently, seemingly unfazed by the 80,000-strong enemy army, treating them as mere stones beneath the city. Grand Marshal, Li Chuan's throat felt dry. The enemy's might is overwhelming, and our forces are vastly outnumbered. I propose we fortify our defenses and raise a banner of truce, waiting for their forces to tire before seeking an opportunity to counterattack. He summoned all his courage to voice this opinion. Bai Qi did not look at him, nor did he show any reaction. The two towering vice-generals behind him remained impassive, their presence exuding an air of indifference. Such disregard was more chilling than any reprimand. Li Chuan felt sweat bead on his forehead, wanting to say more. Finally, Bai Qi spoke, his voice devoid of warmth. What is the enemy commander's cultivation level? Li Chuan paused, instinctively responding. The traitorous King Qin Tuo is at the initial stage of the Great Power Realm, while the general of the Tianlang Royal Court is at the initial stage of the King Realm. Additionally, there are 2 peak King Realm guards and 10 battle generals of the late King Realm, with countless great power and divine palace realm experts. He intended to emphasize the enemy's strength. However, upon hearing this, Bai Qi merely let out a barely audible snort, a sound of utter disdain. Defend the city? Bai Qi finally turned his head, his emotionless gaze sweeping over Li Chuan. Had I not feared scaring them off, they would all have perished. One man is sufficient. His words, spoken with such simplicity, sent a chill racing from Li Chuan's toes to the crown of his head. This was undeniably a formidable figure. Bai Qi paid him no further mind. His purpose in this campaign was not merely to defeat the enemy or secure victory. What he sought was a monumental triumph that would solidify his name as the god of slaughter for eternity. The following day, boom, boom, boom. The war drums of the Tianlang Royal Court resounded once more, the heavy beats shaking the earth. Countless wolf riders galloped outside the pass, their clamorous shouts filling the air. A sea of dark figures surging toward the walls. The traitorous King Qin Tuo, clad in golden armor and mounted upon a fearsome beast, charged forth, his face alight with arrogance and pride. Li Chuan, if you open the gates and surrender, I shall spare your family for the sake of our past camaraderie. On the walls, Li Chuan and the other defending commanders wore grim expressions, their fists clenched tightly. Bai Qi slowly approached the edge of the ramparts, looking down at the boastful Qin Tuo as if viewing a corpse. You are Qin Tuo, the traitor who deserves death. The 5 words, devoid of any mystical power, resonated clearly across the battlefield, overpowering the drums and shouts. Qin Tuo's smile faltered, and as he looked up, he met the cold gaze of Bai Qi. For reasons unknown, a jolt of fear surged within him. On the walls, Li Chuan noticed Bai Qi's movements, his eyes widening in alarm. Grand Marshal, no? Bai Qi disregarded him and issued a direct command. Open the city gates. All troops, charge. The command was succinct yet carried an undeniable authority. Li Chuan and the other defenders were left in a daze. 10,000 infantry to clash against an 80,000-strong combined army of cavalry and infantry? This was tantamount to suicide. Yet, the 2 peak King Realm vice-generals turned without hesitation. As you command, open the gates. The heavy iron doors emitted a screeching sound as they slowly creaked open. Behind the gates stood 10,000 silent, iron-clad elite soldiers of Qin. At the moment the gates swung wide, Bai Qi, standing atop the walls, sprang into action. He simply directed a hand toward Qin Tuo, who stood dozens of miles away, casually striking out with a palm. There were no earth-shattering waves of energy, no dazzling visual effects. An invisible colossal hand, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, materialized above Qin Tuo's head and then crashed down. No, the terror on Qin Tuo's face barely took form. He couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Boom. The great power realm Qin Tuo, along with his fearsome beast and dozens of surrounding guards, was instantaneously reduced to a puddle of flesh. The battlefield fell into a momentary silence. Then, Bai Qi unleashed his power. The god of slaughter's domain. Buzz. A formless blood-red ripple radiated from Bai Qi, sweeping across a 100-mile radius of the battlefield in an instant. The sky transformed into a bizarre crimson hue. The air thickened with the stench of blood and despair. The 80,000 troops outside the city, regardless of their cultivation level or whether they were human or beast, experienced a primal fear emanating from the depths of their souls. Their will to fight, courage, and ferocity were instantly drained within the domain, leaving only the instinct to flee. Morale shattered in an instant. Kill. Within the city gates, 100,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qin erupted in a thunderous roar. Empowered by the realm of slaughter, their combat prowess soared to dizzying heights. Their eyes ablaze with insatiable bloodlust. Under the influence of their murderous traits, the death of their enemies only served to augment their strength. A torrent of black steel surged forth from the city, akin to a searing iron branding itself into a slab of cold butter. This was a massacre. The Great Qin soldiers, fierce as tigers among sheep, wielded their long halberds, heads rolling and blood splattering. The Grand General of the Tianlang Royal Court, a formidable warrior at the initial stage of the King Realm, watched the scene unfold before him with eyes wide in despair. Steady yourself. Everyone, hold your ground. Annihilate them. He attempted to regroup his troops. Yet, in the next moment, a dark figure stepped forward, appearing directly before him from atop the city wall. It was Bai Qi. The general could barely utter a word before he felt an irresistible pressure locking onto him completely. Gathering all his strength, He concentrated his spiritual energy into his curved blade and unleashed a devastating strike. Bai Qi merely extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the blade capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones. Crack! The curved blade shattered into countless fragments. Dare to wield a weapon before me. Bai Qi's fingers, under the terrified gaze of the general, lightly tapped his forehead. Bang! The Grand General of the Tianling Royal Court's body exploded into a mist of blood, as if a balloon had been punctured. The commander was slain. Qin Tuo was eliminated in an instant. The 800,000-strong army was left without command, succumbing to utter defeat under the dominion of the fear instilled by the realm of slaughter. They discarded their weapons and fled, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. Pursue. Bai Qi uttered a single word. In a flash, he began weaving through the panicked enemy ranks, specifically hunting for those in the King Realm, the Great Capable Realm, and the Divine Palace Realm. With each flicker, an enemy high-ranking warrior fell silently. His 2 vice-commanders led 10,000 Great Qin soldiers, encircling from both flanks like 2 massive iron pincers, embarking on the protracted chase. Leave none behind. This pursuit lasted a full 3 days and nights, extending from outside Yanmengwen to the depths of the grasslands. Rivers of blood flowed. Corpses lay strewn across the fields. A road paved with 800,000 skeletons stretched for hundreds of miles, the blood rising to the heavens, altering the very weather. The name of the god of slaughter, after eons of silence, was destined to resonate once more across the Tianxian continent. Chapter 48. News of victory shakes the realm. Bai Qi ascends as a god of war. Qin Hao's decisive action destroys the Tianling royal court. In the imperial capital, within the Golden Long Hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though one could wring water from it. The officials stood mute, as if struck dumb, not daring to mention Bai Qi's campaign in the north against the 80,000 troops. It had been 10 days since the last court session. The newly appointed Grand Marshal Bai Qi, leading an unprecedented force of Great Qin soldiers, had seemingly vanished without a trace. Qin Hao sat upon the dragon throne, calmly observing the animated discussions among his ministers, entirely untroubled. He was fully aware of Bai Qi's terrifying strength at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, and with the support of 10,000 Great Qin soldiers, not only could he face 80,000 troops in the north, but he could also obliterate a mid-tier dynasty with ease. A report. Suddenly, a hoarse yet exuberant shout echoed from outside the hall. A messenger, flag in hand, tumbled into the Golden Long Hall, drenched in blood, his armor in tatters, yet his face bore an expression of near-manic joy. A great victory in the north. Urgent news from 800 miles. The messenger fell to his knees, holding high a scroll sealed with wax. The entire Golden Long Hall fell into an instant silence. All the officials were taken aback, believing they were hearing things. A great victory? The Minister of War was the first to recover, rushing forward to snatch the report from the eunuch's hands, trembling as he unsealed it. A single glance left him as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. The report slipping from his fingers with a thud. "My lord, what is the situation?" An official asked anxiously. The Minister of War's lips moved several times, yet no sound emerged. He merely pointed at the report, his expression a tumult of profound terror and exhilarating joy. Lu Bowen picked up the report, his gaze sweeping over it. Even he, with his astute calculations, clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. "Read." The voice of Qin Hao echoed calmly from the dragon throne. Lu Bowen steadied himself and began to speak, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Grand Marshal Bai Qi, outside Yanmengwen, confronted 80,000 rebellious troops and the Tianlang allied forces. He paused, as if processing the bloodshed conveyed in the words. The marshal personally struck down the traitor King Qin Tuo with a single palm. Boom. The hall erupted in chaos. What? He killed the formidable Qin Tuo with a single blow? What kind of technique is this? Heaven bless our great Zhou. Heaven bless our great Zhou. Lu Bowen raised his hand to silence the crowd and continued reading. Subsequently, the marshal roared, shaking the entire army. He commanded 10,000 Great Qin soldiers to charge out of the gates, causing the enemy formation to collapse, the commander of the Tianling royal court falling on the spot. They pursued the fleeing remnants for 3 days and nights, blood flowing like rivers. Lu Bowen took a deep breath, uttering the final result that even made his heart race. 800,000 beheaded, the enemy army completely annihilated. In this battle, our forces suffered only a little over 100 casualties. Silence fell, so profound one could hear a pin drop. Then came a wave of ecstatic uproar. We have triumphed. We have won. 800,000. My heavens. Is Grand Marshal Bai Qi a god of slaughter descended to earth? What a relief. What a relief. The previously cautious Minister of Revenue, Li Jie, blushing furiously, was the first to leap up, shouting hoarsely, "Your Majesty is wise. Grand Marshal Bai Qi is a legendary general. Such unparalleled achievements deserve immense rewards. Such grand rewards. Yes. Please, Your Majesty, bestow honors upon the marshal. Let a monument be erected in his name, to be passed down through the ages." The entire court was ablaze with fervor. All previous fears and anxieties transformed into a frenzy of enthusiasm. Within the Yangxin Palace, Qin Hao gazed at the map with an indifferent expression. To him, this victory had long been a foregone conclusion. Ding! The remarkable Bai Qi has slaughtered 80,000 enemy troops, asserting our nation's prestige and intimidating all quarters. National fortune value, 2,000 points. Current national fortune value, 2,000 points. 2,000 points of national fortune, a considerable gain. Yet, this was far from sufficient. If a mere Tianlang royal court could compel him to utilize Bai Qi as a trump card, how many more Tianlang royal courts lay across the Tianxian continent? What of those exalted sects and holy lands? Qin Hao's gaze transcended the northern borders, casting its sights upon the vast depths of the grasslands. To eradicate the roots, one must strike at the very grass. In the northern grasslands, within the Tianlang royal court's golden tent, bang! A table crafted from a millennium-old ironwood was smashed to dust by a scarred hand. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The Tianlang Khan, a robust man resembling a bear, had crimson eyes, emanating a terrifying aura of peak king realm power. Inside the golden tent, all tribal leaders and shamans prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear. The messenger kneeling at the forefront buried his head deep into the earth. The Khan's voice was hoarse and filled with hatred. That one called Bai Qi is no man. He is a devil, with a single palm. He turned the guiding King Qin Tuo and his steed into a mere puddle of flesh. Our grand general could not even withstand a finger from him. When his domain was unleashed, my brother's legs turned to jelly. They could not muster the strength to raise their blades. The Tianlang Khan's chest heaved violently. He was no fool. After the fury came a chilling realization. To slay a formidable being with a single palm. To annihilate a king with but a finger. This was undoubtedly a peak king realm warrior. Perhaps even one who transcended the king realm. When did the great Zhou dynasty, which he viewed as a sickly sheep, acquire such a terrifying existence? Convey my orders. The Tianlang Khan's voice was raspy and filled with venom. All tribes, rally immediately to the royal court. Contract your defenses and avoid any conflict with the forces of the great Zhou. A bewildered tribal leader looked up. Great Khan, are we to let this go? Let it go? A glint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the heavenly wolf Khan. Certainly not. He seized a wolf fur cloak and strode purposefully outside. Prepare the offerings. I shall personally visit the temple of the divine longevity. I seek to summon the will of the great longevity to descend and implore the grand shaman to slay that devil. In the capital, within the Golden Luan Hall, the fervor of the officials had yet to wane as they passionately debated how to reward Bai Qi. The figure of Qin Hao reappeared upon the dragon throne, and the hall fell into an immediate silence. Celebrations could wait. As Qin Hao spoke, he doused their enthusiasm with a cold reality. Lu Bowen felt a stirring in his heart and stepped forward. Your Majesty, until the Northern Heavenly Wolf Royal Court is eliminated, there may still be unforeseen complications. Unforeseen complications? Qin Hao rose and approached the map. I never grant my enemies the opportunity for unforeseen complications. He turned to Wang Angshi. Minister Wang, I command you to coordinate the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War at once. Seize all grain and supplies taken from the Traitors and redirect them northward. I want Bai Qi's army, with their blades pointed forward, to have their provisions ready. Your servant obeys. Wang Angshi bowed, recognizing the intent behind Qin Hao's words. Qin Hao then turned to a court attendant. Convey my decree to Lu Ban, the head of the Ministry of Heavenly Works. He is to set aside all his current tasks. Within 3 days, I expect to see designs for powerful crossbows, war chariots, and iron caltrops capable of countering cavalry. Within a month, I want these materials to fill the arsenal at Yinmen Pass. Understood. Finally, Qin Hao's gaze fell upon the vast expanse representing the grasslands on the map, his voice soft, yet resonant throughout the hall. Convey my imperial edict to the Grand Marshal Bai Qi. There is no need to defend Yinmen Pass. Let him lead the elite soldiers of the Great Qin across the path of corpses, taking the initiative to penetrate deep into the heart of the grasslands. Qin Hao's finger struck heavily on the location of the Heavenly Wolf Royal Court's golden tent. I want the Heavenly Wolf Royal Court to vanish completely from this land. Chapter 49. Depleting National Fortune, Summoning Zhuge Wulong. Where is my Minister of War? Qin Hao's decree to annihilate the Heavenly Wolf Royal Court landed like a colossal stone in a serene lake. stirring tumultuous waves within the Golden Luan Hall. Your Majesty, you must not. The Minister of War was the first to kneel, tears streaming down his face. Our great Zhou has just quelled internal strife. We are in dire need of restoration. The new policies face numerous obstacles across the regions. Now that we have achieved a great victory, we should seize this opportunity to recuperate and pacify the populace. Should we engage in further conflict, penetrating the grasslands, it would be a reckless act of militarism, plunging our great Zhou into the quagmire of war. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Behind him, a throng of conservative officials knelt in unison, weeping and pleading for their lives. Your Majesty, the Minister of War speaks true. Our treasury is depleted. We cannot afford such turmoil. General Bai Qi, though valiant, would face insurmountable challenges in supplying his forces if he ventures deep alone. If his retreat is cut off, 100,000 troops will be in peril. We beseech your Majesty to rescind your order. Their patriotic pleas moved them deeply, and soon the hall was filled with cries. As if the annihilation of the Heavenly Wolf royal court heralded the end of the great Zhou, Liu Bowen and Wang Engshi stood to the side, furrowing their brows, casting sympathetic glances at the short-sighted ministers. Qin Hao remained expressionless upon the dragon throne, observing the kneeling assembly below. His fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the throne, each sound like a hammer striking the hearts of his ministers. After a prolonged silence, Qin Hao finally spoke, his tone devoid of warmth. Recuperate? Qin Hao echoed the term, a hint of amusement in his voice. When my great Zhou has recuperated, will the Heavenly Wolf royal court patiently await until I am strong enough to strike them down? He rose and stepped down from the elevated throne. The sound of his dragon boots striking the golden tiles resounded clearly. He approached the Minister of War, looking down upon him with disdain. The empty treasury is the result of your parasitic ilk. The resistance to the new policies is due to your reactionary stubbornness. Now, I seek to expand our territory and establish a lasting foundation for the great Zhou, yet you dare to counsel me against it? Qin Hao's voice rose suddenly, akin to a thunderclap. My great Zhou requires no such sycophantic, cowardly, and short-sighted ministers. The Minister of War trembled under the imperial authority, unable to utter a word. Qin Hao slowly raised his hand and pointed towards the hall's entrance. Minister of War, you have grown old. Henceforth, I relieve you of your duties as Minister of War. As you have not committed grave errors, return home to enjoy your retirement. As for the rest of you who have dared to advise against me, you will witness your fate. If you do not perish, I shall assist you. At these words, the entire court was taken aback. All present stared at Qin Hao in disbelief. Your Majesty, spare us. A group of officials who had supported the Minister of War turned pale, desperately bowing their heads. Yet, Qin Hao did not spare them a glance. Turning back to his throne, who else dares to voice dissent? His gaze swept across the assembly. All the kneeling officials fell silent, burying their heads deeper. Dismissed. With those two words, Qin Hao strode away, leaving behind a court frozen in fear and shock. In the Yangxin Palace, Qin Hao's fury had long since subsided, replaced by a calm contemplation. The events of the court today had clarified a crucial realization for him. He had generals like Bai Qi, valiant warriors like Dian Wei, top strategists like Liu Bowen, and reformers like Wang Engshi. Yet, there remained a dearth of exceptional talents. He needed someone capable of harmoniously blending strategy and tactics, orchestrating the vast war machine. Bai Qi was a sharp blade of a nation, but he was solely responsible for slaying foes, not for contemplating the most efficient means of doing so or strategizing for the aftermath. Liu Bowen could discern the hearts of the people and devise national policies. Yet he was also burdened with state affairs, making it impossible for him to manage everything alone. Another individual was needed, one who could oversee the grand scheme of things and possess the acumen to navigate the complexities of warfare. System. Ding. What is your command, host? Display the list of exceptional talents for summoning. Current national fortune value, 2,200 points. The slaughter of 800,000 troops yielded a mere 2,000 points of national fortune, combined with the daily accumulation of 200 points during this period. This constituted his entire wealth. Qin Hao swiftly scanned the list of talents. His objective was clear. He sought not a general to charge into battle, but a commander who could decisively steer the army from afar. Soon, one name captured his attention. That name radiated an aura of wisdom, overshadowing all others. It was he. System, summon Zhuge Wulong, Zhuge Liang. Ding. Confirming the consumption of 1,200 points of national fortune, summoning the exceptional talent Zhuge Liang. As the word settled, no grand spectacle unfolded within the Yangxin Palace. It was as if a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the scrolls on the table, bringing a whiff of fresh mountain air. A figure materialized silently in the center of the hall. He appeared to be in his late 20s, garbed in a simple long robe, with a silk cap atop his head and a visage akin to jade. Most striking were the feather fan in his hand and his eyes, deep and starry, as if they could perceive all things and pierce through the past and future. Commoner Zhuge Wulong pays respects to your majesty. He inclined slightly, neither servile nor arrogant, exuding an otherworldly grace. Qin Hao's thoughts stirred, and his attribute panel instantly materialized. Renowned for his unparalleled intellect, Zhuge Liang stands at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. Endowed with extraordinary strategic prowess, his 3 distinctive abilities are nothing short of miraculous. The investment of 1,200 points of national fortune appears exceedingly worthwhile. Without engaging in unnecessary deliberations, Qin Hao approached Zhuge Liang, gesturing toward the towering stack of military reports. Kongming, there is no need for excessive formality. Here lies all the military intelligence from the Northern Front. My decree is to annihilate the Tianlang royal court, yet there is no capable commander within the court, nor any overarching military strategy. Qin Hao's tone bore a hint of exasperation, underscored by an unwavering determination. I have made my decision. What course shall you propose? Zhuge Liang did not respond immediately. He picked up his feather fan and strolled to the table, where he began to peruse a scroll of military reports with astonishing speed. The gentle fluttering of his fan accompanied the sound of parchment being turned, creating a serene atmosphere within the Yangxin Hall. Qin Hao refrained from urging him, choosing instead to observe in silence. In the span of merely a few moments, the imposing pile of reports was thoroughly examined. After setting down the final scroll, Zhuge Liang approached the expansive map of the territory, lightly tapping it with his fan. Your Majesty, General Baiqi possesses unparalleled valor. Victory in this battle is assured. He began, offering a conclusion. However, as the army ventures forth, 3 critical vulnerabilities must be addressed. His fan traced an elongated arc on the map, indicating the supply line from Yinmen Pass to the Tianlang Royal Court. Firstly, the supply route is excessively long, particularly at the Black Wind Pass and the Soul-Breaking Slope, which are susceptible to disruption by small, elite cavalry units. Should our provisions be set ablaze, even a divine figure like General Baiqi could lead 100,000 troops to disarray without a fight. Next, he pointed to another location. Secondly, the pervasive aura of slaughter surrounding General Baiqi and the valiant soldiers of Qin will undoubtedly result in rivers of blood across the plains. While this may instill fear in our enemies, it will also ignite a united front among the tribes, plunging our forces into an interminable war of attrition. Finally, his fan descended heavily upon a canyon. Thirdly, and most critically, this location, known as the Wolf's Grave Valley, is the sole route to the Tianlang Royal Court's Golden Tent. The sheer cliffs on either side present formidable natural barriers. If the Tianlang Royal Court has a sage to advise them, they could set a deadly ambush here. While General Baiqi may be capable of evading danger, the entire army would remain at grave risk. Each point struck with precision and clarity, leaving Qin Hao astounded. These concerns had been subtly alluded to by Liu Bowen, yet none had articulated them with such depth and gravity as Zhuge Liang. He found himself utterly captivated by Zhuge Liang's brilliance. Excellent. Truly an exceptional Zhuge Kongming, Qin Hao proclaimed as he strode to the imperial desk, preparing ink and paper. Proclaim my decree. Effective immediately, I appoint Zhuge Liang as the new Minister of War, overseeing all logistics and personnel arrangements for the Northern Campaign. He shall act with the authority of my own command, regulating all generals without the need for cabinet approval. The palace attendants, taken aback by the young scholar's insights, hastily prepared the writing materials. Zhuge Liang stepped forward, placing a hand atop Qin Hao's poised writing hand. Your Majesty, military matters should not be rushed. Qin Hao paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Zhuge Liang, with an unprecedented seriousness, retracted his fan and gazed upward, seemingly peering through the palace's dome towards the distant northern horizon. Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant me a parcel of land outside the capital, along with substantial quantities of fine iron, spiritual jade, and formation flags. Qin Hao's brow furrowed. Zhuge Liang slowly continued, uttering words that sent a chill through Qin Hao's heart. Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and discerned that above the northern front, a malevolent star has risen, its aura intermingling with a resentment not of this realm. He turned to Qin Hao, his profound gaze unwavering. General Baiqi shall confront not merely the armies of mortals, but perhaps something far more sinister. Chapter 50. Qin Hao appoints the Minister of War. Zhuge Liang engages in verbal warfare, earning the respect of all officials. The following day, the Grand Court convened. Within the Golden Throne Hall, a palpable tension hung in the air. Following the dismissal of the former Minister of War, not a single official dared to speak first in the assembly. The vacant position loomed like a hot iron, no one willing to approach it. Draped in dragon robes, Qin Hao emerged from the rear of the hall, striding with authority to take his place upon the exalted throne. He dispensed with superfluous words, summoned Zhuge Liang to the court. The officials were taken aback, whispering amongst themselves. Zhuge Liang? Who is this individual? Why have we never heard of such a name? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly, a young man clad in a simple robe, adorned with a silk cap, entered the hall, a feather fan in hand. He appeared remarkably youthful, no more than 27 or 28, devoid of any airs of authority, resembling a reclusive sage. From this day forth, I appoint Zhuge Liang as the new Minister of War, responsible for all military operations concerning the Northern Front, Qin Hao declared, his voice unassuming. Yet it reverberated throughout the hall, stirring a tempest of astonishment. A collective gasp echoed among the officials. A previously unknown young scholar had ascended to wield the military power of the Great Zhou. It was akin to treating the nation's security as child's play. Your Majesty, this cannot be, cried an elder statesman with white hair, stepping forward with an ivory tablet in hand. This is Wu Zheng, the left minister of the censorate. Renowned for his unwavering integrity and willingness to speak truth to power, a stalwart figure even in the previous dynasty. The Minister of War oversees the nation's armies and is vital to the security of the realm. How can such a position be entrusted to an unknown young scholar? Wu Zheng bowed, his voice resonating like a bell as he posed 3 inquiries. I would ask this esteemed Mr. Zhuge, as our forces march to the plains, spanning thousands of miles, how will we address the logistics of supply? This is the foremost challenge of military strategy. Secondly, given the unpredictable climate of the northern plains, with its capricious winds and snow, how shall our soldiers from the central plains adapt to avoid non-combat casualties? And thirdly, while the Tianling royal court is our primary adversary, many tribes populate the plains. If they unite against us, our 100,000-strong army will be submerged in a sea of conflict. How shall the esteemed gentleman respond to this? Each question was incisive, targeting the core of the northern campaign, causing the previously burgeoning enthusiasm in the hall to dissipate instantly. Indeed, warfare requires more than the might of a single formidable general. All eyes turned to the young man in white. Yet, Zhuge Liang exhibited not an ounce of trepidation in the face of the court's scrutiny. He merely inclined his head toward the attendant beside him, who promptly presented 3 pre-prepared memorials. In response to the inquiries posed by Lord Wu, I have prepared answers, which I invite your Majesty and the esteemed officials to peruse. Wu Zheng was momentarily taken aback, and the assembly fell silent. Rather than engage in verbal sparring, Zhuge Liang had opted to present written memorials? What manner of approach was this? Qin Hao's lips curled upward. Present them, read them aloud for all to hear. An attendant took the first memorial, unfolding it before reading aloud. To resolve the difficulties of logistics, I have devised an invention, named the wooden ox and flowing horse. This creation, constructed from fine iron for its framework and spiritual wood for its form, is embedded with a spirit-gathering array. When powered by spirit stones, it can traverse 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night, surmounting mountains and valleys as if walking on level ground. One wooden ox and flowing horse can accomplish the work of 100 laborers, resulting in a reduction of over 70% in transport capacity. The hall erupted in astonishment. The memorial had yet to be fully recited when the entire Golden Luan Hall erupted in commotion. What? A mechanical creation capable of traversing 1,000 miles? Powered by spirit stones? Is this a product of the Heavenly Craft Institute? If such a thing truly exists, the logistical constraints of our great Zhou army would be alleviated. Without waiting for further discussion, the eunuch unfurled the second memorial. To escape the harsh winter of the northern frontier, I have devised a rotation plan in 3 phases, wherein 1/3 of the troops will be rotated to the rear for rest after 1 month of combat. Additionally, I have attached a 3-tiered standard for cold protection, the inner layer crafted from fire silkworm silk, the middle filled with the down of snow geese, and the outer layer made of tanned beast hides. I have also included 13 measures for disease prevention, addressing typhus, frostbite, and adverse reactions to the environment, ensuring non-combat casualties are minimized. The comprehensive nature of the memorial brought shame to all military officials present, who had devoted their lives to military affairs but could not match the foresight of this young man. If the first 2 memorials were extraordinary, the third was enough to leave the entire court speechless. To sow discord among the tribes of the grasslands, one must employ a strategy of division. We can send envoys and lavishly bribe the leader of the greedy and lustful Shirong tribe, who is easily swayed by wealth. Furthermore, If we promise to allocate the most fertile pastures of the Tianlang royal court to the eastern Hutsonglong tribe, a faction with a long-standing feud with Tianlang, we could incite division. The memorial meticulously analyzed the strength, conflicts, personalities of the tribal leaders, and even the preferences of their generals. Every detail, from when to send envoys to where to negotiate and what to offer as bait, was flawlessly orchestrated, as if he had rehearsed it 1,000 times in his mind. The previously silent Prime Minister Liu Bowen stepped forward swiftly and took the third memorial from the eunuch. He read it rapidly, but the more he read, the more his hands trembled. Finally, he slammed the memorial shut. Under the incredulous gaze of all the officials, this highly esteemed Prime Minister, trusted by Qin Hao and wielding great influence, bowed deeply to the young man in white, performing a grand salute. Mr. Combing's strategy is not solely for defeating the immediate enemy. Liu Bowen's voice carried a tremor of genuine astonishment. This plan is designed to ensure the long-term stability of our great Zhou in the northern frontier for the next 50 years. I am in awe. His words sent shockwaves throughout the hall. Who could question Liu Bowen's judgment? All skepticism ceased. The previously indignant Wu Zheng felt his face flush scarlet, wishing for a hole to hide in. It was at this moment that the officials truly realized that this young man's vision and ambition had far surpassed everyone present. Qin Hao slowly rose, surveying the astonished officials. My decision is made. From this day forth, the Supreme Military Council shall be established. It will be led by the Minister of War, Zhuge Liang, with the Prime Minister Liu Bowen and Deputy Wang Angshi assisting. This move would completely detach the highest military decision-making authority from the court, placing it firmly in the hands of the sovereign. The imperial power reached unprecedented heights. Zhuge Liang, holding his feather fan, slightly bowed in acceptance. I obey the decree. His first military order was not directed at the front lines, but rather towards the rear. He commanded that Liu Ban, the head of the Heavenly Craft Institute, immediately cease all ongoing projects and devote full resources to construct 100 wooden oxen and flowing horses. Additionally, according to these blueprints, 5,000 Zhuge crossbows must be crafted and sent to Yanmen Pass. The Zhuge crossbow, forged from fine iron, embedded with a spirit-gathering array, can be operated using spiritual power, releasing 10 arrows simultaneously and capable of penetrating the protective aura of immortals. Furthermore, it can be loaded with spirit stones, making it usable by ordinary people with simple operation. Just then, a shadow darted in like a specter from outside the hall. It was the East Factory Supervisor, Cao Zhengchun. He knelt on one knee, his expression grave. Your Majesty, an urgent report from the northern frontier has arrived. The 30 genie guards I dispatched to monitor the Tianlang royal court in the depths of the grasslands have extinguished their soul lamps just half an hour ago. Cao Zhengchun produced a blood-soaked bamboo tube from his bosom. This was their final message. The Khan of Tianlang has entered the temple of eternal life, and blood light fills the temple. A deathly silence enveloped the hall of nourishing the heart. Zhuge Liang took the blood-stained intelligence, gently waved his fan. Yet his gaze pierced through the hall towards the distant northern horizon. Your Majesty, the enemy has revealed their cards. Chapter 51. The Emergence of the Crouching Dragon. The first strategy, 3 birds with 1 arrow. Even before stepping out of his humble abode, he has already calculated the fate of the Tianlang royal court. The newly established Supreme Military Council still bore the fresh scent of timber. Zhuge Liang, clad in white, stood before a massive sand table depicting the mountains, rivers, and vast grasslands of the northern frontier in exquisite detail. He did not rush to mobilize troops, but instead issued a series of seemingly unrelated commands. Send orders to establish a sand table simulation office on the west side of the capital's main camp, convening all military advisors daily to simulate the northern expedition. Order General Jian Wei to select 50,000 elite troops from the capital's main camp for secret drills on the 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation. Upon receiving these commands, several military officials, recently integrated into the military council, exchanged glances, yet no one dared to voice dissent. Just then, a determined and forceful footstep echoed from outside the hall. It was Deputy Prime Minister Wang Angshi. He did not regard Zhuge Liang, but walked directly to the sand table, pointing firmly along the supply line from Yanmen Pass to the golden tent of the Tianlang royal court. Minister, what boldness you possess. Wang Angshi's tone was neutral, merely stating a fact. However, in warfare, it is resources that matter. The accounts of the Ministry of Revenue cannot sustain your ambition. General Baiqi's army consumes an astronomical amount of provisions and munitions daily. How long do you intend to fight? Where will the funds come from? He raised his head, his piercing gaze locking onto the much younger Minister of War. This was not a challenge, but the most pressing issue facing the great Zhou dynasty. The atmosphere in the hall thickened instantly. All eyes turned to Zhuge Liang, eager to witness how this new minister would resolve the impasse. Zhuge Liang merely shook his fan gently, a serene smile gracing his face. Lord Wang, why must the funds come solely from the treasury of our great Zhou? Wang Engshi frowned. What do you mean, minister? His Majesty's ambition is to conquer the world, not merely the Tianlang royal court. Zhuge Liang directed his fan away from the northern grasslands and pointed to the vast expanse of the western regions on the map. The Tianlang royal court dominates the northern frontier, constantly clashing with the nations of the western regions, harboring long-standing grievances. They are natural allies, merely in need of a connector. I have drafted a national letter and will soon dispatch a trading caravan carrying our great Zhou's unique silk, porcelain, and fine salt, taking a detour through the western regions. We are not seeking aid. We are conducting trade. Wang Engshi was taken aback. Trade? Indeed, Zhuge Liang affirmed, lightly tapping his fan. The king of the Great Moon dynasty in the western regions has an affinity for our Central Plains porcelain. The queen of the ancient country of Lulan is utterly captivated by silk. We can exchange these for their warhorses, oars, and even facilitate their passage to launch an assault on the flanks of the Tianlang royal court. He turned, gesturing towards the scattered tribes on the grasslands. Simultaneously, we will spread the word that after we subdue the Tianlang royal court, we will open trade ports in the northern frontier, allowing all tribes that submit to us to engage in free trade. Upon hearing this, would those smaller tribes, already harboring ulterior motives, still remain loyal to the Tianlang royal court? We need not lift a finger. They will create chaos for the sake of future profits. Zhuge Liang concluded, looking at Wang Engshi, his voice clear and powerful. This is to sustain war through commerce, with trade preceding conflict, using the enemy's resources to fight the enemy's battles. This strategy strikes 3 birds with 1 arrow. It raises military funds, sows discord among the enemy, and gains favor and intelligence from the nations of the western regions. Wang Engshi was utterly stunned. He implemented new policies, engaging in a battle of wits and courage against the conservative factions within the court, all with the aim of economizing and strengthening the nation from within. Yet, this young man's vision had long transcended the boundaries of the Great Zhou, transforming the entire northwest corner of the Tianshan continent into his strategic chessboard. Such a grand perspective, such adept means. The pent-up frustration within Wang Engshi's heart suddenly cleared. He envisioned a fresh and promising path towards national prosperity and military strength. He gazed at Zhuge Liang for a long while, then solemnly clasped his hands in greeting. Jiefu, I have learned much from you. In that moment, 2 souls, both tirelessly devoted to their country's affairs, reached an unprecedented consensus. The war machine of the Great Zhou commenced its unprecedented operations with fervent efficiency. Meanwhile, in the Tiangong Institute, the master craftsman Liu Ban held 2 scrolls of blueprints, his hands trembling slightly with excitement, resembling a state of ecstasy. One scroll contained the structural design of the wooden ox and flowing horse, while the other detailed the design of the Zhuge crossbow. Marvelous craftsmanship. Liu Ban's face flushed with exhilaration as he beheld the exquisitely intricate mortise and tenon joints, and the astonishing spirit-gathering formation depicted on the blueprints, as if he beheld the ultimate path of mastery he had pursued throughout his life. Convey my orders, he suddenly exclaimed, raising his head and shouting at all the craftsmen. Lay aside all other tasks. Everyone, day and night, work to build these for me. I want to see these items fill the armory at Yinmen Pass within a month. He regarded Zhuge Liang as a lifelong confidant. In the depths of the night, in the Yangxin Palace, Qin Hao concluded a day of state affairs and massaged his temples. Ding! The talents Wang Engshi and Zhuge Liang have reached a consensus. Enhancing governance efficiency. National fortune increases by 10 points daily. Ding! The craftsman Liu Ban, inspired by the peculiar blueprints, has achieved a breakthrough in skill. Enhancing the efficiency of the Tiangong Institute. National fortune increases by 10 points daily. The system notifications lifted Qin Hao's spirits considerably. He rose and decided to visit the military affairs office. Inside the military affairs office, the lights were bright, yet unexpectedly, there was no one else present. Only Zhuge Liang stood alone before a massive sand table. The sand table had transformed, no longer depicting the vast mountains and rivers of the northern border. It now showcased a bizarrely shaped temple model, with a blood-red flag planted at its center. Qin Hao approached. Kongming, it is late. Why do you not rest? Zhuge Liang did not turn around. His entire focus was on the temple model. He used a star stone to continuously calculate and arrange something around the model, murmuring incantations as if engaging in a game of strategy with an unseen adversary. Your Majesty, Zhuge Liang spoke slowly. What I am calculating is not a war against the Tianlang Wangting. Qin Hao's heart stirred. Then what are you calculating? Zhuge Liang finally turned, retracting his feather fan. His expression grave. What I am calculating is a battle of wits against the grand shaman of the Tianlang Wangting from a distance. His finger pointed to the blood-red flag at the center of the sand table. If we win this battle, the Tianlang Wangting can be shattered in an instant. He paused, raising his gaze to Qin Hao. If we lose, General Baiqi's 10,000 elite soldiers will face annihilation. Qin Hao's fingertip lingered above the model of the blood-red flag. He could sense the gravity in Zhuge Liang's words. This was not mere alarmism from a subject to a sovereign, but a serious declaration based on absolute calculations. Kongming, do you have any solutions? Zhuge Liang's expression remained calm, as if discussing an ordinary chess match. Your Majesty, everything is within my expectations. Chapter 52, the ultimate trump card of the Northern Prairie. Sacrifice of 3,000 hearts to awaken the grand shaman of the temple. He gently waved his feather fan, and the lights in the palace seemed to stabilize. General Baiqi is facing not a crime of war, but a suppression at the level of laws. He retrieved a palm-sized, exquisitely woven pouch from his wide sleeve and presented it with both hands. This pouch. I implore your Majesty to dispatch someone with utmost haste to deliver it to General Baiqi. If he encounters a crisis, he may open it, and the crisis will resolve itself. Qin Hao took the pouch. It felt warm in his hand, yet he sensed no spiritual energy emanating from it. Is that all? The pouch is merely the first step. It is to buy time for General Baiqi. Zhuge Liang admitted, a sharp glint flashing in his perceptive eyes. The true method of breaking the deadlock lies in a great gift I have prepared for that grand shaman. This gift requires General Baiqi's unparalleled will to kill. To ignite it personally, Qin Hao chose not to press further. Trust is paramount. I have chosen Zhuge Liang, and I shall grant him my utmost confidence. Convey my decree. Activate the flying kite mechanical beast, and deliver this pouch immediately to the northern front. An inner guard dashed out. The flying kite mechanical beast. The latest creation of the Tiangong Institute, powered by spirit stones, could travel 3,000 miles a day, serving as the fastest communication means of the Great Zhou dynasty. Just as the order was issued, Zhuge Liang stepped forward once more. Your Majesty, I have a second plan. He presented a new blueprint. The runic structure more complex and arcane than that of the Zhuge crossbow. Please issue another decree for Liu Ban to immediately install this purification rune array on all the wooden oxen and flowing horses, as well as the Zhuge crossbows. Qin Hao glanced at the blueprint. Though he did not comprehend its significance, he immediately understood Zhuge Liang's deeper intention. This was to provide an additional layer of protection for the entire army. Approved. Relay the order to the Tiangong Institute. Meanwhile, deep in the Northern Prairie, a temple constructed entirely from the bones of colossal white beasts and charred black stones loomed over the barren land. This was the Temple of the Eternal Sky. Within the temple, a chilling wind howled, the air thick with resentment and blood that could drive an ordinary person to madness in an instant. At this moment, the Khan of the Tianlang, the overlord of the prairie, knelt in utmost reverence before a massive blood pool at the center of the temple. This blood pool contained 3,000 still-beating hearts, belonging to the youngest herdsman of the prairie. He slashed his wrist, letting his royal blood drip into the pool, chanting an ancient and obscure incantation. Great eternal sky, your most devout descendant offers the purest of sacrifices, praying for your will to descend. The blood pool began to churn violently, bubbling with dark, thick foam. A dry, ancient voice, as if emerging from the depths of hell, gradually resonated within the temple. The grievances of 800,000 sons, combined with the hearts of 3,000 warriors, guided by the blood of the prairie royalty, awaken me from my slumber. Speak. Who disturbs the tranquility of the prairie? The voice carried a hint of displeasure. The Khan's face lit up with ecstatic joy as he bowed deeply. Great Grand Shaman, I am the current Khan of the Tianlang Wangting. A demon from the Central Plains has appeared. His name is Baiqi. Outside Yemen Pass, he has slaughtered 800,000 of our prairie warriors. He detailed Baiqi's astonishing strike and the terrifying domain that enveloped the battlefield, imploring the Grand Shaman to take action and avenge the prairie by transforming that demon's head into a vessel for your drink. The voice fell silent for a moment. Then, it erupted into a series of eerie, cackling laughs, filled with curiosity and greed. The peak of the Saint Realm's laws of slaughter? How intriguing, truly intriguing. Such a figure should not appear in this spiritually barren remote land. Could he be from the outside world? Gurgling sounds emanated from the blood pool. As a withered corpse slowly rose, seated in meditation. Its skin clung tightly to its bones, and its eye sockets were sunken, as if it had been dead for millennia. Yet, as the pool's thick resentment and overwhelming vitality were fervently absorbed by it, its shriveled skin began to visibly plump and take on a reddish hue. This was the ultimate trump card of the prairie, sustained through the blood sacrifices of countless beings throughout the ages, the grand shaman of the temple of the eternal sky. The Khan of the Tianlang lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to lift his head, as the overwhelming resentment and vitality from the pool were frantically absorbed by him. His withered skin began to swell and glow with a ruddy hue. The once lifeless chest resonated with the first powerful heartbeat. Thud. This sound caused the body of Khan of the Wolf to tremble violently. "Your request is granted," echoed a dry, ancient voice within the temple, devoid of any emotion. The grand shaman opened his eyes, revealing orbs void of pupils, without whites, only endless swirling darkness. Merely being swept by those eyes, Khan of the Wolf felt as though his very soul was being drawn in. "Thank you, great grand shaman." A horn, carved from pale beast bone, floated from the grand shaman's emaciated hand, hovering before Khan of the Wolf. 3 days hence, on the path of the Central Plains army, sound this horn. I shall unleash divine retribution. Trembling, Khan of the Wolf accepted the cold bone horn, a morbid ecstasy filling his face. The grand shaman emerged from the blood pool, his shriveled body now restored to nearly 70 or 80%, resembling a robust middle-aged man, though his skin remained pallid and devoid of color. A terrifying aura emanated from him, the pinnacle of the saint realm. This pressure surpassed any formidable being within Khan of the Wolf's comprehension. The grand shaman disregarded the Khan at his feet, slowly raising his gaze towards the south. In his dark pupils, the rout of Bai Qi's advancing army seemed to be vividly reflected, alongside a murderous intent that soared to the heavens, nearly staining the sky crimson. The pure law of slaughter was indeed powerful. A strange smile crept across his lips. Alas, what you face is a deity. Only the grand shamans of bygone eras understood this secret. The faith on the grasslands, the so-called eternal sky, was no longer the totem god believed in by the nomadic people. Rather, it was an extraterrestrial demon that had fallen from the heavens, crashing here. This temple was built upon the head of that extraterrestrial demon. Throughout history, grand shamans engaged in transactions with the lingering will of the demon, exchanging endless offerings of blood for a sliver of the power of the law, a fragment sufficient for him to manipulate souls and toy with life and death. Bai Qi, the pinnacle of the saint realm, merely a slightly more powerful flesh and blood form. He slowly raised his bony right hand towards the ground at the center of the temple, gently grasping. "Awaken, my legion." A rumble echoed as the entire temple began to shake violently, the hard black stone floor cracking inch by inch. Deep fissures spreading like a spider's web. Piercing wails and vengeful roars erupted from the depths of the earth. These were the countless powerful vengeful souls accumulated over millennia. In life, they were renowned figures on the grasslands, warriors, nobles, shamans. In death, their souls were imprisoned here, and after 1,000 years of refinement, they had transformed into formless entities, specializing in assaulting the spirit, the legion of vengeful spirits. Khan of the Wolf stared in terror at the scene before him as countless translucent black phantoms surged forth from the ground's fissures, converging into a black storm swirling above the temple. "Great Grand Shaman, will you directly use your legion to shred that Central Plains army?" The Grand Shaman let out a series of cackling laughs, as if he had heard a joke. Shred them? Too crude. He slowly levitated, black mist swirling around him. That murderous intent was the military soul of that army, pure, powerful, and directly impactful. My legion would suffer heavy losses as well. A true hunter understands how to exhaust the stamina of its prey. His plan was far more insidious than Khan of the Wolf could imagine. He intended to first utilize this legion of vengeful spirits, entangled with a millennium's worth of plagues and curses, to taint the fortunes of Bai Qi's army. He aimed to weaken their military soul, rendering that unstoppable murderous intent murky and sluggish. When soldiers began to awaken from nightmares, when they started to fall ill for no reason, when their blades lost their sharpness, when fear and despair spread throughout the ranks, only then would the moment of divine retribution arrive. The Grand Shaman's body gradually dissipated in midair, transforming into a dense black smoke that silently merged into the heavy clouds above. The entire grassland seemed to dim. He gazed down upon this vast land as if surveying his own pasture, with Bai Qi's army being the lambs about to step into a trap. No matter how strong you are, as long as you remain flesh and blood, as long as you possess a soul, you cannot resist the assault from the spirit realm. Chapter 53. Bai Qi's march stalled. The eerie shaman's legion of cursed spirits. The north wind howled like a blade, sweeping through the ruins of Yinmen Pass. The footsteps of 100,000 elite Qin soldiers crushed the bones beneath, officially delving into the heart of the grasslands. The murderous intent coalesced from military souls, transformed above the formation into a faint blood cloud. Wherever it passed, birds vanished and beasts fled. This land, even the wind had learned to be silent. On the third day, at noon, General, Deputy Commander Meng Ao galloped over, his armor stained with dark smudges. Dismounting, he knelt on one knee. Scouts report that the earth is bleeding 10 miles ahead. Bai Qi reined in his steed, his expression impassive. Clarify. 10 miles ahead, the grass is seeping a black liquid. Reeking foully, the grass and trees wither upon contact, and even a water source we found has turned horrendously putrid. Livestock perish upon drinking it. Meng Ao's voice trembled with incomprehensible horror. Bai Qi remained silent, merely urging his horse forward. Moments later, that eerie land came into view. Indeed, the earth resembled a rotting wound, black viscous fluid oozing from below, emitting a nauseatingly sweet stench. Suddenly, a soldier bent over, violently retching, expelling black bile. He appeared drained, his complexion ashen, as though his vitality had been siphoned away. Bring him here. Two aides brought the soldier before Bai Qi. Bai Qi extended his finger, gently tapping the soldier's brow. A cold, decaying force, filled with resentment, lurked within his life essence, like maggots consuming flesh, slowly and surely eroding his vitality. Not a plague. Bai Qi withdrew his finger. A curse. He looked up, gazing deeper into the grasslands. Night fell, the army set up camp. The bonfires blazed, yet could not dispel the increasingly heavy chill in the air. A soldier leaned against his shield, sinking into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he returned to his homeland, where his wife and children awaited him at the door. He laughed and ran towards them, but the moment he touched his wife, her face instantaneously decayed, transforming into a skull, her mouth opening wide to emit a silent scream. No. The soldier jolted awake, his eyes bloodshot, his face etched with pure terror. He saw his comrade asleep beside him, that familiar face twisted in his gaze into the visage of the skeleton from his nightmare. Demon, get away. He drew his side blade, wildly slashing at his comrade. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence of the camp. This seemed to signal the onset of chaos. From all corners of the camp, screams and the clash of weapons rang out in succession. Madness. Wang Er has gone mad. Help. Don't kill me. Meng Ao, drenched in blood, burst into the central tent, a deep wound visible on his arm. General, something has happened. The brothers seem possessed and have begun to kill each other. Bai Qi had already stood outside the tent. Do not panic. He slowly closed his eyes, his vast consciousness instantly enveloping the entire camp. Countless twisted, translucent black phantoms wreaked havoc within the encampment. They are formless and intangible, penetrating the tents directly, invading the soldiers' dreams, conjuring the most terrifying illusions in their minds, consuming their spirit and sanity. Humph! Bai Qi suddenly opened his eyes. The domain of the god of death. Boom! A blood-red halo erupted around him, expanding with tremendous force. Endless killing intent transformed into a tangible force, sweeping across the entire camp. Screech! Hiss! Countless wails echoed within the crimson realm, as those vengeful spirits seemed to be scalded by a branding iron, being forced out from the soldiers' bodies, retreating in terror. Yet, they did not dissipate. They merely withdrew beyond the domain of the god of death, like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves lurking in the darkness, waiting for their next opportunity. Overnight, nearly 100 elite soldiers succumbed to mental breakdown, descending into madness. For the first time, the army experienced non-combat casualties. An oppressive atmosphere silently spread throughout the ranks. Worse was yet to come. The next morning, countless frenzied figures appeared on the horizon. They were the beasts of the grasslands. Towering grassland giant wolves, lightning-fast red-tailed foxes, and thick-skinned one-horned wild bulls. But they had all undergone a transformation. Each beast's eyes burned crimson as blood, shrouded in black mist, with foul saliva dripping from their mouths. Charging recklessly towards the formation of the Qin elite in a suicidal assault. Form the formation, Meng Ao bellowed, shields in front, long spears in the rear, standing ready. A king-level, demonized giant wolf leaped 100 meters, like a black meteor, crashing down upon the military formation. Bai Qi moved. He stepped forward, suspended in midair, his longsword tracing a perfect blood-red arc thud. The giant wolf's head soared into the sky, clean and decisive. However, Bai Qi froze midair, his brow furrowing for the first time. No, that familiar killing intent, which usually surged from the heavens and earth after slaying a formidable foe, did not manifest. His slaughter trait showed no reaction. To his astonishment, as the massive wolf's corpse hit the ground, it rapidly decayed into a puddle of foul, pestilential black water. From this black water, numerous new vengeful spirits shrieked and fled, merging into the surrounding darkness. Endless killing. The more they killed, the more they multiplied. This was not a war, it was a war of attrition. In this bizarre manner, his 100,000 troops were being drained of life. Commander, we cannot. These ghostly beings are endless. A deputy's voice was laced with urgency. Bai Qi returned to the ground. He finally understood that the enemy's objective was not to defeat him, but to corrupt his army, to taint the killing principles he held dear, to corrupt his indomitable Qin elite. He slowly raised his hand. All troops, halt the advance. The command echoed throughout the army. Form a defensive circular formation. The 100,000 Qin elite obeyed without hesitation, swiftly contracting to form an impenetrable circular iron barrel formation. Bai Qi stood at the center of the formation, plunging his long sword into the ground. Rise. He, as the eye of the formation, unleashed the full force of his peak saint-level killing principles. Buzz. A colossal blood-red shield shot into the sky, like an inverted giant bowl, firmly protecting the entire military formation within. Outside the shield, whether it was the wails of the vengeful spirits or the impacts of the beasts, all were completely isolated and crushed by that pure killing intent. However, maintaining such a vast domain was an immense drain on Bai Qi himself. On the grassland, the Khan of the Sky Wolves beheld the distant, blood-red shield enveloping the great Zhou army camp in the vast basin known as the Grave of Souls, his face alight with manic joy. He could sense the power of that blood-red shield being continuously depleted. Bai Qi, that devil, was finally trapped. The moment had come. The Khan of the Sky Wolves ecstatically retrieved a horn carved from pale beast bones from his bosom. Chapter 54. Zhuge's Golden Pocket Guidance, Bai Qi's Night Raid. Killing intent transforms into divine sword. Sword slays the false god. The Khan of the Sky Wolves raised the horn to his lips, summoning all his strength to blow it with fervor. The sound of the horn was not loud, but rather chilling, as if it could tear apart the very soul of a person. The sound spread forth, and the Grave of Souls, a land that had buried countless creatures of the grasslands, began to tremble violently. Within a 1,000-mile radius, all the souls of the herdsmen who had perished on this land, the warriors who had fallen in battle, and the livestock that had been slaughtered, whether dissipated or not, were forcibly awakened at that moment. Streams of visible black mist surged from the cracked earth, from the withered grass roots, from the scattered bones, soaring into the sky. Thousands, millions. The sky darkened in an instant. Amidst the dense clouds, the withered figure of the Grand Shaman slowly emerged, arms wide open, as if embracing the entire world. Those vengeful black mists pouring forth from the depths of the earth rushed towards him like loyal subjects finding their king, merging completely with the vengeful spirit army he had previously unleashed. An unprecedented and terrifying power brewed and spiraled within the dark clouds. The spiritual energy of the entire realm turned ferocious and chaotic. The false god domain of the 10,000 souls storm. The Grand Shaman's voice, unrecognizable as human, descended from the heavens above. The earth quaked. A colossal, boundless black tornado suddenly formed above the Grave of Souls, rapidly expanding at a visibly frantic pace. Inside the storm, it was no longer merely black mist, but billions of distorted faces of lamenting humans and beasts. Grievance, curses, and the purest soul attacks intertwined, transforming this region into a desolate realm for all living beings. The black storm began to move slowly, its target aimed directly at Bai Qi's military camp. Following the storm, the remaining troops of the Sky Wolf Royal Court, under the Khan's leadership, regrouped. Bathed in the trickling black mist leaking from the false god domain, they sustained no harm. Instead, their eyes turned crimson, muscles bulging, their power surging. Possessed by vengeful spirits, they gained the domain's enhancement, their combat strength dramatically increasing. The Khan of the Sky Wolves rode forth behind the storm, feeling the surging power within him, arrogantly taunting the blood-red shield. Bai Qi, you butcher of the Central Plains. His voice, bolstered by the power of the domain, resonated clearly across the battlefield. Are you not capable of battle? Why have you become a turtle hiding in its shell? Within the ranks of the Qin elite, many soldiers' faces flushed with anger, gripping their weapons tightly. If you have the courage, step out of your turtle shell and taste the divine punishment imposed by my master, the celestial sovereign. The Khan of the Sky Wolves raised his curved blade, exuding an air of invincibility. Today, I shall use your head to honor the spirits of my 800,000 grassland warriors. He aimed to shatter the steely resolve of the Qin elite in this manner. Within the blood-red shield, Bai Qi stood before the formation, expressionless. His peak saint-level cultivation allowed him to perceive the terror of the 10,000 souls storm clearer than anyone else. This was no mere accumulation of power. It was the embodiment of principles, guided by souls, fueled by grievances, and constructed with curses as its bones. The false god domain was forged. Within this domain, there were no physical attacks, only annihilation targeting the soul and will. If he were to force his way in, even if he could protect himself with the domain of the god of death, the 100,000 troops behind him would be torn to shreds by the billions of vengeful spirits, with no chance for reincarnation. Commander, Deputy Meng Ao rode up behind him, urgency lacing his voice. If this continues, your depletion will be too great. Bai Qi did not turn back, maintain the formation. He simply drove his longsword deeper into the ground by an inch. Buzz. The blood-red shield flared brightly once more, staunchly holding back the encroaching black storm. However, Bai Qi's complexion grew even paler. At that moment, a sharp sound of breaking air resonated from the distant sky. A mechanical construct, resembling a massive eagle, crafted from refined iron and spiritual wood, pierced through the clouds at an astonishing speed, diving towards the military camp. It disregarded the chaotic spiritual energy and malevolent curses of the battlefield, landing precisely at the central command tent. "It is the flying kite mechanical beast from the divine capital," exclaimed a military commander in delight. As the mechanical beast descended to within 10 zhang of the ground, its abdomen opened, and a metallic cylinder was ejected, landing steadily on the earth before Bai Qi. A personal guard promptly advanced, retrieving the cylinder and presenting it with both hands. Bai Qi unscrewed the lid of the cylinder, extracting an exquisitely woven silk pouch and a neatly folded sheet of white paper. The pouch exuded no spiritual fluctuations, appearing as an ordinary token. Under the gaze of 100,000 troops and countless enemies, Bai Qi slowly unfurled the white paper, which bore only a single line of elegant script. "In times of crisis, the pouch may be opened. The predicament can be resolved." Signed, Zhuge Liang. The characters were beautifully written, yet radiated a profound understanding of human emotions. After reading it, Bai Qi carefully stored the note. His movements were swift. Under the watchful eyes of the 100,000 soldiers, he opened the unremarkable silk pouch. Inside, there lay another note, inscribed with 2 grandiose characters, decapitation. In that instant, an intangible current surged through Bai Qi's mind, rendering Zhuge Liang's entire strategy strikingly clear. To remain trapped here was a road to death. Passive defense was a path to demise. The great shaman's storm of souls seemed insurmountable, yet its essence hinged upon one individual. Once the controller perished, this false divine realm would collapse without a fight. To prolong the struggle would result in the demise of 100,000 elite soldiers. Even if Bai Qi managed to escape, he would have no face to present before the emperor. He gazed beyond the storm at the triumphant Khan of the celestial wolf, piercing through the endless vengeful souls, and envisioned the frail figure within the temple, nearing death, a peak in the realm of saints. This realm, forcibly constructed through blood sacrifices and vengeful spirits, was ultimately an external facade. A barely perceptible curve appeared on Bai Qi's eternally cold face. He turned, facing the 100,000 Qin soldiers, who were already seething with rage. "All troops, heed my command." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly above the howling storm and the enemy's jeers. "Retreat 100 li and set up camp." At the command's utterance, the entire army fell silent. Vice General Meng Ao was taken aback, advancing on horseback. "My lord, retreat? At such a critical juncture, when the enemy's morale is at its peak. This is tantamount to admitting defeat." Bai Qi did not look at him, nor did he offer any explanation. "Execute the order." "Yes." Though Meng Ao was filled with confusion, he could only swallow his questions and loudly accept the command. A crimson light enveloping the entire army began to slowly recede. The 100,000 soldiers moved like a finely tuned war machine, exhibiting no disorder. They retreated in perfect formation, orderly and precise. This scene momentarily stunned the Khan of the celestial wolf, who erupted into even more raucous laughter. "Ha ha, they are fleeing. That demon is running away. The butcher of the central plains is nothing more than this. Before the mighty celestial heaven, you are but a lamb awaiting slaughter." The night was darker than ever. Upon reaching the new campsite, Bai Qi ordered a state of alert, with guards stationed every 3 steps and sentries every 5. Inside the central command tent, the lights remained lit. Alone, Bai Qi polished his long sword, upon which a faint sheen of blood glimmered. He sheathed the sword, rose, and exited the tent. Summoning 2 vice generals, he issued a few commands, and in the next moment, His figure shot upwards like a wisp of blue smoke, seamlessly merging with the darker night. He paid no heed to the raging storm of souls 100 li away. His destination lay deeper within the grasslands, the temple of celestial heaven. Bai Qi was enveloped in a palpable aura of bloodlust, transforming into an untraceable streak of light in the night sky, silently approaching the malevolent temple constructed of bleached bones. Within the temple, the great shaman sat cross-legged in the center of an empty blood pool, meditating. Controlling such a vast false divine realm was a tremendous burden on his frail body. Just then, an intense and pure killing intent, so profound it sent shivers through his very soul, descended without warning. Not good. The great shaman abruptly opened his eyes, preparing to react. Boom. A colossal hand, forged from concentrated bloodlust, descended from above, crashing down with tremendous force. Chapter 55. The Fall of Celestial Heaven. The faith of the northern grasslands collapses. The Khan of the Celestial Wolf is dead. The entire temple of Celestial Heaven, along with its solid black stone foundation, was instantly reduced to powder beneath that overwhelming blow. Dust and smoke filled the air. A figure emerged slowly from the haze, an embodiment of unending killing intent in his grasp, which automatically coalesced into a blood-colored sword, seemingly forged from blood glass. Amidst the ruins of the temple, the great shaman clumsily rose, for the first time experiencing a sense of unease. How did he end up here? How dared he abandon his army? As Bai Qi continued to advance towards him, the great shaman hastily summoned the legion of vengeful spirits imprisoned beneath the temple for 1,000 years, attempting to obstruct Bai Qi's advance. The legion of vengeful spirits, sensing Bai Qi's immense vitality and divine presence, surged forth like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, roaring as they transformed into a black torrent, pouring from the crevices of the ruins, aiming to devour his soul. However, as these vengeful spirits approached within 3 feet of Bai Qi, they were instantly purified and evaporated by the sheer, unadulterated intent of annihilation that surrounded him. Not a single cry of despair escaped their lips. In Bai Qi's domain, slaughter was the only law. All else was mere illusion. The great shaman was utterly astounded. His pride, the legion of vengeful spirits, was reduced to nothingness before Bai Qi. Akin to snow meeting the blazing sun. Die for me, he bellowed, forcefully drawing upon the power of the storm of souls from 10 li away. The core of the storm, comprised of countless wailing souls, screamed in unison as their power was forcibly siphoned, crossing spatial distances to converge upon the great shaman. A colossal hand, formed from the power of laws, loomed over the temple, mercilessly reaching for Bai Qi. This claw, imbued with the entire law of the false divine realm's power, could crush the bones of any saint and obliterate their soul. Bai Qi looked up, observing the massive hand with no hint of emotion in his eyes. He simply raised his blood-colored divine sword and gently waved it at the hand and the great shaman behind it. You are not worthy to engage in close combat with me. His voice was cold and clear. A blood-red sword light, indescribable in its ferocity, was released. The light was not dazzling but possessed an unparalleled dominance, as if everything in existence was fragile before it. The bloodlight cleaved through the night. The bloodlight severed the laws. The bloodlight struck towards the great shaman's face, which was etched with horror and disbelief. That blood-red sword light was silent and unseen. It bore no cataclysmic might, nor did it unleash a thunderous roar. It was as if, the moment it appeared, all else faded into obscurity, leaving only this pure intent, forged from the will to slaughter millions. The great shaman's pupils, swirling with darkness, suddenly froze at that moment. No, the realm of the gods, a million souls as shield. He emitted a shriek that resembled no human sound, as the core of the storm of souls, 10 li away, echoed with the collective wails of countless vengeful spirits. Their power was instantly drained, crossing the expanse of space, coalescing before the great shaman into a shield of law, as black as ink, formed by countless twisted faces. This represented his authority as a false deity, an absolute dominion over the souls of this land. Yet, all was in vain. The blood-red sword light made contact with the shield of law. There was no collision, no explosion. It was akin to a heated iron branding itself into the snow. The shield, constructed from billions of vengeful souls and cursed laws, began to silently dissolve and disintegrate the moment the sword light touched it. Each vengeful visage that composed the shield was purified in that fleeting moment, transforming its hatred and madness into the purest essence of soul power, dissipating into the cosmos. How could the murderous intent of a mere mortal sever the laws of a god? The great shaman trembled, his final awareness filled with profound confusion and dread. He attempted to merge his divine soul with the fragment of celestial will from beyond, aspiring to become a true deity for self-preservation. But he was too slow. Or rather, Bai Qi's sword was simply too swift. The sword light swept past his body, severing not flesh and blood, but the invisible causal thread connecting him to that fragment of extraterrestrial demonic will. No, the great shaman's body began to crumble, turning to ash beneath him. He could not comprehend it. After a millennium of cultivation, sacrificing countless lives to obtain a fragment of divine law, why was it so effortlessly severed by a mortal butcher wielding the most primal, savage intent to kill? Regret filled him. He should not have provoked this devil. With the great shaman's complete demise, the severed fragment of celestial will, that remnant of extraterrestrial demonic soul, let out a silent roar of unwillingness. It transformed into a dense black smoke, attempting to tear through space to escape. Yet, Bai Qi's sword light remained undiminished. It followed like a shadow, arriving in an instant, enveloping and shattering it entirely. The black smoke was thoroughly purified in the blood light, evaporating into an essence of pure, unclaimed soul energy, akin to a gentle rain, dissipating between heaven and earth. The cursed grassland, plagued for a millennium, seemed to become much clearer at that moment. 10 miles away, at the grave of souls, the tempest of souls connecting heaven and earth, that massive black tornado, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The millions of souls, confined for so long under the great shaman's control, were finally liberated. They ceased their wailing, their bitterness dissolving. They transformed into myriad points of glowing light, like fireflies on a summer night, slowly ascending back to the heavens. The sky, in an instant, regained an unprecedented clarity. Inside the main tent of the Wolf Khan, the sleeping Khan was abruptly awakened. A scout tasked with guarding the temple scrambled in, his face etched with an expression more terrifying than encountering a demon. The Khan's temple has collapsed. The Wolf Khan's mind went blank. He immediately rushed forth with his guards toward the temple. Upon arrival, the sight before them shattered their composure entirely. That temple, which symbolized the highest faith of the grassland, had been reduced to ruins. And in the center of the ruins stood that devil from the south. One man, one sword, embodying heaven and earth. Their proud god, their ultimate trump card, the totem they had worshipped for a millennium, was severed by that man with a single strike. Thud! A soldier of the grassland dropped his curved blade to the ground. His eyes glazed over as he knelt, weeping uncontrollably. The celestial god has died. Our god has perished. His cries acted as a fuse. It is over. Everything is over. We have been abandoned by the divine. An increasing number of soldiers cast down their weapons, kneeling, their spirits utterly shattered in that moment. Faith, in that instant, collapsed entirely. Amidst the ruins, Bai Qi's figure descended slowly from the sky, the palpable aura of slaughter gradually retracting into his being. The blood-red divine sword, forged from the essence of killing intent, dissipated alongside it. This strike felled a false god and exterminated a celestial demon, elevating his understanding of the laws of slaughter to an entirely new, ineffable realm. His gaze turned to the prostrated crowd, ultimately landing upon the terrified, trembling Wolf Khan. Upon meeting his gaze, the Khan shuddered violently, and his warhorse let out a mournful cry, succumbing to fear and collapsing beneath him. Bai Qi approached him. Step by step, he walked upon the heartbeat of the grassland sovereign. You may embark on your journey. The cold voice pronounced the final verdict. The Wolf Khan opened his mouth, wishing to plead, to threaten, but no words emerged. Bai Qi raised his hand, and, with a casual motion, struck down. Boom! The Wolf Khan, along with dozens of his guards, was crushed into a pulp before they could even emit a scream, obliterated by the invisible force of his strike. Chapter 56. The Fall of the Grassland Overlord. A report of victory spreads across the land. In the southern regions of the Western Territories, all are astonished. Bai Qi retracted his hand, not casting a single glance at the filth behind him. With a few swift movements, he returned to the camp. He summoned a loyal guard. Relay the message to Meng Ao. The entire army shall march overnight. The vice-general stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to comprehend. March. Where to? Bai Qi did not turn back, his voice devoid of any emotion. The Wolf Khan and the great shaman are dead. The tempest of souls has been shattered. Pursue the remnants of the Wolf Khan's court. The single command sent a shiver through the vice-general, igniting his blood with fervor. Understood. 100,000 elite soldiers of the Qin, this war machine that had just cooled, roared back to life the instant it received the new orders. They did not celebrate, nor did they cheer. Only ironclad discipline prevailed. The black tides surged from the grave of souls, sweeping out from this recently purified land, rushing toward the remnants of the Wolf Khan's court. For 3 days and nights, the pursuit never ceased. Thus, the Wolf Khan's court, which had dominated the northern snowfields for millennia, was obliterated from the map of the Tianxian continent. The news spread swiftly. Wen Baiqi severed the false god with a sword and annihilated the Khan with a single palm. The reports of a nation's demise within 3 days transformed into beams of spiritual light, radiating across the 4 corners of the Tianxian continent, plunging the entire world into an eerie silence. In the Western Territories, at the great glorious Divine Hall, this is the place closest to the sun, where the golden dome bathes in perpetual holy light. The Pope sat high upon the holy throne, flanked by 12 cardinals in red robes, their faces etched with unprecedented gravity. Your Holiness, the message has been confirmed 3 times. One cardinal's voice was hoarse, the intelligence tablet in his hand feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The deity of the celestial goddess temple has indeed perished. A mere human with a sword directly severed the connection to that land's faith, scattering souls to the winds. Another cardinal struggled to accept this reality. A general from a mortal dynasty. How could he possess such immense power? This is an affront to divine authority. Enough. The Pope spoke slowly, his voice gentle, yet it commanded instant silence throughout the hall. This is not sacrilege, it is a warning. He rose from the holy throne and approached the vast window, gazing down upon the magnificent holy city bathed in holy light. We have always regarded that land in the east as a pasture for mortals, a reserved ground for the propagation of our faith. But it seems we were mistaken. The Pope's tone grew solemn. That is not a pasture, it is a dragon's lair that has awakened. The general, named Baiqi, is merely a claw extended from the great dragon. He turned to face all the cardinals and read, "Convey my divine edict. Immediately elevate the threat level of the great Zhou dynasty to the highest. All infiltration plans targeting the east are hereby suspended. Your Holiness, we shall await further developments." The Pope's fingertips lightly tapped the window sill, as others ventured forth to test the sharpness of the dragon's teeth. In the southern wilderness, deep within the 10,000 mountains, lies the temple of the Baiwa shaman. This place is perpetually shrouded in a murky green miasma, the air thick with a bizarre blend of herbal scents and the metallic tang of blood. In the center of the grand hall, a cauldron burns with a green flame. Dozens of high shamans, their bodies adorned with totems, sit cross-legged around the fire, their faces etched with terror. The eldest shaman tosses a freshly divined beast bone into the flames, which instantly disintegrates into ash. The vengeful spirits curse the plague, he rasped, as if lost in a dream. The great shaman of the celestial wolf, having amassed a millennium of power, appeared as powerless as an infant before that general. His murderous intent was not of mortal origin. It was the very essence of the rules themselves, the rules of slaughter. A young shaman trembled uncontrollably. "Great elder, we..." The elder abruptly opened his murky eyes. "Convey my orders. All tribes must immediately migrate 300 miles south. Seal all mountain passes leading to the central plains. For a century, no one shall step into the realm of the great Zhou." He paused, adding, "Those who defy this will face no trial. They shall be cast into the pit of 10,000 insects." A profound silence enveloped all the shamans. Fear is the best law. In the East Wilderness, this land is the domain of immortal sections. When the battle reports reached the 3 great holy lands, the ripples created were far more significant than those in the western regions and southern wilderness. At the Tai Su sword sect, atop the precipice of Wanren Sword Plateau, the sect leader, Xia Luyun, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A pinnacle sage-level powerhouse, he typically concealed his emotions. Yet at this moment, a jade cup in his grasp silently crumbled into dust. An elder stood behind him, scarcely daring to breathe. Xia Luyun gazed at the tumultuous sea of clouds for a long while before speaking. "First, they killed an outer elder of our sect. Now, they have slain a peak sage-level false god with a single sword strike." "Excellent." His voice was calm, yet beneath that calm lay a volcano ready to erupt. When did a mere mortal dynasty, nestled in the heart of central China, acquire such power? "Sect leader, we cannot allow that mortal dynasty to grow any further. We are willing to descend the mountain with our swords and demand justice in the divine capital. Let the emperor of the great Zhou give us an explanation." A hot-tempered elder volunteered. "Demand justice?" Xia Luyun scoffed. "An entity capable of easily slaying a peak sage-level being is at the very least of the great sage realm. What do you intend to confront them with? Your own head?" The elder's face instantly turned the color of liver. "Shall we simply let this matter rest?" "Of course not." Xia Luyun turned around. "But there is no need for haste. There are others in this world who wish to see the hidden cards of the great Zhou dynasty. Not just us." At the Wanfa Immortal Gate, within a palace floating above the sea of clouds, the master, Luo Li, a woman of unparalleled grace clad in palace attire, examined the information in her hands with great interest. Bai Qi. She uttered the name, her delicate fingers lightly tapping the air, conjuring a water mirror that emerged from nothingness. Within the mirror, countless runes swirled, yet none could decipher any information related to Bai Qi. A blank expanse. Interesting, a playful smile graced Luo Li's lips, as if a figure had emerged from thin air. Investigate. Mobilize all resources of the Tianji Pavilion. I wish to know the origins of this individual and who his masters are. As you command. A shadow silently appeared in the hall and vanished without a sound. Luo Li gazed toward the direction of central China, her phoenix-like eyes, which seemed to penetrate the essence of the world, shimmered with an inexplicable brilliance. At the end of the era of magic, at the dawn of divine awakening, does the mortal dynasty also wish to claim a share in this struggle for the dragon? In the most enigmatic of the three holy lands, the Haoyan Holy Land, atop a snow-capped peak, a similar report was delivered to a grass hut, carried by the relentless wind and snow. After a long silence, a distant, indifferent voice echoed from within the hut, drifting through the storm. Observe the changes. The fate is yet to be determined. Almost simultaneously, in the Tianxian continent, the ancient families, having remained hidden for millennia, were also stirred. From the unfamiliar name of Bai Qi, they sensed an unusual aura. The undercurrents across the entire Tianxian continent began to surge wildly due to this battle report from the northern grasslands, with countless eyes, some greedy, some wary, some curious, fixated on the once-ignored power of the great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 57. National fortune soars by 50,000 points. Qin Hao's cultivation breaks through to the mid-stage of the Divine Palace realm. In the imperial capital, within the emperor's study, the news from the northern front had long since arrived, yet Qin Hao displayed little joy. He perused military reports from the southern wilderness and eastern regions, his brow slightly furrowed. The entire great Zhou dynasty, like a colossal war machine he had set in motion, executed his will with meticulous precision. Suddenly, Qin Hao halted his reading, abruptly lifting his gaze toward the north. Within his imperial vision, a golden river of fate, invisible to mortal eyes, began to converge from the entirely subdued northern grasslands. It carried an endless flow of dragon vein energy, spanning thousands of miles, surging into the body of the golden dragon of fortune in the imperial capital like a torrential flood. Ao, the golden dragon of fortune, coiled above the imperial city, let out a roar that shook the soul, its size nearly doubling in that instant. The golden scales became denser, and within its eyes, the essence of the sun, moon, and stars seemed to reside. Almost simultaneously, mechanical system notifications erupted in Qin Hao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the complete annihilation of the Northern Prairie Overlord, the Celestial Wolf King Court, and slaying the peak sage-level Great Shaman, expanding the territory by 300,000 miles, and earning 50,000 points of national fortune. Current national fortune points, 52,800. Over 50,000. Even for Qin Hao, known for his composure, his heart raced at this moment. This substantial sum was sufficient to elevate the overall strength of the great Zhou to an entirely new level. Immediately afterward, a second notification chimed. Ding! Due to the surge in national fortune, the host's cultivation bottleneck has loosened. Would you like to break through? Yes. Qin Hao unhesitatingly confirmed. Boom. He barely had time to prepare as the exclusive true dragon transformation art of the emperor within him began to operate wildly. The overwhelming power of national fortune transformed into the purest energy, like a flood breaking through a dam, washing over his limbs, bones, and meridians. The ocean of spiritual power in his dantian began to churn violently, compressing and sublimating. The barrier of the late spirit sea realm, in the face of this domineering force, was as thin as a cicada's wing, crumbling at a mere touch. There was no pain, no struggle, only a sense of effortless achievement. Spirit Sea transforms into Divine Palace. A magnificent imperial palace, shimmering with endless dragon energy and seemingly forged by the laws of heaven and earth, rose above his Dantian sea of spirit. In that instant, as the Divine Palace stood tall, Qin Hao's aura surged, stepping into a realm that countless cultivators aspire to but can hardly reach, the Divine Palace realm. Yet, this was not the end. The immense power of national fortune continued to flow incessantly, and his cultivation showed no signs of stopping, directly breaking through the boundaries of the initial Divine Palace realm and stabilizing at the mid-stage of the Divine Palace realm. Slowly, Qin Hao clenched his fists, feeling the unprecedented strength within him. It was a sensation of mastery. If the Spirit Sea realm was akin to possessing a lake, The divine palace realm was like establishing an absolute domain atop that lake. At that moment, his connection with the entire Great Zhou dynasty became incredibly profound. He could even perceive with clarity every intricate vein of the nation's fortune, sensing the joyous flow of dragon energy across every inch of territory, as well as the faith and reverence of millions of subjects converging together. Yet, at the very moment when this grand ambition of dominion surged within him, Qin Hao's movements abruptly froze. Something was amiss. Within the vast network of national perception, he keenly detected several discordant notes. It was a form of probing, subtle yet imbued with an air of superiority and scrutiny. One emanated from the distant east, its intention sharp and cold, akin to a drawn sword, carrying the weight of judgment. The other arose from the western desert, grand and sacred, yet lurking like a shadow beneath the sunlight, concealing undeniable greed. Beyond these two most conspicuous presences, there lingered several more ancient and obscure auras, barely perceptible. The hidden ancient clans, which had previously observed from afar, now cast their greedy gazes in his direction. The joy that had just surged within Qin Hao due to his newfound power was instantly supplanted by a chilling intent to kill. He understood. The annihilation of the celestial Wolf King's court had laid bare a lurking crocodile beneath the waters. Though he had resolved the immediate crisis, he had also attracted even stronger, more ravenous hunters. The challenges ahead would be more formidable than ever before. Cao Zhengchun, your servant is here. Cao Zhengchun's figure materialized like a ghost from the shadows of the study, bowing respectfully. Convey my decree. Summon the Prime Minister Liu Bowen and the Minister of War Zhuge Liang to the palace at once. As you command. A moment later, Liu Bowen and Zhuge Liang entered the imperial study in succession. Minister Liu Bowen, Minister Zhuge Liang, we pay our respects to your majesty. Qin Hao raised his hand, signaling the two to rise. Without any preamble, he delved directly into the matter at hand. The wolves of the northern frontier have perished. Yet it seems the jackals and tigers in the forest have caught the scent of blood. Liu Bowen stroked his long beard, his expression solemn. Your majesty speaks truly. This hidden dragon of the Great Zhou is no longer a mere creature of the pond. The world is well aware of it. Those lurking in the abyss will not idly watch us transform into true dragons. He had already discerned the changes in celestial patterns through his stargazing and divination. Beside him, Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan, adding, the sects of the eastern wilderness seek transcendence beyond the mundane, viewing the mortal realm as a place for cultivation. The temples of the western regions seek unity in faith, regarding the populace as lambs. Yet, what your majesty desires is a dominion over all under heaven, where no land is unclaimed as royal, and no shore devoid of royal subjects. He paused, emphasizing each word. This is a fundamental conflict, a clash of the great Tao. Irreconcilable. The atmosphere in the imperial study grew heavy. Liu Bowen's insight and Zhuge Liang's wisdom corroborated Qin Hao's own perceptions. This was no longer merely a matter of territorial annexation between nations. It was an ultimate collision between imperial authority and divine power, religious sovereignty. Leaning against the dragon throne, Qin Hao lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest. Since reconciliation is impossible, there is no need for further discussion. His tone remained calm. I do not favor waiting, nor do I relish being passive. Rather than await their moves, I shall establish the rules myself. Liu Bowen and Zhuge Liang exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of shock in the other's eyes. Is His Majesty truly intending to take the initiative against the extraordinary forces of the entire continent? Qin Hao offered no further words, merely gestured with his hand. You two may withdraw. I shall make my own decisions. Understood. The two bowed and exited, leaving the space to this young emperor, whose thoughts were as profound as the abyss. Silence once again enveloped the imperial study. Qin Hao closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the system interface. The national fortune value, radiating a golden glow, 52,800, resembled a vast treasury capable of arming an apocalyptic army. Time was of the essence, and pressure loomed like a mountain. He needed greater strength, the kind that could instill awe throughout the continent, rendering even the most unscrupulous of beings too fearful to spy. His awareness settled on the hero summoning list. Familiar and illustrious names flowed slowly across the list. He required a sufficiently powerful hero to confront the current crisis. He sought one capable of truly establishing the foundation of a divine dynasty, someone whose very existence would make the so-called sacred sects, temples, and ancient clans tremble in fear. As the national fortune surpassed the milestone of 50,000 at the pinnacle of the hero list, a name that had previously appeared gray and unsummonable now shone with a dazzling purple light. It was a name he had coveted for a long time, a name that represented the eternal emperor of Huaxia, embodying supreme authority and dominance. Qin Hao's breath momentarily caught. This is it. System. His inner voice reverberated like thunder in his mind. I command the summoning. Chapter 58. Summoning the War God. Among men, Lu Bu. Among horses, the red hair. Lu Bu pays his respects to your majesty. System. His inner voice transformed into an undeniable command within his consciousness. Summon the war god Lu Bu for me. Ding. The mechanical system prompt echoed, imbued with a gravity that seemed to resonate with the moment. Detected that the hero Lu Bu is a special war general, possessing an unparalleled personality, combat spirit, and martial prowess, along with a unique divine steed and a special bond with the Bingzhou wolf cavalry. Summoning hero Lu Bu will require a consumption of 5,000 national fortune points. Do you confirm the summoning? Confirmed. Qin Hao's response was resolute and unwavering. This was the uniqueness he desired. At the instant of his confirmation, the golden dragon of fortune within the palace soared, releasing a resounding dragon roar. The imperial study, no, the entire Yangxin palace, began to tremble violently. A tempest arose. A presence, starkly different from the cold, silent killing intent of Bai Qi, descended with an overwhelming force. If Bai Qi's aura was akin to a millennium of ice from the depths of the nine hells, a consuming abyss of death, then this aura was that of a volcano, long dormant, now erupting with fervor. Dominant, arrogant, with an air of supremacy, it seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. In the Yangxin palace, all tables, chairs, bookshelves, and jade ornaments were instantly reduced to dust under the onslaught of this ferocious battle intent. Only the dragon throne beneath Qin Hao remained intact, shielded by the protection of national fortune. Golden light erupted. A figure, majestic and imposing as an ancient demigod, began to take form amidst the golden radiance at the center of the hall. He stood 9 feet tall, exuding an aura as solid as a mountain. Adorned with a purple-gold crown, its 3 prongs held his hair in place, while the tail feathers of a pheasant quivered subtly in response to the unseen battle intent. He wore a crimson robe of red cotton from Sichuan, vibrant as blood. Over this, he donned a beast-faced armor, intricately linked, each connection gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. At his waist hung a magnificent belt, accentuating his powerful physique. Merely standing there, without any action, his unparalleled presence weighed heavily upon the entire space, causing it to groan under the strain, especially with the weapon he held in his grasp, the Fangtian Huaji. The crescent-shaped blade gleamed with a sharpness that could cleave through anything, and upon the shaft coiled a fierce black dragon carving. Just this divine weapon alone was enough to instill fear in any warrior of the kingly realm. At that moment, a piercing, thunderous roar reverberated through the air. This roar was filled with an indomitable battle spirit. An extraordinary steed, unparalleled in its magnificence, appeared beside the godlike figure. Its entire body was devoid of any blemish, resembling a blazing flame or the finest piece of red jade. It towered over ordinary warhorses, and beneath its hooves, crimson flames flickered, scorching the solid gold-tiled floor with a sizzling sound. A divine beast. This was undoubtedly a fire-type divine beast of noble bloodline. It was none other than the red hair. As the red hair appeared, it affectionately nudged the proud head of the man adorned in a beastly visage and interlocking armor, letting out a satisfied whinny. The man extended his large hand, caressing the mane of the red hair, his fierce tiger-like gaze, which should have looked down upon all beings, now softened with tenderness. However, the next moment, he sensed the overwhelming imperial presence emanating from the dragon throne. The audacious battle spirit that looked down upon the world was instantly quelled in the face of such majesty, like a raging fire meeting an endless ocean. Vanishing without a trace, he turned to face Qin Hao, his formidable weapon, the Fangdianhua halberd, clanging heavily as he leaned it at his side. He took a step forward and knelt on one knee. The ground of the Yangxin palace trembled violently beneath him as he proclaimed, "I, Lu Bu." His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, causing the beams of the grand hall to vibrate. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Qin Hao gazed at the formidable figure before him. His heart stirred. His consciousness sank into the system, revealing Lu Bu's attribute panel, which materialized in a golden light before his eyes. Hero, Lu Bu. Origin, late Han Dynasty and 3 Kingdoms. Alias, God of War. Flying General. Cultivation, pinnacle of great sage realm. Feature 1. Unmatched. In battle, the higher the battle intent, the stronger the combat power. Ignoring any pressure and negative effects of the same tier, temporarily breaking through the shackles of one's realm with overwhelming battle intent. Feature 2. Flying General, when leading cavalry units. The overall mobility, Charge damage and armor-breaking capability of the Legion increase by 30. Feature 3. Human Spear. After locking onto a single target, the thrown weapon will gain guaranteed hit and dispelling effects, with power increased by 100. Able to ignore most defensive arrays and shields. Weapon. Fang Dienua Halberd, Divine Weapon of the Saint King level. Mount. Red Hair, Divine Beast of the Holy level. Capable of walking on air, traveling 30,000 miles a day, breathing divine fire. Loyalty. 100. Unwavering. The pinnacle of the Great Sage Realm. It was indeed the pinnacle of the Great Sage Realm. Qin Hao's breath momentarily stilled. This was a full realm higher than Bai Qi's pinnacle of the Saint Realm. This was not merely a difference in strength, but a leap in the level of existence. The Saint merely comprehends the principles, while the Great Sage wields the power of these principles with ease, transforming them for personal use. Coupled with the unmatched feature, he could unleash power that transcends his own realm at critical moments. Moreover, the guaranteed hit-locking ability of the Human Spear was a divine skill tailor-made for assassinating enemy leaders. Even more terrifying was the Red Hair. Its ability to traverse the air meant Lu Bu possessed unparalleled mobility, truly achieving the swiftness of the wind, beheading generals amidst a sea of troops with the ease of plucking fruit from a tree. A perfect firefighter, the ultimate expert in decapitation, with him stationed in the capital. The prying eyes from the Eastern sects and Western divine temples would become a mere joke. Who would dare approach? Whoever comes shall perish. Qin Hao's thoughts shifted to the legion that appeared alongside Lu Bu, Divine Demon Legion, Bingzhou Wolf Riders, number 5,000. Cultivation, all at the pinnacle of Divine Palace Realm. Commander, Lu Bu, Pinnacle of Great Sage Realm. Feature 1, Wolf Nature, Fearless, adept at pursuit and hunting, dealing an additional 50 damage to fleeing enemies. Feature 2, Flying Riders, under Commander Lu Bu's leadership. Bingzhou Wolf Riders gain temporary aerial mobility. Loyalty, 100. Unwavering, 5,000. Divine Palace Realm Pinnacle Flying Wolf Riders. Qin Hao was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. This force could effortlessly obliterate a second-rate sect lacking a saint in an instant. Please rise, General Fengxian. Qin Hao's voice carried an unmistakable excitement. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Bu slowly rose, his demonic physique casting a formidable presence over the entire hall. Qin Hao immediately made a decision. I appoint you as the Guardian General of the capital, with the rank of first class, overseeing all defenses of the capital. Your 5,000 Bingzhou Wolf Riders shall henceforth serve as my imperial guards, protecting the imperial city. Lu Bu clasped his fists again, the halberd striking the ground heavily. I, your humble servant, accept the decree. I shall not fail your majesty's trust. Any who dare to spy upon the capital shall have their heads displayed at the city gates. With Lu Bu, this divine being, stationed, Qin Hao felt as though the massive stone weighing upon his heart had finally been lifted. He could now rest easy at night. The tension that had gripped him due to looming adversaries could finally be released, allowing him to contemplate his next expansion plans. His attention returned to the system interface. The remaining national fortune value stood at 47,800 points. This was still an astronomical figure. Lu Bu was a stabilizing force, a deterrent. Yet the true conquest of the world relied on the invincible legion, like an unstoppable torrent of steel. Qin Hao opened the Divine Demon Legion list and directly located Bai Qi's exclusive legion, the Daqin Ruishi. He intended to transform this already renowned legion of the northern region into an unparalleled weapon capable of sweeping across the entire continent. Daqin Ruishi, basic version. Status, recruited, number, 100,000, soldiers cultivation, pinnacle of foundation establishment, next level, upgraded version, upgrade requirement, 30,000 national fortune points, upgrade effect, legion size expands to 300,000. Soldiers cultivation rises to the pinnacle of spiritual sea realm. The number of deputy generals increases to 3, pinnacle of king realm, and the number of army marquises increases to 30, pinnacle of great ability realm. Gazing at the figure of 300,000 at the pinnacle of spiritual sea realm, Qin Hao felt his blood surge with excitement. What a terrifying force this would be. Once fully formed, it would be capable of completely erasing any dynasty without a saint from the map. System. Upgrade Daqin Ruishi for me. Chapter 59. The Frenzied Upgrade of Heroic Divine Demon Legion. 300,000 Pinnacle of Spiritual Sea Daqin Ruishi. Now. Beep. Confirm consumption of 30,000 national fortune points to upgrade Daqin Ruishi to the upgraded version. Confirm. National fortune points. 30,000. Remaining national fortune points. 17,800. Daqin Ruishi has successfully upgraded. Additional soldiers and generals have been automatically transported to Bai Qi's camp in the northern front, awaiting review. In the distant northern grasslands, the storm ceased abruptly. The 100,000 Daqing Ruishi, currently purging the remnants of the royal court, were enveloped in a blinding golden light simultaneously. Within that brilliance, their spiritual energy, which had previously flowed like a stream, was forcibly expanded, washed, and transformed into a roaring river by an irresistible might. The barriers of the pinnacle of foundation establishment crumbled before this power like fragile paper. Pinnacle of spiritual sea realm. Pinnacle of spiritual sea realm. Pinnacle of spiritual sea realm. In mere breaths, their cultivation achieved a leap that ordinary mortals could only dream of throughout their entire lives. Almost simultaneously, beside their orderly formation, 20,000 imposing figures clad in dark armor, wielding long halberds, stepped forth from the warped void. They appeared silently, yet instantly connected with the existing 100,000 Ruishi, as if they had always been one. 300,000 at the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm. A military spirit as solid as iron, as dark as ink, surged upward, transforming into a fearsome black dragon coiling above the formation. The sky above the grasslands, which had just cleared, turned dark again under the influence of this iron-blooded aura, as tempestuous clouds gathered. Bai Qi stood at the forefront of the army, his domain of slaughter resonating subtly with the vast military spirit. Sensing the transformation of his troops, a hint of satisfaction finally graced the face that had been frozen in ice for millennia. Now, this army barely warranted the title of Ruishi. Beside him, a third deputy general, also clad in heavy armor, materialized from the void and knelt on one knee. Pinnacle of King Realm. In the imperial study of the capital, Qin Hao distinctly sensed the immense military spirit from the northern grasslands establishing a closer connection with his imperial dragon aura. He felt as though, through this bond, he could gaze down upon the snow-covered expanse dominated by the torrent of steel. This was power. This is the exhilarating sensation of transforming national fortune into absolute military might. Experiencing such delight, Qin Hao's gaze returned to the system interface, observing that he still possessed over 10,000 points of national fortune. Current national fortune points, 17,800. He deemed it necessary to exhaust them all to further enhance the overall strength of the renowned hero's legion. Cao Zhengchun's Jinyue serves as the eyes and ears of the great Zhou. With the expansion of territory, the 3,000 troops had become insufficient, and their cultivation level seemed too low. System: how many national fortune points are required to expand the Jinyue to 30,000 and elevate their cultivation to the peak of the spiritual sea realm? Response to the host: 2,500 national fortune points are needed. Very well, upgrade the Jinyue. Beep. To expand the 3,000 Jinyue to 30,000 and elevate all their cultivation to the peak of the spiritual sea realm, 2,500 national fortune points will be consumed. Do you confirm? Confirm. Next, Qin Hao turned his attention to Gao Shun's vanguard troops, the sharpest force for sieging cities and conquering territories. For the forthcoming external campaigns, they must play a more significant role. However, their numbers were rather scant. System: how many national fortune points are required to expand the vanguard troops to 8,000? Elevate their cultivation to the peak of the Divine Palace realm, and raise Commander Gao Shun's cultivation to the peak of the Monarch realm? Response to the host: 10,000 national fortune points are needed. Very well, upgrade the vanguard troops. Beep. Expanding the vanguard troops to 8,000 and elevating all their cultivation to the peak of the Divine Palace realm. Commander Gao Shun's cultivation elevated to the peak of the Monarch realm. A total of 10,000 national fortune points will be consumed. Do you confirm? Confirm. With over 5,000 points of national fortune remaining, Qin Hao chose to enhance Dian Wei, who had made significant contributions in the early stages and whose cultivation must also keep pace. System: elevate Dian Wei's cultivation to the peak of the Monarch realm. Beep. Elevating renowned hero Dian Wei's cultivation from the early stage of the Monarch realm to its peak will consume 5,000 national fortune points. Do you confirm? Confirm. Current remaining national fortune points, 300. A series of expenditures brought that substantial figure to an abrupt end, yet Qin Hao felt no pang of regret. Instead, he was filled with an unprecedented sense of solidity and exuberance. The national fortune expended had transformed into blades and swords capable of imposing awe across the realm, becoming his most steadfast trump card. The following day, in the Taiha Hall, a grand court assembly took place. Civil and military officials were arrayed in orderly ranks. The atmosphere solemn. Lu Bu, clad in a brand new ceremonial uniform of the guardian of the capital, stood like an iron tower beside Qin Hao. his faint yet palpable aura of greatness thickening the air within the court. All ministers instinctively moderated their breathing. The Prime Minister, Liu Bowen, holding a jade tablet, stepped forth from the ranks of civil officials. Your Majesty, the northern frontier has been secured. The territory of the Tianlang royal court, spanning thousands of miles, now belongs to the Great Zhou. Its wealth, accumulated over millennia in the grasslands, is immeasurable. How shall your Majesty proceed? All ears perked up, especially those of the Minister of Revenue, who clenched his fists nervously. With the new policies being implemented and the army expansion, each initiative was a colossal financial burden. And the treasury was already under stress, desperately needing substantial funds. Qin Hao sat upon the dragon throne, his voice calm, yet resonant throughout the hall. Proclaim my decree. Command General Bai Qi to meticulously inventory every asset of the Tianlang royal court, down to the last blade of grass and stone, and transport everything back to the capital. Fill the treasury. Boom. Upon these words, a joyous hum erupted across the court. Particularly, Wang Engshi, usually stern and unsmiling, displayed a rare flush of excitement. Money. With this influx, the last shortcoming in his implementation of new policies would be addressed. Bai Qi's efficiency was frighteningly high. Within 3 days of the decree being issued, the first convoy laden with resources from the Tianlang royal court arrived at the capital. For 10 consecutive days, transport teams from the north did not cease. Mountains of spiritual stones, rare iron, ore, luminescent treasures, and countless ancient tomes of martial arts were continuously delivered to the treasury. The entire capital was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere of prosperity. With the northern administrative matters concluded, Qin Hao recognized it was time to address the deeply rooted internal maladies. During yet another grand court assembly, when everyone anticipated discussions on how to utilize this newfound wealth, Qin Hao issued a second decree that sent chills through all present. Proclaimed to Wang Engshi. Instantly, the hall fell into a profound silence. Wang Engshi stepped forward immediately, bowing in readiness. Qin Hao leaned slightly forward. An invisible imperial pressure enveloping the Taiha Hall commenced the new policy of taxing all lands throughout the realm, where both officials and gentry shall contribute equally. This shall be implemented across the Great Zhou immediately. At these words, many officials from aristocratic families turned pale. Chapter 60. The new policy is a blade. The aristocracy wails. The Holy Sun emerges, wielding a sword to command the capital. Wang Engshi, holding the jade tablet, bowed to accept the decree. I, Wang Engshi, obey the command. He straightened his slightly stooped back, an unwavering determination radiating that sent shivers down the spines of numerous officials hailing from noble lineages. They gazed at Wang Engshi leading the newly drafted regulations, accompanied by a throng of newly promoted officials from humble backgrounds, departing the capital with an air of confidence. And a singular thought pervaded their minds. The heavens are about to change. In the eastern wilderness, Yinzhou Prefecture. This place, separated from the central capital by a rushing river, boasted fertile land and thriving commerce. More importantly, it was the most significant secular offering site outside the gates of the Taishu sword sect. When Wang Engshi's official boat reached the prefectural dock, there were no officials to greet him, no kneeling commoners. Only a few local gentry's stewards lazily leaning against the stone lions at the dock, casting sidelong glances at them. Lord Wang, the journey has been arduous. One steward offered a forced smile. The prefect is unwell with a chill and cannot come to welcome you. Please forgive him. Wang Engshi, expressionless, walked past him. No matter. I shall walk myself. The edicts and announcements were plastered across the streets and alleys of the prefecture. The new policy of equal taxation was to be reported by each household within 3 days, with the court overseeing the measurement of lands. Before the announcement, the gathered commoners whispered among themselves, while the gentry's offspring and cultivators wore expressions of derision and disdain. Equal taxation? The court wishes to extend its grasp across the river? Have they gone mad? We offer tributes to the Taishu sword sect. That is a path of cultivation. But to pay taxes to mere mortals? They dare? On the 3rd day, in the morning, a newly appointed official from the Ministry of Revenue, accompanied by 2 clerks, arrived at the front of the largest gentry family. The Jiang family, holding a fish scale map. By the emperor's decree, we are to inspect the lands. I request the head of the Jiang family to cooperate. The official declared loudly. The vermilion door did not open even a crack. Get lost. A single word echoed from within. The official's face flushed with anger. Taking a deep breath before speaking again. I am an official of the court. You dare, bang. The door swung open with a thunderous sound, revealing a young cultivator clad in brocade, sauntering out, flanked by several formidable servants. The young cultivator scrutinized the official. An official of the court? Here. The rules of the Jiang family are law. He reached out, snatching the fish scale map and the imperial edict from the official's hands. With a sharp tear, the edict representing imperial authority and the map were shredded before the crowd and tossed disdainfully to the ground. The ministry official trembled with rage. What of it? The young cultivator stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap across the official's face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the street. A dog of the court dares to bark at my doorstep? He kicked the official in the abdomen, sending him flying like a broken kite. Crashing heavily onto the stone path, blood spilling from his mouth. 2 clerks, pale with fear, collapsed onto the ground. The young monk stepped on the scattered paper fragments, crushing them beneath his feet. Return and inform that young emperor. This Yunzhou County is not a place he can touch. At that moment, the chilling sound of hooves approached from afar. At the end of the street, a troop clad in white armor, their war horses seemingly treading upon frost, gradually emerged. Leading them was a stern-faced man, adorned with a Bailiang sword at his waist. It was none other than the commander of the Eastern Front, Yuan Zhuozong. Behind him were the great snow dragon riders. A palpable chill enveloped the air, causing the temperature of the entire street to plummet. The smile on the young man from the Jiang family froze. He sensed the suffocating aura of military spirit. Yuan Zhuozong dismounted and approached the gravely injured official of the Ministry of Revenue, aiding him to rise. He did not cast a glance at the young monk, merely waving his hand. Take him away. Instantly, 2 knights of the great snow dragon riders advanced, their iron-like grips seizing the young monk's shoulders. How dare you? My brother-in-law is an inner disciple of the Tai Su sword sect. The young monk cried out in terror. Crack! The response was the sound of his arms being dislocated. Yuan Zhuozong's icy gaze swept over the Jiang family's entrance and the surrounding terrified stewards of noble families. Relay my military order. His voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the street. From this moment forth, the entire city is to be sealed off. All Jiang family members involved in assaulting court officials and tearing apart imperial edicts are to be apprehended and imprisoned. I grant you one last chance. Yuan Zhuozong slowly unsheathed his Bailiang sword by half an inch, the cold glint reflecting the pale faces around him. By this time tomorrow, all families must gather outside the governor's office with their land deeds and records, awaiting measurement. Those who fail to arrive on time shall be treated as rebels. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. Just then, a voice filled with authority echoed from the heavens. What audacity! A general from a mortal kingdom dares to speak of rebellion on the territory of the Tai Su sword sect? In the sky, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, exuding an ethereal aura, descended slowly upon a flying sword. The pressure of the initial stage of the king's realm was unleashed without reservation, attempting to suppress the great snow dragon riders below. However, as it came into contact with the condensed military spirit of the great snow dragon riders, the force dissipated as if a cow had plunged into the sea, causing no ripples. Steward Zhao. The stewards of the Jiang family rushed toward the newcomer, as if they had seen a savior. Steward Zhao, you must stand up for us. This rabble seeks to revolt. The middle-aged man, referred to as Steward Zhao, snorted lightly, landing in front of Yuan Zhuozong. He did not even glance at the captured Jiang family members, focusing solely on Yuan Zhuozong. I am Zhao Wuji, an outer steward of the Tai Su sword sect. This land has been under our sect's protection for a century. The laws of the mortal kingdom hold no authority here. Release them immediately and take your soldiers back across the Yunjiang River. I can pretend nothing has happened. His tone was akin to issuing an irrefutable command. Yuan Zhuozong remained silent, merely observing him quietly. Seeing him unmoving, Zhao Wuji frowned. What? Do you not understand my words? Or do you intend to represent that wet behind the ears young emperor and declare war on the Tai Su sword sect? A command from Qin Hao flashed through Yuan Zhuozong's mind. The only order given to him at the military affairs office. Should any sect interfere, crush them. He slowly raised his hand, gripping the hilt of his sword. You. Zhao Wuji was about to rebuke him. Swish. A streak of blindingly bright sword light cleaved through the air. It was the Bailiang sword technique. The purest and swiftest strike. Zhao Wuji's arrogance solidified into disbelief as he lowered his gaze, incredulously witnessing a line of blood appear on his chest. His protective spiritual energy, as an initial stage king realm cultivator, was as fragile as paper before that strike. His life force rapidly ebbed away. How dare you? Before he could finish his words, his head soared into the air. Blood sprayed across the faces of the shocked noble stewards. A headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Yuan Zhuozong sheathed his sword, the blade untouched by blood. He kicked aside Zhao Wuji's body, as if merely displacing an obstructive stone. His gaze fell once more upon the group of noble individuals, now rendered utterly dumbstruck. Now, who still believes that the laws of the court hold no power here? Eastern Wilderness, Tai Su Sword Sect. Within a hall that houses the soul lamps of the sect's disciples. Crack. A soul lamp representing outer steward Zhao Wuji extinguished without warning. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Zhao Stewardess soul lamp has gone out? A disciple assigned to guard the soul lamps trembled as he reported to the inner sect elders. Steward Zhao has been murdered, right here in Yunzhou County, by a mortal general with a single strike. Soon, the news spread, and the entire sect erupted in chaos. How outrageous. The young emperor of the great Zhou has utterly disregarded the Tai Su Sword Sect. Such a profound humiliation. This is the gravest provocation to the century-old dignity of the Tai Su Sword Sect. Blood must be repaid with blood. I shall personally descend the mountain and raze the great Zhou dynasty to the ground. A hot-tempered inner sect elder slammed the table, releasing the aura of a sage. Enough. A cold voice quelled all the clamor. Sect Master Xia Luyun slowly rose from his seat. His face bore no anger, only an icy chill. A mortal kingdom first slays my outer sect elder, and now dares to openly behead my sect steward. It seems they truly believe the sword of the Tai Su Sword Sect is dulled. He surveyed the room. Relay my command as sect master. All elders, rise and listen. Order our sect's holy son, Chen Qingxian, to exit his seclusion immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Chen Qingxian, a once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship prodigy of the Tai Su Sword Sect, merely 30 years old, already at the pinnacle of the sage realm, represents the future of the entire sect. Xia Luyun continued, his voice frigid. With my Tai Su Sword Order, personally proceed to the capital of the Great Zhou. I want that audacious mortal emperor to kneel before the sword order, renounce his cultivation, and take 3 steps, bowing his head in apology at the entrance of our sect. Not long after, a young sage emerged from behind the hall, clad in snow-white robes and carrying an ancient sword, exuding a profound aura. It was Chen Qingxian, the holy son of the Tai Su Sword Sect. He knelt on one knee, accepting the sword order that represented the sect master's presence. Disciple, I accept the command. Chapter 61. The arrival of the holy son of Tai Su. The pressure of the sage descends upon the world. Lu Bu breaks all laws with a spear, slaying the holy sun. 3 days later, in the divine capital, the skies brightened, and the clouds hung high. A dazzling sword light suddenly tore through the blue sky, descending fiercely from the 9th heaven. As the sword light dissipated, 5 figures emerged. Leading them was a young man in snow-white robes. His handsome visage and extraordinary demeanor seemingly like a celestial being, standing upon a green ancient sword, his garments billowing like those of an immortal. It was Chen Qingxian, the holy son of the Tai Su Sword Sect. Behind him were 4 middle-aged men clad in the robes of Tai Su Sword Sect elders, each possessing profound auras. All at the pinnacle of the King's realm. The 5 of them hovered like divine deities high above the divine capital, gazing down upon the grand city that symbolized supreme earthly authority. Chen Qingxian's expression remained utterly impassive. To him, this journey was not one of negotiation, but of judgment. He even deemed it unnecessary to adhere to any mortal protocols for announcement. He intended to declare the will of the Tai Su Sword Sect in the most direct and domineering manner. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure erupted explosively from within him. Pinnacle of the sage realm. The invisible pressure descended like an ancient divine mountain crashing down, instantly enveloping the entire divine capital. On the city walls, the soldiers of the Forbidden Army, who had been standing straight, suddenly felt an immense burden upon their shoulders, as if they bore the weight of thousands of pounds, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Clang, clang. Countless weapons slipped from grasp, crashing to the ground, their sounds merging into a singular cacophony upon the city walls. In the streets, the common folk collapsed in an instant, those of weaker constitution fainting on the spot. The entire divine capital fell into a paralyzing silence of terror under this overwhelming celestial might. In the royal palace, within the Golden Luan Hall, civil and military officials were in conference when the pressure descended, causing a collective groan to echo through the grand hall. Apart from a scant few, such as Cao Zhengchun and Jian Wei, who managed to stand, the remaining officials turned pale, those beneath the divine palace realm already bleeding from their mouths and noses, their souls seemingly on the verge of being torn asunder. This was the might of a sage, the most unabashed disdain and suppression of mundane imperial power by transcendent sections. Chen Qingxian surveyed the pitiful reactions of the ants below with satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. He aimed to compel that mortal emperor to crawl out and greet him in abject fear. Where is the mortal emperor? Qin Hao. Chen Qingxuan's voice, infused with the grandeur of a sage, resonated like thunder throughout every corner of the divine capital. The holy son of the void, Chen Qingxian, has arrived. Come forth and kneel to receive him. The command to kneel struck the subjects of the great Zhou like a resounding slap, leaving their faces marked with humiliation and fury, yet utterly powerless. Upon the dragon throne, Qin Hao remained unmoving, protected by the dragon aura of the great Zhou and aided by Cao Zhengchun and Dian Wei. He felt little pressure. Gently, he set down the memorial in his hands. Just as everyone anticipated, this young emperor would bow under the insurmountable weight of that pressure. A cold snort emanated from deep within the Golden Luan Hall. That snort was not loud, yet it brimmed with boundless arrogance and dominance. Who dares to be impudent before his majesty? The moment the voice emerged, the oppressive sage might that had enveloped the divine capital melted away like snow beneath the scorching sun, vanishing without a trace. In the skies, a flicker of surprise crossed Chen Qingxuan's handsome visage. His pressure had been dispelled. Moreover, it was done with such nonchalance. Before he could ponder further, a crimson streak shot up from the depths of the palace, moving at an astonishing speed. The streak halted, transforming into a figure resembling a demonic god, wielding a fearsome halberd, confronting them from afar. The visitor was none other than the divine general of the capital, Lu Bu. He emitted no aura, merely hovering in the air with an air of disdain, as if Chen Qingxian and his companions were but slightly larger flies. A bit of skill. Chen Qingxuan's astonishment quickly morphed into disdain. To him, a martial artist of a mundane dynasty could hardly be formidable, likely having utilized some secret technique to dispel his pressure. How dare a mere martial artist bark before me? Chen Qingxuan's tone turned frigid. Very well, I shall first eliminate you, the gatekeeper, before addressing your oblivious master. He formed a sword with his fingers, a peerless sword energy suddenly taking shape at his fingertip. The energy pulsated menacingly, shredding the surrounding space, radiating the essence of judgment as it surged towards Lu Bu. Faced with that sword energy, imbued with the laws of the sage, capable of cleaving mountains, Lu Bu neither flinched nor retreated. A hint of undisguised mockery surfaced on his face, as if what approached was not a sage's strike, but merely a moth seeking the flame. He gripped his halberd with one hand, nonchalantly flicking his wrist. The halberd emitted a deep, resonant hum akin to a dragon's roar, and the ferocity of his battle intent caused ripples to form in the space below. There were no elaborate techniques, no dazzling displays of spiritual energy, just the simplest, most direct swing. The crescent blade of the halberd, infused with a raw, destructive force, met the azure sword energy head-on. Instead of the anticipated earth-shattering crash, a grating sound resonated, reminiscent of metal being forcibly twisted and crushed. Chen Qingxuan's sword energy, which could induce headaches even among sage-level practitioners, shattered before Lu Bu's casual strike like fragile glass, fracturing from the point of contact. The cracks spread visibly, culminating in a muffled explosion as the entire sword energy was obliterated into a flurry of azure motes. What? In the sky, Chen Qingxuan's previously impassive countenance finally shifted. His innate sword body, harmonized with the sword path from birth, allowed him to unleash sword energies imbued with his laws after achieving sagehood, indestructible, unassailable. To have his sword energy shattered so brutally, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon, nor even conceived of it. What overwhelming power was required? This defied all reason. How could the strength of a mundane martial artist disrupt the laws of a sage? Intriguing. Chen Qingxian set aside all contempt, his expression turning grave. He had misjudged. The individual before him was no ordinary gatekeeper. Yet, as the proud holy son of the void, he could not retreat. You may take pride in breaking one of my strikes, but this shall be your limit. With a flicker, Chen Qingxuan's form became ethereal. One became two became four became countless. In an instant, thousands of identical Chen Qingxuans, each wielding the same azure ancient sword, filled every inch of space surrounding Lu Bu. Each sword shadow exuded a genuine sage's aura. Each contained a complete strand of the law of slaughter. 10,000 swords returned to one. This was the supreme killing technique of the Void Sword sect, accessible only to the Holy Sun. In the next moment, myriad sword shadows surged forward. They charged from every conceivable angle towards Lu Bu, enveloping him in a deadly onslaught. Sword energies wove into a net, laws sealing off the void. This was an assured fatality. Within the city of the divine capital, all the cultivators who managed to raise their heads witnessed this scene, their hearts quaking in terror. This was the might of the sacred ground. Yet, surrounded by the myriad sword shadows, Lu Bu released a long howl to the heavens. Ha ha ha. His laughter was filled with unrestrained delight, the suppressed battle intent within him erupting at that moment. Peerless. On the halberd, destructive power gathered ferociously, the space surrounding the blade fracturing under the immense pressure. Confronted with the multitude of sword shadows poised to annihilate everything, Lu Bu remained resolute in his simplicity. With both hands gripping the halberd, he pivoted sharply at the waist. A pitch-black circular halberd light, embodying the might to obliterate all, erupted forth. There were no mystical laws, no intricate techniques, only pure, unadulterated power. Power so raw that it could crush everything. Crack, crack, crack. The myriad sword shadows, imbued with the laws of the sage, shattered upon contact with the dark halberd light, like bubbles in sunlight, one after another, obliterated without a trace. Not even a semblance of resistance was possible. No, impossible. In the sky, Chen Qingxuan's horrified scream pierced the air. His countless sword shadows were swept away in an instant by that unparalleled halberd strike. All sword shadows converged into one, revealing Chen Qingxuan's true form, staggering as he appeared, his face ashen, a trickle of golden holy blood escaping his lips. For the first time, fear flickered in his eyes. Great sage? How could a mere mundane dynasty harbor a great sage? There was no time for further contemplation as the destructive pitch-black halberd light breached all of his protective sword chi, closing in on him. Void sword shield. At the brink of life and death, Chen Qingxian exerted all his strength to summon his life-bound flying sword. The ancient azure sword emitted a mournful cry, transforming into a streak of flowing light that stood guard before him. The clang of metal resounded through the skies, a thunderous sound that shook the entire capital city. Chen Qingxuan's life sword was brutally struck by the Fangdianhua halberd. The ancient sword let out a piercing wail, its spiritual light dimming to an extreme, like a flickering candle in the wind. Meanwhile, Chen Qingxian himself was struck by an overwhelming force akin to being hit by countless thunders. He did not even have time to utter a scream. With a thud, his saintly body burst apart in mid-air, akin to an overinflated balloon exploding. Flesh, bones, and soul were instantly reduced to nothingness by that sheer, savage force. The saint of the void, Chen Qingxian, perished on the spot, his form and spirit obliterated. This sudden turn of events left the four peak elders who had followed him in a state of shock. The saint is dead? Blown apart by a single halberd? After a brief silence, a deep-seated fear took hold. Flee. The four, as if awakening from a dream, burned their vital blood without a second thought, transforming into four streaks of light as they fled in different directions. Lu Bu cast a cold glance at them, akin to observing for fleeing ants. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled the mighty Fangdianhua halberd. The halberd turned into a bolt of black lightning, tracing an eerie arc through the air. It instantly pierced through the chest of the first elder, continuing unimpeded to penetrate the head of the second elder, followed by the third and fourth, one halberd, for lives claimed. The four corpses were propelled thousands of meters into the air by the halberd's residual force, ultimately exploding in the skies above the capital. Lu Bu raised a hand, summoning the Fangdianhua halberd back with a soft chime, as he floated silently in the air, his crimson cloak billowing in the wind. A droplet of warm, saintly blood slid from the tip of the halberd, dissipating into the vast sky. Chapter 62. The Saint's Fall Shocks the World. A coalition of 7 great sects for retribution? The assassination list of the Wuxing Tower in the eastern wilderness, at the Tai Su sword sect. The atmosphere atop the Wanren sword platform was as oppressive as the stillness before a storm. Thousands of inner disciples bowed their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Within the hall, the expressions of all the elders were grim. Sectmaster, the soul lamps of the saint and the 4 accompanying elders have all extinguished. A disciple tasked with guarding the soul lamps knelt on the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Bang! An irascible elder smashed the jade table before him into powder with a single palm strike. This is intolerable. A mere mortal dynasty dares to insult our Tai Su sword sect in such a manner. First, they slay our steward, and now they have slain the saint. They seek to be at odds with our sect to the bitter end. I implore the sect master to issue a command. I am willing to lead the vanguard with 3,000 sword cultivators to raise that great Zhou capital and hang the head of their emperor at our sect's gate. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. The hall erupted with fervor, as waves of powerful sword intent surged upward, stirring the winds and clouds. Yet, at the head of the table, Xie Luyun remained silent. His expression was icy, betraying no emotion, yet the hands gripping the armrests had left deep imprints. Enough. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet instantly silencing all commotion. The hall fell so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Xia Luyun stood and descended the steps. He did not glance at the enraged elders, but directed his gaze westward, as if he could penetrate the layers of clouds and see the rising imperial city, the great sage realm. That demon wielding the Fang Dianyua halberd is at least a formidable presence in the great sage realm. How could a mere mortal dynasty afford to harbor such a being? This defies reason. Anger will not resolve our issues. Impulsiveness would only jeopardize the millennia-long foundation of our Tai Su sword sect. He understood well that this was no mere act of vengeance. It was a premeditated, grave provocation of imperial power against sect authority. Convey my orders as sect master. Xia Luyun's voice was frigid. Prepare generous gifts and dispatch our most capable envoy to the Wanfa Xianmen and the Haotian sacred land immediately. An elder, taken aback, looked up. Sect master, do we not? Xia Luyun shot him a cold glance. The elder's words were abruptly stifled in his throat. Additionally, send someone to Tianjin Pavilion, Zhixiao Palace, Balian Mountain, and Yusho Gate. Inform them that I, Xia Luyun, shall convene a conference of the Eastern Wilderness sects at the Yuhai Heavenly Palace of Wanfa Xianmen in 3 days. He paused, enunciating each word with undeniable resolution. Make it clear that the great Zhou dynasty has already slipped from our control. Today, they dared to slay my saint. Tomorrow, they will dispatch troops to seize your spirit mountains and plunder your mineral veins. The principle of mutual destruction is better understood by them than by me. If they do not wish to see the entire Eastern Wilderness grovel beneath the feet of a mortal emperor, they must arrive punctually. 3 days hence, at Wanfa Xianmen. Within the celestial palace floating amidst the sea of clouds, the leaders of the 7 foremost sects of the Eastern Wilderness gathered. Luo Li, the master of Wanfa Xianmen, a woman of exceptional grace adorned in palace garments, gently waved her fan and spoke first. Sect Master Xia, please accept my condolences. I have encountered Chen Qingxian. He was indeed a once-in-a-thousand-years swordsmanship prodigy. His fall is truly a loss. Her words seemed sympathetic, yet devoid of genuine emotion. The master of the Haotian sacred land, an elder with hair as white as snow, sat with closed eyes, seemingly indifferent. Let us dispense with pleasantries, Xia Luyun interjected directly. I trust you all understand the purpose of my invitation today. The master of Tianjin Pavilion, a middle-aged swordsman brimming with vigor, snorted disdainfully. Sect Master Xia, your saint's demise is due to your own inadequacies and skill. What concern is that of ours? Do you wish to drag the entire Eastern Wilderness into your vendetta? Vengeance. Xia Luyun let out a cold laugh. Master, do you truly believe the great Zhou dynasty's aim is solely to target our Tai Su sword sect? He surveyed the assembly, his voice rising in intensity. That mortal emperor harbors boundless ambition. He first invaded the northern grasslands, annexing the Tianlang royal court. And now he extends his slaughtering blade toward us in the Eastern Wilderness. He covets not just one city or one territory. He desires dominion over the entire realm. He aims for all sects to bow before him. Today it is Chen Qingxian who has perished. Tomorrow, it could be your most cherished disciples. By the time his blade is poised at your throats, it will be too late for regrets. His words caused the faces of the assembled sect leaders to shift slightly. Luo Li's fan came to a halt. What is Sect Master Xia's intention? While he is still vulnerable, we must eliminate him completely. Xia Luyun's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. The Great Zhou is guarded by powerful Great Sage realm experts, and a direct assault on the capital would come at a great cost. However, the lifeblood of a dynasty is not solely its military might. I propose that our 7 sects unite to impose comprehensive sanctions against the Great Zhou dynasty. First, we shall sever all trade routes to the Great Zhou. No spirit stones, no spiritual herbs, no refined iron shall flow into their territory. Second, we shall jointly declare that any merchant associations or families collaborating with the Great Zhou will be deemed enemies of our 7 sects and uprooted with swift and thunderous measures. Third, a sinister smile crept across Xia Luyun's face. The foundation of a dynasty lies within its populace. The Great Zhou is implementing new policies, and several key figures are of utmost importance. I have already contacted the most elite assassin organization, Wuxing Tower, in the Tianxian continent. If we can afford their price, they would not hesitate to assassinate even great sage realm experts. We shall strangle this nascent dynasty from the economic, civil, and political spheres. Let it collapse amidst internal strife and external threats. Within the grand hall, silence reigned. All the sect leaders weighed the pros and cons. After a lengthy pause, Luo Li was the first to speak. The 10,000 methods celestial sect agrees. I, the Haotian sacred land, second that. The heavenly sword pavilion concurs. Excellent. Thus, we shall establish the alliance of the 7 sects, standing together through thick and thin. An invisible net was swiftly cast, enveloping the Great Zhou dynasty. Half a month later, in the divine capital, at the Taihe Hall, the atmosphere of the court assembly was more tense than ever. The Minister of Revenue held a memorial, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Your Majesty, urgent news. Since a fortnight ago, the 7 great sects of the Eastern Wilderness have jointly issued a ban, forcibly severing all of our external trade routes. All major trading guilds along the border evacuated overnight. The prices of spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, and even the mysterious iron needed for crafting weapons surged tenfold, yet remained unavailable. The treasury can sustain us for a maximum of 3 months. At these words, the court erupted in chaos. This was a direct threat to our very foundation. Wang Engxi's expression darkened as he stepped forward. Your Majesty, due to this situation, the new policies I have been implementing across various regions have encountered significant obstacles. Many projects have stalled due to a lack of materials, and the people's sentiment is wavering. Qin Hao sat upon the dragon throne, his expression impassive as he listened. He opened the system interface. The value representing the nation's fortune, which had previously grown by dozens of points daily, had now plummeted to single digits. The nation's fortune was waning. Court dismissed. Qin Hao uttered 2 words before rising to leave. In the imperial study, Qin Hao stood alone, gazing out at the sky. Your Majesty. A ghostly figure quietly appeared behind him. Cao Zhengchun bowed respectfully, presenting a scroll of black intelligence. This is an assassination list intercepted by the Eastern Depot, originating from the Wuxing Tower. Qin Hao took it, slowly unfolding it. A line of names came into view. The Emperor of Great Zhou, Qin Hao. The Second Minister of the Cabinet, Wang Engxi. The Master of the Tiangong Institute, Lu Ban. The Minister of Agriculture, Li Bing. The Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Jia Sixi. Each name represented a pillar supporting the implementation of Great Zhou's new policies. Beside each name was a bloody bounty. Qin Hao's name prominently topped the list. What a formidable alliance of the 7 sects. What a sinister Wuxing Tower. They sought to sever the very veins of Great Zhou. Qin Hao tossed the intelligence report onto the table, not in anger, but rather with a cold smile. The enemy had finally emerged from the shadows, laying all their cards on the table. Very well. This spared him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Cao Zhengchun, at your service. Convey my orders. The Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guards are to operate at full capacity to gather all intelligence on the 7 sects. As you command. Additionally, Qin Hao lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon throne. Summon Lu Bowen and Zhuge Liang to my presence. Chapter 63. Wang Engxi is ambushed at night. Dianwei, want to harm him? First, you must contend with my iron halberds. The air in the divine capital grew increasingly oppressive. Discussions on the streets dwindled. Pedestrians hastened their steps, and even the usually bustling taverns fell silent. The impact of the resource embargo gripped the royal city like an invisible hand around its throat. The reports from the Tiangong Institute arrived first, revealing Lu Ban's frustration in his robust handwriting. The latest batch of Zhuge crossbows had been halted due to a shortage of essential mysterious iron crystals. The newly constructed city defense puppets, lacking core components, had become a pile of unusable scrap. The ramifications were seeping from the national arsenal into the lives of the common people. In the imperial study, Qin Hao convened 3 successive meetings of the military council. The room was brightly lit, the atmosphere grim. Lu Bowen stroked his beard, his brow furrowed. Your Majesty, the actions of the 7 sects are a classic dead-end strategy. They intend to isolate Great Zhou completely, transforming us into an island devoid of resources. At that point, we will collapse under internal discord without them lifting a finger. Zhuge Liang calmly fanned himself, his expression unchanged. What Bowen says is only partially correct. He looked up at Qin Hao. Your Majesty, this is not a conspiracy, but an overt strategy. Qin Hao lightly tapped the armrest, signaling him to continue. Schemes can be unraveled. However, overt maneuvers laid bare leave us with little recourse. Zhuge Liang rose and approached the vast sand table. They wish to compel us, to force us to bow our heads, to beg for mercy, to forsake the new policies and revert to the old ways. Thus, the imperial authority would be utterly diminished, with no chance of resurgence. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhuge Liang's eyes. Or perhaps, they aim to provoke us into initiating war. Lu Bowen immediately grasped the implication. Though the military strength of Great Zhou is formidable, our foundation is still shallow. Engaging in a prolonged war of attrition with the entire Eastern Wilderness sects would surely drain our national power. That is precisely what they desire. Qin Hao ceased his tapping. Since this was an overt strategy, it implied that they, too, had exposed their vulnerabilities. His voice, calm yet laced with an unarguable chill, resonated. Do they presume that I have only these 2 paths to tread? I shall choose a third. Zhuge Liang and Liu Bowen exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock in the other's eyes. They understood that this young emperor had devised a method to break the impasse. That night, under the cover of darkness, in the residence of the second minister Wang Angshi, the study remained lit. This minister, known for his obstinate nature, was poring over reports of land surveys sent from various locales, illuminated by candlelight. The implementation of the new policies faced tremendous resistance. He had not slept for 3 days. His eyes bloodshot, yet still spirited. Suddenly, the candle flame on the desk flickered without warning. The flame did not sway from the wind, but rather bent unnaturally in one direction, as if bowing to some unseen force. Wang Angshi's hand, gripping the brush, froze. He did not raise his head or utter a sound, merely placing the brush back on its stand. In the shadows cast by the beams of the room, a figure darker than the night itself began to writhe. This shadow seemed devoid of substance, like a pool of flowing ink, silently sliding down the wall, coalescing into a vague human shape on the floor. There were no footsteps, no sound of breath, not even a trace of murderous intent. The intruder was a professional, a predator among assassins. He was a premier killer from Wuxing Tower, codenamed Shadow, with cultivation at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. His target was the seemingly frail elder behind the desk. The Shadow slowly raised its hand, a pitch-black dagger laced with poison slipping from his sleeve. He could see the veins in the target's neck clearly. A mere light slice would complete his mission. He had even plotted his escape route, how to meld back into the darkness and vanish miles away. Just as he was about to strike, a thunderous roar erupted, as violent as a tempest, shaking the small study to its core. This roar did not emanate from the throat, but arose from the very essence of blood and energy. The walls of the study instantly crisscrossed with spiderweb-like cracks from the shockwave. Before Wang Angshi stood a figure as imposing as an iron tower, materializing out of thin air. The ancient evil has arrived, Dian Wei. Dian Wei emerged, launching a spear towards the shadow behind him with ferocity. The characteristic of fighting to protect one's lord instantly activated. Dian Wei's aura surged, his combat prowess skyrocketing, the fierce killing intent nearly bursting the entire study. The pupil of Shadow constricted suddenly. An ambush, and such a terrifyingly strong adversary. He had no time for further contemplation. His body instantaneously became ethereal, akin to a wisp of blue smoke. Dian Wei's formidable spear, capable of shattering mountains, whooshed past his intangible form, crashing heavily onto the floor. Boom. The entire royal mansion trembled violently. The solid bluestone floor was smashed into a deep pit, and the ferocious force tore apart every table, chair, and bookshelf within the study. Amidst the swirling paper debris, Wang Angshi slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his shoulders, and strolled to a corner, as if everything before him was of no concern. The Shadow's form recoalesced in another corner of the room. He felt a surge of horror. Such overwhelming power. Had it not been for his ability to become intangible, that spear strike would have reduced him to mere pulp. You vermin, seeking death. Dian Wei roared, stomping his feet onto the ground. The unique skill, unmatched battle steps, activated. He transformed into a frenzied behemoth, wielding his dual spears, manifesting as 2 deadly whirlwinds, rushing towards the Shadow to annihilate it. Clang, clang, clash. In the confined space, the sounds of metal clashing fell like rain. The Shadow moved with ghostly agility, his poison dagger striking with vicious angles, targeting Dian Wei's vital points with each thrust. His body switched between reality and illusion, evading Dian Wei's lethal blows time and again. Despite Dian Wei's unmatched bravery and prowess, he could not seize the elusive opponent. Trash. Is dodging all you know? Dian Wei bellowed, his attacks growing more ferocious. Yet, the Shadow remained silent, like a finely tuned killing machine, calmly seeking an opportunity. However, he soon realized his error. Before him stood a brutish man, with boundless strength, growing fiercer with every exchange. The protective will emanating from him even summoned the fortuitous favor of fate. Should the battle persist, it would undoubtedly be he who faltered first. The assassination attempt had failed. The Shadow made a swift decision. Following another collision between the dagger and spear, he forcefully retreated. His form once again became transparent, swiftly merging into the darkness of the corner. Trying to escape? Dian Wei's eyes widened in fury, preparing to pursue. Do not chase a cornered foe. Wang Angshi's calm voice resonated. Dian Wei's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He gasped for air, his murderous intent finding no outlet, and instead smashed the remaining half-wall beside him into ruin. From the shadows, the assassin's cold, hoarse voice emerged, seemingly coming from all directions. Once we set our sights on you from the Wuxing Tower, you may protect him for a moment, but not for a lifetime. As the voice faded, the chilling aura vanished completely. Dian Wei, shouldering his dual spears, approached Wang Engshi, his voice deep and resonant. Minister, are you unscathed? Wang Engshi retrieved an undamaged brush from the chaotic floor, brushing off the dust that clung to it. It is of no consequence. He turned to gaze at the large hole in the wall created by Dian Wei, through which the night breeze rushed in. It seems we must trouble the artisans of the Heavenly Craftsman Institute to repair this wall. Chapter 64. Qin Hao's Grand Scheme. Entering the game, becoming bait. Luring all fish of the world. In the Imperial study, the flickering candlelight illuminated the reports. The confidential missive about the failed assassination by the Wuxing Tower lay quietly on the dragon table before Qin Hao. The assassin from Wuxing Tower was not mistaken. Passive defense means surrendering all initiative to the enemy. They can leisurely choose the time, place, and target for their assassination. Today, we have safeguarded Wang Engshi. What about tomorrow? There is also myself, along with Lu Ban and Li Bing. The foundation of the great Zhou cannot withstand such endless attrition. Qin Hao rose and approached the massive sand table. On this table lay not only the mountains and rivers of the great Zhou, but also the marked territories of the 7 great sects of the eastern wilderness. His finger lightly tapped the location representing the capital, then slowly glided toward a royal hunting ground outside the city. Cao Zhengchun, at your service. Cao Zhengchun's figure emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully. Summon Lu Bowen, Zhuge Liang, Wang Engshi, and the Military Affairs Office for a discussion. Within the Military Affairs Office, Wang Engshi's face still bore a trace of pallor. Qin Hao did not glance at anyone, his finger heavily striking the sand table at the location of the royal hunting ground. The enemy wishes to kill me, to eliminate our trusted ministers. His voice was calm, devoid of anger, yet imbued with a chilling profundity. I shall give them a legitimate opportunity to come and kill me. Upon hearing this, Wang Engshi trembled, abruptly raising his head. Qin Hao continued, slowly unfolding a plan so audacious it bordered on madness. 3 days hence, I shall venture outside the city for the autumn hunt. Your Majesty. Wang Engshi could no longer contain himself, collapsing to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. This is utterly unacceptable. You are the invaluable pillar of the great Zhou. How can you put yourself at risk, making yourself bait? He almost pleaded. The assassins from Wuxing Tower are elusive and unpredictable. The 7 great sects are ever watchful. The moment you step beyond the protective aura of the capital, you expose yourself to the lurking wolves and tigers. The once stubborn official, who had faced the heavens without fear during the implementation of new policies, now trembled like a leaf in the wind. He did not fear death, but he feared for this emperor, who had finally brought hope to the great Zhou. Suffering any misfortune, Qin Hao said nothing, instead turning his gaze toward the other 2. Lu Bowen stroked his beard in silence. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, remaining equally quiet. Yet, in their exchanged glances, they recognized a shared thrill and admiration for a worthy opponent. Wang Engshi, sensing the urgency, bowed deeply. You 2 must also persuade His Majesty. This course of action is absolutely inadvisable. At last, Zhuge Liang set down his fan, slightly bowing to Wang Engshi before turning to Qin Hao. Your Majesty's strategy is not reckless. He paused, uttering 4 words. This is a grand scheme. Wang Engshi looked up in astonishment, perplexed by his words. Zhuge Liang approached the sand table, lightly tapping it. Minister, consider why the enemy resorts to embargoes and assassination. Because they are afraid. They fear the might of the great Zhou's military, fear the power within the capital that they cannot contend with. Hence, they resort to such underhanded tricks in a bid to undermine us from within. But what if your Majesty were to step out of the capital? The glint of wisdom sparkled in Zhuge Liang's eyes. The enemy, knowing it could be a trap, would be tempted to assassinate an emperor stripped of the capital's protection. This lure would be irresistible, so compelling that they would wager everything for it. They would see this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, their only chance to turn the tide. Lu Bowen clapped and laughed, taking over the conversation. Indeed, should this plan succeed, the rewards would be tremendous. Not only can we capture the invading enemy in one fell swoop, but we can also shatter the backbone of the 7 sects alliance, demonstrating that the Emperor of the Great Zhou is not someone they can scheme against. Once we bury their elite forces, the so-called resource embargo and assassination alliance will become a grand jest. At that time, the world will be set right. Listening to the 2 strategists, Wang Engshi opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. He understood. This was not madness, but a breathtaking gamble, using the emperor himself as a wager to shift the entire chessboard of the world. If victorious, the horizon would be vast and free. If defeated, it would be an irreparable calamity. He gazed at the young man seated upon the dragon throne, his heart filled with boundless awe. What kind of audacity? What kind of confidence was required to lay such a grand scheme? Qin Hao slowly rose, stepping before Wang Engshi, personally assisting him to his feet. Wang Iching, I know your loyalty. However, mere defense will lead us to a slow demise. I wish to make them aware of who truly reigns as the hunter upon this land. He cast a sweeping glance at the three individuals and issued an irrefutable command. Thus, the matter was settled. Cao Zhengchun, your servant is here. Let the people of the Eastern Factory inadvertently leak the news of my impending hunt 3 days hence. Ensure that every ear deserving of the information shall hear it. As you command. Cao Zhengchun's figure melded into the shadows. Qin Hao's gaze finally rested upon Zhuge Liang. Kongming, the arrangements for the hunting grounds are entrusted to you. Zhuge Liang bowed with a composed smile. Your servant accepts the decree. The news spread like locusts with wings, reaching the ears of the 7 great sects of the eastern wilderness overnight. The emperor of the great Zhou, Qin Hao, shall hold a grand autumnal ceremony and hunt outside the capital in 3 days. At the Tai Su sword sect, Xia Luyuan pondered the implications. What does this young emperor intend? He is provoking us. A blatant challenge directed at us all, roared an elder. Yet another elder, regaining his composure, glimmered with avarice. No, this could be an opportunity. He has ventured out of the capital. What are we waiting for? Regardless of any traps, we must push forward. Xia Luyuan closed his eyes, and after a moment, opened them suddenly. Convey my secret orders. Summoned the 3 elders in seclusion back to the sect. At the Wan Facian men, the elegantly dressed Lady Luo Li gently set down the jade slip of intelligence. An intriguing little emperor. Is he confident or merely arrogant? She murmured to the shadows behind her. Send word to the Haoyan sacred land. We of the Wan Facian men cannot miss this spectacle. It is time we stretch our limbs. In an instant, the eastern wilderness simmered with hidden currents. One after another, reclusive ancient beings were stirred by this news. 5 great saints. 3 in the early stage, 2 in the mid-stage. This force is sufficient to flatten any sacred ground in the eastern wilderness. They do not believe that a mundane dynasty, devoid of the protection of the capital's dragon energy, can withstand such a terrifying array of lethal power. Furthermore, there exists that most mysterious assassin organization, the Wusheng Lu, within an unknown underground palace. The master of the Wusheng Lu gazed at the confidential report and let out a hoarse chuckle. This grand gift of the emperor's head shall be accepted by the Wusheng Lu. He prepared to take action personally, confident in his own mastery as a late-stage great saint. On the eve of the hunting day, the royal hunting grounds outside the capital lay in utter silence. A figure, clad in flowing white, arrived on the winds and landed at the center of the grounds. It was Zhuge Liang. He surveyed the surrounding terrain, and array flags emanating a gentle glow appeared in his hands. With a flick of his finger, the first flag sank into an eastern valley. The second fell into a western thicket. The third was submerged in a southern river. With each step he took, it felt as though he synchronized with the pulse of the entire world. Here, he would lay down the crystallization of his life's wisdom. The unrivaled grand formation that once allowed an army of 100,000 to enter but never return. He halted, planting the final main flag into the earth beneath his feet. The night breeze stirred, billowing his wide sleeves. The 8 formation diagram, arise. Chapter 65, the arrival of 5 great saints. Zhuge Kongming, the 8 formation diagram, arise. On the day of the hunt, the skies were clear and bright. The gates of the capital swung wide, and a torrent of iron surged forth. At the forefront was Qin Hao, clad in lightweight hunting attire. He sat astride a magnificent black steed, his demeanor relaxed as though he were merely out for a leisurely excursion. Behind him, Dian Wei bore the human-slaying twin halberds. Each step he took causing the earth to tremble. On the other side, Lu Bu wielded his Fantian-painted halberd, with his steed, the red hair, snorting in anticipation. The palpable battle intent rendering the air around them fervent. 5,000 Bingzhou wolf riders, clad in shining armor, moved silently, flanking the imperial carriage as they advanced towards the expansive royal hunting grounds outside the city. Everything appeared to follow the normal course of a royal outing. Yet the air was thick with an impending sense of slaughter, akin to the stillness before a storm. The procession did not linger, plunging straight into the hunting grounds. Ultimately, they halted in a broad valley at the heart of the grounds. The terrain here was open, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, making it the ideal location for the hunt. Qin Hao reined in his horse and gazed skyward. The weather was splendid, perfect for a day of killing. No sooner had he spoken than an unforeseen change occurred. The sky darkened abruptly. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but rather a force of a higher order that warped the very light. Boom, 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 boom. For terrifying auras erupted from the mountaintops in the east, west, south, and north, soaring into the heavens. The auras, like pillars, pierced the clouds, intertwining to form an impenetrable net that instantly sealed off the entire valley. Each aura surpassed that of a king, exuding a cold indifference that looked down upon all life. Great saints, 4 of them. Today, Qin Hao, your time has come. In the eastern sky materialized 3 figures. At the forefront stood an elder garbed in the robes of a Tai Su sword sect elder, his voice as frigid as ice. They are the hidden treasures of the Tai Su sword sect, 3 elders who have slumbered for centuries, all at the early stage of the great saint realm. In the southern sky, a beautiful woman adorned in palace attire smiled while holding a flower, yet her smile was laced with a chilling malice. She was a mid-stage great saint of the Wan Facian men. The 4 great saints joined forces, deploying the sect's secretive 4 symbols locking heaven formation, severing all ties between this place and the outside world. In their eyes, without the protection of the capital's dragon energy, Qin Hao was but a bird in a cage. Meet on the chopping block. Dian Wei and the 5,000 Bingzhou wolf riders formed a tight military formation, their overwhelming killing intent and martial spirit rising to meet the descending pressure. Lu Bu glanced skyward at the 4 saints, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by the 4 great saints in the sky, a shadow darker than the night itself silently appeared behind Qin Hao. There was no energy fluctuation, no aura of murder released, as if he had always existed there. A dagger, imbued with a deep blue venom, disregarding the distance of space, lunged toward the back of Qin Hao's heart. Swift, incredibly swift. This strike locked onto the soul, severing all avenues of retreat. The master of the Wusheng Lu, a late-stage great saint, had personally made his move. Clang. A sound so crisp reverberated. The dagger, capable of instantly slaying a great saint, stopped just inches from Qin Hao's heart, intercepted by the crescent blade of the Fangtian halberd. Lu Bu, having turned around without dismounting, had casually positioned the halberd behind him, precisely deflecting this lethal strike. The figure of the Wusheng Lu's master was forced to reveal itself under the impact, his face obscured by a bronze mask, his eyes beneath it filled with disbelief. This strike had been meticulously calculated, yet this man before him had so effortlessly thwarted it. He intended to withdraw, but an overwhelming force surged from the halberd, compelling him to remain. Go. Lu Bu's voice erupted with a single word. The master of the Wusheng Lu felt an irresistible power enveloping him, sending him flying backward like a kite severed from its string, barely managing to stabilize himself 100 meters away. His hand gripping the dagger trembled slightly. Lu Bu was about to spur the red hare to pursue and crush this pesky fly once and for all when Qin Hao's calm voice rang out. Fengxian, stand down. Lu Bu's movement halted, and he cast a displeased glance at the distant assassin, ultimately retracting the Fangtian halberd to return to Qin Hao's side. There is no need for haste. Qin Hao adjusted his collar, appearing as if he had not just experienced a life-and-death ordeal. He lifted his gaze, intrigued by the sky and the distant assassins. Let all your methods be unleashed. I await. This scene caused the pupils of the 4 great saints in the sky to constrict in unison. That guardian could actually repel the master of the Wuxing Tower with a single strike? A peak great saint. Such strength. How could a mundane dynasty possess this? However, soon their greed and murderous intent overshadowed all astonishment. What of a peak great saint? They had 5 great saints on their side, including one in the later stages of great sainthood. They could simply wear him down. Even at death's door, he dares to be defiant. The elder of the Taishu sword sect bellowed, "Today, all of you shall perish. Kill." The enchanting woman from the Wanfa immortal sect laughed delicately. The master of Wuxing Tower remained silent, but his figure became indistinct once more, poised to unleash another thunderous strike. This was a lethal setup. 5 great saints joining forces to hunt down a mortal emperor. Word of this would surely reverberate throughout the Tianxian continent. Yet, Qin Hao's face bore no trace of panic. Instead, a mocking smile graced his lips. He gently applauded, as if to commend their arrival. Excellent, everyone is here. He turned to a nearby white-clad scholar, who had remained silent. This scholar, with a feather fan and elegant demeanor, seemed utterly out of place amidst the murderous tension of the battlefield. It was none other than Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang inclined his body slightly towards Qin Hao. He then raised his head, gazing at the 5 arrogant great saints with a hint of compassion. He gently waved his feather fan. Since you have all come, let none depart. 8 formation diagram, arise. As Zhuge Liang uttered those final 3 words, the very landscape of the valley underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The earth rumbled like thunder. Countless boulders erupted from the ground, obscuring the sky, dancing wildly along some arcane trajectory. Life, injury, rest, severance, scene, death, shock, open. The 8 gates flowed. The vital energy of the entire realm seemed to be instantaneously siphoned by an invisible black hole. Then, it erupted forth with an overwhelming ferocity. Endless illusions materialized out of thin air. At times, it was a battlefield of corpses and blood. At others, the underworld of the Yellow Springs beneath the Nine Nether. And sometimes it manifested as apocalyptic scenes of thunder and fire. The 5 imperious great saints, along with their prideful 4 symbols locking heaven formation, were engulfed by this cataclysmic force. What is this monstrosity? A formation? Impossible. What formation possesses such power? This is bad. My divine sense is suppressed. Their horrified roars echoed within the formation. One moment, they were elevated and in control, and the next, they were like lost sheep within the formation, awaiting the inevitable slaughter. Zhuge Liang stood outside the formation, holding his feather fan, his expression serene. Those who enter this formation, even great saints, may find themselves ensnared. Chapter 66. The National Fortune Golden Dragon Suppresses. War God Lu Bu versus 5 Great Saints. Saints stained in blood. Within the 8 formation diagram, the world turned upside down. Upon entering the formation, the 5 great saints found themselves plunged into a realm of chaos. Their divine consciousness was suppressed by an invisible, immense force, reducing their once far-reaching perception to less than 100 feet. Surrounding them was a hazy fog. Boulders soared through the air, and fierce winds howled. With each step, the landscape beneath their feet was in a frenzy of transformation. What sorcery is this? The elder of the Taishu sword sect, unable to endure this passivity, was the first to react. His hair stood on end as the laws of great saint power within him erupted violently, unleashing a radiant sword aura that soared 1,000 feet into the sky, seeking to tear apart this realm. However, the moment the sword aura left his body, the surrounding chaotic stones seemed to come alive, instantly forming an impenetrable stone wall before him. Boom! The sword aura struck the stone wall, leaving merely a shallow white mark before being completely eroded by the profound power of the formation. What? The Taishu elder was horrified. This sword strike should have been able to cleave mountains, yet here, it couldn't even shatter a single stone? Even more terrifying, countless runes suddenly illuminated the stones forming the wall, rebounding the power of his sword aura back towards him. He hastily dodged, a sharp gust grazing his cheek and leaving a bloody trail. Something is amiss. This formation can convert our attacks. The beautiful woman from the Wanfa immortal sect shrieked. Her sea of flowers, originally a deadly illusion, now transformed into endless vines that coiled back towards her. My saint's loss. My connection with the heavens and earth has been severed. Another great saint discovered in terror that the powerful laws he prided himself on had become obscure and unwieldy. Like rusted gears, sluggish in their operation. They were saints, capable of commanding the might of heaven and earth with a mere thought. Yet within this grand formation, they felt like tigers stripped of their claws, full of power but without means to wield it. The figure of the master of Wuxing Tower flickered in one corner of the formation, the bronze mask on his face betraying a hint of seriousness for the first time. He attempted to meld into the void but found the space here as solid as divine iron, rendering his assassination techniques utterly ineffective. The 5 of them huddled together, their previous arrogance and indifference replaced by confusion and unease. Outside the formation, Zhuge Liang stood quietly, his white attire billowing in the wind. He observed the 5 saints within the formation, now floundering like headless flies, his expression remaining calm and unruffled. Captivity is merely the first step. He turned and bowed slightly to Qin Hao. Your Majesty, while this formation can contain them for a time, if the 5 great saints join forces and launch a relentless assault, they will eventually exhaust their strength. To be cautious, I implore you to harness the national fortune and suppress the formation's energy, completely extinguishing their hopes. Qin Hao nodded. He raised his head, gazing in the direction of the capital. With a mere thought, a resounding and majestic dragon roar soared from within the capital, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. In the next moment, a brilliant golden dragon, 100 feet long, broke through the clouds, tearing apart the void. Carrying the supreme power of the people's faith in the dragon veins of the mountains and rivers, arriving in an instant. The national fortune golden dragon. It coiled above the 8 formation diagram, its immense head lowered, its golden eyes coldly observing the 5 within the formation. An indescribable pressure descended, as if the heavens were collapsing, as fierce as a tsunami. Poof! Within the formation, the weakest of the great saints, an early-stage elder, spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly waning. National fortune. It is the national fortune golden dragon of that mundane dynasty. How could he mobilize the national fortune from the capital? Damn it. My strength has been reduced by at least 30%. The 5 great saints felt as if struck by lightning. The last remnants of their hope shattered by the appearance of this golden dragon. If the 8 formation diagram severed their connection with heaven and earth, then this national fortune golden dragon directly weakened their essence from its roots. Under the suppression of the national fortune, each of their powers was forcibly diminished by over 30%. With this shift, escaping had become a distant fantasy. They finally comprehended that this had been a meticulously prepared death trap from the very beginning. How could such a mundane dynasty possess such profound depth? The Taishu elder murmured, his fighting spirit nearly collapsing. At that moment, Qin Hao's voice calmly resonated in the valley, clearly reaching the ears of everyone within the formation. If it weren't for the fear of you fleeing and the desire to catch you all, do you think you could have survived to this moment? The words struck the 5 great saints like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within their hearts. He was not in defense, nor was he retaliating. He was hunting. From the very beginning, he had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle with them. His goal was to sever all outstretched claws in one decisive blow. After enduring for so long, Lu Bu finally awaited this moment. He slammed his Feng Tianhua halberd onto the ground, producing a thunderous roar. "Ha! Your Majesty! I can hardly contain myself any longer." Amidst his frenzied laughter, the suppressed aura around him erupted like a volcano. At the pinnacle of the great saint realm, his pure, domineering, and unparalleled battle intent surged into the sky, even shaking the might of the national auspicious dragon. The 5 individuals within the formation turned pale as paper. The peak of the great saint realm. That guard was, in fact, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the great saint realm. Who were they truly here to encircle and kill? Lu Bu, Qin Hao commands. Eliminate them all. I accept the command. Lu Bu laughed heartily as his steed, the red hair, let out a long neigh, igniting divine flames beneath its hooves, transforming into a streak of crimson light, directly charging into the life and death illusion of the 8 formation. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan. Wherever Lu Bu passed, the formation parted to create a path. The gates of life opened for him, while the gates of death were set for his enemies. The boundless killing intent that could ensnare and slay great saints did not touch him in the slightest. Instead, it became a driving force for his charge. In an instant, Lu Bu appeared before an elder of the Taishu sword sect. A bloodthirsty grin adorned his face. The elder, under the dual pressure of the formation and the national auspicious dragon, had lost over 30% of his great saint realm prowess. Now, faced with Lu Bu's overwhelming presence, he was consumed by an endless chill. "You insolent brat, do not be so arrogant." He forcefully suppressed his fear, his holy sword humming as he unleashed a sword energy. Yet within the 8 formation, the sword principles he prided himself on were incomprehensibly obscure. The moment the sword energy left his body, its power was diminished by more than half. Lu Bu let out a thunderous roar, ignoring it entirely. He simply stepped forward. Boom. The ground cracked beneath him as he propelled himself like a cannonball, with black and red thunderous power coiling around his Feng Tianhua halberd, creating a sound that tore through space. The elder's sword energy crumbled before the ferocity of the halberd, fragile as paper, instantly shredded. No. The elder could only emit a desperate scream. Chapter 67, Slaying the 5 Great Saints. Shocking the celestial Xin continent. Those who offend the great Zhou shall surely perish. In the next moment, the Feng Tianhua halberd pierced through his protective holy light, penetrating his chest. With a powerful thrust, his body was sent flying. Impaled upon a towering stone, holy blood flowed down the shaft of the halberd, staining the elder's ancient robe crimson. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face frozen in the final expression of incredulity. A great saint had died just like that, so easily, so humiliatingly. Ding! Lu Bu has slain an opposing saint, raising the national prestige, instilling fear across the realm, and has gained 15,000 national fortune points. Ding! Lu Bu has slain an opposing saint, raising the national prestige, instilling fear across the realm, and has gained 15,000 national fortune points. As Lu Bu swiftly eliminated another elder of the Taishu sword sect, Qin Hao, outside the formation, felt a sudden tremor coursing through his body. He sensed an overwhelming tide of fortune, like a mighty river, flowing back from the 8 formation, instantly surging into his limbs. The bottleneck of his mid-stage divine palace realm offered no resistance against this force and shattered like glass. A stronger aura ascended from within him. Late-stage divine palace realm. Qin Hao slowly raised his hand, feeling the power coursing through him, his eyes blazing with fierce brilliance. His cold voice echoed throughout the valley. Today, I shall paint the heavens red with the blood of saints. Within the formation, the fall of 2 great saints struck the remaining 3 like a heavy blow. Junior brother. The elder of the Taishu sword sects, eyes widened with rage. Quick, join forces. Otherwise, we will all perish here. The beautiful woman from the Wanfa immortal sect shrieked. Her composure vanished. They converged towards one another, attempting to unite. But Zhuge Liang would not grant them the opportunity. With a gentle wave of his fan, the formation shifted at his will. The ground beneath them transformed into quicksand one moment and into a swamp the next. The stone walls before them constantly shifted, striving to impede their convergence. Next, Lu Bu's maniacal laughter echoed in every corner of the formation. He set his sights on the 3rd elder of the Taishu sword sect. The red hair galloped through the chaotic terrain as if it were flat ground, each leap precisely landing on the gates of life, its speed reaching its zenith. Stay away. The elder was utterly broken, turning to flee. Yet, merely 100 meters away, the mist dissipated, revealing Lu Bu's grinning face once more before him. Despair engulfed him in an instant. I will fight you. He ignited his saintly blood, launching a final counterattack. Lu Bu merely snorted disdainfully, sweeping the Fong Tianhua halberd. With no finesse, he struck. Boom. The saint's body, along with his holy weapon, was smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Ding. Lu Bu has once again slain an opposing saint, greatly enhancing national prestige, and has gained 15,000 national fortune points. The system notification echoed once more. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 great saints had been slain. The remaining 2 were utterly engulfed in terror. Demon, you are a demon. The beautiful woman from the Wanfa immortal sect lost all color in her face. She formed seals with her hands, unleashing waves of pink law power, attempting to confound Lu Bu with illusions. Lu Bu's battle-intent sword, incinerating the pink mist entirely, activating his unique trait to become immune to all negative effects. He urged the red hair forward, like a streak of crimson lightning, instantly reaching the beautiful woman. Get away, she screamed, summoning an ancient mirror, its light radiating. Seeking to defend against him, Lu Bu struck down with his halberd. Crack! The holy grade treasure shattered upon impact. The momentum of the Fong Tianhua halberd did not diminish as it smashed the beautiful woman, along with her protective holy light, into a pulp. At this point, only one remained within the formation, the master of the Wuxing Tower. This top-tier assassin at the late stage of the Great Saint realm wore no semblance of calm. Watching Lu Bu step closer, he felt a terror more profound than death itself. Who are you? A mundane dynasty cannot harbor a power like yours, he rasped. Attempting to stall for time, Lu Bu halted his steps, hoisting the still-dripping Fong Tianhua halberd, and grinned. Great Zhou, the divine general of the capital, Lu Bu, Lu Fengxian. As his words fell, the killing intent surged anew. The master of the Wuxing Tower's pupils constricted. His body instantaneously became ephemeral, transforming into hundreds of identical shadows, fleeing in all directions. This was his ultimate survival technique, the 1,000 Shadows illusion. A mere trick. Lu Bu roared with laughter, not pursuing any of the shadows. He merely raised the Fong Tianhua halberd high. A torrential battle intent and law power surged into the halberd. Let them all shatter. He brought the halberd crashing down upon the ground. Boom. A devastating shockwave emanated from him, expanding in a circular fashion. The earth was lifted 10 zhang high. All the scattered stones, mist, and space were obliterated in this strike. The hundreds of shadows failed to even emit a scream before being consumed by this unparalleled force. On a clear patch of ground, the master of the Wuxing Tower staggered out, blood gushing from his mouth, his breath reduced to a mere whisper. He had been defeated, utterly and completely. His once proud assassination technique now seemed a mere jest in the face of absolute power. Lu Bu's figure appeared before him like a specter. It was over. The Fong Tianhua Ji swiftly descended. As Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan, the chaotic world enveloping the valley receded like a tide. The mist dissipated, and the scattered stones returned to their places. Sunlight poured down once more, yet the valley had transformed into a hellish scene. 5 mangled corpses lay strewn about, a stark contrast to the once mighty sage who had looked down upon all beings, now reduced to a state akin to the lifeless dead. If not more pitiful, some were nailed to the stone walls, others crushed into pulp, and some had disintegrated into a mist of blood, leaving behind only fragments of bone. The sacred blood stained the earth, and the formidable pressure unique to a sage had been replaced by a nauseating stench of carnage. Lu Bu stood silently among the bodies, hefting the Fang Tian Huaji. His scarlet armor was darkened by blood, the overwhelming aura of malice and battle intent still radiating from him, making him appear as a demon emerging from the battlefield of Azurus. The 5,000 soldiers of the Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry watched this scene in breathless silence, their eyes filled with fervent admiration for Lu Bu's figure, while their gazes toward Qin Hao, seated upon the dragon chair, reflected a profound reverence. Qin Hao's expression remained calm as he dismounted from his steed, taking measured steps across this battlefield of carnage. Kongming, Fengxian, you have performed admirably. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in every ear. Zhuge Liang bowed deeply. It is all the majesty of his majesty. We are merely carrying out our duties. Lu Bu grinned, thrusting the Fang Tian Huaji heavily into the ground, producing a resounding thud. Your majesty, the slaughter was not sufficiently thrilling. When shall we strike at the lair of the Tai Su sword sect? Chapter 68. The National Fortune Soars. Bai Qi is granted a title and 9 honors. The next target, to flatten the Tai Su sword sect. Qin Hao offered no response, instead addressing the shadows behind him. Cao Zhengchun, at your service. Cao Zhengchun emerged silently, bowing, a hint of sickly excitement on his face. Qin Hao casually gestured to the corpses on the ground. Sever their heads and bring them back to the capital, to be hung at the city gate for 3 days. As for the bodies, burn them here. He paused, his tone turning icy. Proclaim to the world, those who violate the might of the great Zhou shall be executed. As you command, Cao Zhengchun signaled, and several agents from the eastern depot stepped forward, expertly beginning to handle the remains. Their storage artifacts were confiscated, counted, and sent to the national treasury. News spread faster than the swiftest courier. Through the newly devised communication jade slips of the Tiangong Institute, through the merchant caravans traversing north and south, and through various spies placed within the capital. The emperor of the great Zhou had laid an ambush in the royal hunting grounds, slaying 5 great sages. This news detonated like a nuclear bomb within the power landscape of the entire Tianxian continent. In the eastern wilderness, countless cultivation sects fell into a profound silence. Impossible. This must be false. 5 great sages. Had all 3 of the supreme elders sent by the Xia Luyan sect fallen? Was the Wanful sect and the Wuxing Tower truly mad? In the western regions, within the great light divine hall, the red-robed high priest shattered the crystal cup in his hand. In the north, in the remnants of the Tianlang King court recently trampled by Bai Qi's cavalry, the surviving tribes extinguished all thoughts upon hearing this news. A mortal dynasty? Which mortal dynasty could hang the heads of 5 great sages like dried meat upon the city walls? Beneath the gates of the capital, countless citizens and outsiders looked up at the 5 lifeless heads, their hearts filled only with endless chill and awe. The heavens of the great Zhou had changed. The heavens of this continent were destined to change as well. The following day, the Grand Court Assembly commenced. Within the Golden Luan Hall, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. Yet currents of tension flowed beneath the surface. The civil and military officials stood in formation, each acutely aware of the markedly different aura in the air. It was the fervor born of victory, a weighty dignity, forged from reverence. As Qin Hao, clad in the dragon robe, steadily ascended the imperial steps and took his seat upon the dragon throne, all officials, regardless of their inner thoughts, knelt in unison, chanting, "Long live the emperor." All ministers, rise. Qin Hao's voice was gentle, yet carried an authority that brooked no opposition. National fortune value, 78, 300 points. Observing the surging numbers on the system panel, Qin Hao's heart brimmed with ambition. Everything had unfolded according to his design. He sought to use the heads of these 5 sages as a banner for the rise of the great Zhou. You all must have heard of yesterday's events. The 7-sect alliance, in their folly, attempted to undermine the foundation of our great Zhou through embargoes and assassination, an act that is nothing short of self-destruction. This victory is not solely my achievement, but a testament to the unity of our great Zhou's sovereign and ministers, and the sacrifice of our soldiers. In the hall, all were breathless. Proclaim my decree. The guardian general of the capital, Lu Bu, has slain 5 sages and rendered great service in protecting the imperial presence. He is hereby promoted to the title of ever-victorious Marquis, granted a fief of 10,000 households, and bestowed the national fortune gold seal, thus decreed. Lu Bu, clad in battle attire, stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his voice thunderous. I, Lu Bu, thank your majesty for this divine grace. I am willing to dedicate my life and blood for your majesty, never shying from death. He bowed deeply, causing the entire floor of the Golden Luan Hall to tremble. All present turned their gazes. Since the establishment of the new dynasty, such honor had never been bestowed. This was not merely a title. It was a monumental achievement that solidified this warrior's unassailable position in the court. Qin Hao nodded slightly and continued. Commander Bai Qi of the Northern Campaign. Dressed in dark armor, exuding an icy aura, Bai Qi stepped forth from the ranks of military generals. Merely by standing there, he lowered the temperature around him. This subordinate is present. You led 100,000 elite soldiers to flatten the Tianlang King Court, showcasing the might of our great Zhou and expanding our northern territories. You are hereby promoted to the title of Martial Peace Marquis, granted the honor of 9 accolades, in recognition of your merit. Boom. If Lu Bu's promotion was shocking, then Bai Qi's 9 accolades were nothing short of earth-shattering. 9 accolades. What a tremendous honor, in nearly a millennium. No subject in the entire Tianxin continent had received such distinction. This represented the monarch's unreserved trust and reliance upon his subjects. Lu Bowen and Wang Engshi exchanged glances, both witnessing the stormy waves in each other's eyes. This young emperor truly wielded immense power. They were both of 100 loyalty. Qin Hao was unafraid of powerful ministers overshadowing the throne. He sought to demonstrate to the world that as long as one contributed unprecedented merit for the great Zhou, the emperor could offer everything. Bai Qi's expression remained stoic, yet a flicker of emotion passed through his deep eyes. He slowly knelt. This subject, thanks your majesty. Qin Hao surveyed the gathered ministers. Additionally, the chief minister Lu Bowen, deputy minister Wang Engshi, and minister of war Zhuge Liang, who strategized and orchestrated victory from afar. Each shall be awarded 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of silk. All officials involved in this campaign's planning and logistics shall receive a year's worth of salary. In our great Zhou, merit will be rewarded and transgressions punished. I hope, esteemed ministers, that you will join me in forging an everlasting, supreme, divine dynasty. Our emperor is wise. Long live the great Zhou. Long live the emperor. The voices rose like a tidal wave in the court, filled with fervor. In this moment, all hearts were united by the overwhelming imperial might and benevolence. After the assembly, within the military council, Qin Hao, Lu Bowen, Zhuge Liang, Bai Qi, and Lu Bu gathered. The atmosphere was even more solemn than in the court. The 3 supreme elders of the Tai Su sword sect are dead. We have forged a mortal enmity with them. The sect's master, Xia Luyun, is at the pinnacle of sagehood. Although the sect's power has been significantly weakened, we must remain vigilant. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, taking the initiative to speak. At this moment, it is the most opportune time for us to pursue victory and obliterate them in one fell swoop. Lu Bowen stroked his beard and added, I concur. We must eradicate evil thoroughly, or else it will sprout anew with the spring breeze. The Tai Su sword sect has entrenched itself in the eastern wilderness for millennia. Its foundation is profound. If we grant them a moment's respite, it will surely lead to future troubles. Qin Hao turned his gaze towards Bai Qi. General Wen, what are your thoughts on deploying troops? Bai Qi's voice was devoid of any emotion. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead 300,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qin as vanguard, within 10 days. We shall encamp at the gates of the Tai Su sword sect. Qin Hao nodded, and then looked at Lu Bu. Feng Xian, if you were to face Xia Luyun, what confidence do you possess? Lu Bu, wielding his Feng Tianhua Ji, exuded a fierce battle spirit. Your Majesty, if he dares to emerge from his mountain gate, I will take his head within 3 moves. If he remains hidden, I shall shatter his gates and drag him out. Chapter 69. The nation's fortune fuels the body. Lu Bu ascends to the sacred king realm. Qin Hao commanded an eastern expedition, and the 3 armies responded with enthusiasm. Inside the military council, the atmosphere was tense. The sand table displayed the rivers and mountains of the eastern wilderness in intricate detail. The miniature mountain gate representing the Tai Su sword sect resembled a venomous thorn, piercing the eastern edge of the great Zhou Empire's territory. Qin Hao forcefully hurled a black command token, symbolizing the Tai Su sword sect, onto the sand table. With a resounding thud, the token embedded itself into the map of the eastern wilderness, its tail feathers buzzing ominously, causing the model of the mountain gate to tremble. My will is resolute. Prepare for the eastern expedition. Qin Hao's voice, though not loud, resonated like a stone dropped into silence. Bai Qi, I am here. Bai Qi stepped forward, his armor cold and unyielding. I appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the Eastern Expedition, commanding 300,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qin, along with all subsequent military contingents. I accept the command. Bai Qi received the significant insignia that could alter the continent's fate with calm composure, devoid of any superfluous emotion. Lu Bu, present. Lu Bu stepped forward, his battle spirit nearly lifting the palace roof. You shall be the vanguard. I demand that you reach the foot of the Tai Su Sword Sect's mountain in the shortest time possible. Rest assured, Your Majesty, within 3 days. I will ensure that the timid turtles of the Tai Su Sword Sect hear the neighing of my red hair. Lu Bu grinned, his smile brimming with audacity. Zhuge Liang. I am here. The feathered fan and silk cap-wearing Zhuge Liang bowed slightly. You shall serve as the strategist, accompanying the army, responsible for all planning and coordination. I shall obey. The strategic objective was clear. First, eliminate the wicked and intimidate the world with thunderous might. Once all arrangements were complete, Qin Hao dismissed them to prepare for the expedition. Then, Qin Hao opened the system panel, observing the surging national fortune value. After 2 days of accumulation, it had reached 80,000 points. He examined the system's list detailing the national fortune value required for the enhancement of the hero's cultivations. Lu Bu required 15,000 points to ascend from the peak of the Great Sage to the initial stage of the Sacred King Realm, and 50,000 points to reach its peak. Bai Qi needed 10,000 points to rise from the pinnacle of the Sage Realm to the peak of the Great Sage Realm. Dian Wei and the others required 15,000 points each to elevate from the peak of the King Realm to the peak of the Sage Realm. In total, they required 60,000 points. Altogether, 85,000 points of national fortune value were needed. After calculations, Qin Hao found he still lacked 5,000 points. A thought flashed through his mind. He focused his intent, inquiring within his mind, System, if I elevate the cultivation of multiple heroes simultaneously, will there be any discounts? Ding. Detected the host's desire for a large-scale enhancement of combat power, triggering the hidden mechanism gathering of heroes. Mechanism effect. When the host chooses to elevate the great realms of 3 or more heroes simultaneously, a 20 reduction in national fortune value consumption will be applied. Qin Hao's resolve solidified. What he desired was an unambiguous and overwhelming domination. System, elevate Bai Qi. Lu Bu, Cao Zhengchun, Dian Wei, Gao Shun, and Yuan Zuozong all at once. Batch enhancement commencing. Gathering of heroes effect triggered. Total consumption of national fortune value. 68,000 points. As soon as the words left his lips, an extraordinary transformation unfolded within the military council. A surge of blood-red murderous intent erupted from Bai Qi, causing the temperature within the council to plummet. The onlookers were momentarily dazzled, as if pulled into a realm constructed of mountains of corpses and seas of blood beneath a crimson sky. The palpable killing intent was cold, pure, and devoid of any emotion. Lu Bowen, whose cultivation was slightly lower, was overwhelmed by this murderous aura, retreating several steps, his face ashen, nearly choking. In an instant, Bai Qi's aura transcended the chasm between the Sage and Great Sage realms. At the pinnacle of the Great Sage realm, his frigid gaze seemed capable of piercing through the cycles of life and death, indifferent to all living beings. Before anyone could recover from the shock Bai Qi instigated, a resonant dragon roar echoed throughout the capital, as a resplendent golden dragon of national fortune pierced through the palace roof, infusing the overwhelming power of national fortune into Lu Bu. Lu Bu howled towards the heavens, his pressure escalating dramatically. His frenzied battle spirit tore through the air, instantaneously shattering an invisible barrier. The Sacred King Realm. It was a power that completely surpassed the Sage, belonging to kings. The Fang Tianhua Ji flew from his grasp, hovering in the air, emitting a resonant, battle-thirsty roar, causing the entire capital to tremble gently under this overwhelming pressure. Subsequently, Cao Zhengchun, Dian Wei, Gao Shun, and Yuan Zuozong simultaneously erupted with 4 beams of soaring light. Cold, domineering, resolute, and fierce. The 4 distinctly different auras crossed into the threshold of the Sage realm, then continued to rise until they reached the peak before gradually halting. In just a moment, the elite combat power of the Great Zhou Empire underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Ding. Hero Lu Bu has ascended to the Sacred King realm. His unique trait has undergone mutation. New trait, Battle Intent Plunder, on the battlefield. Can absorb the fear and despair generated by the enemy's collapse, transforming it into personal battle intent, achieving unlimited temporary combat power enhancement. Qin Hao gazed at the remaining 12,000 points of national fortune value on the system panel, without a trace of regret. He looked again at the system. Consume 5,000 points of national fortune value to summon the commander of the Divine Demonic Legion. Ding. Consumed 5,000 points of national fortune value. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the commander of the Divine Demonic Legion, Yu Fei. Hero, Yu Fei, Cultivation, Late Sage Realm. Trait 1. Loyal to the nation. When fighting to protect the homeland, personal combat power is increased by 50, and the morale of the commanded legion is always at its peak. Trait 2. Wu Mu, proficient in military strategy. Formations laid down can enhance the legion's attributes by 15. Trait 3. Beihai, when commanding the Beihai army, the legion's charge can coalesce brave souls, granting immunity to most mental attacks and negative effects. Ding. The host has successfully summoned Yu Fei, unlocking his exclusive Divine Demonic Legion, the Beihai Army. Legion, Beihai Army. Number, 200,000. Cultivation. All members at the peak of the Spirit Sea Realm. Military soul, loyal to the nation. A mysterious smile danced on Qin Hao's lips. On the following day, during the Grand Court Assembly, Qin Hao issued a series of new edicts. Gao Shun continued to guard the southern border, while Yuan Zuozong led 100,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders to assist Wang Engshi in nationwide reforms. Subsequently, before the assembled officials, Qin Hao issued a decree that took everyone by surprise. Announce the newly appointed general of the Northern Defense, Yu Fei, to present himself, clad in standard armor. With a resolute countenance, Yu Fei strode into the Golden Luan Hall, kneeling on one knee before Qin Hao. This humble general, Yu Fei, pays respects to your majesty. Qin Hao rose, personally descending from the imperial steps to assist Yu Fei. Effective immediately, I appoint you as the general of the Northern Defense, commanding the 200,000 Beihai army, to march north and secure the northern grasslands. He surveyed the ministers, raising his voice. Moreover, ensure that the remnants of the Tianlang Wangting and those tribes resistant to imperial rule are completely eradicated. At this proclamation, the court erupted in astonishment. Everyone believed that after the slaughter of the 3 esteemed elders of the Tai Su sword sect, His Majesty's sword would inevitably point towards the eastern wasteland. Yet, unexpectedly, he has diverted his forces northward. What does this signify? Those spies entrenched within the imperial court swiftly disseminated this crucial intelligence. It appears that the Emperor of the Great Zhou intends to postpone the eastern expedition. This is a prudent decision, one that brings them a sense of relief. As night fell, the northern gate of the divine capital was adorned with fluttering banners, torches illuminating the darkness like dragons, and the sound of drums resonated through the air, heralding the departure of the Northern Expeditionary Army. Countless citizens and spies surrounded the city gates, creating an impenetrable barrier. Yu Fei, clad in silver armor, mounted his steed and bowed in the direction of Qin Hao. He then turned his horse, pointing his spear forward. The grand army commenced its march. The formidable Beiwei army, composed of 200,000 soldiers, displayed an impressive military formation and an exuberant morale, gradually exiting the city gates amidst thunderous cheers, advancing towards the vast northern grasslands. As all eyes were drawn to the departing Beiwei army, the eastern city gate opened quietly. A silent torrent surged forth from within the city, moving stealthily. Clad in dark armor, their hooves soundless, 300,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qin emerged, each soldier's face reflecting a chilling ruthlessness. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, yet not a whisper escaped their ranks. Bai Qi and Lu Bu stood at the forefront of the army, under the cover of night. They silently led the troops away from the divine capital, heading straight for the eastern wasteland. Chapter 70. The Final Frenzy of the Tai Su Sword Sect. A blood sacrifice of 3,000 disciples to unleash the extermination sword array. In the depths of the Tai Su Sword Sect, within the Soul Hall where the nameplates of core elders were enshrined, a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed through the eerie silence. The disciples guarding the hall stumbled out, their faces drained of color, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. The nameplates of the 3 esteemed elders shattered simultaneously into powder. The news spread like wildfire, engulfing the Tai Su Sword Sect, a sanctuary of cultivation that had stood for 10,000 years in the eastern wasteland, in an unprecedented wave of terror. 3 esteemed elders have fallen? My heavens, those were 3 mighty saints. How could this be? Run. The sect is doomed. Staying here is tantamount to waiting for death. Panic morphed into chaos as countless disciples took to the skies on their swords, transforming into streaks of light, rushing to escape the mountain gates. At that moment, a cold and merciless sword light shot up from the sect leader's peak, spanning the sky. In a flurry, hundreds of fleeing streaks of light burst into a haze of blood mist, not even allowing a scream to escape their lips. Blood and severed limbs rained down upon the Wanren sword platform. At the center of the Wanren sword platform stood Xia Luyun, clad in white, wielding a long sword. His figure upright as a pine tree. His garments bore no trace of blood. Yet the chilling murderous intent radiating from him seemed to lower the temperature of the entire mountain. All disciples fell silent, no longer daring to make a move. Xia Luyuan surveyed the terrified faces below, choosing neither to flee nor to console them. He knew what they feared. The fall of the three esteemed elders was indeed a humiliation that the Tai Su sword sect had not faced in millennia. However, this is not the end. It is merely the beginning. He raised his sword high, his voice fervent and resonant. A holy war for the glory and survival of the sect has commenced. You shall be both witnesses and participants in this sacred battle. I hereby declare the immediate activation of the Tai Su sword sect's ultimate foundation, the extermination sword array. At his words, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. The extermination sword array. It was said to be the ultimate protective formation existing only in the legends of the sect, claimed to be connected to the dragon veins of the Tai Su mountain. Once activated, it could not be breached without the presence of a divine fire realm expert. Sect leader, think twice. The cost of activating the array is too great. An elderly elder in the late Saint realm trembled as he attempted to dissuade him. Cost? Xia Luyuan scoffed, pointing his sword at the elder. Compared to the destruction of the sect, any cost is trivial. Now, I announce that all inner disciples whose names I read will step forward immediately. He began to recite name after name, each utterance stirring unrest among the crowd. Soon, 1,000 inner disciples, faces marked by doubt and unease, stepped forward to the sword platform. They represented the future backbone of the sect, all having trained in its most core techniques. Xia Luyuan regarded them, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. Children, the sect has nurtured you. Now is the time for you to offer everything for it. Your sword hearts, your lifeblood, will become the keys to activating the extermination sword array. Your glory shall coexist with the Tai Su sword sect, eternal and undying. He discreetly channeled his power, his voice imbued with an alluring force. The unease and fear on the faces of the selected disciples gradually faded, replaced by a fervent excitement, as if they had been brainwashed. For the sect, glory coexists with the sect. One disciple fervently cried, unhesitatingly transforming his hand into a claw and plunging it into his own chest. A euphoric smile adorned his face as he extracted his still-beating sword heart, radiating brilliant sword light. He staggered to the altar at the center of the sword platform, raising the sword heart high, allowing his scorching lifeblood to pour over the array's core. Upon completing this act, a satisfied smile graced his face as his body collapsed. 1, 2, 3. 1,000 disciples, like bewitched devotees, excitedly ascended the altar, repeating the same bloody and cruel action. They ended their own lives, yet their faces were aglow with exalted glory. The entire Wanren sword platform was saturated with a frenzied, bizarre, and nauseating aura. When the final disciple fell, a tremendous rumble shook the Tai Su mountain range. The dragon veins beneath erupted with overwhelming energy, surging upwards through the altar. For colossal swords formed from pure energy emerged at the four corners of the Tai Su mountain, piercing the heavens. An endless torrent of murderous sword energy spread like a tide, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The very essence of the world in the eastern wasteland was forcibly drained by this tyrannical sword array, transforming into the energy source for the array. Xia Luyuan, sensing this cataclysmic power, erupted into manic laughter. He swiftly penned 7 letters, branding a blood-red character for extermination upon each envelope with his lifeblood. Dispatch. Send these letters at the utmost speed to the Wanfa Immortal Sect, Haoyan Holy Land, and the other 6 major sects. Inform them of the truth that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. At the Wanfa Immortal Sect, on the island palace floating amidst the sea of clouds, the enchanting sect master Luo Li leisurely sipped a cup of spiritual tea, listening to reports from below. Oh, the great Zhou dynasty has not only postponed the eastern expedition, but has also feigned a retreat while secretly advancing. Yufei's northern march is merely a ruse, while Bai Qi and Lu Bu lead 300,000 troops in secret toward the Tai Su sword sect. A smirk of schadenfreude played upon her lips. That old curmudgeon Xia Luyuan, always so arrogantly self-assured, is finally about to hit a wall. Just then, a beam of crimson light pierced through the sect's protective array, directly entering the hall and hovering before her. It was a plea for help, marked by blood from the Tai Su sword sect. Luo Li furrowed her brow, casually grasping the letter. She had anticipated it would contain mere threats and pleas for aid. However, as she unfolded the letter and read its contents, her hand holding the teacup trembled violently. Crash! The exquisite spirit jade teacup shattered into countless pieces upon striking the ground. Luo Li's complexion instantly turned as pale as paper, devoid of any color. The contents of the letter were not a plea, but a blatant threat. The message was simple, yet struck her mind like a thunderclap. Luo Li, the master of the sect. Do you recall the event a millennium ago when our 7 sects joined forces to steal the dragon vein from the ancestral land of the Great Zhou, leading to 1,000 years of decline for its nation? Should my Tai Su sword sect perish, I will expose this truth to the world before I meet my end. At that time, your 1FA immortal sect, and indeed the entire eastern wilderness, shall find no sanctuary. Signed, Xia Lu Yun. Luo Li's body trembled uncontrollably. A madman. Xia Lu Yun was a complete lunatic. He intended to drag the entire sect of the eastern wilderness down with him. This matter was the greatest secret among the 7 sections. If the Great Zhou dynasty were to confirm it, it would ignite a blood feud that could last an eternity. With the iron-fisted methods of that young emperor who had slain 5 saints, the eastern wilderness would be thrown into chaos. She had no choice. Issue my decree. Luo Li's voice trembled with barely concealed fury. Summon all elders and disciples of the sect. At the same time, send messages to the other 5 sects. The Great Zhou dynasty has gone too far. We, the sects of the eastern wilderness, are intertwined. How can we stand idly by while the Tai Su sword sect is destroyed? From this moment forth, we shall form the 7-sect alliance to fight to the death against the Great Zhou. In an instant, the winds of the eastern wilderness shifted ominously. Over 500,000 allied sect forces converged from all directions toward the Tai Su sword sect. They stood guard outside the extermination sword array, erecting 18 colossal defensive arrays. Their spirits soaring. A decisive battle, determining the fate of the eastern wilderness, had begun. Chapter 71. Lu Fengxian's initial exploration of the sword array. Even a Saint King finds it difficult to cross the threshold. Outside Tai Su Mountain, dark clouds loomed over the city. 300,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qin stood like a silent black steel forest upon the plain. Armored in silence, their long spears rose like a forest. The chilling air solidified, scattering the clouds above. Before the army, Bai Qi sat upon his steed, his expression betraying no emotion. He gazed into the distance at the mountains shrouded by 18 immense light shields, within which flickered figures and sword lights, contrasting sharply with the stillness of the Great Qin soldiers. Wu and Ho, shall we merely watch? Lu Bu approached, wielding his Fong Tianhua halberd, impatience etched on his face. The red rabbit steed sensed its master's battle intent, restlessly pawing the ground, hot breath billowing from its nostrils. Bai Qi did not look at him, his gaze still fixed on the distant array. Their formation is chaotic. The morale is also in disarray. Lu Bu grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Since it's chaotic, then Fengxian shall go stir it up even more. Tear down their shabby contraptions. Bai Qi finally turned his head slowly, his emotionless eyes locking onto Lu Bu. Go explore the path. Upon hearing this, Lu Bu let out a thunderous laugh. Ha ha, good. Wu and Ho, just watch closely. He suddenly pulled the reins, the red rabbit rearing up and letting out a cry that echoed through the heavens. Bingzhou Wolf Riders. Forward. 5,000 knights clad in red armor roared in unison, their voices like thunder. Follow me, let us trample them down. Lu Bu led the charge, transforming into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards the 18 defensive arrays. The 5,000 wolf riders followed closely, their speed heightened by Lu Bu's unique abilities, surging forth like a red-hot blade, striking fiercely at the seemingly solid butter. Within the 7-sect alliance's formation, an elder from the Wan Fa immortal sect looked upon the slender cavalry with a scornful sneer. A mere 5,000 riders dares to assault our 50,000-strong alliance? They truly do not know the meaning of death. Another elder from the Haotian sacred land stroked his beard, nodding. Activate the first layer of the Heavenly Gang array and ensure they cannot return. As the order was issued, the outermost light shield suddenly radiated with brilliant light. Countless earth-tone symbols swirling as an immensely thick light wall rose, blocking Lu Bu's charge. Is this the extent of your tricks? Lu Bu's laughter pierced through the cacophony of the array. He did not employ any flashy techniques. Instead, he infused the power of the Saint King realm into his arm and simply swung the Fong Tianhua halberd at the light wall. Boom. There was no cataclysmic explosion. The wall, reputed to withstand the full force of a saint, shattered upon contact with the halberd as if it were fragile glass, disintegrating into nothingness. The King Realm cultivator controlling the array could not even scream before his body exploded into a mist of blood under the backlash of the laws. What? The elder from the Wan Fa immortal sect's smile froze instantly. Before he could react, Lu Bu had already led the Bingzhou Wolf Riders into the array. The sensation was not of war, but rather a one-sided massacre. Each swing of the Feng Tianhua halberd rent the very fabric of space. Hundreds of sect disciples being drawn into its wake, instantly reduced to dust. The Bingzhou wolf riders tore through the array like a crimson tornado, leaving chaos in their path. Blood flowing like rivers. The second array, breached. The third, also breached. Damn it, quickly block him. He is a saint king. How could a mortal dynasty possess such a monster? Panic spread like a plague through the alliance. Their proud formations crumbled before Lu Bu as if made of paper. Luo Li stood at the core of a major array, gazing at the figure within the light shield, resembling a demonic god, her face ashen. She finally understood the terrifying existence they had provoked, not just herself, but the entire sect of the Eastern Wilderness. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line. Whoever dares to retreat a step shall be mercilessly killed. Her roar seemed feeble against Lu Bu's frenzied onslaught. Lu Bu's battle intent surged. Feeding off the endless fear and despair on the battlefield, his crimson armor appeared to ignite. The battle intent plundering trait had activated. He felt his power climbing ceaselessly. How exhilarating! How exhilarating! Lu Bu howled to the heavens, sweeping his halberd in a horizontal arc boom. The 5th, 6th, and 7th arrays, which were in operation, shattered simultaneously under the force of his strike. Tens of thousands of sect disciples were instantly torn to shreds by the chaotic energy. In a single day, blood stained the skies. The 18 defensive arrays meticulously arranged by the 7-sect alliance were breached by Lu Bu alone, slaying 7 elders of the Saint realm and over 30 from the King realm. The casualties among the mighty and divine palace realm cultivators were near 1,000. The remaining allied forces utterly collapsed, discarding their armor and fleeing in disarray back to the last 3 core arrays, huddled at the foot of the Taisu mountain. Trembling in fear, the battlefield lay in ruins, strewn with corpses. Lu Bu stood amidst the mountain of dead, the malevolent aura surrounding him nearly tangible. He did not pause. Fueled by his murderous intent, he slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the struggling allied forces, landing upon the mist-shrouded Tai-Su main peak, where 4 towering sword shadows flickered. A bunch of worthless fools. Let me test just how resilient your last bastion is. He laughed maniacally, spurring the red rabbit, transforming into a streak of blood-colored lightning, charging towards the gate of the Tai-Su sword sect. He was ready to challenge the so-called extermination sword array. The moment Lu Bu's steed crossed the 100-zhang threshold of the mountain gate, the world seemed to still in an instant. The wind has ceased, the clouds have dispersed, and all sounds have faded into silence. A stirring, emanating from the depths of the soul, caused Lu Bu's manic laughter to finally subside. Atop the summit of Taisu, the sword shadows from the 4 corners trembled in unison. A seemingly inconspicuous gray sword energy silently descended from the peak. It did not tear through space nor provoke any fluctuation of laws. It simply fell, unremarkably, and wherever it passed, light, dust, and even void were rendered to naught. What a formidable presence! Lu Bu's pupils abruptly contracted as he sensed a long-lost threat. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the entirety of his Saint King power, channeling boundless battle intent and the force of law into his Feng Tianhua halberd, positioning it before him to block with all his might. Clang! A resounding echo, as if capable of shattering the soul, erupted. Lu Bu felt an irresistible, pure force of annihilation surge through the halberd. With a cough, he spewed blood, and both he and his steed, Red Hair, were violently thrust 100 zhang away, crashing heavily to the ground. Gripping the halberd, Lu Bu's hands were torn and bleeding, his holy blood flowing profusely. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the hundreds of thousands of allied forces huddled within the final 3 formations, staring blankly at the scene before them. Just a moment ago, Lu Bu had appeared as an invincible demonic god, yet he had been repelled by a single sword strike. After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted. They had withstood him. The Zhuaxian sword formation had thwarted him. Ha! Master Xie did not deceive us. This formation is indeed invincible. The morale of the alliance surged as a result. Lu Bu slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at his bleeding hand, and then turned to the silent mountain shrouded in endless sword intent, his earlier arrogance wholly extinguished, replaced by a furious madness. Intriguing. He howled skyward, his battle intent rekindling, advancing rather than retreating, attempting to charge once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, he was met with dozens of the same gray sword energies. An endless tide of Zhuaxian sword energy sealed off all his paths of advance, forcing him to retreat in disarray. Ultimately, Lu Bu halted outside the bounds of the sword formation, his expression grave. even as a formidable Saint King in the early stages. He could not budge this formation in the slightest. He stared intently at the mountain, as if trying to see through it, then silently turned away, leading the equally injured red hair back step by step to the Great Zhou army. Chapter 72. The Decision of the Haotian Holy Land. Withdrawal from the Seven Sect Alliance. Sealing the mountain for a century. Within the military tent, the atmosphere was oppressive. Lu Bu slammed the heavy Fong Tianhua halberd onto the ground, producing a dull thud. His chest heaved violently, the holy blood still seeping from his grip on the halberd, dripping onto the ground with a hissing sound of corrosion. Bai Qi remained silent, walking to the sand table and moving a flag representing Lu Bu back from the entrance of Tai Su Mountain to the military formation. Fengxian, you have worked hard. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, breaking the silence. Lu Bu looked up, his face betraying an uncontrollable madness and battle intent. Master, that formation is peculiar. Give me just a moment, and I will surely break through it. And then what? Zhuge Liang countered. After breaking it, how much strength will you have left? How many lives will our great Zhou soldiers need to sacrifice? Lu Bu's movements faltered. Zhuge Liang approached him, pointing to the model of the mountain enveloped in layers of light on the sand table. This formation is based on the mountain's dragon vein, drawing upon the essence and blood of 1,000 disciples, and has siphoned the vital energy from miles around, forming its own realm. A forceful assault is not the act of a wise man. Shall we simply watch? Lu Bu protested, striking his chest armor in frustration. The emperor desires to flatten the Tai Su sword sect, not to engage in a mutually destructive victory. Bai Qi's cold voice interjected, concluding the debate. Zhuge Liang nodded slightly, then turned to face the tent's exit. Send my orders. The entire army shall retreat 30 miles and set up camp. He paused, adding the crucial command. Surround, but do not attack. At the foot of Tai Su Mountain, the remnants of the allied forces erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating their survival. The invincible demon god of Great Zhou had been repelled. The Zhuaxian sword formation was indeed invincible. Yet this joy did not last long. They watched helplessly as the black iron forest of the Great Zhou army slowly retreated like a tide, re-establishing their camp 30 miles away. There were no taunts, no harassment, and certainly no attacks. The Great Zhou camp lay quietly against the horizon, like a silent beast, coldly observing its prey. A day passed. 2 days passed. For 3 entire days, the 300,000 elite soldiers of Great Qin, aside from their daily drills, did not allow a single man or horse to cross the threshold. This eerie silence began to sow seeds of unease within the Seven Sect Alliance. What do they intend to do? Why do they not attack? Are they truly frightened by the Zhuaxian sword formation? Something is amiss. This is far too strange. I cannot shake this feeling of unrest. That Bai Qi, known as the Human Butcher, could he truly be so patient? Atop the main peak of the Tai Su sword sect, Xie Luyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the silent military camp 30 miles away, his unease intensifying. He yearned for a grand decisive battle, to wield the unmatched power of the Zhuaxian sword formation to slay the demon god of Great Zhou, to shock the world, and to restore the glory of the Holy Land. Yet, the opposition would not take the bait. The Zhuaxian sword formation consumed vast amounts of energy and the foundation of the sect, akin to a bottomless black hole, devouring the millennia of accumulation of the Tai Su sword sect. If this stalemate continued, before Great Zhou could arrive, he would be the first to be exhausted. Meanwhile, at one of the 3 great holy lands, the Haotian Holy Land, at the peak of the 10,000-foot-high mountain, perpetually snow-capped, an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in simple linen, sat cross-legged upon a massive stone suspended in midair. His essence melded with the heavens and earth, as if he had been here for a millennium. He was the leader of the Haotian Holy Land, a being close to 2,000 years old. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which held no brilliance, only a murky depth that spoke of profound experience. Before him floated an ancient copper mirror. Reflected within was not the scene of the Tai Su Mountain, but rather a roiling sea of fortune clouds. The fortunes representing the Seven Sect Alliance were resplendent, yet chaotic, appearing vast, but fundamentally fragmented, like a pile of scattered sand, riddled with cracks, and visibly thinning. In contrast, the fortunes representing the Great Zhou army were a deep, profound black. It resembled a coiled black dragon, eyes closed as if in slumber, yet its solid form, sharp claws, and the imminent release of overwhelming malice all signified its world-destroying power. It was not hindered, rather, it was accumulating strength, waiting for the moment to strike with lethal precision. Madman, the leader of Haotian murmured. Xie Luyun, you are a complete lunatic. He finally understood why the great Zhou dynasty chose to surround rather than attack. They were waiting for the alliance to collapse from within, waiting for Xia Luoyun to exhaust the last remnants of the Tai Su sword sect's foundation. This was not a confrontation, it was a grand scheme, a slow and cruel execution. Xia Luoyun had tied himself and the entire Tai Su sword sect to a chariot hurtling towards a cliff, and he, the Haotian Holy Land, would not accompany him to the grave. The old man rose and stepped out, his figure appearing in the main hall of the Holy Land. Summon all elders. We must convene immediately. As the orders were issued, moments later, all the higher-ups of the Haotian Holy Land gathered in one place. Master, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Master, regarding the Tai Su sword sect, the old man raised his hand, silencing all voices. He surveyed the surroundings and slowly began to speak. His voice soft yet resonant enough to reach every ear in the assembly. Convey my decree. The Holy Land of Haotian shall immediately withdraw from the alliance of the 7 sects. At these words, the audience was taken aback. An elder hastily stepped forward, exclaiming, Sect leader, this is unthinkable. We have sworn blood oaths with the 7 sects. To withdraw now would be to betray our vows and invite the scorn of the world. The leader of Haotian cast a murky glance at him. In the face of the sect's survival, reputation held no value. Xia Luoyun had succumbed to madness. His aim was not victory, but to drag the entire eastern wasteland into ruin. The Holy Land of Haotian bore no obligation to pay for his insanity. Without further explanation, he issued an irrevocable command. Immediately dismantle the camp and return to the sect. Those who defy this order shall have their cultivation revoked and be expelled from the mountain. That night, while the other sects were still mired in anxious speculation, the 100,000 troops of the Holy Land of Haotian stationed at the western front of the alliance had already packed up and vanished into the vast night like fleeting lights. The following morning, when the disciples of the Wanfa Xianmen discovered their defense zone was utterly deserted, the entire alliance erupted in chaos. Soon after, an even more astonishing message spread throughout the eastern wasteland via communication jade slips. The Holy Land of Haotian shall be sealed for a century, withdrawing from worldly affairs henceforth. This proclamation struck like a resounding slap, shocking all the sects of the alliance. Within the halls of Wanfa Xianmen, Luo Li trembled with rage. Shattering the jade slip in her grasp, her face a mixture of astonishment and fury. That treacherous old fox. She seethed. Immediately, she dispatched the fastest messenger from her sect to confront the Holy Land of Haotian. However, the messenger could not even enter the mountain gate and returned only with a cold response. A wooden plaque inscribed with 6 words, "Do not associate with the mad." As Luo Li gazed at the plaque, her anger gradually ebbed, replaced by an overwhelming chill and fear. The morale of the alliance had collapsed entirely in that moment. Chapter 73, The Strategist's Ingenious Plan. To encircle without assaulting, the 7 stars locking dragon formation. In the military camp of the Great Zhou, within the central tent, the air was as thick as iron. Lu Bu paced restlessly, the weight of his boots leaving shallow impressions in the solid ground. Occasionally, his halberd clashed against the floor, producing a metallic sound that made his guards tense. Military strategist, I need a definitive answer. Lu Bu finally halted, slamming his halberd down with force. How long must we wait in this cursed place? Those cowards are hiding in the mountains. We must charge in, slay them all, and be done with it. Bai Qi sat calmly nearby, meticulously polishing his sword with a white cloth, seemingly indifferent to Lu Bu's outburst. General, even killing requires method. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan as he rose from behind a pile of documents. Ignoring Lu Bu's impatience, he strode to the center of the tent and unfurled a massive scroll. The scroll, once opened, dominated half the tent's space. Lu Bu leaned closer, furrowing his brow in confusion. There were no marching routes or troop deployments, only a tangled mess of intricate lines, crisscrossing like the meridians of the human body. Dizzying to behold. What sorcery is this? Mountain paths? Dragon veins? Military strategist, are you considering a career as a geomancer, selecting a fine burial site for them? The general is partially correct, Zhuge Liang replied, lightly touching the map with a vermilion brush. This indeed indicates their burial ground, and this map serves as the guide to send them there. Bai Qi paused in his polishing, raising his gaze to regard the geomantic chart in silence. Zhuge Liang spoke with a calmness that suggested he understood everything. In recent days, I have dispatched scouts skilled in earth evasion techniques, in conjunction with my unique stratagems, to ascertain the terrain and dragon vein alignments of the entire Taishu mountain range. He traced a primary vein with his brush. The Zhuxian sword formation boasts immense power, reputed to be unbreakable except by those of the divine fire realm. Its foundation draws from the formidable energy of the dragon veins within a 1,000-mile radius of the eastern wasteland. It is akin to a towering tree, robust and unyielding. Zhuge Liang's tone shifted as he emphasized 7 key nodes on the map with his brush. However, its roots have now been laid bare before us. They are both the source of its power and its fatal weakness. Lu Bu's breath hitched slightly. He was no fool and instantly grasped Zhuge Liang's intent. You aim to sever its roots? Assaulting the formation head-on would be akin to hurling oneself against a steel wall. Even if successful, one would undoubtedly be crushed. But what if the foundation of the wall were to be hollowed out? Forcefully severing the dragon veins would invite backlash from the heavens, with too great a cost. Zhuge Liang shook his head. We need not sever them. We merely need to temporarily shield them. He turned and carefully retrieved 7 ancient bronze lamps from a wooden box behind him. Each lamp, palm-sized, bore intricate engravings of the sun, moon, and stars. Exuding an air of mystery, Lu Bu gazed at the 7 lamps, perplexed. Military strategist, it's daytime. What purpose do these lamps serve? Do you intend to burn their dragon veins with them? These are the 7 stars life continuation lamps, Zhuge Liang explained, placing them on the map at the 7 nodes marked in red. Life continuation? Lu Bu's voice rose again. What we need now is a tool for taking lives. Indeed. Zhuge Liang smiled slightly. These lamps can harness the power of the 9 heaven stars to extend the lives of the dying. However, if arranged in reverse, they can invert yin and yang, shrouding the celestial mechanisms. He would use these 7 lamps as the focal points to establish the 7 stars locking dragon formation. Once activated, it could temporarily shield the dragon veins from supplying energy to the Zhuxian sword formation. The tent fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. The previously silent Bai Qi finally spoke, his voice hoarse, asking the pivotal question, how long can it be shielded? Zhuge Liang extended one finger. Lu Bu assumed it represented an hour and felt a fleeting joy. 10 breaths. Lu Bu's expression froze instantly. He could scarcely believe his ears. 10 breaths. He repeated incredulously. Military strategist, you cannot be jesting. In just 10 breaths, the power of the Zhuxian sword formation can be reduced to its minimum. Zhuge Liang disregarded Lu Bu's exclamations, his tone solemn. That will be our only opportunity to breach the formation. After 10 breaths, the dragon veins force will rebound. The 7 stars lamps will be destroyed, and the sword formation's power will surpass its previous strength. At that point, breaching the formation will be impossible. This plan could hardly be described as bold. It was nothing short of madness. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, racing against death. Should any aspect falter, the consequence would be utter annihilation. The astonishment on Lu Bu's face gradually receded, replaced by an almost maniacal excitement and fervor. His chest heaved, his eyes ablaze with a fierce battle spirit. Ha ha! He erupted into a thunderous laugh, filled with the bravado of one who looks down upon the world. Splendid. A 10-breath breach of the formation. Languishing in a siege is far too dull. This method of determining victory between life and death deserves my name, Lu Fengxian. He hoisted his halberd, pointing it towards Zhuge Liang. Military strategist, just say when to strike. The first blow to shatter the turtle shell must be mine. Zhuge Liang's plan ignited the madness that lay deep within him. Bai Qi slowly rose, reattaching his polished sword to his waist. He approached the sand table and firmly pressed the black command flag, representing the main force of the Great Zhou, before the mountain gate of Taishu Mountain. The movement was minimal, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. 10 breaths will suffice. He uttered for succinct words, yet their weight was akin to a mountain. This was an unequivocal trust in Zhuge Liang's strategies, as well as an unshakable confidence in his formidable army and the martial prowess of Lu Bu. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, his mind resolute. At the hour of the rat tonight, when the stars shone brightest, it was time to act. The night was as dark as ink. 300,000 elite soldiers of the Qin had transformed into 30,000 silent phantoms, stealthily advancing 10 miles beyond the Taishu mountain range. There were no torches, no clamor, only the faint sounds of armor clashing and an oppressive atmosphere brimming with murderous intent. Ready to erupt, Lu Bu, wielding his Fangdianhua halberd, felt his steed, the red hair, fidgeting restlessly, its breath forming white mist in the cold night air. Military strategist, do not miscalculate the time. My halberd can hardly wait to taste blood. His voice was low, yet imbued with an uncontrollable fervor. Bai Qi stood at the forefront of the military formation, resembling an ancient, immovable statue. He did not respond to Lu Bu, but merely raised his head to gaze upon the temporary platform erected behind the camp. There, a figure adorned with a feather fan and a silk cap stood apart from the world. Behind the camp, Atop the Nanzhong High stargazing platform, the wind howled, causing Zhuge Liang's robes to flutter. Beneath him lay a colossal Taiji Bagua diagram, crafted from cinnabar and powdered spirit stones, glowing with an eerie red under the moonlight. Ignoring the tearing winds at his side, he simply looked upward at the heavens. Chapter 74. A great breakthrough of the extermination of the immortal sword formation. The military spirit. The black dragon collides with the heavenly gate, and Lu Fengxian shatters the array's eye. Tonight, there is no moon, only a sky full of stars, dazzling to the heart. Zhuge Liang slowly raised his right hand, forming an intricate incantation. Heavenly gangs above, mysterious changes below. He muttered a spell, his voice soft, yet resonating with a certain rhythm of the universe. Stars as guides, lock the dragon in this place. At the instant his words fell, the distant Big Dipper in the sky shone with an unprecedented brilliance. 7 visible beams of starlight, like silver waterfalls, pierced through the endless void, cascading straight down. Simultaneously, in the hidden corners of the Taishu mountain range, concealed by dense vegetation or steep cliffs, 7 scout teams, composed of the elite soldiers of the Qin, had already been lying in wait. In front of them stood an ancient bronze lamp. Upon witnessing the descending starlight, the 7 scout captains moved in perfect unison. Light the lamps. Whoosh. The 7-star lamps ignited simultaneously. The flames were not ordinary. They were clusters of pure celestial energy. Boom. 7 brilliant beams of starlight surged up from 7 different directions of the Taishu mountain range. These pillars of light precisely connected with the descending brilliance of the Big Dipper, forming a vast constellation that enveloped the entire mountain range. The 7 stars locked dragon formation, complete. Suddenly, the entire eastern wilderness trembled. It was as if an invisible hand had seized the throat of this land. Deep within the depths of the Taishu mountain range, the roaring dragon vein, which had surged for millennia, let out a reluctant wail. Its energy flow was forcefully interrupted by this overwhelming formation, causing a momentary stagnation. On the summit of the Taishu sword sect, Xia Luyun sat cross-legged at the heart of the extermination of the immortal sword formation, eyes closed in meditation. A cold smile of assured victory graced his face as he awaited the great Zhou army to exhaust their patience and come forth to their doom. But at that moment, as the ground quaked, his smile abruptly froze. He opened his eyes wide, his face drained of color. An unprecedented sense of weakness surged from all directions. He felt that the continuous influx of dragon vein power into the formation had suddenly ceased. Uft! Xia Luyun coughed up blood, his energy instantly waning. He looked up in horror. He saw the 4 towering sword shadows suspended around the sect, their boundless murderous aura dissipating at a visible rate, their light rapidly dimming. No. Impossible. It's the dragon vein. They have disturbed the dragon vein. Xia Luyun's voice turned frantic. He desperately channeled his peak power, attempting to inject spiritual energy into the formation's core to maintain its operation. However, his strength was but a drop in the ocean compared to the entire dragon vein. His efforts were in vain. The extermination of the immortal sword formation, reputed as invincible beneath the realm of divine fire, had, at this moment, fallen to its lowest point in 10 millennia. At the foot of the mountain, the remaining coalition soldiers stared in disbelief at this unfathomable scene. What is happening? The brilliance of the extermination of the immortal sword formation is waning. Oh heavens! The 4 swords are about to vanish. It's over, we are finished. The morale that had surged after repelling Lu Bu crumbled in an instant, dissolving into a deeper despair. On the stargazing platform, Zhuge Liang observed the dimming sword formation in the distance, a knowing smile gracing his features. He turned and, with a gentle sweep of his feather fan toward the central army camp, declared, "The time has come. Full assault." His voice pierced through 30 miles of night, resonating clearly in the ears of Bai Qi and Lu Bu. In the moment Zhuge Liang's fan fell, the ancient statue of the god of slaughter, Bai Qi, came to life. He suddenly raised his head, and for the first time, the reflection of the starry sky appeared in his emotionless eyes. He did not look at anyone, merely lifting his sword, its blade pointing towards the dimming mountains ahead. A thunderous roar erupted from his chest. Not a mere human cry, but a command imbued with boundless slaughter and iron will. All troops, charge, roar. 300,000 elite soldiers of the Qin responded in unison. One word reverberated like a thunderclap that shook the heavens. Boom. The earth trembled, the void vibrated. The oppressive killing intent that had been building for days within the soldiers was instantly released under Bai Qi's command in the realm of slaughter. Dark currents surged from every corner of the military formation, like rivers returning to the sea, wildly rushing towards Bai Qi's head. They intertwined, spiraled, and coalesced. A colossal black dragon, 10,000 feet long and as dark as ink, gradually took form in the void. It bore no scales. Its body was composed purely of malevolent energy and military spirit, every twist sending ripples through space. It had no eyes. Only two voids in its eye sockets that swallowed all light. Roar! The black dragon howled at the heavens, emitting not a sound, but an overwhelming ferocity that directly impacted the soul. At the foot of the mountain, those coalition soldiers who had already crumbled fell to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices, their souls shattered by the sheer force. The world-destroying black dragon moved. It carried with it a terrifying momentum aimed at the most vulnerable eastern sword gate of the extermination of the immortal sword formation, crashing forth with tremendous force. The entire process was executed with breathtaking speed. However, there was another figure even faster. Ha ha ha, Bai Qi, your display is rather grand. But the credit for shattering the shell shall belong to me, Lu Bu. Lu Bu's maniacal laughter echoed through the night sky. He did not charge with the army but transformed the red hair into a red shooting star, bypassing the front lines and striking from the side. In that moment, his being, his halberd, and his battle intent fused into one. The power of the laws of the Holy King realm surged and burned around him. Infused with the boundless fear he had absorbed, all channeled into the Fangdianhua halberd, he became a weapon poised to be hurled. Heavenly destruction of demons. A furious roar erupted as the Fangdianhua halberd was released. Buzz! The fabric of space seemed to be torn open, revealing a crimson-black rift. The Fangtian Huaji vanished, replaced by a divine radiance of scarlet and ebony that pierced through the heavens and the earth. It disregarded the distance of space and the passage of time, arriving with a speed that transcended all reason, precisely locking onto the most critical point of the Zhuxian sword formation, the altar, nourished by the blood of 1,000 disciples, connecting to the veins of the earth. Atop the Taishu main peak, Xie Luyuan felt the apocalyptic pressure emanating from the army soul black dragon, his face a mask of horror. Yet in the next instant, a more lethal sense of impending doom surged from the depths of his soul. He abruptly looked down and beheld the scarlet-black divine radiance piercing through the void. It embodied pure, unreasoned destructive power. No. Xie Luyuan let out a horrified scream that echoed in a pitch beyond despair. With all his might, he concentrated his peak saint-level cultivation, along with the last vestiges of strength drawn from his sect's foundation, forming an immensely thick shield of laws above the altar. However, it was all in vain. Boom. The army soul black dragon collided with the dimly glowing eastern sword gate. There was no earth-shattering explosion, merely a heart-wrenching crack. The once impenetrable celestial sword shadow, which had repelled the Saint King Lu Bu, shattered like fragile glass under the brutal impact of the apocalyptic black dragon, collapsing completely. Almost simultaneously, the scarlet-black divine radiance, transformed from Lu Bu, struck the altar with unerring accuracy. Xie Luyuan's final defensive shield was as feeble as paper before that divine light, unable to withstand even a breath, and was silently torn apart, obliterated. The divine radiance pierced through the altar. With a thunderous roar, the altar, along with its connection to the earth's veins, was utterly annihilated by the ferocious laws of the Saint King. A chain reaction commenced. Crack, crack, crack. The other three celestial sword shadows, deprived of energy and formation balance, crumbled one after another, dissolving into countless motes of light, vanishing into the cosmos. The Zhuxian sword formation, reputed to be unbreakable beneath the realm of divine fire, which had safeguarded the glory of the Taishu sword sect for millennia, was utterly shattered in less than 10 breaths. Puff! The terrifying energy backlash from the formation's disintegration erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for eons, violently surging from the depths of the Taishu mountains. A cataclysmic tsunami of energy engulfed the entire Taishu sword sect. Countless palaces and pavilions were instantly reduced to dust under the energy shockwave. Many disciples, unable to flee in time, were vaporized without even a scream. In that moment, the sacred ground of millennia transformed into a hell on earth. The black torrent of steel surged towards the mountain gate. Bai Qi, expressionless, simply pointed his sword forward. Kill. Chapter 75, The Duel of Peak Saints. The Butcher Bai Qi versus the Tyrant Xie Luyuan. The moment the Zhuxian sword formation shattered marked the dawn of doom. The accumulated power of the dragon veins, freed from the formation's constraints, erupted into the most violent, primal energy tsunami, roaring forth from the depths of the Taishu mountains. This was not spiritual energy, but annihilation. At the forefront were the tens of thousands of Taishu sword sect disciples maintaining the formation's operation. They barely had time to scream before their bodies were vaporized in the storm of destruction, reduced to nothingness under the searing energy. Their flesh, souls, and every trace of their existence were obliterated in that instant. Puff! Atop the Wanren sword platform, Xie Luyun, at the core of the formation, suffered the most terrifying backlash. He spewed forth a mouthful of sacred blood mixed with internal organs, his aura deflating like a punctured balloon. The splendid robe symbolizing his status as sect leader was torn to shreds. He could no longer maintain his form in midair and plummeted like a meteor. Boom! The incredibly sturdy Wanren sword platform was smashed into a bottomless pit, spiderweb-like cracks radiating in all directions. The remaining palaces and pavilions were utterly reduced to dust by the shockwave. The surviving disciples, all wounded, stared in bewilderment at the devastated sect, at their obliterated home. Their faces etched with despair and terror. A millennia-old sacred ground had collapsed in a single day. Kill. At that moment, a cold, emotionless command resonated across the battlefield like the sound of ancient ice from the depths of the abyss. Bai Qi's voice served as the clarion call for the assault. Roar! 300,000 elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty, this silent tide of black steel that had lain dormant for days, surged forth. They flowed into the Taishu sword sect's mountain gate like a relentless black tide, silent yet unstoppable. There were no battle cries, no clamoring. Only the synchronized sound of footsteps and the rasp of unsheathing weapons. A merciless harvest had begun. No, my sect, my sect. In the depths of the pit, Xie Luyun struggled to emerge. His hair disheveled, his body drenched in blood. The ethereal demeanor he once possessed was utterly gone, replaced by madness. He gazed upon the devastation, at the disciples mercilessly slaughtered, unleashing a cry of utmost defiance. A loyal elder, dragging half of his mutilated body, crawled to his side, weeping blood as he implored. Sect leader, flee. Leave the last vestiges of Taishu behind. Flee. Xie Luyun forced a grim smile, madness lacing his laughter. In this vast world, is there still a place for me, Xie Luyun? I have failed all my predecessors. He chose not to escape, for he knew it was futile. Rather than be hunted down like a stray dog, he would burn out his final life here, exacting the most frenzied revenge. Xie Luyun howled at the heavens, the essence of his saintly origin igniting in a blaze. A terrifying aura, far surpassing his usual peak, erupted forth. His body rapidly shrank, his hair turning a desolate yellow at a visible pace, yet his power surged to unprecedented heights. His eyes turned blood red, devoid of reason, filled only with pure killing intent and a desire for destruction. He fixed his gaze upon the black figure standing before the armies. The mortal commander who had ruined everything he held dear. Mortal, I will have your life. Before his words could fully escape, Xie Luyun vanished from his spot, transforming into a blinding crimson radiance, charging towards Bai Qi. Faced with this desperate assault from a peak saint who had burned everything, Bai Qi remained impassive. He didn't even look up, but simply stepped down from his towering steed, meeting the onslaught. At the instant his feet touched the ground, a far more terrifying, profound, and pure aura of slaughter erupted from within him. Peak Saint Realm. An endless tide of black malevolence surged skyward from behind him, instantly darkening the sky for miles around. The domain of the god of slaughter descended. Within this domain, all disciples of the Taishu sword sect felt as if they had plunged into a hell of corpses and blood, their souls trembling, their swords trembling in their grasp. Meanwhile, Xie Luyun's unstoppable crimson radiance came to a sudden halt upon entering the domain, as if caught in a thick mire. The two clashed fiercely in midair. Die! Xie Luyun's swordsmanship had devolved into chaotic fury, each strike invoking the laws of destruction, tearing through space with enough power to severely wound an ordinary saint. Yet Bai Qi's movements were astonishingly simple. The ordinary war spear in his hand transformed into the most lethal weapon in existence, executing sweeping strikes, thrusts, and slashes with deadly precision. Not a single extraneous movement was made. Each strike encapsulated a lifetime of lethal experience, angles cunning and merciless, targeting every vital point of Xie Luyun's body. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal colliding resonated through the air, dense as raindrops exploding in the atmosphere. With each clash, Xie Luyun felt a chilling wave of murderous intent invading his being along the blade, freezing his sacred blood and vitality. The more fiercely he fought, the more alarmed he became, spiraling into madness. Why? I have ignited my essence. Yet why can I not slay you? He could not comprehend how a general from a mundane dynasty could possess such terrifying power and martial prowess. Bai Qi offered no reply, for in his eyes, Xia Luyun was already a corpse, and he never conversed with the deceased. As the battlefield became increasingly littered with the slain disciples of the Taishu sword sect, their anguished cries and rising resentment nourished Bai Qi's strength. The nature of slaughter within him quietly activated. Pure streams of killing energy converged from the battlefield below, merging into his very being. Bai Qi's aura ascended in a manner defying logic, growing stronger with each engagement. In stark contrast, the power gained by Xia Luyun through the burning of his essence waned rapidly, akin to a rootless weed. His sword faltered by a fraction. His defense revealed an almost imperceptible flaw. This chink in his armor existed for less than 1,000th of a breath. Yet for Bai Qi, it was ample opportunity. In that fleeting moment when the flaw emerged, the seemingly unremarkable war spear in Bai Qi's hand sprang into action. With an unfathomable angle, it evaded Xia Luyun's long sword, as if piercing through the very fabric of space. Thud! The sharp tip of the spear accurately pierced Xia Luyun's heart. Tom appeared to stand still at that instant. Xia Luyun's frenzied movements halted abruptly. He stiffly lowered his gaze, incredulously staring at the spear protruding from his chest. In his blood-red eyes, the madness gradually faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of bewilderment and unwillingness.